crack open the menus. It's time for another tour here. It's the DPC, it's 2023, it's Southeast Asia, it's our spring tour. Can you feel it in the air? And it's Division 1 action continuing yet again for our second tour here in this 3-tour competitive season. My name's Tsunami. I will be hosting along with Sophie yet again for this region. But I've got some new faces. One old face. Winter, say hello with your old face.
Hello.
There we go. Perfect. John X Fire making a triumphant return here to Southeast Asia. We missed you desperately, John, but welcome back.
I missed being here. I missed the coffee cam setting. I missed the food. I missed the place. I missed the faces. I missed you, Winter. I missed you, Tsunami. It's good to be back. It's good to be among friends with some great Dota coming up. It's a lovely region. I miss it.
That's right, and we'll be able to pick your brain more often than usual, I suppose, because we have the privilege of having you as a panelist joining us here at the restaurant, being able to partake in the foods as you explained, but also the new Dota. I say new. I don't know how new. An E patch new. It's slightly new. There's modifications made to the patch. Right, Winter? Please tell me. Please tell me it's not another 9 months with this.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I mean, even what we saw from the Lima Major was slightly different than what we saw during the DPC. And what we're going to be seeing during this season is also going to be slightly different because we've got 16 teams to look at for this Southeast Asian Division 1 and Division 2 action. Some new faces, some new roster changes, some promotees from Division 2. There have been a handful of things messed around with on our menu. So for Division 1, which is the left side of this menu, we've got a Blacklist of Rivalry, we've got Bleed Esports, we've got Polaris Esports, we've got Execration, we've got Geek Slate, we've got Team SMG, we've got Talon Esports, and we've got Army Geniuses there in the bottom right. Our two Div 2 promotee teams are Polaris Esports and Army Geniuses. Army Geniuses was first place, and Polaris Esports was second place. And Winter, you had a chance to cover all these teams in Div 2, and literally week number 1 of Div 2, you were already hot on Army Geniuses.
Yeah, I covered some of their games. I was pretty pleasantly surprised by how good they are as a team. I felt like they had a lot of good fundamentals as a new team. A lot of drafts I'm really a big fan of, and overall I really enjoyed how they played as a team.
Promising stuff for Army Geniuses, and since we had to swap out one Filipino for another one, John, we got rid of Mike Ninja Boogie, as he is actually going to be coaching Blacklist Rivalry in the top left. But instead we got you on board, so tell me about Polaris.
Like Polaris, they kind of had to rebuild after TI, right? Like they lost a couple of their players, they shuffled around. They go through Div 2 in really strong fashion. I think that lineup always had potential, maybe a little bit younger. And they've done a roster change coming into Tour 1, right? Like they let go of Jing, they take back Boomy. So they've got that old captain back leading Polaris once more after leaving SMG. It feels a bit bad. I feel like Jing as a pause 4 was actually really promising. No bias because he's from my hometown, doesn't play into it.
Sure.
But he was really promising. I do get why they'd bring Boomy back. Like having that voice to call out. CML, he's still fairly fresh in that captain role. So just having Boomy to be a more stable captain could help Polaris going forward. Yeah,
this was a team that I was heavily encouraged by towards the end of last year. But obviously, you don't make it to TI, you kind of have to reevaluate where your players are going to end up. But the full Filipino squad is back, and now they're ready to make a dent in Division 1. Division 2 is a little bit more nebulous. There obviously were our Div 1 relegations, Boom Esports and Fnatic, and Fnatic is now defunct, so that team needs to get occupied. And then some drama, I suppose, involving the other teams. Maybe all of their players may not be eligible to play Dota 2 competitively, so that needs to get sorted out as well. And currently, open qualifiers and closed qualifiers are running right now, so that won't affect Div 1, but that is going to be finding out what our full 8-team roster in Division 2 is going to look like. And we can also take a look at our standings, not necessarily the standings of which teams are where, because everyone is currently 0-0, but rather DPC standings, because most of our teams in Division 1 have gathered themselves a handful of DPC points, particularly Talon Esports, as they got their top 3 finish at the Lima Major. They are sitting quite pretty in terms of total standings, and I think there's 2 Western European teams ahead of them. Liquid obviously got first in their region and then got grand finals in their Lima Major result, and then Gaming Gladiators other way around, second place in the region and first place in their Lima Major result. And then we can also take a look at today's schedule, the match that we will have on our first day here in DPC Southeast Asia Spring Tour, or our whole week actually. First one, on the left side of your screen, it's going to be SMG versus Blacklist Rivalry as our inaugural match. After that, it's going to be Bleed Esports versus Army Geniuses, and we will close out the day with Execration versus Polaris. Wait, it's a full Filipino showdown, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
5v5 Filipinos.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup to watch when you do reach that Execration phase. I think it's going to be interesting to see in that last series just how much of a difference March made as a coach, right? Because he left. He's going off to greener pastures, I'm sure, when that's announced, wherever he may be. But Execration was that one team that improved the most with March. And changing their coach, I believe now it's Mr. Abeng coming in. It's a big change, right? It's a different style. Abeng is really familiar with all the players, but his analysis, his insights as a coach is going to be very different. So I'm wondering if Execration carried that learning from March or changed their style with Abeng on hand.
Has he ever coached any other team before this?
When he was inactive on Neon for a bit, I think he did, like on and off. There was that time he was kind of on the roster of Neon, off the roster. So I think he did it a little bit there, but not fully.
Yeah, huge shoes to fill though.
And our first match, Winter, any expectations for SMG versus Blacklist Rivalry? SMG were definitely on the come up towards the tail end of tour number 1, and Blacklist Rivalry were on the cusp of being able to qualify, but ended up falling short to Talon. Now, where do these 2 teams stand as we begin tour number 2?
I like SNG more in this series. I feel like they showed a lot more a higher seeding as a team towards the end, and Blacklist kind of, Blacklist Rivalry, they kind of stagnated a little bit. And even towards the end, I feel like they actually didn't play as well as before. There are a lot of issues that didn't really get resolved. I mean, Mike's there now to try to deal with, the issues, but good luck to him,
Yeah, we'll see how he succeeds, and that one will definitely be quite the pride victory for him if he's able to get that win. In our second series, Winter, you already spoke of Army Geniuses, but John, Bleed, having a handful of changes. Ice, and DJ on Bleed Esports now. You think that's enough to bring them to major contention success?
I think it can. It's just a matter of how much time they've had to play with each other as well with a lineup like Bleed, because I think when they had Masaras on, you had Jackie and Masaras working together well, right? They played with Play Hard in a few rosters before as well, so there was some chemistry on hand. With DJ and Ice, they've been stuck in higher tier teams on paper. So reintegrating with these different styles, maybe a language barrier as well. Jackie, still not the comfiest in English, although he can. He opened up a little bit more in Boom, but it's just nailing in that team play as 5 that I'm concerned about, because you look at Army Geniuses, this roster has been pretty much the same since last year. Again, a couple of changes here and there. They've had Clairvoyance just act as their coach for a pretty long time now. So I think that team is just much more working as a unit already, and it's going to be a bit of a test for them up against Bleed. Yeah. But if their team play is on point, it can go well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Bleed has a much better balance this time, because the last season I felt like they had they needed more experience on some of their core roles. Like Dubo is the most experienced player on that team, and sometimes one experienced player is not enough. You need to get more, at least one more on the core role, and hopefully Ice is there to give them what they need.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes you'd be hard-pressed to ever see an Ice roster and not think it was destined for success, but the shine has kind of gone off.
He's very rusty now. I've been watching his stream before heading to Peru, like the last couple of weeks before I went there. I felt like he's very rusty.
Really?
Yeah, super rusty. I asked him, he told me he didn't play Dota for I think it was 1 or 2 months. Yeah, so he needs some time to get back to where he was before.
Fair enough. And DJ, obviously formerly of Fnatic, formerly extremely long time on Fnatic. I saw the tribute video that they made for him, which was Very, very heartwarming. Obviously, a damn shame that Fnatic is now defunct as an organization, but if you go down to Division 2, it's kind of hard to justify the expenses, especially for the superstar roster that Fnatic had. But they inadvertently, in the process, have hashtag free DJ'd. And now he's on Bleed. And so hopefully this will be a resurgence for him as well, because the shine kind of was falling off for DJ over this past year as well, which was disappointing to see, but also the rise of new 4 positions is also encouraging.
Yeah. I think DJ's always been solid though, and I think having that addition for Bleed is pretty big. Like Play Hard, he's a solid player, but DJ's just, you know, his
Not
potential.
comparable.
Yeah, it's not comparable.
Yeah.
So as long as DJ pops off, as long as this is a lineup that he's comfy in, he can enable like a greedier core like Jackie here, which again, he's a great farmer. Boom Esports did enable his style quite a fair bit, so I'm keen to see Bleed kind of reach those heights with Jackie again.
Yeah, but sometimes I do question his motivation, you know. I feel like he's the most talented, and one of the most talented SEA players, you know, so far. But I feel like he's not really, like his motivation is not really in the right place, you know. I feel like he's putting his family, like he wants to be close to home, like he wants to be more comfortable, you know. And he's received a lot of very, very good offers in the past, and he never really go to the other teams, you know. He always wants to stay near his family, you know. And sometimes I feel like he's not as hungry as when he first started.
Yeah, one would say he would need some motivation and trust in his gaming, right?
Oh, John, I can tell we're going to have a great tour together. I'm already seeing the promise. As for our current matchup, it's going to be Blacklist Rivalry versus SMG. Blacklist Rivalry, mostly consistent, but as we alluded to, Mike Ninja Boogie Ross is going to be their coach this year, or rather this tour, which they didn't have a coach last tour, right, Winter? I'm pretty sure it was just Cuckoo helming the ship himself.
He's the captain and the coach.
Yeah.
They had an analyst, I think Nate Analyst, local PH caster, 7K MMR.
Okay.
So they had him working the back end, but not really coaching.
Is he still there helping out?
I think he is. He's still there, but again, as an analyst. So Ninja Boogie will have more impact here in comparison.
And a team that may have had at least one roster change in their players, Paulson is now on board for SMG instead of Raji, which it seems like SMG just kind of like shuffling these players around until they finally make a decision on who they want.
Yeah, they've been going in circles, right? Like Boomy in and out, and Paulson back in.
The supports are getting the rough end of things here.
Yeah, like Pilot. I was in that situation.
Every time they want to make a swap, must be a pos 5, you know, his boards are not good enough.
Well, I mean,
not buying enough sentries. Every time I click on the shop, 10 sentries, and
that's
then
That's why you lose in the games too. That's why you lose in your pubs. It's the support's fault.
You're not going to fire the CEO. That's never going to happen. So obviously,
how many CEOs do they have?
They have many. Yeah. I think last time they said they have a CFO, the financial officer, the CTO, technical officer, EO, the executive officer. They've got the whole board of directors there. And Paulson and Raji are just kind of there for the ride. Afu's sweating right now, hoping that he won't be next. But based off of SMG's performance over the last tour, I'm encouraged. I think that they found their sauce because they were kind of floating around. The main question that I have is how do you think Chidori's been growing into his role, Winter? Because he was probably the least competitively tested at the beginning of last tour. Now, how is he looking to you?
I mean, only time will tell, you know. In the beginning, they didn't really draft for him. He wasn't a priority. He was kind of the off-lane carry, I would say. So he didn't get a lot of priority in the draft. But towards the end, they started to give him a lot more priority. He was playing more like the Nature's Prophet, like the real win condition carries. And I felt like he did a pretty decent job overall. And he worked for the team in the end.
Yeah, it did. And we can take a look at the Blacklist Rivalry roster, perhaps. You should know most of them. It's Raven, Carl, Cuckoo, Tims, and AU. Found mostly success in tour number 1. Obviously, not making it to the major was heartbreaking, but if you do you think that Blacklist Rivalry, John, would have made a top 3 finish? No bias, seeing as how you are maybe somewhat loosely associated with Talent Esports.
Would they have been able to get a top 3?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Like that's the one thing. It's hard to say no. It's also hard to say yes. The track record, because this is a lineup that on paper they've done deep runs in tournaments before.
Sure.
So they could get it done. It's just, I mean, to be fair, no one expected Talent to get a deep run either.
No,
right? Like they had an atrocious first 2 weeks going into the major. It's like, all right, Talent's gonna bomb out again. We're all used to that and see, but They surprised us. So I think if Talon could do that, surely Blacklist could have. It's just Southeast Asia is a very competitive region, you know.
Yeah,
Lots
but
of good
they
players.
have very different ingredients, you know. Blacklist, I feel like, when I look at their games last season, I feel like they have too many people trying to be the star player, like too many players that want to be the win condition. And if you compare that to Talon, I feel like in the beginning, they didn't really understand how to draft. Like they were trying to prioritize jabs a lot, pick his hero too early or something along those lines. But eventually when they figure things out, I feel like they on the other hand, they have the balance between the cores there. Sometimes you see 23, he's actually playing a more sacrificial carry.
True.
He's trying to help his team a lot more, come to defend the towers and give jabs or Mikoto more farm. And I feel like when I look at Blacklist, I don't feel like they have that ingredient, which I feel is very, very important for a team to be successful now. You can't be the win condition every game, you know.
Yeah, maybe it's a factor of just being an all-star team as well. Like, do you think that's one thing? Like, all these players, they know how good they are, so they expect themselves to carry the game each. Like, is that something that plays into it in the team?
Yeah, it's very, very likely that reason, you know. That's why when you are making a team, when you're figuring out the ingredients, what you're trying to put together, you have to have that in mind that you want players that can fulfill certain roles in the game, you know, and obviously the person that's going to be the captain, he's going to have a very, very huge impact on that decision. He's going to try to structure a draft strategy around that, and it's going to be important that he feels like he has the right people around him.
Yeah, whenever I would see Blacklist players like not being top net worth or whatever, rarely did I feel like it was their choice. It was more like, oh, I'm having kind of a bad game, and that's why things are going poorly right now. As opposed to on Talon, whenever you're someone's lower net worth, it seems intentional. It seems more tactical. But now we can see what 7.32E will be bringing us, because it's draft time for our very, very first match. Team SMG versus Blacklist Rivalry. First picks were for SMG, and they took the Rubik, banned out the Naga Siren, the Hoodwink. Blacklist Rivalry, they ban out the Broodmother and Beastmaster. And first phase, Silencer Marsa.
It's an adjustment. I mean, it's not too far off, but prioritizing the Marcy early is certainly not something a lot of teams do. It can still have a lot of impact. We do have Lina and Nature's Prophet sliding through here, Winter. Like those, you mentioned not too much of a shift in cores. Like those two were first phase priority towards Lina, but towards DPC on almost all regions as well.
I think Lina is like, you might want to play her as a magic role now. I don't feel like as a carry.
I heard her hybrid build seems to have the most success now.
Yeah, but you've been telling me, John, about like the Beastmaster. Like you feel like the hero is gonna be really, really good now with the Meteor Hammer build.
Yeah.
As an offlane or mid, you know, have you seen it?
I think it's still like offlane. I think when we used to see it with the Meteor Hammer build, it was offlane. Like the mid Beastmaster really was on Yags. So I think offlane you can go for that. It's weird because you still want the Rat, but you get a lot of impact with a Roar Meteor Hammer.
I feel like I've seen so many Meteor Hammers right now on the offlane. Like everybody seems to be getting the item right away. I'm not sure if it's gonna be good long term because right now we are in early days of the new change. So it might be just everyone trying to feel things out, you know. We don't know if that's actually the best build for most of your offlane heroes right now. I mean, it does give you like really good stats for the lane, like good regen, mana regen, HP regen, and you get to kill the towers a lot faster, and it definitely works better when your hero has a setup.
Yeah. I've seen Magnus Meteor Hammer RP into that.
Yeah.
Again, it's a bit of a meme, but it works.
The stats is just really good for the laning phase. I think that's what the players like a lot about the item. And on the other hand, the other old heroes, you guys mentioned Nature's Prophet and Lina. Brood is still like, I feel like the change is so minor, you know, like 10%. Was it like around 10%, the level 1 move speed?
Yeah, so Spinweb at level 1, your move speed went from 18% to 10%.
Yeah, it's not, I don't feel like it's that big of a deal for the hero. And the other nerfs feel very, very minor as well for the Spiderling's duration.
Yeah.
40 seconds.
It went from 40, 45, 50 to a flat 40 on the Spiderlings, and Spider Rights used to last a minute, and now they last 40 seconds.
That doesn't seem much for me.
Yeah.
And Rubik got only a change for the lift, right? When you're lifting allies,
Yeah, I didn't
you don't get the reduced cooldown.
Which I didn't even know was a thing. I read that and I was just like, he was getting reduced cooldown the entire time? Why was that ever a thing? And so yeah, that was the nerf. And then his level 10 landing damage talent was minorly nerfed. It went from 175 damage to 150 damage. Whoop-de-doo.
I still think the hero's great.
He's really good.
Yeah. It just gives you so much. Like stealing some big spells in both these fights would be great. It's a bit harder with a silencer here. I like that answer coming out from SMG, so you're taking a little bit of that bite away from your Rubik in these bigger team fights. Curiously enough, I've seen a lot of Rubik steal global silence. I think I saw it a couple of times in Lima as well. It does
shockingly
happen.
often.
So it could be valuable here as well.
Yeah. And then
so
I'm happy to see Ricky. I think he was one of the recipients.
Ricky's gone, right?
Yeah. He's gone.
Is
You
he
think
gone?
he's just straight up gone? So the nerf was Sleep Dart cast range went from 1,000 to 600.
Yeah, so you'll always be in sentry range when you're doing it.
True, yes. And then the cooldown went from 12 seconds to 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty substantial enough.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Oh, there's something you were talking about. Winter Jakiro comes out.
yeah, Jakiro. He got a change to
His ice pad, right? Like lasts
duration.
longer.
So like if you walk, I mean the duration is the same, but the
stun
the
duration.
stun duration is the same, but the ice duration, I don't know how to explain it.
It's like the totem, right?
Yeah,
Like
the fissure thing.
Yeah.
So if you go on it, you still get iced. Yeah, it's a pretty nice. I think it's a pretty nice change for the hero. And on the other hand, for SMG, I always like to talk about the 8th pick when you're first pick. So they decided to go for Terrorblade on the 8th pick after seeing Marcy. Is Marcy right now better as a carry compared to offlane? Like towards the end of last season, we've been seeing Marcy played more as a carry.
Even in Lima, I feel like she was primarily played as a carry.
Yeah.
And you were saying offlane as the other one. I would have thought like
Yeah,
fourth position.
before we went to Lima,
Oh,
like
okay.
China played it a couple of games. I felt like it was pretty successful on the offlane. But so the Terrorblade here is, I feel like it's a direct answer to the Marcy carry.
Yeah.
Because Terrorblade just out DPS's Marcy later, you out carry Marcy later. But on the other hand, in the early game, if Marcy gets a good start, the Terrorblade might have some difficulty dealing with the timings of the Marcy hero.
Can you rebound into Meteor Hammer?
That's a good question.
Ah,
You could probably channel it.
probably
The
channel.
range is a little bit awkward though, because you're running in first.
That's
so
true.
You can't
Yes.
really
You
cast.
need to like center it like right on
Yeah.
yourself whenever you land.
But you could try. That would be
There's
funny.
no way it's a good idea. Man.
How about some more bad ideas? Storm Meteor Hammer with Axe.
Storm Meteor
That's one,
Hammer.
right?
I
No,
think
Jakiro Meteor Hammer is a decent one.
Yeah, that's actually
not a bad
that's not
idea,
even me. That's legitimate. You could push really fast. The Venge coming out from SMG, I'm a fan of Venge. I know SMG is a team that used to pick it up a lot, especially when KP was there.
Is there a change on bench?
I don't recall
No,
any
right?
major changes. I just like the hero a lot.
She was ignored in the changelog.
Like it is such a stable hero. It does look like a Venge support with our Doom going off lane though. But I remember SMG was the team that used to pick like this Alchemist Venge off lane duo. They go minus armor and max and
Yeah,
stable,
yeah.
and it was really cool.
Yeah.
They're not doing that here, but it's still fun to see them go back to at least Venge.
I guess it's a way to buff the Terrorblade. The draft is kind of centered around it, but I don't like Venge against Silencer because you can't swap.
Oh, yeah.
They jump in global, and then what do? If you are sure, if you are rich, or if you are fat, you have Lotus, you have BKB. But you know, most of the time you don't have that item. If you are played as a support.
For sure.
Granted, it's not that mission critical to save anyone with a swap. I mean, Terrorblade is probably the most vulnerable, but like...
Yeah, but if it's not picked for the swap to save a teammate, then why would you pick
That's
the hero?
true.
That would be weird, right?
Unless they just want one more physical damage core, one more minus armor core for their mid laner, I suppose.
I mean, the buffs to Terrorblade are good, like Winter said. I think there is value in your shard here. Like the double stun is
Oh,
nice. It's
yeah,
just
yeah,
not,
yeah.
It's not amazing. Like Storm's pretty hard to catch. Marcy's pretty hard to catch with that thing bouncing around. So getting a hard lock in for the Storm, especially, it still has to be the Doom for the most part. But you have good follow through with the Venge on hand.
Yeah, but you don't want to start as a Venge in most cases.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a really big fan of picking the bench here, but we'll have to see. You know, they're gonna need like a last hero that can sort of. Oh my God! Okay, they go for the Kotal again, the SMG special. Which role are they gonna play the Kotal?
What was the point of the Venge then? This is a magic damage dealing core.
I think we are back to week 1,
great.
where SMG they have no idea what they want to pick. And
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Like Magic Missile gets a damage buff at its 15 talent, I believe, plus 200. Chakra that with your shard. It is a lot of damage. I mean,
suppose
this is
so.
not the hero you'd want to chakra up, but hey, you could do it.
SMG is back with their garbage draft, and Blacklist has has some nicer ideas going on here. It should be a.
You wouldn't even. You're not even giving Blacklist the benefit. You're saying nicer. It's not even that great. It's the nicer than
okay,
SMG.
because I don't know. I'm giving them a benefit of the doubt. It's a new patch. They have some new heroes. I don't know how well they will work together. But overall, I can see that they have some good things going on with the Primal. Primal is really good against Kotl. It's really good against the Terrorblade in the lane. So Storm is also really good against the Kotl. It's just easy to side with their lineup. I would out of 10 games, I'd rather be their lineup.
Yeah.
For sure. It's easier to execute. Your team fight feels better. You've got some early answers for the TV. You can just prevent Chidori from getting that farm up. And as long as you kind of keep that Doom and TB down, like these two guys will want to farm. A Kotl will need initial farm as well. It's a little bit slower.
Yeah, so they're very strong when they ball together. They get their items. But before they get to that stage, I feel like the Storm and the Primal, they're very, very strong pick-off potential. And after the pickoffs, and you look at the team fights, right? Jakiro and Silencer, they are really, especially Silencer, the global Silencer is going to be so good against all their heroes. That's why I would rather be Blacklist Rivalry's lineup anytime, if you ask me. I'd rather be their lineup.
Is anyone building a meter hammer this game?
Oh,
that's what I want.
I guess bench.
Venge. I have seen you. So you channel it on yourself, and then you do the swap, and then they immediately get hit by it when it lands. I don't think it's good. I don't advocate for it, but it is great for highlight reels. And I know one person who's a big enthusiast of Venge, although it's typically in a core role. It's our caster, Capitalist, joined with SVG.
Thank you, Tsunami. That's right. I am a big Avenge fan, though I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this draft so much. Avery? Winter called it garbage? Do you agree?
Winter calls a lot of stuff garbage. Let's be honest here. Winter be throwing shots left and right. That's why he gets hired. They pay him per the disc, so that man's making bank. We all know that. It's day one. It's week one. It's a new patch. You're gonna see some experimentation, right? I a little bit agree. I think if this boss coup Primal Beast pops off, you're going to be in for a rough one here, because you have first phase terribly, and you're going to get your map rolled between Storm and the Primal. But if that doesn't happen, you get to late game Doom territory. This Kotl has some control going. Things get a little murkier, So I give it let's see, 60-40. 60-40 sounds pretty reasonable.
60-40.
I'm not gonna say who it's favored to. I'm just saying 60-40.
I'm fairly certain that Blacklist Rivalry is favored both just on the team matchup as well as the draft matchup. So, yeah,
that's probably
and
true.
Plus, I have to imagine there is a hefty amount of incentive for Blacklist Rivalry to win this game because, after all, this is a team that almost made it to the major before they crumpled in their last couple of series there, including the tiebreaker. That was a pretty rough one to watch, but Blacklist ultimately was not able to clutch that out. And then they were like, okay, well, apparently our drafting needs a little work or something. So they go ahead and pick up Ninja Boogie. And so not only does Blacklist want to be able to win this game one, just to be able to set off their season right for season two, make up for the unfortunate downfall of season one, but also Ninja Boogie really wants to be able to prove himself this new coaching spot against Midwan, his former teammate. So, there's a lot going on here for Blacklist, I think.
Oh, you saying they got a little revenge plot going on? Is that what you're trying to insinuate?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think Ninja Boogie would. I think Ninja Boogie would be upset if we didn't talk about that right now.
That's probably true. So you did him justice. I'll leave it at that. I'll let you stir the beef pot. I'm just gonna do an analysis. You're always drama baiting. Nothing new here. And this should be right at home, right, Cap? Instantly back into the pauses. Just came from Lima. It's
yeah.
Feels right at home. I get some time to talk about some more stuff. The one thing I was gonna mention is, okay, you want to get revenge here against SMG. I think that's all fair. But the one hero that SMG started to destroy people with last season was this Doombringer, right? The mid one Doom. We did not see this guy lose a single lane with this hero.
Yeah.
A lot of those lanes were destruction level events. They were apocalypse scenarios where I was worried that game was just going to end off that lane alone. Because a lot of times when you lose a lane that hard, it just bleeds into everything else on the map, right? The one thing is I think mid one got stuck in some weird itemizations. If you remember those games, like he ended up in pseudo utility, pseudo damage. I think it's been one of the issues for SMG as a whole. Is like who is their win condition, right? I think they oftentimes have trouble figuring it out and playing behind it. Even a game like this, is your win condition your first phase Terrorblade with Avenge buff? Is it your Doombringer going like Ag's Refresher? Is it Moon? Is Moon just playing like a pure utility coddle? Is he playing, I don't know, more damage somewhere with Dag and E-Blade at some point? Or like an even Orchid coddle versus Storm, which is what we saw this matchup kind of develop into at a certain point. It's kind of murky, right? Whereas I think...
Is there something wrong with that? Is there something wrong with basically giving yourself multiple win conditions and just kind of saying like, okay, we'll just see how the first 20 minutes of the game plays out, and whoever is like actually, you know, owning the game, that's who will put the win condition behind? Or do you think that ultimately leaves like your strategy to unfocused?
I think if humans were smarter, it would work out. Like that's kind of how that's actually how like the open AI plays, right? Whoever just starts getting farm, they start to itemize and just play around that guy.
Yeah.
They don't really care what that hero is. But I think humans are kind of bad at that. They need more direction. They need more focus. And I think especially if you want to go deeper in a qualifier, get to a LAN and do well in LAN, then it helps to have an overall strategic direction in your draft and who is going to click on at what time, and you're going to play through this guy. It can also be like 2 or 3 people, you know, if you understand, maybe it's a way your team fighting, right? We're going to play the fights like based off the poke between 2 or 3 heroes. We're going to play the fights based off this guy's initiation into this guy's AoE control. Like it can be stuff like this that involves more than one guy, but I think you have to have a direction. And I just felt like SMG, a lot of times last season, they got a little lost in terms of like, okay, how are we actually winning this game? And so I think this is another draft where it's like, is it a Terrorblade draft? Is it a Doombringer draft? Then there's just this coddle. There's like Avenge in here. There's a lot of random pieces. I want to see it come together. You know, I'm calling them out. Make it come together, itemize for each other. That's what I liked about Execration last season. I feel like they itemized all in the same direction, and they won a lot of games off it, even against teams that they were in theory outgunned by a lot of people's metrics. So that is what I would look for in a lot of teams. We'll see if it happens. I'm optimistic.
Can you guys be quiet, please?
Are you also hyped for some new chat wheel lines? New season, new chat wheel lines to spam? I mean, what's Force going to be rocking this year? You know, that's the big question.
I don't want to see it. I want it hidden from me as long as possible.
I mean, I already feel like this. Can you guys be quiet, please? From Blacklist Rivalry is pretty good. I like it. It's a nice anti-chat wheel line.
All these Southeast Asian voice lines, they all sound trolly. You ever notice this? They're all, no matter what the line is, it just sounds like the guy he made it to troll you. He didn't give a fuck what it actually is. It's just, he made it to troll your ass. He's going to spam it in the game and make it as annoying as possible. I think it's the regional meta, honestly, which I kind of like, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's been my experience with my C-pubs, so... That's I like it too, you know. I like some spice in my games, you know. It gives make games memorable.
I mean, there's been a lot of memorable SDA games, and I haven't even been here for this long, so I'll give it to them. And honestly, I kind of miss it when I leave, you know. I go cast other regions, like what the hell is this game? It ends in like 20 minutes. Someone gets base pushed. Like, get this garbage out of here. We didn't even get the tier 5 neutral items. This is not even a game of Dota.
Yeah, I feel like C is really the most human region when it comes to the Dota play. You know, like when I'm watching Western Europe, it feels sometimes a little bit robotic. You know, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do the same things. Oh, we secured a lead. Let's just go ahead and secure it some more. But Southeast Asia, it's full of the fun Dota.
That is one word for it. I'll agree with that.
Hey, what do you think about? What do you think about Carry Marcy again? Raven's going to be rocking that for Blacklist in this game. Are you still thinking this is good?
I still have faith in Carry Marcy. I have more faith in it now that a lot of the ranged carries got nerfed. Because this hero excels versus melee carry matchups. He just out-man fights everybody. He's I don't know if he's a poor man's Ursa or a rich man's Ursa, but he's somebody's something Ursa. and he just punches you at a certain point, you can't punch him back, right? He wins the man fight.
Yeah.
So if you get in that scenario, he will carry the game. But the range carries, the gap close was way too hard, and the map became way too hard to play because he can't jungle and he can't really shove waves until way later.
Yeah.
So you have to play this long lane phase
Quiet, please.
versus single target heroes that don't outrange you. It's kind of like a lot of conditions for you to feel good about this hero. But if you get that, yeah, I think you feel pretty decent, you know? I still believe in what the hero does. You just have to pick him in a scenario where he can do that thing, and that's all you need from him, because you're not getting anything else. Get some whistles.
AU does end up falling to the combination. Once again, this mid one's off lane continues to win. I feel like he had a 100% win rate last season in the lane. Obviously not when it comes to the games, but they were always winning their lane, and it seems like once again they managed to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon here. Midwan is going to take a bunch of damage trying to get out of here.
I think he's good.
Yeah, he is going to be okay.
I mean, he hasn't even eaten a creep yet because he took the early Infernal Blade, so at least you're going to strike some region back here. But yeah, once again, I feel like early lanes going a little bit SMG's way. I mean, Coddle's always going to free farm mid. There's not much you can do about it, and bottom is another one of those. You're just going to trade farm unless Bosku just takes it to Jidori here, which there's a decent chance. Level 3 to 5 is pretty scary for Tearaway down here.
Well, Midwan is going to get low again. They're just going to keep jumping at him, and they finally do manage to bring him down. So that even things out quite a bit, actually.
That's super nice. Anytime you get killed with Marcy, that makes your laning stage that much better. You get to stay on here longer because you're in a stronger position. Again, you just don't want to end up in the jungle with this hero. It is a nightmare. You're not built for it. Anime does not thrive in the darkness. Actually, it does. This analogy doesn't work. Big way for mid one though, and he's gonna go utility. So that again, that points to the question of okay, if you have mid one going Vanguard and utility, and you have Moon on a Coddle, presumably a utility mid. At least last patch was buying ores and stuff. Gears putting it all in this first phase Terrorblade that they had like 4 picks to respond to.
I mean, but is the Terrorblade actually that countered? I feel like at least the 1-to-1 matchup is not too bad. Marcy versus TV.
That's true. I mean, honestly, it's not the worst Terrorblade.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Primal Beast matchup is that bad until way later, and
big blast. Wilson's going to fall, and Moon's going to take a lot of damage as he tries to get out of here, but Carl has the pullback here, so I think they've got him dead as well. That is more intelligence going over to the silencer. That was a crazy dive scenario that was going on there. Tim's going to fall, meanwhile, in the bottom lane. SMG do at least manage to right the ship a little bit more after what was just a disastrous mid lane dive. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, this mid dive like doesn't even make sense.
No.
Why are you ganking us? Why are you ganking for a Coddle with a level 3 Rubik who had limited resources for water runes? If you're gonna do this play, you get the level advantage. You can test the 6-minute rune, right? This is just
sure. Yeah.
He even bought early raindrop in Mount Lawn, so this Storm is not an easy kill. He has 9 armor under the tower. This is a very weird go, and they paid a big price here because this is a game where Carl can carry as Chidori. That level 4 Primal Beast, that's a lot of damage. And what I was saying is if Bosku gets this level 3 to 5 window and starts kicking Chidori out the lane, that start you gave the Storm is going to punish you really hard because he's going to have rune control and now he can hunt your Terrorblade. And again, Terrorblade, yeah, it's an okay Terrorblade game, but he has to be in position to carry it. This hero's still not a crazy old Terrorblade back in the day when I was not an old garbage can of a Dota player, you know, back in my prime.
Oh, you were once a young garbage can? I didn't know that.
That's true. That's true. I was just
it's like a young Oscar the Grouch, you know? You just does his personality really change that much?
A small waste paper basket. But now I'm a full grown North American dumpster. And soon I'll be a dumpster fire. The final evolution. When I am ousted from the
you're sounding like you're some kind of really messed up Pokemon.
I mean, it's an evolution nobody wants to undergo, but somebody has to do it.
Wilson, he's gonna fall. Yeah.
Oh my God, 8 and stolen already, dude.
Dude, how
That's
is
out of control.
how does this like roaming, this weird roaming silencer work out so well?
Honestly, rolling sounds was pretty good. Like his skills are really strong in the skirmishes.
Oh, Bosku catches up to him and Chidori is dead again. I mean, this Primal Beast, I don't think you can play the lane anymore as Terrorblade. Primal Beast answers this hero way too well.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still here. Again, the 3 to 5 is where it ramps up, but by the time you're at 5 on this hero, there is no way you're staying on this lane as Terrorblade unless you're just going on him and killing him.
Yeah.
Which, level 1 meta, you're just not equipped to do it. He should have gone jungle a little bit. That's not a kill you want to feed away, and now all of a sudden Blacklist, they're coming out of this laning phase pretty happy that we were looking at it like, oh, mid one's going to stop it. He did get a mana burn creep in the end, but he's not even winning his lane. He's getting pushed deep. Who's got 8 intelligence. Carl got gifted a double kill mid, and now Bosku's heating up. Everything going Blacklist way, except for Moon, who's still top of the net worth because he is a keeper of the light.
Raven's got his level 6. He's going to go for the kill. Mid one is very, very dead. Not much answers this Marcy, you know, if you're left alone against her, but they are going to be able to turn around on Raven. Goes for the TP out. Very smart move. Nice play.
And now you're bringing Moon off mid. You're just messing with his farming patterns. He's kind of stuck up here. Use ult for it in a TP. You're losing a full wave mid under the tower right now. This is a lot of economic damage early for SMG. I mean, look at where mid one is on this Doom. This is not where you want Doom coming out of the lane phase.
Oh, no. Not at all.
He doesn't even have his Vanguard.
Doom might just die again. Carl with the double damage is going to take full advantage of it and get another kill mid-one. Immediately the tip comes out from Bosku. They know they're tilting mid-one. They've got to be at this point, and Carl isn't even going to die. These two supports do no damage, especially now without a spell steal on Rubik, so...
Oh man, Blacklist are in a position to just run this game over because they have a lot of early damage and SMG do not. You look at the raindrops that Blacklist are buying right now, Tim's just going to walk it off. Like, where is the damage in any of these 2 or 3 man goes, right?
Oh yeah, it's just baiting into Bosku to show up and get the kill easily on Afu. He falls 2 to 9. Blacklist Rivalry is getting very far ahead now.
They just have all the early game damage. If you don't lose lanes with these kind of laps, you can invade the early jungle areas. They have great cores to do it. You have the levels on your supports. Level 5 on 8 with 10 in. He's ready to fight. I don't know if he wants to fight all this, but
no. Hey, he was trying to block out. He's trying to stop the pulls and stuff like that. He blocked out the hard camp. I think he wants to deny that ancient camp. They at least do get the return kill for Carl, and so he continues to get farther and farther ahead. You know, I'm disappointed we didn't get to see Blacklist on land, just because I always like watching Carl against you know, the international competition.
Oh, I thought it's because you bet on him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it's okay to admit it, Cap.
If I was a betting man, I would have lost a lot of money at Lima because I did not expect Talon to make it so far. I'll be honest, but
I don't think Talon expected that.
I'm not sure who somebody in chat did. I'm sure, but I feel like
somebody became a literal millionaire off that.
Well, then they lost it all in the lower bracket finals, so you know it evens things out.
What can you do? You know, you gotta weigh expectations, feel the pressure. It was the fact they played versus standard. It diffused them. You know what I'm saying? And then,
yeah. No, I mean, I heard you talk about it. You said Talon was going to win the major until they ran into a stand-in.
I think it was a death blow, honestly.
Yeah.
But this is a pretty big blow. Tier 1 off lane dead. This is not the mid 1 lane dominance we were used to. He is 1 and 4 with a Vanguard first that got delayed and didn't save him at all. Now you feel really bad with this item. You need this kill on Raven with the Doom, and you need it bad.
Oh no, he's gonna get the jump! He doesn't have swap either. He's still level 4 on Venge, so Polosin was the one who got the tome. He has level 6, but Abu, it's gonna be a while before he gets swapped. Bosku gonna complete a BKB at a very fast timing, I think. This is gonna be real rough. They're gonna have to like swap save people and just give away kills against this BKB. Like at best, you're hoping to save a core and let a support die to the Primal Beast instead when he has BKB.
That's a big question. Who's gonna deal with Crown?
I don't know.
I don't really know either.
Swap and Doom.
I mean, you can do him, but I don't think you feel good about doing him in this game.
No.
You want to be able to Doom Storm, ideally, but then you have to land a stun on him, too. I mean, if that happens, you're really happy, but then it's a question of... I feel like you have to get the Ags on Doom this game to feel good in the fights, honestly. I know it's really early to be saying that, but, like...
Yeah.
You're building a lot of utility, and you're not winning these early skirmishes. This is a big fight you need to win right here, and you're fighting
the global silence. Really nicely timed, right as these heroes try and go in. Oh, Bosco, what a fucking hit. Jesus! He just demolished that front line. Raven is going to die. Chidori was completely unanswered, so...
All right.
That was...
That looked way worse than it actually was.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, they did
I think
read
just because Chidori was just able to chill.
Oh, they have mech early. But Carl is
Carl jumps right into the blast. Nice push away from Moon. Really well timed. There's a Primal Beast answer right there.
Yeah,
It won't deal with BKB, but...
Carl is regenning up. This is a dangerous power push if he wants to re-engage. He's gonna have full resources.
Carl.
Let it go.
He got the deny. Did you see that? He zipped over and got the last hit. That was sick.
What an absolute beast. I don't know. What can you... I mean, this is why you wanted to see this guy on land, right?
Yeah.
He's a goddamn monster.
I mean, it's a little... We were talking a little doom and gloom, but, like, you know, that mid-fight, they're only 1,000 net worth behind. They've got... I think one thing... Blacklist, how do they hit towers confidently? Because what hero does that for you that doesn't want to get, like, swap Doom? That's the thing. Every single time you go to hit a tower, there's a potential for you to get swapped into a Doom.
Well, it sounds like you're saying they need a certain item that may or may not have gotten buffed that would help them take objectives. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, that could help. That could help for sure. I don't think I actually have the heroes to use that item, but
maybe it rhymes with leader rammer. That was the best I could come up with. Well, I'm glad I've
dumbest rhyme I've ever heard.
I'm glad I broke cap day one because, you know.
Yeah, good job. Good work.
I mean, they don't have
out of curiosity, when you said that, what kind of leader were you referring to? Like leader as in leading the charge, or leader as in a... Oh no, they jumped an illusion.
All right, Carl, come on, man. You had the deny, you had the highlight reel going for you, about to get a Reddit thread, but now you messed it all up, man. I'm disappointed in you. I mean, I was thinking like a liter of gasoline, you know?
Okay,
that's fuel, baby, and then ram it in. That's the meteor hammer way.
Okay.
The thing is, they don't have a meteor hammer buyer, so...
No, they don't.
Tough luck. Tough luck, kid. I don't know. Unlucky, you know? What
I mean,
will
they
have is
said...
a very fast primal DPC, which is scary.
Yeah, that is pretty scary. They said this draft is garbage on the side of SMG.
Yeah, but winner.
But neither draft uses Meteor Hammer. How could it possibly be meta if neither draft is able to build Meteor Hammer?
I mean, because these guys actually want to win.
They're gonna doom him?
I know.
They're gonna doom him. This kill is so worth it. It's worth the doom. Just throw it out there.
I mean, especially since you're not really getting good dooms off in this game.
Yeah.
And I think he went back for Midas here, right? Yeah. So early Vanguard, not doing much from this game. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised he went to Vanguard because this doesn't even strike me as a Vanguard game. Like, who cares about Vanguard this game? It's okay, but it's not amazing, you know? And then you're going back for Midas. This is what I'm saying, dude. Every mid-1 Doom game is just some weird item puzzle. Where you, like, finish the puzzle and there's, like, 3 pieces missing. They're from a different puzzle. How did these end up in the box? But sometimes,
like, wait a minute, it was supposed to be a group of horses, and instead it turned into some monstrosity animal.
Carl is the only animal in this game. 4-0 and 4. My God, he is finishing the puzzle for them. And
It just creates a chimera out of his items. Going for more. Nice telekinesis timing from Pelosin. Well played.
Decent. I also like this Veil pickup on Tim's. I think this is an item that's still pretty solid. We saw it in TI a lot from Tundra, and then it kind of fell off, but if some of the auras fall a bit out of meta, it's still a decent damage amp, especially when you have Storm with Witchblade. Just goes ham.
Mid one was certain that they were just going for that mid tower, I think, but Carl makes the call. TP up, rotate, kill him. Pretty nice.
I mean, he heard you. They don't have building damage, so just kill the heroes.
Yeah, that is an option.
They have hero damage. The hammer, the leader rammer comes later.
No.
Oh, this is going to be a very fun season unless you.
Raven in some trouble. They do have the BKB on Bosku, though. They're going to use the little bit of movement to help Raven get out of there. The charge on through. Bosku's just trying to run interference and make sure that his carry gets out alive. But at the same time, nice swap actually does manage to keep Afu alive. And now the BKB is worn out on Bosku. He's going to go for a TP out, a desperation one, but it works. 150 HP left, but he does manage to make it out. All that dies is the supports. That was pretty good for SMG. Avery, as time goes on, I'm feeling like SMG is more and more favored. This is not looking that bad for them.
I mean, we just have not seen the full power of anime unleashed yet. Once Raven hits critical mass,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
no one will be able to stand
Dire
the
are
pummeling.
scanning.
Just look at Marcy's icon on the minimap. You ever notice that, by the way? It's just the most shit-eating grin of all time.
Is that it? It's the picture that they released of her in the first place. She's very happy.
Oh, well, it's too happy. I don't like it. It's unnerving.
It's too happy. See, the thing is Avery is a grouch. So anybody who's just happy all the time, he immediately finds it suspicious.
That's not even true. I'd like to think of myself as an optimistic
Radiant's top
cynic.
tower is under attack.
What does that even mean?
It means that good things can come out of suffering, as you know, maybe
In
Tim
his
can make something
room?
here. No, he-
Kills Tim's. They get a little bit more.
That's a level 4 dual breath steal too.
Oh,
There's
that's
some
nice.
good Jakiro. I mean, every time you play versus Jakiro with Rubik, you want that ice path, but you'll take this as
Okay. Oh, nice swap. Blood to Marcy. He chased after him. Raven could stick on
power
top
of
of it.
anime.
And the Primal Beast charge is there too. You cannot run away from this lineup. They have way too much catch.
just an overextension, right? You're just getting greedy at the triangle here. You don't have your Doom there. You don't have your Terrorblade. That is not your fight to take, and you get punished hard. And every time you give Marcy a free fight, she's really happy because she has Battle Fury clocking, working towards that BKB. I believe Marcy will outfight Terrorblade in this game.
You think so? Really?
Yeah, I think at 5 or 6 slots, you take over the matchup. Honestly, I know that's a hard pill to swallow because I know there's a lot of Terrorblade fans out there that
Radiant's middle
just refuse to
tower
believe
is under
Terrorblade can ever
attack.
get out carried by anything. But I
I
don't
mean,
know.
my thing is that hero just has so much armor that I have a hard
I
time
know,
seeing
but-
how.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. Once the leader rammer starts getting
Radiant's
jammed,
bottom tower is under attack.
it's over.
Oh, nice
It's over.
swap back. This is what I'm talking about. The swap backs into the stuns, but the global silence covers it and makes sure there's no follow up there. So nicely played.
And he gets an arcane rune on his way out. Big claps for Carl here, channeling his inner Quinn to start the season off early.
And everyone should want to channel their inner Quinn at this point.
I mean, I think conceptually Terrorblade is good for Marcy, but I think Marcy is just one of these kind of fake late game heroes where if you are stuck in the arena with her in the straight man fight, it's pretty hard to, like, you're just not beating sidekick on Unleash. So you need to recreate the gap. But Terrorblade can
Well, if
recreate the gap.
fake late game hero implies that it's like bad late game. Like you think it's a late game hero, but it's not.
Nah, I meant fake, you know, you thought it was a rubber ducky and it was an Abrams tank, you know.
Okay.
It was a fake duck.
So it was a deceptive late game carry.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
You thought it was a seagull, it was an Apache helicopter. You got faked out. You think
It's
she's
smoke.
a little anime girl, but actually she's an atomic bomb, as we're gonna find out.
Ran into the
Chidori will
TV.
try and
The
win
TV
the
does
man
have
fight.
BKB, but they have BKB on Marcy as well. And Chidori is taking a lot of damage from that. He needs a Sunder target, or maybe he just needs to get the hell out of here because Blacklist Rivalry have cleanly won the area, but they didn't get much for it. All they got was the Venge. Who cares?
They got meta. They got terribly. You traded BKB, so yeah, not a huge amount. You do get this really good deep ward that's days. That's valuable here. If you get another smoke there, you get another good fight. You're just roaching off that. And Aegis for Blacklist is huge this game because you put it on the Storm, and he just goes ham. You have Global to bail him out as well. He doesn't have to go some garbage BKB that he doesn't want to go this game.
Dire are scanning.
22 minutes in, 7-20. Blacklist are up, but not by a huge amount. And I mean, okay, dude, so enough about the Marcy versus TB. We've heard how you feel.
No,
I obviously am not going to.
There's a lot more to discuss here.
Okay, all right. I mean, I was going to talk about some of the other heroes, such as Midwan's Doom, who is going to be scaling big into the late game.
He does have BKB now, so he's catching up. Midas Devour will do that. It is inevitable. But here is that smoke back to the ward. So you can keep farming, but I don't think you're stronger in the 5-on-5 right now because you're playing catch-up farm, and you went pure utility on this Coddle. So again, you're lacking damage, especially.
Oh, and they see the TB. Is BKB still on cooldown, or maybe they can just get the chain stun? They should be able to get it pretty easily here. Chidori gets wrecked by all that magic damage. I mean, they have tons of magic damage if they get the initiation.
I'd like to paint a story for you, Cap, if I may.
Okay. Go ahead, Bob Ross.
Everybody in the chat, let's take a minute and imagine this game 2 minutes ago, where Capitalist Dota, supposedly the highest MMR play-by-play, said, "What did they get off that fight?" Well, they got more than Avery,
this is not your time, as they are going to keep fighting without the Terrorblade, apparently. I don't know if that's a good idea, because the BKB does not go off from mid one, and they fought without their carries, so that didn't go well.
How do you take this fight? You have no damage.
I don't know,
Now
but they're
you're
going to
gonna
keep
have no
sticking
damage.
around. Now it's a 3 versus 5. Now it's a 2 versus 5.
Why?
Radiant's middle tower
question.
is under attack.
Why do you want to take this fight? I don't think you have nearly as much damage as you think you do. Like, Doom is not some auto kill spell this game. By any means, right? There's some disengage on the Blacklist side. You have to be able to chain it with a stun. Mid one can't just man up here. He didn't get BKB off though, which does change a decent amount, but that's just not the fight I would have voted to take.
Stupendous.
It also killed my bid, which
That is the most disappointing part of all, wasn't it?
honestly a little bit, yeah. I'm kind of sad.
You want to try that one again?
No, it's dead.
Oh, okay.
As mid one's dreams of being top net worth in this game are dead. It is dead.
Well, gank coming in the bottom lane. Tim's has been aggressively pushing this out. And
Might have
he is going
made
to be
it.
found before the team. Wait,
what?
What?
Okay.
Awkward. How did he get away
Nobody,
from that?
nobody saw that.
Yeah, well,
I think it was one of those things where he clicked them and then he somehow got fogged again or something.
yeah, that was a weird refogging situation.
I mean, it looks like he sees them because I think he clicked them out of the fog, so it automatically right-clicked right, and then he lost fog again. I don't know. I'm gonna give him benefit of the doubt, but that's a bad gank to miss. Not only because you don't get the kill, but because you're all stuck bottom, which means easy Roshan for Blacklist here. They have Basher up on Marcy. You're definitely winning the Terrorblade fight at this point in time, because Terrorblade does not have Butterfly or Satanic, which I think are the two that really help in this matchup, outside of Hurricane Pike Scotty.
Sure.
He's still pretty far away from. Those are the 3 go-tos I would do in this matchup. You don't really have any of those, and then Marcy's getting to Blink Abyssal here, so somebody's just dying for the jump. And that's Aegis for Storm. So this is your big power window if you're Blacklist. I know you're not up too much gold, but you're way stronger here in the fight.
Yeah, for sure. And this is where SMG needs to be very, very careful about what fights they choose to take. Probably not very many. Probably only ones around their towers. In fact, Doom immediately used on Raven in response to that one. Mid one is going to have a hard time getting this kill as his BKB is going to wear out soon. They get the global silence off. Chidori is going to run forward here. They're going to try and take this. The Storm Spirits couldn't be here, it looks like. Or I'm not sure if he was a part of it and then zipped away.
Yeah, he was bailing out with the global. They want to save Aegis.
Okay.
But again, that's another fight where, yeah, you can doom somebody, but So what? So what? I repeat, Cap, so what?
Okay.
These are the most non-doomed doomed I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's not
You are
much. It's
doomed.
not much damage.
No, you are running away.
There's no doom. There's still redemption to be had. You're gonna chase for more. Carl, he's willing to use up his Aegis here to be able to potentially get more, especially with that Lotus Orb. Any follow-up here? Blacklist? No? Okay, couldn't get anything out of that. Wasn't too bad for SMG. They traded Avenge for an Aegis.
It was acceptable, but again, I don't know if you're gaining ground because I think the scale is just better for Blacklist here based on the position they're in. Jakiro is pretty nasty in the late game now with Ags, and he's gonna get there. His talents and Ags in the late game, you just kill terribly. You melt him. It's not even close. You're also gonna have a lot of utility on this Primal Beast. It's gonna be tanky. You're gonna have annoying global, and then we have an Ags done on Storm already. Carl has just third item Agsed it here. That is massive in the fights. If you get a 2 or 3 man pull, the fight's over because you're getting Ice Path, you're getting rebounded on global after the BKBs because then you can hold it if you're AU. You don't have to use it right away.
Yeah.
And that's something else that skews this Marcy Terrorblade matchup. You can't really BKB and man fight hidden through the BKB and then sunder him because you can get global. So then you have to hold your Manta. It's awkward. It's really annoying to play this matchup if the silencer can be the one holding his ult.
Dire are scanning.
Which I think he's in a position to do it this game. I don't think you're too pressured in the fights. Unless you get jumped. But again, where is the jump for SMG? They don't have an initiator.
They're going to go for this kill on Tim's, but they don't realize that all Blacklist is on the high ground. Mid one commits his BKB again to try and kill a unit that's just not going to die. Raven does jump in a little too deep there and has to use the BKB to bail himself
Oh,
out.
Tim's went back in.
Tim's. Okay, Tim's still falls. Does Afu have the Venge Shard, by the way?
No. He is just rushing Ags with Tumbler Toy. And he's still not level 12 either. So this hero kind of sucks. Unless you get Shard Ags or level 12. He's really hard to play.
I
he's
actually
like a
think the
bottom
Shard,
hero.
when you're behind like this, I think the Shard is much better. Because the Ags, even if you get the Ags, you're probably not going to be that impactful because you're just getting rolled over in team fights anyway. I feel like it's probably better just to play for the stun over and over.
I agree. The Ags is not going to honestly do a lot for him here, other than when he gets jumped and dies, then he's still there. Which is kind of nice, because he's probably just getting jumped and dying.
Yeah.
But Shard definitely seems better, because you don't have that much spell immunity on Blacklist side. Like, the way the fights are going, Storm is not going to get a BKB this game, so you might just randomly hit him with a stun, and mid one needs the help, because he's suffering these fights without the lockdown.
Running back to smoke together.
I mean,
5-man
Crystal's up for
smoke,
Martian.
push out.
Titan Sliver. Ooh, there's a lot of damage here. I pray for whoever gets jumped. Moon does have BKB here.
Yeah, Moon has 4-staff BKBs, so he should be able to get to the low ground, no problem. Telekinesis immediately on the Storm Spirit, not that there's any follow-up to that. They do actually go,
Swapped an illusion.
He swapped an illusion. Now, actually, Primal Beast takes an opportunity to be able to jump in. The Vengeful Spirit is already dead. Mid one down to half health. Chidori and Mid one both pop of their BKBs, and Blacklist immediately retreating. Let's see if they can actually get out, though. Moon, can he stop anybody? They're just going to be able to walk away again.
Blacklist might re-engage here. See how confident they are. They did get a DD on this Storm. So
They re-smoke. That's an interesting idea. They want to keep this fight going while the Terrorblade is still ready to go with the meta. And they found Raven, but they don't have the stun just yet. Okay, Telekinesis back. Barely catches them in time. Pelosin, nice 4-staff forward to be able to get that extra kill.
That was a good re-smoke. Because there is vision here, and that's what Raven was playing around. So at least you're cleaning something off this fight. Because again, that's another Doom. You're just walking it off. Walking the Doom.
Although this re-engage makes me think that Scotty is going to be a really potent item. It always is on Terrorblade, don't get me wrong, but the way that Blacklist just disengages every fight, this Scotty could be super detrimental to their entire idea of team fights.
It's definitely going to help, especially if he gets the Hurricane Pike. I think this is if you go Scotty, I think you want Scotty and the Hurricane Pike. Because then you can chase aggressively, number one, right? Or if Marcy is killing you, you can recreate the gap. And he
Or
already
you can
went
use the
Dragon.
Hurricane Pike on the Primal Beast. I think a lot of Primal Beasts don't like using their BKB mid-charge.
No, they
So
don't.
I think that's a good way to be able to catch them out.
So I think if you get there, you have a decent chance to win those fights just off the Terrorblade's power timing. But again, I don't think going ultra late, you can rely on only him because Carl's going to keep killing you. I mean, this Storm is 9-0 and 9. He's up to 20 now, so he has the extra pull duration. This is a 3-second AoE pull. Absolutely deadly if you land in an Ice Path here. You do have a swap save, but
Dire's bottom
these
tower
fights are going to
is
get
under attack.
better for Blacklist in terms of extension, right? They're going to get more resources so the fights can go longer for them. So you have to get a scenario like last fight where you find Raven, you get a Doom on him, you kill him, you isolate a target, or at least be able to focus a single target. Maybe Hex on Moon is also pretty big this game. I could see this Hex on Coddle turning some
Tower is
fights.
under attack.
That's also pretty dependent on these Lincoln Spheres coming out though, which Carl's going next. Which I agree with. This is a great Lincoln Sphere.
I don't think I ever got a clear answer out of you. We talked about the 1-to-1 carry matchup, but late game, who do you favor?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Are we talking even footing at 60 minutes, which is probably going to be the case because we're in Southeast Asia again?
Yeah, I mean, network's pretty even right now. Let's say 45 minutes.
I think as long as Terrorblade continues to build items here, he's slightly favored, but I would favor Blacklist in the ultra late, I think.
Okay.
I think Storm plus Marcy is pretty devastating. He's going to break the smoke. Easy
Big
climb.
one. That was a bold jump forward by him.
Lotus swap.
Dude, this
Correct, son.
is it's loaded. Just did so much. Bosco's going to go for the back line, but he immediately starts retreating. Scotty is going to slow him down a little bit here, and his BKB is now where it's out. AU is going to try and help him out with a force staff. Gets him a little bit of distance. Belosin slows him down even more. Chidori
Scotty
will
just
finish him
destroyed
off.
Yeah, you ain't kiting that anymore, son.
No, you're not.
Dire's middle
It's another
tower is under
awkward
attack.
fight from Blacklist. I feel like they're just getting jumped, and there's no good Storm jump into anything. There's no good go. Bosku's just charging the super backline onto a Rubik, where they have 4 staffs and swap now. There's double 4 staff on this SMG lineup. It's not that easy to just
Has fallen.
try and kill the backline solo. You have to engage together, and you have to get Marcy involved in this game. I feel like we haven't seen Raven kill anything in this game outside of trying to man up versus the Terrible. He has Blink too. He can do it. But it has to sync up here for Blacklist. You're losing your window. This next Roshan, if it goes to Terrorblade, you can end the game with it.
I do agree that it feels like the Primal Beast, if we have Raven jumping in with the Primal Beast, the backline should just fall over. They should just all die so quickly if you just get
all the
like one
cores
stun
jump.
on them.
You have Storm. I mean, you can literally jump all 3 cores together. Nothing's stopping you.
Yeah.
You have global as well. You know, if Doom jumps, you can global and mess up some cast time. You are close to Ags on Tim's, which is a pretty big damage spike for this lineup, but you got the Ags on Doom. Mid one is there, and now your Lincoln Sphere that you were building, no cares. No cares at all in the world for mid one after a 1-6, 2-6 start. He's pulling it back. He's got his seal totem, his favorite item. He told me this himself.
Yeah.
Exclusive unconfirmed rumor.
he messaged you. He's like, just so you know, my favorite neutral item is if this ever comes up in a cast.
You better
look
believe
at
it,
this.
son.
Look at this smoke around. Look at this wrap. Oh, this could be dangerous. This could be dangerous, but Blacklist is backing up at the right time here. Oh, they have the vision, but Blacklist seems to have a really good read. As long as Carl doesn't
On the
get caught here, but
Lincolns.
they broke the Lincolns, they managed to pull him back. Magic missile,
the Doom?
a little bit more.
He didn't get it.
The Doom! Mid one! Where was
Why
the
didn't he get it?
Doom? Oh,
was-
no.
It was hidden. He couldn't find it. He didn't get stunned by anything. I was watching the whole time. I think he didn't think the Storm would get stunned like that. I don't know, but a missed opportunity. Now you have Doom on cooldown, and you're forcing Roche. Blacklist.
Yeah, man, this is super scary. Let's see if they
Another
jump in.
arcane
See if
rune.
they're going to be able to find the arcane rune and go for kills. They managed to pull back too with the Primal Beast. Going through, they do have a swap that's going to be able to bail out mid one a little bit here. Now Chidori's outside of the pit. This metamorphosis is only going to last so long. Look at the Storm. He really wants that kill to finish off mid one. He does manage to get in. Carl has enough mana to be able to get some distance. Shidori now without meta
He needs help.
has some interesting problems here. Can he BKB and just TP out? Can he fight back? He's going to die in his first life for sure. Leolution almost finishing off AU.
Does have
Second life, goes for the chain stun, doesn't quite get it. BKB goes off first. Now the TP away. And Raven, he bashes the illusion right after the TPs away successfully.
What a weird fight. I don't even really know what to make of that other than I guess Blacklist are pretty happy with that because they got Aegis out and wiped them. I don't know, dude. That was such a weird fight. I mean, Daedalus Scotty meta terribly was doing some work for sure. But the problem is that the initial jump and he wastes Doom. No Doom in this fight is the green light man. It's a free-for-all for Carl. And he still hasn't died in this game. He's 10-0 and 11. The Lincolns and the Lotus, just brutal for these initiators. Ooh. There was Shard on that too, so Story got Shard.
Never mind. Bosco is fine. He does have BKB. A little bit surprised he still had it up.
Gave him a gem as well. So they're getting some map control out of this. No Radiant Wards left on the map. Makes these jumps even harder for mid one. And now you have Daedalus up on Raven too. So Raven is getting to that late game Marsa territory where I start to doubt the man fight, especially with Ags on Tims. If you get a macro pyre that's good in these fights, you're look at the damage. Oh my god.
What just exploded, and now they're going to be able to get on top of Chidori. They managed to get the swap off, though. Can that save Chidori's life before Staff's down to the low ground? TP's away. Raven can't quite reach him, and no. BKB lasted just long enough.
Yo, this man has 9 lives, bro. I don't even know what to say. Like, how is he alive after that? He didn't get bashed on 2 of the hits? You saw that damage, though. I know you saw that damage.
Actually, and technically I didn't, but I did see the Doom's corpse fall to the ground.
I mean, this Varsity hero is so goddamn scary in the late game. It's disgusting. He killed him in 2 unleashed hits, basically. That's a Doombringer gone. I mean, Doom does not have the best armor in this game, but I think you missed your Terrorblade window. Because he's not getting stronger. You have this Pike Scotty, but you're kind of locked into this build now. These fights are really hard. They're really hard for Chidori. He has to land good Scotty hits on a target here that lines up with the Doom so they can cement somebody's fate. And you're just getting jumped. AoE Doom is out.
Initiation. The Axe Doom, it's not doing it anything. Raven, in fact, could have finished him off, I think, but he wants to keep his distance from that Scotty. Once again, trained to play, to disengage. If it's meta, if it's Doom, it's big cooldowns. It doesn't matter if you lose the support. It's kind of whatever. Honestly, if I was Raven there, I would have committed and probably would be wrong for it. So it's quite the restraint that Blacklist had.
You might have been wrong. I don't know. If he gets one more Unleash hit off, mid one's dead for sure. But that is kind of spooky, you know? You don't know if you're going to get stunned and he didn't get BKB off first. He still bashed him, though. That was pretty good. I mean, it's another fight where mid one gets Doom off and nobody's home. It's been the story of this entire game. When is it going to latch on something? He was standing in the middle of this is a pure Delta split.
Does Rubik have the shard? Because they will have. He does not. Why? Oh, why? Why not?
Because he has a level 4 ice path. That's why.
That is not. What?
He's thinking about it. He wants to say buyback here. Which
I mean, I feel like between swap and telekinesis, throwing around your carry, you do have ways to kite Marcy pretty well.
I think their issue is locking somebody down. He wants to use this lift aggressively, like here. Where you swap somebody in, throw him back, ice path him down. Now you have to take a fight without your Primal Beast, but that's a damn good macro pyre.
Chidori needs help. First half one. He needs a Sunder. He needs a Sunder. He swapped him over. Give him the Sunder target. Ooh, Moon. He's there to help him out, and they quickly disengage on the side of Blacklist. Call it a day. What a save from that Venge.
Chidori, literally 9 lives here, man. I'm sweating. I am sweating every time he goes in these fights. It just seems like he's dead. He's just sitting in a pure damage macro. He starts to get hit by Marcy. You gotta play Ring Around the Rosie. This guy's this
Bench has the X, right?
This game is sweaty. Yeah, he does. He does. He even has telescope. So
Did
that's
his illusion just instantly die after he swapped?
Yeah, I think it just died in the AoE. I mean, macro is doing a disgusting amount of work here if you're just lingering in it. Throw a veil on top.
Dire's middle tower.
You get to that level 20.
Oh, that would have been so good. It could have been so good. Mid one didn't want to blow the Doom for it. He tried to go for the Blink Centaur stun, I think.
Dire's
I mean, you have an ice patch
Imagine if they picked off Storm Spirit right in front of their base.
Yeah, you can. This ice path is instant, and it is guaranteed catch. This is the downside of this matchup. This is one of the X factors in the late game, honestly. This ice path on Rubik, it's crazy good now. Even better than it was before. Remember, every time they buff ice path, shadow buff to Rubik.
Dire are
True.
Technically, that's true of any spell in the game, actually.
But simultaneously, every nerf to a spell is a shadow nerf.
Yeah, that's also true.
Gonna get it initiated on.
And he's gone.
Delusion not gonna last long. Well, actually, Raven needs to get out of here. He took a ton of damage. Nice jump away, though.
Storm jumping.
Finish him up, but this time, Mid-Wan finally got his target. He finally manages to lock down Carl. Called his shot, blinked on him immediately, got the kill he wanted. Can they get any more off of this, though?
Finally, Mid-One strikes. Hex for Moon doing some work here. Gonna let him catch.
Oh no!
Barely got out.
Didn't get the mini stun. Goes for the Centaur stun. They know Tim's is up here.
Him.
Oh no! BKB goes off Global Silence immediately afterwards there. AU trying to help Blacklist disengage out of this situation. Tim's blinks over the side. Hiding in the trees. The Terror Blade is closing in, though. Blacklist.
Once again, the disengage is
Dire's
just too
middle
good.
tower is under attack.
Can't find anything. I mean, they found the Doom on Storm finally, but that's about it. Gem's still on the ground, by the way. Nobody wants this. Did get
Dire's
pinged.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yo, Mid-One completed an Octarine before he got an armor item.
I mean, I respect that. He's got great
that is-
in the coddle.
I mean, with the level 20 talent, what's the cooldown on Doom right now? It's like below
Dire's
60
bottom
seconds,
tower is
right?
under attack.
It's not actually showing me properly. Interesting.
What?
I don't know. It won't.
Oh, it doesn't. It's broken.
It's bugged.
It says 110 seconds. That's the
I know
original
it from
cooldown.
the last patch it was 80 though. But yeah, this is weird. Is it actually 110? There's no way. It's not some like shadow nerf that we didn't know about. Whatever, we'll see next Doom. I'll make sure to look at it. But it's usually around the 70 to 80 seconds with the bow. So he's pretty much happy to just chuck it out and jump in the fight. And now you have 6-slotted Terror Blade. So he got to the Satanic on top of the Hurricane Pike Scotty. So now he has the ability to man fight the Marcy and provide the extra action to fight. This is where you want to end the game. If you start pushing later than this, things get really weird. But this is when you're really strong with Terror Blade. Meta. But meta for what? Meta for what, Cap?
Meta for nothing, apparently. Couldn't actually latch onto any heroes. They do have Roshan up. They could just go hit that.
That's the answer to the question. Meta for Roche. You got it. 10 out of 10.
Thank you. Okay. Glad I was ready for the pop quiz. All
Radiant's courier.
right, they dropped. He got his
Was it gem?
courier killed. He dropped the gem to get vision inside the pit, but they aggroed Roshan and it killed Asu's courier.
God. Please, somebody look out for the couriers. Why are you so rank?
These couriers, no respect, man. What if couriers had limited lives?
I mean, Arteezy would never win a tournament again.
Yeah. Oh, it's not like the unlimited lives on couriers have been doing them a whole lot of good.
I was
It's
waiting.
been a
for that.
while since I won tournament for a
I mean,
4-on-2.
I wasn't gonna make that joke. I think that's too down and dirty. But I mean, that guy's career gets killed so much, dude. It's insane. He needs to change it, dude. It's because everybody knows what's his. It's the stupid golden Roshan. You know it's his career. Like, oh baby, you just slurp that shit up. Extra juice.
Blacklist. Holding around a high ground ward. Who took the Aghanim Scepter, by the way? Did the Terrorblade actually eat it?
He did, yes.
Okay, so we got
Shard
Terrorwave.
and Ags. Yeah, he has it all.
He's
big.
got Demon Seal and Terrorwave.
And he has a bottle. He's bought a bottle. It's a bottle of double damage.
Nice.
Yet another hidden item. 47,000 net worth on this Terrorblade out of nowhere. I mean, this is you want to end the game with this DD Aegis. It's time to go, boys. You got to land a good Doom. You got to make sure your stuns latch, and you got to fight around Chidori's damage because he's going to deal it here. He's going to deal it real hard. Good ward for Blacklist, though.
Got a lot of items. They're separated. Blacklist.
They might
knows
find
it
mid
too.
one.
Oh, they're gonna be able to find mid one. They immediately blink, grab him, chain stun him, and he's dead. Oh, big win, and they're immediately gonna try and catch for more. Moon, they're gonna chase after him. Bosku not quite finding it.
Chidori's
Tearaway
here.
actually pushes the Primal Beast back into him. At the same time, Tims does die. They got the Doom onto the Primal Beast here. They're gonna try and slow him down. Afu looking to catch up. BKB is gonna wear out eventually, and they will finish him off. So that's gonna be 2 dead. Still with an Aegis. No Doom though.
Buyback for Tims. Gonna have to defend base here. Carl healing up. You gotta be careful of this base push though. If you clump for an Ags pull, you're gonna get obliterated still. And remember, you bought back your Doom here as well. Doom on cooldown, first jump, only gets 1.
Okay, Ice Path follow up. They swamp just to make sure. Just to make sure Chidori's good. They still have Aegis after all, but Telekinesis toss back with the stun. Not gonna go for it. Just focus on objectives for now.
2-man. He did not get Ice Path, by the way. So at least you're not giving that away here. But that's a free lane. You're starting to ramp up with this Terrorblade. You have another Ags pop as well, so you could just push top here. Fight off the next Terror Wave. You still have Aegis for 2. As long as you spread here, I don't think you're too worried. Boss
No,
does
just let
have 5.
Chidori do his work.
Global up in 1. Okay, you're
Look at
probably
Afu.
fine Primal.
He's literally spamming, stop spamming swap over and over again.
He wants to swap. Lincoln's, if you can get it, probably.
Bouncer might be in some trouble. Chidori actually forced fast forward to be able to finish him off. They do manage to use the Doom out, but at the same time, Raven's going to go for the kill. He's going to be able to finish off him. Raven, now without the BKB, though, is in a little bit of trouble here as he uses the Primal Beast to jump away. No! 1200 damage crit finishes him off. And now they're going to go back. Carl tiding around as fast as possible. Chidori is just laying into these heroes, though. AU's going to die again. He's on a godlike spree, but can he finish up his team? He's been swamped back. The bench, Afu, who's going to fall. Life number 2, his image is going to fall just as easily. Now Chidori's left alone, and he cannot do this.
You may be a god, son, but I think you're getting slain here. No BKB,
Yeah.
it's on cooldown and backpack. 1 second, he gets it. And he bashes.
Oh,
and he bashes.
bash, he got the bash. Oh, you know, Avery was about to lose his mind.
He got out there on uninstalling Dota. I don't know what to say. This
I mean,
guy
is he gonna die though?
gave
Going
it blood
for it,
inside
Raven.
his head. He's-
All right,
You're not
all
gonna
right, all right.
I thought he was getting out of that TP. Oh my god, I think Raven would have uninstalled Dota.
Cat lives Chidori, man. he finally bit the dust.
I'm serious. This guy has 9 lives this game. How is he not getting bashed in these fights? I don't get it. I mean, okay, so what does buybacks look like after that fight? Because that's what's most important here.
That's true. And we're gonna watch the fight again. I mean, look at Raven just tearing into mid one.
Yeah, he is going to kill you in this BKB duration. He also has level 25 talent, so his sidekick is giving BKB. Really important. He does get crit here to finish him off. But this is just a base push into buybacks. It's tough, right? You even have the Venge buy here. I think he had a couple lives on this Venge. Yeah, he buys at the end of his illusion to come back in. So he had to kill this Venge 4 times. Afu does go down, all 4 of them, eventually. But meanwhile, you're pushing base here if you're Blacklist. You have an Arcane Blink on Carl. That's pretty spicy. Don't see this often, but it is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool idea to be able to get the right kind of initiation off.
I mean, also just the mana cost. It's like
Yeah,
having
no,
your
absolutely.
own personal arcane blink or arcane rune. Now he has a regen rune and an arcane blink. So that's like an arcane regen combination. He gets
Oh, mid one got the doom.
After saying all of that, he just jumped into it too.
I mean, he didn't
God,
even
I
have mana.
cursed him.
He
What
got
even was
doomed,
that
but he
jump?
had
Yeah.
like 300 mana left.
That was honestly a very weird jump.
Carl,
very
what are you
good
doing, bud?
As Paulson used to exist.
Pulls a Houdini, just disappears up thin air.
Mid one follows him. What is happening?
Okay.
Right, Chidori's here to clean up.
Yeah, Chidori's definitely going to be bringing down some heroes here. And Blacklist do not have buybacks on these heroes.
Yeah, but they got a storm.
Wow. Okay.
That's
Radiant's
huge.
courier has been killed.
You kill this storm,
Yeah.
and you might just win the game. You remember the Raven Marcy fought back earlier. You're missing 5 buybacks on Blacklist now. All 5 on cooldown here for another 3 minutes plus. And you have Chidori by here. You have 2 Terrorwinds. He has Refresher too.
Honestly, this is just exactly the exact way that season 2 of the CDPC should start.
I mean, was it going to go any other way?
Yeah.
We all knew this was how it was going to go down. I was prepared for this. I brought snacks. I brought some water. I brought a tent. You're going to have to camp out.
Brought a sleeping bag.
These games are going late. You know they're going late.
Yeah, if you guys haven't, maybe you're in NA, or maybe you're just an early riser in Europe right now and you're watching the CDPC and you're just like, maybe I'll check out a little bit of Southeast Asia, see what's going on there. This is what the games are like. They are gonna go late. They are chaotic as hell and pretty fun
Why-
to be able to
why we
watch.
love
So.
them. I mean, let's be real though. The Europeans don't watch any region outside of Europe. They're all
Yeah, that's true.
just- They're like, oh, the top 8 teams in the world are all Western European.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Our Div 2 teams would beat the best of everybody. Get the fuck out. You know, I'm sick of this.
Sick and tired of the Western European superiority.
Dire's top
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of it, man. Who's gonna upset these guys? Who's gonna push them down? The ego's getting out of control.
Well, it's not going to be China, given the recent news.
Well, you know, they're in a rebuild. They're in a rebuilding phase.
I see. I see.
I think in a couple of years, we're gonna have the next generation come out.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
the Zhao 9 and the boys are gonna take down.
the Xiao 9 project finally comes to completion.
Dire's bottom
Am I allowed
tower
to?
is
Am I allowed to
under
make that
attack.
joke? You made it, but that's not my joke. Just for the record.
What? All right, we got a bottle double damage again for Chidori. So
One wasn't enough. He needs another one, huh? Man's got some
Yeah,
panic
apparently.
refresher in his backpack, and he's about to drop 4 items to Roche. So what is he taking here? You got too much stuff, man.
I mean, I don't think he should take Aegis. He has buyback.
Yeah, I think you could Aegis. The thing is, you want to siege with him. Like, you do kind of want to Aegis on Terrorblade. I think you take Aegis on Terrorblade, you give Ags to Coddle, and you give Refresher to
Whoa,
currently
mid
fight.
one. Going for a fight by himself.
Refresher for Raven, he has double BKB here. He's not the fight, sir. You just throw away your bench. Why was he going for this?
I don't know.
Why not just wait for your Terrorblade and double damage? I guess we'll never find out. It is just a mystery of the universe.
Maybe that's something the panel can ask SMG if they win the series.
I mean, that's kind of biased, bro. Can't say shit like that.
Wait, what?
Biased casting. You're just presuming they're going to win?
No, if they win the series. That's what that word means. Pretty simple word.
Not
2 letters.
I read it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
To me,
All
it
right.
sounds as if you're biased.
1 lane of barracks left. 4 megas.
Doom in 15 with Refresher Sharp in the middle. We got 2 chances to land something here. AoE pull,
Okay,
you're going
pull
to
back in into the ice path. They almost have level 25 of the Jakiro, by the way. Oh,
Boss 2?
That is going to be a very dead Primal Beast. Wow. And the swap back in on AU as well. He's definitely not surviving all those hits swarming in from the Terrorblade. 2 dead. And Chidori might have just been able to crack open this game by calmly attacking the high ground.
This is Megas. You're not even going to buy? You don't have
Apparently
it.
not.
30.
Well, you don't have it.
20 seconds off. That was your base defense fight for Megas. It didn't even feel cohesive. Didn't even get Raven in there.
No.
Now you're staring down the barrel of Mega Crease. Meta out in 15, but you have this Terror Wave. You have everything. You have to go.
They're going to try for it. They do it without Unleash. How is this even going to be possible? Okay, well, the swap back in and the force that back in. Yulscepter going in, trying to help out Raven a little bit here, but Raven still stuck inside this Doom. He's being burned out by mid-1. They go in for the kill, and they do manage to finish on the Terrorblade. Life number 1 down. Pelosi in the back lines is going to fall to Carl as well. Mid-1's actually kind of low, but they do manage to finish off Raven. Dead for 2 minutes here. Pims, turns, tries to hit him. It's going to be Carl, who should be able to finish off mid-1. He does have a buyback. They're going to just hide around Chidori as much as possible here.
Everybody
else. The side is going to be dealt with as best as possible. Blink on the side, but a second Doom and a Terror Wave that beautifully hits the entire team of Blacklist. They finish up the Primal Beast. He does not have buyback. Now it's just all up to Carl, but they call it GG, and SMG will win game number 1 against Blacklist with their quote-unquote garbage draft.
I don't know if you had to throw that in at the end. I don't know if that was necessary, but yeah, they got it done, I guess. I don't know. I still feel like Blacklist had such a huge window in that 20 to 40 period where Carl was so strong. He was 10-0-10 with full rune control and an Aegis, and it didn't get turned into anything. Like, what happened in that game period? That is a replay you go watch if you're Blacklist there, and they're like, why did we never get a gold lead in this game, right? And the fight, I think the fights were just super disconnected. Even that last fight, that wasn't even a base fight. That was just Boss Q charges in, he dies. And then you get Will-O-Wisp, your silencer's dead, and then your Storm is jumping. I feel like only Carl was playing that game up, in a way. Like, Carl played fantastic that game, but nobody was joining him on the jumps. It was so disconnected. We never saw 3 cores jump the Terrorblade together and just slay him, which I think, okay, he's going to get swapped, but then you're still taking the fight together, and I think it goes better for you. The cores were super disconnected for Blacklist. I think they had a window to snowball that game, but hey, props to SMG for pulling it back, because mid-1 had a very rough start that game, and they were able to stall, and Chidori God, I doubted him, I admit it, but the God has woken up, and he was offended, and he took it to you with the double damages. He got it done with the garbage draft. Carried the garbage to the finish line. What more can you ask for?
All right, well, we're going to put this garbage, aka my co-caster, back in the dumpster and check out our panel instead.
I see things are going off in just the fashion that I would like to see them happen here in the Southeast Asian DPC, as of course we have things starting off with a 50-plus minute game. Why not? Where am I looking? I'm looking here. 50-plus minute game. Why not? Why not have a garbage draft be carried across the finish line? Right, Winter? Right, Winter? Right, Winter? How you feel?
I mean, I'm with Avery. I don't know what they were doing. Like I felt like after the laning phase, they won all their lanes.
They did. Yes.
They had like a 3 to 4K lead. Yeah, sure. Enemy had a Doom, Devour, Midas, but I still feel like the lead should be growing instead of just stagnating, and the TB is just farming everywhere. And SMG is like just trying to, because they had a really early mech on the Kotal, so they were playing off that. They were trying to use the Kotal to join the early fights. But I still felt like after the early game, they should have somehow owned the game more, with the Primer and the Storm. I just don't feel like the game was right.
Yeah, that timing was so key for Blacklist. Like, the moment you let that Doom form, we saw the impact of the Ags coming up from mid-1. That AoE control that you can't block. And, you've got the swap to save your Terrorblade as well. You've got so many tools to fight into Blacklist. Whereas for Blacklist, it felt like once you found AO's silencer, take out that global silence, everything opens up for SMG in such a big way in these team fights.
Yeah, like Avery said, the team fights, and the previous highlight we saw, the first one where, the Marcy died, they got 2 supports, wasn't a really great trade. Like if you look at the lineup, right, you jump in, you pop global, you would think that the Dire is going to win most of the early fights, until SMG has their BKBs online. But they were already, even still, somehow winning or at least trading evenly in the early fights when they didn't really have the BKB up. So there's definitely something to say about how they are initiating with their heroes.
Especially because all their heroes are quite good at backline initiation.
Yeah.
You've got the Storm Spirit, you've got the Primal Beast with BKB, you've got Marcy who should be rebounding way deep on enemy territory, and you have a Global Silence to cover whatever shortcomings. Like, yes, eventually Venge will be able to... Actually, did Venge even end up buying a Dispel?
No, they were using the globals at very, very defensive ways, in a lot of the fights.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, okay, Primal's going in, Storm's going in, then they pop the global,
Yeah, so she didn't even need to build defensively, and yet Terrorblade was never really felt in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very weird, like the game panned out the way it did, I feel like it's actually so easy to play with the Primal winning the lane. Like the Terrorblade, it's like he's forced to the jungle so early, You can't really play against the Primal. And then the Storm had a pretty good start as well. Like they should be running around the map, killing the Kotal, killing the Venge and Ruik. They're all food, for the Primal and the
pretty
Storm.
much. Like we saw how much output Raven really has, especially in that port core matchup. When they could isolate Chidori, he just melts. The issue was, going back to that backline jump you mentioned there, Winter, it's really hard to catch all the key heroes there. Like, you want to take care of Avenge, you want to take care of the Rubik or the Doom, but they're not going to be clumped up in that way. The few times they were, Blacklist would win outright, but SMG were spacing themselves out really well so that one of these saves can always drag these heroes back. And for Blacklist, it just goes back to what Captain Avery said. It felt like Carl was pretty much the only one who was coordinating everything for the team. No one else was ready to jump when he jumped as well. It was just a bit disconnected.
Yeah, no. I think that's a pretty good point. Like the late game fights is definitely a lot easier for SMG. Like they have a lot more items, I feel. But the main problem is Blacklist, they should have arrived to the late game with a sizable lead. But they didn't, they were like behind even like 15k. I feel like if they are playing the game correctly, they're snowballing. Maybe you get to say our minute 30. I think a reasonable lead will be like around 15k, 10 to 15k at least, but they didn't even have that. And it shows that something went really wrong in the game, when you win 2 out of your 3 lanes and you're not getting a lead over time. Like you have to look back at the replay and just look at what everybody's doing in the game.
Especially on a snowball hero like a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, like if you had such a good start, I feel like that's very little excuse for the Storm to not be like totally destroying that game.
Yeah, because no one even really itemized against him. There were no Orchids that he needed to be worried about, Scythe of Vices or anything like that until way later on. MVP goes the way of mid one on the Doom, despite having an exceptionally rough early game. It's probably the main reason why the net worth differential just wasn't growing, because this man was just farming it up.
Yeah, I think it just shows you just how well SMG were creating space and using that space, because he was just completely shut down. But again, they allowed him to farm up. He played with his Midas, and he builds into the Ags. That was the big thing to shut down Carl. To shut down the Marcy and to jump in. And that tool was just so massive in comparison to the playstyle that Blacklist brought out. Again, depending on that global silence and the disconnect in that usage made it a lot easier. And Midwin's impact was definitely helped from that space.
Yeah, during last season, Doom is one of the heroes that I think he impressed me the most. Like the heroes that I felt like he played really well are Brood, Doom, and Beastmaster. Those are the 3 heroes where I felt like towards the end of the season, he was trying to narrow down his hero pool. In the first 2 weeks, he was playing all sorts of different heroes. He was playing Ember off lane, he was playing the Kotal, and finally he realized that he just needs to play those 3 heroes, and they were winning a lot of the games from it. And this game, once again, he showed that he's very stable with the hero despite having a very, very tough laning phase. Yeah, he still did his job later.
Things for Blacklist Rivalry to reevaluate. I mean, it seems primarily gameplay oriented. I don't really think that they should be looking at any of their hero picks or the draft order and be like, that first phase Silencer Marcy just wasn't really the thing, because I thought that it seemed fine. It just, they were never able to turn a 4K net worth advantage into anything bigger for like 20 minutes straight.
Yeah, a lot of fundamental problems. I feel like even last season when they were like close to qualifying to the major, I still didn't really feel like they were strong, I feel like they were just like okay, rather unstable. They had a lot of like fundamental problems within the team, like how they are playing the map, and I think it's very evident this game that the way they were playing as a team is just not on the same page. Some people are thinking, okay, we should fight here, and some players, they're like, oh no, we want to farm, and we're not going in. And then in the end, they still decided to go in, but they weren't going in together. So they lost a couple of fights like this.
I think another thing they can address is maybe a little bit more playmaking coming out from Tim's. Like the Jakiro was impactful. He worked onto his Ags, but you don't start a fight with the Jakiro, He's not something to initiate. And he's not really a saving support either when compared to what SMG had with the swaps in the left back. So his impact was really just doing damage, getting some control, but not starting that fight. Following up from Carl. I think if you had Tim's on a bit more play, it might have been easier to coordinate with that Storm to get something
you
happening.
prefer him on Tiny, I guess?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a Mirana as well for Tim's. I don't know if he's played that recently with Blacklist, but it's one of his signatures. Hoodwink as well, it's there.
Yeah, Jakiro is just like a little too greedy when everyone else already wants to farm, right?
Yeah.
All the other 3 cores, and then one of your support has to... I mean, as a Jakiro, what do you do? You want to farm,
Yeah. Or push, or take buildings, or something like that. But maybe they're just figuring out the new patch, perhaps. If anything else, this game was a perfect encapsulation of why we love this region and why we love the games in this region. They're very unpredictable. So let's see what our game number 2 will bring us after a break. Maybe not quite yet.
Oh, we can have a break.
Detention.
Sure.
Detention.
You want food?
And these buns are pretty good. Actually.
These are edible, right?
I'm pretty sure they're edible.
Wait, there's no meat on this one, right?
No. It might have milk or coconut milk.
No, it's butter.
Just butter?
Yeah, butter.
Quite sweet.
It is sweet.
Butter, condensed milk, and sugar.
Okay, it turns out that we're actually closer to the draft than I anticipated. So no break. Instead, we power through. Food.
It was great with coffee, if we had some right here.
I see the menu. So our menu of the day is a hard-boiled egg, kaya toast, kopi, and tetrik.
That's basically like a typical breakfast. You say set 1, they give you something like this, maybe coffee or tea.
Yeah, set 2 is with a different bread.
Yeah.
Or without egg and with something else. But that's like normally what you get in Malaysia.
Give me the set 1.
I think something that we do here is like you get the coffee and you dip butter.
Yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that in the coffee
You
shop.
take the coffee and you dip butter in the coffee, like a stick of butter.
Yes, and then you drink it.
And you just melt the entire butter inside. Whoa. And
I'm not saying I like it.
People say that Americans are fat. You're out here melting butter into coffee for breakfast.
It's good.
It is good.
A little condensed milk as well.
You're not going to get any argument from me, but somehow I feel like we've been misled that the rest of the world lives healthy lives, and us Americans are just out here eating pastries for breakfast while you're out here melting butter in coffee.
Yeah, well, we had that discussion last night at dinner. We had some great bakute together. Me, Winter, Adam, Sophie,
not for him.
girlfriends.
Not for me.
It was definitely not healthy.
That's okay.
Asian food, not healthy.
You had set 1 for breakfast. Bring me set 2 for our draft. It's SMG versus Blacklist Rivalry, game number 2. All of these BO3s. And first pick goes to Rubik yet again. Did Paulson buy himself under a lease on life? No. Even in a winning game, he's still on thin ice out there. Poor guy.
I mean, it's just the SMG thing,
He fucked up the mid one's lane, so...
Yeah, but I mean, lose lane, win game. That's what it's all about in the end of the day.
but he still lost his lane.
He did still lose the lane, that is true. Naga Siren and Hoodwink banned out, Broodmother and Beastmaster taken out, and response from Blacklist Rivalry is The Undying and Nature's Prophet. Perhaps reports of his death may be overblown, so in 7.32e, Agi gain and base Agi decreased minorly by like 0.2.
It's pretty big though, the nerf. I was watching like the games. I feel like he doesn't farm as quick nowadays. The attack speed is pretty huge nerf. And Undying is still Undying. I think the nerf is not really that big. But 5 seconds on the decay duration, I think, for the lane. And they nerfed the mana cost on Sorip, so it's...
That one was pretty big. It went from 90 to 120. It's 120 flat now, and it used to be 90, 100, 110, 120.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm not scaling that spell. I'm going Decay and Tombstone.
Not even a 1 point wonder,
Yeah,
though?
okay, sure, I get one
Yeah,
at
and
least
so
one.
now that 1 point is 30 mana more.
Yeah, but fuck that. I'm casting my DK.
Fine, sure.
Q.
You're right.
I don't want to cast my W.
You're right.
I think with the Nature's Prophet, the Gleipnir changes feel like it's one of those
Oh,
things
yeah.
that
That's
hurt it
true.
as well. Like it's such a... It was one of those heroes that would rush Gleipnir and then go for Ags or something. If you're going from offlane or even safe lane, that's like your team fight utility and push build.
Yeah,
Kinda worse
that's why MP is so broken last patch, because he's always been a hero where he's really good in the lane.
Yeah.
He pushes towers, he's flexible in terms of what lanes he can go, but he never had lockdown. But then
That's true.
in the last meta, he had Gleipnir and he had Aghanim's. That's
Like,
why
I don't think the level 20 changes are as big. Like, sure, you can't leash KD and stuff.
everything adds up together. It's
Yeah,
not
it
just
adds
the,
up.
it's not just the leash, it's the Gleipnir, it's the Aghanims, and yeah, then they buffed the base attack time at one point, so it made the hero just so busted.
Right.
But right now, he might still have a place in the meta, which we'll just have to wait and see. He definitely got nerfed pretty handily. The attack speed affects his farming ability and his DPS in the team fight.
Another item that we didn't really get to bring up in the last game, Silencer built Boots of Bearing in the last game. No more charges on Boots of Bearing as of 7.32E. There wasn't really any slows that they needed to be worried about, so I don't really know
The
why.
aura, I guess he just wants the aura.
Yeah, that's true. And just the attack speed in general.
Kind of works nice with your Primal Beast as well, right? When you're trampling around
Oh, yeah.
a little
Yeah,
bit more,
that's true.
just running around there. So I don't mind that. I think it's a little bit more viable. Then again, when you think about the Silencer, like AU was dying so much that he probably didn't have too much gold to pick up any other aura items anyway.
Yeah.
He just had to go for the upgrades.
I mean, what else do you want? You are mostly going to get like a 4-star, and then your items are pretty dependent on how the game is going anyway. But yeah, 4-stars nerf, I feel like doesn't really affect the supports because the 50 mana is nothing for the supports for intelligence heroes, but it's more for the cores that are buying the item.
Right.
So right now we have Rubik Kotl again.
Yep.
Like, all right, they really like this Kotl. So in the last game, I guess the idea was they wanted the Kotl to chakra the Terrorblade so you get more illusion, so the Terrorblade farms a lot faster. So in general, it's a much greedier core because the playstyle of a Kotl is more like, okay, I defend my towers, then I'm allowing my other cores to kind of farm up and just play the map. I mean, that's one of the ways why SMG, they were able to keep the lead small, even though Blacklist is kind of like trampling over them, literally with the Primal Beast. But yeah, but something was not right still,
No.
The lead should have been bigger.
Yeah, for sure. I like the response from Blacklist now, just going back to that Murano. More than likely for Tim's. Again, more activity from the 4, having more ways to connect with Carl if he is going to be kind of leading the shots here for the team, does give them more avenues, and I think it ties in well. Your one issue is you don't really have the best lockdown right now, especially seeing that Monkey King come out. I mean, Undying Murana, it doesn't really keep heroes down. So if SMG switch around a little bit, maybe do something else with a Kotl, get a slippery mid, can be a little bit annoying for Blacklist to find that gank, find that kill.
No, you're absolutely right. Like with Mirana and Undying as a support duo, I would always say that they are the heavy support duo. They don't really do anything on their own. They have to rely always on one of the cores to join them to set up a arrow, especially. So you have to try to usually draft I would say like an Ember Spirit, like a Spirit kind of hero to set up for those arrows, because the supports are not going to be able to contribute much. And SMG is going for this kind of like a very heavy team fight core, Monkey King, and they go with the Earthshaker. So I guess that cements the Kotl as a core. So I guess the Earthshaker and Rubik are both going to be the supports. But Rubik and Earthshaker support though is not something I fancy a lot.
Mid one did play Core Shaker.
Oh
last
yeah, but
tour.
who was he playing against? Like a lane? Like was it against like some melee core? Right? That's why he did the Earthshaker.
I think so. Yes.
I think the one thing with the Shaker for SMG is that Afu is really confident in it. Like, it's something they always fall back to because he still makes those mid rotations come out. And when you tie that in with a Kotl mid, it's really easy to find those early kills. You do know your matchup here for Blacklist, so Carl can get something a little bit slippery. I think Ember might be able to last through that output early on. So maybe something slippery, like again, a Quap perhaps jumps out.
Yeah, but the thing I'm talking about Shaker plus Rubik, it's a very traditional thing. Like when you draft supports that don't really output a lot of damage, like 2 of them, you tend to have a lot of problems in the game. You have to try to fill a lot of holes with your other picks. And in most cases, you try to avoid that because you want to have like one support that does a lot of damage, and then the other one is doing less damage but provides lockdown. You know, like both Rubik and Earthshaker tend to fall into the same category of not a lot of damage, but you do provide some form of lockdown. But at the same time, both of them kind of need money. You know.
Yeah, that's a big factor. Like the greed. We saw Paulson play that 5 Rubik. He was pretty underfarmed. And
was he the 5
last
last game? Was it the Revenge the 5? Like who was actually the 5 last game? I have no idea.
The one thing that switches around. But I do believe they always prioritize Afu's farm. Right? Like he got the Ags last time.
Yeah, that's true. He's the CFO.
That's correct. Financial officer. Who gets the Philosopher's Stone is the true answer.
true.
The person who gets that, they have control of the finances.
Yep. So we have the setup right now with the chains. Just a very like solid hero and pretty decent at going towards the back line. With Kotal, you always want that hero that can actually jump the Kotal. It's not a really big surprise here for Blacklist, and for SMG. Can they go even greedier? That is the question.
I don't even see how you could get greedier here.
I mean, you never know, you know.
I think the greediest would be offlane Coddle, Moon, mid, Monkey King, and now you get an even
Another
harder
carry.
That is really greedy.
Yeah.
that's definitely.
I mean, you
greedy.
go for what? Some Drow Ranger, another hard carry.
I think Chidori still loves his clinks. Like that's something he played even before SMG.
You actually you might be right, you know, Neil, because they did Monkey King Ember a couple of times.
That's true. They do like that matchup.
No.
from
Yeah, it's a
Moon.
better matchup.
And then you do like Kotal off lane against the Nature's Prophet, and then you pick another carry. Okay.
That could be a flex.
I don't think. Actually, mid one also played Coddle last time, and the game that I'm thinking of where he played the Shaker, he was against a Naga Siren. So you're right. He was against a safe lane melee. But I mean, I would not be. I usually whenever they pick Monkey King, it's usually on Moon. It's not on Chidori. So.
But it's weird, right? This is happening the other way around, because usually they pick the Monkey King after they see the enemy pick
Yes,
Ember,
that's
then
true.
they pick the Monkey King too. But this time they pick the Monkey King first, and somehow, I mean, maybe they feel like, oh, okay, Blacklist needs like some spirit hero to set up for the arrow. You know, they don't have stuns on the other hero. So if they don't pick a spirit hero, they have to pick either like a Kanka, Kanka or Pango, that kind of hero, and all those heroes are really bad against Monkey mid.
Lina final phase banned, so at least some things have changed from the patch. Viper and Templar Assassin taken out. Blacklist banned out the Slark, which was another mid lane matchup that Moon quite enjoyed against Spirits, sending his Monkey King, sending his Slark against these Ember Spirits mid.
I'm wondering how hard they'll flex in SMG. If they do go for that switch up, I think it can work. You have some interesting lanes there if you do run the off-lane bottle plus Shaker, right? Like Shocker combos sound good.
I mean, you're just like trying to
Be annoying.
be annoying, harass with the fissure into. Oh my god!
All right, they are. Oh,
Okay,
tell you?
that's when you think, okay, they can't possibly be more greedy than this. I mean, sure. Yeah, but during Peru, talent show, you know, you can be
True.
greedy, and if you play correctly around the map, you can get away with it. It's really hard to break through the high ground, you know, in a lot of the games. So you have a lot of ways to come back into the game, even though you're like maybe like 10k behind. It's still very possible for you to hold a successful base defense and come back into the game.
So where do you put this Nature's Prophet now? Is it boss queue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet off lane is really good against Morphling in the lane, because you don't try to harass him. So the way you play this lane, you try to use your Treants and your hero just to focus on denying creeps.
Right.
Because there's no point for you to try and hit the Morphling, and then he just goes back, pops his Morph, and then
Attribute
eats a
shift.
Tangle,
Yeah.
then comes back, Attribute Shift, and then come back to the lane. Then you feel like, what am I doing right clicking him? I should just focus on denying the creep.
True.
And then you start to win the lane, you know. Yeah, and Drow is really good against Morphling in the game. The silence is amazing. It fits their overall lineup. This is like a old patch draft, you know. Drow Ranger plus Undying with MP off lane and a mid
it's
Ember.
true.
yeah, it's very reminiscent. But I honestly lean towards SMG just because I can see them running this draft aggressively enough, like getting this early start and just buying Chidori to space. Because with the Coddle and the Monkey King, in these roles, you don't necessarily need them to farm up that much. You can give a little bit of room out to Afu to get his blink. You can start shutting down the map a little bit more. You've got decent jump for the back line on the Drow, take out her precision aura. And you can kind of deal with a split push Bosco will want to bring out anyway. So I think SMG could surprise us. It is greedy, and if you don't get enough space 15 to 20 minutes in, it will fall flat.
Yeah, no more garbage draft this time. I see
Really?
normal drafts around, but I still like to be on Blacklist lineup still. I feel like they played like garbage as a team, but they have a good draft, you know.
Okay, well, there's a fine but important difference between draft quality and gameplay quality. And right now, it's week number 1. The Blacklist Rivalry definitely want to lock things in and maybe look forward to the Berlin Major. And this series is a very important step in making that happen. So let's see game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
I think one important thing to remember is that one man's garbage is another person's gold, right, Avery? And maybe SMG, they figured out something for that game 1. I mean, I'm putting my faith in whenever it comes to these C games. I'm putting my faith into whatever lineup I feel like has better late game. That's the be all end all of my prediction when it comes to this, because games are just not going to end early.
So then you're with Drow Ranger here. So I think Drow carries this game. In the ultralight, you're giving armor to the Furion as well. You basically have 3 carries on top of it that are gonna do pretty decent versus this solo morph who has to deal a lot of damage. I think if Monkey gets full slotted, maybe that late game becomes more questionable. But then to me, a lot of this game is on Moon. How well does his early lane go? How much tempo can he build? How much stronger is he than these Blacklist cores who just want to push in the late game with the Furion Drow dual core, which will outcarry Morphling here? I don't know. You put your money on whoever's better late game. I just bet on whoever winner says is garbage, because I feel like that's a pretty high chance they're going to win. And so he said that the drafts are even, but Blacklist played like garbage. So I think Blacklist are going to take game 2 here. That's my point.
Okay. So it sounds like we're both backing Blacklist for this game too.
I mean,
despite whatever happened in game 1.
I think their lineup's a lot more comfortable for how they want to play. I think what they were lacking was the lockdown and the aggressive catch. But when you last pick this Drow, you shift the onus onto SFG to have to sort of build some momentum and gain a lead. Otherwise, Morph is just going to struggle in the late game. And you have this Drow dual core with Undying teamfight that's going to become really nasty. Not to mention, you throw a Mirana ult on top. You're giving all these heroes evasion. There's a reason this hero is still really good, right? It's this level 15 talent. You give global evasion. You can kite out the monkey ult and then just take the fight. I don't think you're winning the fight at that point if you're SMG. So if I'm SMG, I want to win lanes here, get off to a good start, abuse the monkey matchup mid, abuse Morphling not being kicked out of lane, and get early Roshans if possible.
Well, we're already off to a great start for Blacklist. They got 3 bounty runes and almost got a 4th because they did arrow the Morphling and did tons of damage to him. But he did manage to grab the bounty rune either way. But 3 for 1, already using up some tangos on that Morphling, but this mid matchup, it's going to be rough. And that's why probably Carl needs all the help he can get out of those bounty runes. Are the side lanes okay for Blacklist? Because they're obviously losing mid. That's just going to happen. Are they going to do okay in the side lanes at least?
I mean, Drow should do fine. She's going to get pressured a bit in the early waves. You get nuked under tower. Undying will full zone the Shaker no matter what. In theory, Raven shouldn't die in this laning phase, and Bosku is going to free farm versus Morph, because I don't think Morph Rubik are pressuring Furion here, especially when you're arrowing every range creep. So I think side lanes are looking fine for Blacklist. To me, it's a lot about mid. I don't think the mid matchup is as bad as it used to be for Ember. It's definitely not as bad as it was if we're talking TI 8, TI 9 period, where Tops and Monkey annihilated Embers and TAs, right? That matchup was unplayable. This version is rough, but you can kind of get out of it. Carl's even going to pull wave here, so maybe it is a lot worse than I think, but either way, you know, do little tricks, little shenanigans. He's almost a bottle. He can make it out alive. And his lane doesn't have to win. He just has to not lose it horribly. He just has to not feed kills to Moon and super accelerate him, you know, like all my pub mids do.
Well, I don't think any of your pub mids are doing these kind of shenanigans, so Carl.
No. They just stand there and die over and over.
Yeah, Carl is, he's got a problem and, he's found a solution, which is just have the creep wave not meet at all.
Just disrupt the equilibrium, make it messy. Still, he's going to suffer CSing here as he gives that Jingu stack. And he is getting massively out CSs. He has 4. Yes. So I'm a little worried for him. Not mega worried yet, but I'm some worry growing, you know what?
You know, I was going to ask you, like, what changed about the matchup that makes it so different than when it was at TI8, but it's still looking like TI8 right now?
I mean, it's water runes, and Monkey is weaker aggressive-wise. He got changed a lot since then. He got more armor and less Kingu damage, so it's like slightly better in these ways, but yeah, it's still a very Monkey favorite matchup for sure. You're happy to play this if you're Monkey. That said, Cuckoo can offset a lot of momentum. Monkey mid is very volatile. If Moon overextends this game, dies once or twice, you lose a huge amount of your game flow and your item progression on this hero. So that's where I'm saying I really want to see Moon play this game clean, use his advantage, and transition it well on the map. Don't mess up your moves. Don't itemize poorly. Make the game easy for your other two cores to back you up in what you want to do.
Yeah, particularly since he has that Furion to worry about, right? Like, they do have that global presence, so he really does have to play clean in that regard and not overextend.
And overextending in the fights is really easy. You overextend in a Tombstone, suddenly Drow silences you, you get hit by a single Frost Arrow, you're just gone, right? Unless there's a Rubik Shard way later. There's not really a save on this lineup. So that's what I'm saying. You gotta have a clean game. They're gonna gank for him here. This is really nice. When you have an advantage on mid, anytime you can gank for him, that's called the Quinn Callahan in NA. Just snowball it even more.
Carl, he does have a Fairy Fire, so he will be fine. But yeah, he's kicked out of lane. A nice two-man chain's got him out of a First Blood scenario, because that First Blood is still out there. So that is huge potential. I mean, you're talking about like a 1v1 mid matchup, and then you get a First Blood on top of that. Monkey would just run away with the game. So good that Carl did manage to get himself out of that scenario. Nice rotation by the Undying as well. But SMG definitely taking full advantage of at least that mid lane. Side lanes are going all right. They've actually got a Cuddle 21-2, so he's doing really well. Chidori is suffering a little bit more than the other lanes. And in fact, they're not going to kill him, but they are going to push him back and really make him pay for not having any more regen.
Yeah, this lane is getting mega abused, dude. They are completely out. Bosku with the Blightstone on top of Tim's right clicks. There's a lot of damage on this lane. Very high damage heroes just right clicking you out. Morph is decent dealing with this, but he's not the best. And honestly, I think there was an option to put Morph mid this game. When I was looking at the draft and put the Monkey versus the Furion. It changes the game flow of the game, but I think the lanes are better. And so maybe their idea is they're just going to gank mid as they go again on Carl, who should die.
Nice body block in. That was beautiful. Really well done by Afu.
If you're going to put the Monkey mid instead of bottom, then I think you want to gank for him. I think this is the correct play, especially with a Shaker who's not going to pressure Drow top. This makes sense because now you're accelerating Monkey. You're going to go into this early game with a really strong tempo mid hero who can run around the map and shut down the Furion if he's in the stronger position to do so. But the downside is you have to commit to this, which means mid one game a little harder. But honestly, he's not doing too bad. So you're pretty happy with the outcome. He's going to get some stacks. He has mech up already very fast. He's cruising. And Carl is out of the game pretty much. He is level 4. He is very far down on the net worth. You got to help him, but you don't have the supports to help him. You have Mirana Undying. Terrible at these rune skirmishes.
Oh, yeah. Moon actually getting a little bit low. It's potential for a turnaround if Carl maybe could have gotten the chains there. But sadly, just a bit of RNG against him.
Yeah, Fairy Fire, but you never know. Sometimes people just don't press it.
It happens to me every once in a while.
Yeah, something else my mid pubs do a lot.
Yeah.
Don't press items. I'm not salty though.
I mean, the sooner this Ember Spirit, kicking the Monkey King out of lane, he just needs to get to that level 6. Level 6 and everything's forgiven, but he's going to get blocked in again. AU's going to try and help him out with the Tombstone laid down. The chains will be able to separate the two a little bit here. And the teleport in from Bosku. The arrow comes through, but it's not actually in time.
I don't think
Bosku is now
Bosku wants any of this.
So now Bosku is going to die instead of Carl. They try and help out their mid laner, but instead it turns against him in just the worst fashion. SMG are going to be able to get 2 kills out of this rotation.
I respect the noble sacrifice, but that was a little too noble.
Yeah.
And now you're just trying to fight the strongest hero in the game back, right? You're bringing heroes to mid to fight this Monkey, and Monkey just clowns on you. You don't have any heroes to deal with this hero in the early.
Nope.
This is just not the place you want to be.
Oh,
Now
look at this. Moon is active. Moon is playing for kills, and he gets one on Raven in the top lane. He did not expect that kind of rotation early, and now AU's going to be blocked in, so he's dead as well. Wow, this is SMG playing with some speed right now.
This is what you want to do with them in Monkey. They are abusing it to perfection here. Even got the extra Jingu to run top, so he just already has it set up. But now he's going to TP bottom. The triple lane massacre kill.
Holy cow, that is insane. Moon actually just won all 3 lanes.
Yeah, he just killed all 3 lanes too. I think he just killed 5 heroes. He basically just team wiped them effectively. 2 of those were Bosku, but give this man a rampage.
Wow, that was actually 2 of them were Bosku. Holy crap, it started with him killing Bosku and ended with him killing Bosku.
I mean, Bosku is the start, he is the finish, he is life, he is love.
Anybody who's wondering, Bosku is Cuckoo, just to be clear, if anybody was wondering who the hell that guy is. Mid one is going to be blocked in, so a Blacklist. You know, the laning phase is getting a little messy, and they're going to follow that mess, it seems, try and outnumber some heroes, and they certainly need that. Moon is going to try and get the kill again. Carl falls. He just cannot get his level 6. It's 9 minutes in.
Just go somewhere else, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, seriously.
Just don't go to this monkey. It's not your friendly neighborhood monkey.
No.
It's an enraged gorilla.
This is the monkey on steroids right now.
Somebody stole his banana. He's not happy. We will get level 6 here, I think, though. And then at least he can maybe make some plays elsewhere. But you have given a lot to Moon in this game. And that was the one guy you didn't want to give it to. So that means you're going to have to make for it elsewhere, which means Raven and Bosku, you got to combine to get little stuff like that.
Are you sure he's going to get level 6?
I mean, he got it.
He got it. He got it.
I mean, he did get it.
Yeah,
Not correct.
You were right.
Analysis right there, baby.
Oh, man.
I never said what would happen with it. I mean, Moon's
Push back in with the big wave coming out. Moon, unstoppable spree. 10 minutes. Wow.
Radiant's middle tower is under
This just got out of hand.
Oh, they took bottom tower in the meantime, man.
Yeah, that's even more brutal. That's when you feel really good with Morphling. When there's random other crap happening, Morphling just takes your tower. He's one of the best carries at doing it because he can abuse the regen and he has super high base damage. You just feel so nice when that happens. It's just, I feel like you already won. Like, damn,
yeah, pretty much.
Tower with my carry. This game's too easy. And for Moon, it's too easy right now. 6-0-3. He almost has Echo Saber. He's tanky. I don't know if you have the damage. You pretty much have to land an arrow to kill him. You have chains to do it. Pop a Fury Animal. Maybe you bring everybody. You're going to have to kill him soon, though. Because he's well out of hand, and it's going to create too much space for everybody else. You're not going to get to this mid-late game where your Drow comes online.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Afu, a support, solo takes a tower. And that is just a consequence of the lanes going so poorly for Blacklist.
Yeah, he's living that dream. The Shaker dream, which is you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, that is a pretty good dream. Just AFK farm and get a Blink Dagger eventually.
He's going to get it. You could also just go Arcane Blink Shard. I don't think he has to play Blink Shaker in this game. Just him being able to follow up on the Moon jumps is going to be good enough. You can even Chakram. Pretty obnoxious. You can chain it off the Shard with the totem. It's guaranteed.
They have really, really good long-range poke. Monkey King and Coddle plus a Rubik. Yeah, that is enough. All you have to do is Fisher, and there's going to be a ton of damage being thrown, like from 800 range. Carl's going to be tossed back into the wave. Oh, no. Blacklist. They tried to play for that fight, too, but they just completely underestimated the power of this Moon mid-1 combo right now.
Yeah, there's a mech behind this Coddle with his ult, and this monkey is 1400 HP. You are not taking this fight. You gotta split the map with Furion right now. There's nowhere to go. Bosku's stuck top. Getting fissured.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that was a tombstone fight too. You're maxing tombstone here. You're losing that fight. This game is. I don't want to say it's over, but I think from a theoretical standpoint, this game is actually over right now. If SMG play it clean, you're up 6K with 3 tier 1s basically, and Ember does not exist. You have no mid hero here if you're Blacklist. I don't know if Carl knows that, but he does not exist in this game.
It's like, no, I'm here. I'm still here, guys.
Yeah, I think they lost him on the Discord call. Yo, Carl, you still here, bro? You hear me now?
His net worth is so pathetic. He's behind Polosin right now. Oh,
He's
almost got
also
ganked again.
His spells are just weaker right now. Max Light Ember is
Okay, they
absolute
do
dog without
run
light
up into the
Ember.
high
Okay.
ground. That was a brazen maneuver there by SMG, and they might pay for it, but maybe Mood is just too damn strong. The supports are going to get caught. Or at least Polosin. Polosin still teleport. Oh, okay. He was trying to teleport out of here. That would have been very bad. Raven's still in trouble. Moon does get an opportunity to jump away into the trees. Sprout separates them a little bit, but Moon jumps over the other side and finishes off the Drow Ranger. And without the Drow, there really is nothing to fear, it seems, for Moon. He's going to get off his ultimate here to go for the dive underneath the tier 2 with the extra armor. He doesn't care about the damage whatsoever. Godlike in 14 minutes. That is going to be hard to beat.
Monkey King? No, he is a monkey god. Somebody stop him. That was your high ground tomb. So that really hurts. Because maybe that's a fight you can get your Ember back in this game. They overextend on high ground tomb. Again, if Moon dies, it's gonna give a lot. But I don't see him dying.
Carl's just sitting there watching allies die nonstop. He doesn't know what to do for them anymore.
Okay, they bring everybody.
Okay, they have to catch him.
This is
They
it.
have to
I think
kill
they
him
get him.
here. Moon is going to be silenced. He's not going to be able to get a big lifesteal hit. The Boundless Strike wasn't even up
Carl
anyway.
got it too.
And Carl gets the last hit on both of those kills, and they're going to be able to get a third kill on top of that one. All of a sudden, he's ahead of Polosin in net worth.
The boys are back in town.
Oh my god, mid one's going to feed too? No.
He's good.
No.
He's good here.
Okay. Jeez,
That's a lot of gold. That's a 10x streak. Plus, he got the other kill on Afu, so like doing some quick math. He got 1,600 gold out of that fight.
Refuse gold.
Yeah.
And he's still broke as hell.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. I'm looking at his net worth. Oh God, my boy. Invest wisely.
He was getting doubled up on, and now he's just he's only 3,000 net worth behind his lane opponent as Bosku's gonna get picked off at the bottom lane.
It was a necessary infusion, but maybe a little too late. The veins are dry. And you did get this shaker on Afu, which I think is the correct choice here. I don't think Blink. I don't know what Blink's doing for you in this game. You know. You just
Yeah,
don't
for
need
sure.
it. You're gonna have Monkey going in with the game state. You just need to be able to follow up, help him lock people down, abuse the chakra if you want. Chidori is
Gonna go for
gonna appear
Carl.
when he wants to.
Moon.
Ooh, you have stolen chains again.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
So if you get lifted, you're just dead. He's level 3. The thing is, this isn't even a good Ember game. He's versus Rubik who's stealing chains. He's versus double long range stun. And then he's versus a Morphling who's going to chain him as well. There's a lot of lockdown for Carl to deal with. Even if he manages to somehow come back. Which looks grim.
And Blacklists are doing that thing where they're just holding their high ground areas and hoping SMG walks into them, hoping that Moon jumps into the trees underneath a ward.
Well, I mean, mid one did walk into him before, so you never know.
Yeah, mid one walked into them earlier in the triangle too, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He just walked up and took it. So maybe holding high ground is your way back in the game. But smoking may be better.
Can they kill Chidori? I mean, their smoke is going to break on Polosin first, so it's going to be hard. They do manage to get the silence out, but not before the strength attribute goes out. He morphs in. Chidori actually hits a nice wave for him. Is pretty committed, but will be able to deal with AU pretty easily. And Blacklist down the run. After they've killed the tombstone, they're going to try and chase.
Oh,
See if they can catch Raven, which they should.
Never mind. I thought he had stolen Fury on teleport, but that was just Bosku faking it. Faked me. And that's the other problem. You can steal Tombstone this game. It's pretty much guaranteed every fight. And Carl's gone again.
Well, that's not supposed to happen because they just showed a bunch of heroes top lane, but
No, they're map.
okay, with 2 bottom, they're going to try and catch this. Oh, no, they showed at the last second on the Moonlight Shadow. They do have the arrow, though. It's
That's a
on
huge
Moon.
arrow.
Very important kill. They have to kill him right here, right now, before the Fisher block is successful, and they're good. They get him. They bring him down. Blacklist can maybe even search for more, but Bosku misses out on the Sprout.
Where's the help? Where's the Rubik Force Staff? Not there, so Moon overstaying a little bit. You gotta be careful. Again, the monkey overextension will get punished in this game. You just get kited by the frost arrows.
Yeah.
And a very clutch arrow by Tims. Man asked for Mirana. You don't have the setup because your Ember got deleted from the unlucky. But you still got
Background tomb again. Oh, Chidori's
tomb.
just in for it, though. They're going to deal with a stolen tombstone.
Plus
They still have their own high ground tomb, so SMG can't fight.
Decent disengage, I guess. You should take that. Time for Fury on the farm.
Are scanning.
Time for draw the farm. Honestly, you're not that far behind in this game, considering what happened. I mean, you're behind, but the game isn't over.
I mean, it is remained static at that like 7,000-8,000 net worth line. So I see what you're saying.
And they got the 2 big kills on Monkey. I'm telling you, this mid Monkey, 1 or 2 deaths, he loses so much from it. It's crazy. It's just a feel thing in the game. It's all of a sudden you can't man up like you were in the early game.
Why is mid Monkey King so different than carry Monkey King in that regard?
You show up the fights, carry Monkey just
Is under
go
attack.
battle through the Ags and you don't see him for 40 minutes. So he doesn't have the chance to feed, you know?
Fair.
It's because mid players are all psychopaths. And so when you give a psychopathic mid player a psychopath hero,
Radiant's bottom
yeah.
tower is under
it's
attack.
volatile, man. It's just pure gasoline in the leader rammer. You know?
Gas.
That's why Thompson was the best mid monkey, because that guy's absolutely insane.
He found a way to hone that madness into something special.
I think it's just a hero that's really easy to throw. It's really easy to just jump in and think you're super strong, and then suddenly you're dead.
Hey, to kill the tombstone, which means Moon gets the opportunity to close the gap,
detection.
and Moonlight Shadow, no detection. Oh, that's gonna feel bad. Bosku, is he gonna blast? No. Okay, the blast isn't quite there. Neither is the Fisher.
Right turn.
We're still looking for heroes here. They're gonna try
Listen,
and fight
damage.
this. Oh, that was a beautiful multi-shot. Does a ton
High
of
ground
damage, but they need to
tombstone.
actually finish with these heroes with the high ground tombstone. Mid one's getting a little bit low. They have the Echo Slam out onto Bosku. They're controlling him up. At the same time, mid one is gonna die over here. Chidori with the double damage though. He's being
7
guided around by
hyper
these
stacks.
frost arrows. He's got to be careful of this, especially with the hypothermia stacking up. It's pretty scary. They're gonna chase
That's a
after him.
good chain, but man,
Yeah, still held on to the Manta. Nicely played there. Jumping back into this high ground tombstone. It's going to wear out soon, though.
dodge the strike.
He's botched the strike, and now he's going to be slowed down a little bit, but a Manta. They're just all over the place.
Well, these mantas are super annoying for Tims. Can't arrow anything.
Yeah, and can't,
Your
it's
chains
hard to silence arrow, or hard to chains into arrow. Can't use silence effectively.
Still, that's a 1 fight for Blacklist. They gained gold out of that fight. They got the big core kill. That's your Aegis on Morph. You didn't really get
Radiant
much out of
are
that.
Scanning.
And Ags, Furion will start cleaning up the map more and more.
Oh, they're going to jump the Draw Ranger, though, so the fight's not over just yet. Force Staff over to the side. Nice, Gus. Really great reaction from Raven.
Man, these
And
mantas.
again, the Manta blocking these arrows, man. Tims just can't play Dota.
It's rough. It's rough out here. Gets you out of the Ags Furion ult, gets you out of chains. Helps you scale stats-wise as well. Morph likes building Manta generally. Or at least it's decent value out of him. I don't know if he likes building it, but he does not mind for sure. And now you're clawing your way back, man. This Emperor, he's only 2,000 behind.
How far ahead? Like you said Blacklist. They have the answers to the Morphling. Draw Ranger is incredible against that hero, but
This is a
there
really
has
good
to be like a number, right?
7.
Okay, thank you. And the magic
right?
number is 7, so everybody look out for that.
Was that the number you were thinking of?
Yeah, it was actually.
Damn, I'm
Dire's
good.
middle tower is under attack.
Well done.
I mean,
No, but like, is there like a certain item or general like level or something that we're looking for with Blacklist where you feel like they're super strong? Oh boy, well, Raven's dead.
pretty good arrow.
Nice arrow though. High ground tombstone
He's
as
gone.
well. They can't deal with it too easily.
dodged the Starfall.
Turning around the life steal, dodging with the Star Storm, but at the same time, it's just too much. Caught inside the Sprout, caught inside the zombies. He may have dodged. He may have played that really well, but he ultimately could not dodge everything.
That's another monkey death. I mean, you do get drow out of it, so you don't feel too bad about that one. But these tombstones are causing them problems. They don't have good tomb killers. They have good tomb
Dire's
stealers.
middle tower is under attack.
True, yeah, true.
Dire's structures are
The
fortified.
enemy has good tomb killers.
Yes,
So-
so their tombstone's better. Just a better tombstone.
Maybe it's good that you give away tombstone, because then your tombstone killers kill the tombstone for more
Or
gold.
gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why this Ember's coming back.
Fresh blink dagger on Pelosin is going to be used to try and catch Cuckoo here. Arrow's going to go out. Oh, Chidori, nice sidestep there. Really great read. Probably wouldn't have gotten that kill if he'd been hit by the arrow.
Now you're
Maybe
silenced.
overextended a little bit, but they still have Aegis. So this is something Blacklist cannot overextend into.
Yeah, you'd rather just be pushing the map out right now and just let Bosku die, I think. Again, you're not too far out of reach in this game. You win one more good fight or something. You land in the arrows. Tim's is hitting the arrows. I'll give it to him. He is hitting them this game. And this,
You know, Avery, this is a game where, as an analyst, you either look like a genius or completely idiotic.
Radiant's top tower
Okay.
is under attack.
So which am I?
Well, we're gonna find. I mean, obviously, I think you're a genius, but I'm just saying. You keep saying that they're not that far behind, and I believe you. But SMG is kind of keeping the status quo still of just like kind of grinding out fights against Blacklist.
I mean, okay, Blacklist have no business being in this game, but you had a couple bad deaths on this monkey, and suddenly there's a window. And I still think their draft is just stronger if they get there. It's a really good drow game.
Oh, really? Jump away. Good leaps, and they are gonna be. Maybe not. Oh, leaps are running out. Another high ground tombstone. You want to fight into this? I'm not sure if you do.
Aegis is out. You got arrow.
Oh, the Aegis is expired with an arrow on him, and the Drow Rangers
vessel.
just do so much damage. They have to be careful. Moon, over here on the side, they actually spawned the tombstone. Chidori's going to be able to deal with it. And a little bit of a reset. Swinging out through the trees, Aghanim Scepter complete for mid-one.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Tier 2 tower. It's going to be glyphed up. The 10,000 net worth lead. Oh, Carl. Oh, mid-one. They are not giving anything to
Dire's
poor
bottom tower is
old
under attack.
Carl, man. Can't even have an arcane rune in peace.
I mean, we've already stated Carl does not exist in this game. He is an illusion. Everything you're seeing is a remnant of a past mid laner that did not get to participate. Does have BKB though. The remnant is becoming more corporeal. There's hopium.
Yeah, he's coming back into this reality.
He had unfinished business. If you kill Monkey 2 more times, all right, you were asking for a number. You were asking for a number, right?
Okay.
I think if Moon dies 2 more times, you got like a 50-50.
Okay. And what do you think it is right now?
80-20.
Okay. And what was it like 15 minutes ago?
15 minutes at 10 minutes in the game?
Yeah,
0.
like 10, 12 minutes ago, we were talking like it was pretty much over, right? Like
Yeah, it
you
was
said,
0.
from a theoretical standpoint, it was 0%. So
Yes.
that's what I just trying to help your point out here of saying that Blacklist are grinding out a game that is possibly winnable.
1% by the minute, baby.
Yeah,
1%
pretty much.
by the minute.
Dire's top tower is under
That's all it
attack.
takes. So that means that if we go another 30 minutes, which is what last game went to, 57, then they should win.
And
Just look at the 50 mark.
the better late game lineup wins, which is what I'm saying.
That's just math. That's just math and winner being wrong.
And doesn't everybody want that? No matter who you're biased for, whether you're an SMG fan or a Blacklist fan, or maybe you're just a neutral observer. Don't all of us just want winner to be wrong?
Sounds like an infomercial. If you'd like to have winter be wrong, you can call right now and receive 8 monthly installments of Winter calling a team garbage that wins. See, that's why I became a caster, because then you get trash talking other people, and I mean, you can't say anything.
Yeah, because it's kind of weird when they're on the panel and then they try and like throw trash back at you because
Yeah,
it's
I'm already gone.
It's
I'm already
gone.
gone.
It's in the past. Nobody's listening.
I'm already outside in the pool. You know, I'm chilling. Your words can't hurt me. Can't touch me.
Blacklist holding, once again, just kind of holding on to a high ground, seeing if SMG is going to give them an opportunity, and maybe they just have it. So no, that area is under the ultimate high ground area.
Get a gem.
Or Dyer, and he just gave away a gem. Yeah, ouch.
I don't understand these plays because they can only be one area. No one's even showing bottom.
Yeah.
There is nowhere else they can be. It's just a bad death. It's just
They have a lane ward bottom. They have this deep mid ward. Yeah, you are right. They can really only be in the triangle.
It's just a bad depth. And this is what I'm saying. You're giving them some small windows in this game. Because you were at the 14k gold lead. Now you're at 10. You just lost 4k net worth off that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a lot for a keeper of the light.
Nullifier. What do you think about this? Nullifier instead of is BKB really just not that good this game?
This item did get cheaper. It is a pretty efficient item damage wise now. It's 75 damage for the cost.
Is under attack.
He's leapt into an arrow. Okay. I mean, he wants to deal with the kiting, right? If he gets on Drow, you can't Hurricane Pike, you can't Glimmer. It's pretty big. He's sick and tired of getting kited, but yeah, you don't have that BKB that just allows you to commit through things like Gust or Chains or the Fury on Ags. You don't have something like Scotty. You built it on the Morph, so Chidori wants to close the gap, but again, you still have windows in these fights to recreate that gap and hold it. You have an Ags on the Keeper. It's maybe your best tool here on top of Fissure chain stunning people. You have Blink on the Rubik, so your initiation's there. You can start the fight with a lift into the follow-up. Somebody should die with the waveform in. Still decent clear path to just kill a core here for SMG. Nullifier helps you do that, because you do have double Glimmer on Blacklist side. I think, no, you have 4 staff and 1 Glimmer. So between the Pike, the 4 staff, and the Glimmer, you're eliminating some decent network take.
All right, Roshan time for SMG. Looks like it's free because Blacklist, while they are smoked up and they're making their way to the top part of the map, they're not heading to the Roshan pit. They're trying to get some sort of sneaky wraparound play through the lane, but they realize, oh no, SMG are just inside the pit. They're not going to find anybody. They're going to get this ward, and maybe they're going to play for it. These are already just jumping straight into it. They get the tombstone out before AU falls. They got to be careful. Ooh, that was a lot of damage on Moon. Jeez.
You gotta kill this high ground too, bro. Raven's just manning up.
What's Raven here by himself? Somebody help Raven. Okay, Gus back. They actually got the silence on him while he was anti-morphing. They have a TP coming in. The tombstone's still up. All these zombies are out. They actually have to use Wukong's command just to be able to protect themselves, but it looks like Bosku's overextended himself. Chidori commits. It does manage to kill the Mirana. They're still trying to deal with Chidori, but Raven just doesn't have the damage to help him out. The multi-shot almost finishing off the Coddle, actually, but not quite good enough. He's going to fall. Now they're just running over the heroes. This Blacklist, they tried to fight into an Aegis, re-engaging into an Aegis, but it just doesn't work.
Tower is under attack.
That fight looked almost promising.
Yeah, almost.
Really good multi-shots off of this Drow, and Raven's positioning was pretty spot on. I kind of like the man up with the high ground tomb. You're trying to deny the zone control, but you still have this Aegis on Morph, and There's too much gas in the tank. You have to remember, this Coddle's just healing everybody too. A lot of heals coming out from this guy in long duration fights like that. 3 blasts plus a Greaves. Yeah, it's up. Just too much.
Yeah. Oh, Carl. Oh, Carl.
Oh,
Carl. What have you done?
He has returned to his ghost form. He was a real hero, but the clock struck midnight.
Dire's middle barracks
Going to
has fallen.
remnants of future past.
Where am I?
Yeah, he was trying to remnant out of it into a different server.
Is under attack.
We are remnant into the multiverse, where he didn't have to play versus Monkey Mid and go 0-6.
All right, well, looks like SMG are just gonna kind of shut the door on this game in a way, unless
Paulson, I don't
Paulson,
think that's where you wanted the remnant, my son.
he makes his best Carl imitation there. Multi-shot
Take
goes
me.
out.
Take me in your arms. I am ascending. I am ascending past the gate.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
What are these remnant plays, man? Arrow goes
Carl
out.
did.
Oh, we cut off Wukong's command. Oh no! If they could have stopped that, it might have been a go time. With that bonus armor, it is very hard for Raven to be able to cut through the Monkey King like that. They still get him on this route, though. Still might be able to catch him. They actually force him in. Uh-oh. That's not quite what they wanted. They traded 1 for 1 still. Arrow out on Chidori. Chidori going to be able to manta off the Spirit Vessel and jump away. If Lightning still catches the 2 of them, they really want to keep this going if possible, but it's so hard.
One more monkey death.
One more.
One more and they win. Opium.
All of a sudden, the Radiant Throne just explodes.
That was a absolute boss play by Paulson. I respect it. You know, he just went in, sacrificed himself to the Dota gods, said, "Take me instead."
Did he have to do that? No.
No, he didn't have to do anything there, but he did, and I respect that.
Yeah, doesn't it make a sacrifice more compelling when it's not forced on you anyway?
Exactly. It's not about how
He
many.
willingly chose to give up his life there.
It's not about how many remnants you're born with, Cap. It's about what you choose to do with them. Oh, stolen arrow.
Oh, watch out for that arrow. Hey, yo, they need to kill mid one. They really did kill him. Raven knows it too. Raven goes in with the BKB, doesn't manage to finish off that Coddle, and now it's just going to be slowed down to a crawl by Chidori. The Scotty is just doing too much. Blacklist have nothing to stop him. Chidori's just going to clean up on this. I mean, Chidori is solid carry performance in both game 1 and game 2. And I'm speaking like this game's over because I think it is.
Yeah, this game's over now. I don't think you're getting that other monkey kill. You might have been able to secure it. The percentage is dropping back down. And yeah, now
Back to 0%.
Dire's bottom
Morphline's out
tower
of control.
is under attack.
He has double Dispel plus Hurricane Pike plus still the Aegis on top of it. You have all the utility from your supports. The onus is no longer on Moon for 1v5 the game.
Top tower has fallen.
That was a rough one. This was a rough one. Carl got dumpster.
Dire's bottom barracks are
He
under
got put
attack.
in the fucking trash and taken out. That's me putting it lightly.
Maybe it's better we didn't see Carl at Lima.
Dire's top
All right,
barracks
well, you
are
don't
under
have to.
attack.
You don't have to spit on him while he's in the trash. Jesus, savage. Absolutely savage. But this game was also absolutely savage. There's no way around it. A little stalled out in the mid game, though. Honestly, some bad deaths. You had that couple bad keeper deaths. You lost Gem. It's looking a little, maybe something can happen here, but of course, the lead was just too insurmountable. Chidori had been quietly farming the whole time as Midland stares us into the abyss. That was the look, perhaps, that he gave Paulison after the remnants into the face.
Bro, don't throw this serious for me. It's so important. I do not need to be clowned on by Ninja Boogie. Do not throw this game. I mean, Moon certainly put in a hell of a performance in this game too. I think Chidori, very solid performance. I mean, locked down that game 1, didn't really slip up in game 2 at all. So all in all, SMG, who honestly ended that last season, I was looking back on it just to try and remember what happened while we were there, and they ended the season by bringing down Geek Slate.
So, you know, that's
Yeah.
you know, pretty good. So they're
think they
definitely
won.
picking up some steam.
I mean, they 2-0'd like 2 or 3 series at the end, right? They were.
They ended up losing 1-2 against one of the top tier teams. I can't
Oh
remember
yeah,
who.
but they should have won that series.
Yes.
They threw it, and that's what counts. It's not about what you win; it's about what you throw.
Well, wise words to end this cast on as we'll head back to the panel to give the finishing notes on this opening series for the Southeast Asia DPC.
Finishing notes. I was worried you were about to say finishing blow because this has been a rough series for Blacklist Rivalry, inaugural way into our spring tour. And it looked a little bit rough against SMG here, but maybe SMG have just powered up significantly as they are able to take the 2-0 victory and perhaps continue that upwards trajectory that we were seeing from the tail end of tour number 1. It was this was a convincing victory, Winter. Maybe in game number 1 we were attributing it to some throws back and forth, but this one was SMG hitting the gas and never really letting off.
Yeah, I think the Monkey King definitely, like after winning his lane, he was able to run around, control the map, and they played way better as a team, you know, as a whole, like from start to finish. It wasn't like last game where the game was like so back and forth, like people are like making some throws here and there, and this game is just much more clean, you know, from SMG.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like how they ended up with the lanes as well. Like that flex for the Monkey King onto the mid worked out really nicely. The lane matchup up against the Ember certainly worked out in favor for Moon. And they just managed to get that pacing out. Like we had some issues with the support picks, like Rubik and Earthshaker. You talked about the overlap in duties, maybe a little bit greedy, but they managed to get it done really well.
Yeah, I mean the whole point of like having one support as a less greedy like a hero and the other more greedy, it's not really that important when you already win all your lanes. You know, they were just like so far ahead at the start. So whatever support you have, like greedy support you have, doesn't really matter anymore. I feel like overall they just ran them over, like right from the lanes. Like the Monkey just moved top, he killed the Drow, like he kicked him out of the lane, and then they took the tower, then he moved mid, and then they have mech on the Kotal very early, and they just played with that timing, you know, and there's not much, you know, Blacklist could have done that game.
Yeah, like the pacing was there from SMG. Like it was all about that timing, right? Like I believe Cap and Avery said they preferred Blacklist for late game. You've got scaling in the Drow and the Treant and Nature's Prophet, but because you've got the tempo Monkey King who doesn't need too much farm, you've got a Kotal who also doesn't need too much farm to be active. It was only Chidori who had to hang back and build up, and everyone else was just so aggressive. They had so much movement across the map, and they just shut down Raven before he could become a massive issue.
This is why I feel like when I always look at this team, right, it just feels like they're not really willing to sacrifice for one another, you know? Like, I feel like this game, the Ember had to, sure, he had a really shit lane, you know, against the Monkey King, but I still feel like he should be trying to move around and just try to play for other players, you know, except the fact that, okay, I'm going to be a pseudo support this game, and I'm going to try to play the game for the Drow and the MP instead, you know. But in a couple of occasions, I feel like the Ember wasn't really initiating much, and the MP, maybe he felt like he had to do something, you know, like he's TPing to the fights, and he's like dying in the fights right away. Where I felt like what should have happened is like the Ember should be moving around, maybe to the side lanes, even though he's poor, and try to set up something along those lines, you know, instead of just waiting for his team to move to him, you know, which I felt like this is like the syndrome that I've been talking about. Nobody wants to give way for another. Everybody wants to farm and be the star.
Yeah, it goes back to that shift as well, right? Like Tim's is on something that can playmake on the Mirana, but we didn't see that connection with the Ember all too often, or often enough to buy that space out for Blacklist to open up the map more.
Yeah.
Really, the only target that they could have made moves on would have been the Rubik, though. 'Cause even the Shaker was getting far enough ahead that you couldn't really expect to reasonably solo kill the Shaker just with the Mirana and the Ember. All of SMG just got too farmed too quick.
Yeah, I mean, the only lane that actually went well for them, for Blacklist, is the Drow's lane. Like I didn't really expect the MP to not do so well in the lane. I thought the lane would have been okay, but I think he got ganked like a couple of times by, was it the Shaker? Like he came bot to gank, and I feel like then after that he had like a pretty rough game, and then he was like TPing to mid to join a fight. I can't remember what minute was that. And then he TP'd it down and he died right away. Then he got tipped by the enemy. Everybody just tipped him.
Yeah.
And then he lost a lot of momentum from the early game from that, you know. Like that's why I feel like if I'm the Ember, I'm having a shit game, right? I'll just like, okay, I have some levels and I'm going to rotate to maybe the MP's lane, go to the lane and give one of the supports, the mid lane, to just farm and get some XP and try to help the team in that way, you know. Because I feel like what he did in the game was he just sat in the lane. Okay, he had a shit lane, then he continues to sit in the lane and he continues to be behind. And he doesn't do anything for his team or himself, you know. And you're not going to catch up doing just by sitting in the lane, farming, you know, instead of trying to make something happen on the map.
Yeah, like in comparison, Moon, our MVP, right? Like he was active. He was taking that position. He was going up top, making these plays happen, shutting down Raven. Maybe if Carl managed to replicate that for Moon, things could have gone differently. But Moon, he played spectacularly well. Again, with that flex, coming with the Monkey King, early aggression coming out from him. Like, it's always fun to see Moon on those aggressive heroes. I feel like that's where he really shines on his mid.
Yeah, he's very good at, I feel like, playing the win condition mid heroes. Like he's greedier as a mid laner. If you compare him to all the teams in SEA, the other teams, the other mid laners, I would say a lot of them mostly try to play for the carry. And Moon is more like, I feel like even when he's not on a hero that's greedy, but he's also greedier than the rest, but sometimes he makes it work better than others, you know, especially on the Monkey King and the Slug that we've seen them do, particularly against the melee mid heroes. They like to do that, and these are the games where I feel like he really shines as a player.
Yeah, for most teams, I would have looked at the 5 heroes that SMG had, and I would have been like, this is insanely greedy. I can't believe the audacity that you're trying to get away with making the Monkey King go mid and then picking a Morphling last pick, but it fits SMG's playstyle quite well, and I'm curious if other teams will be able to expose it. Do you feel like Blacklist did not match expectations today, and they're looking like, are they looking like a top 4 or a bottom 4?
Oh, they look like bottom 4 garbage at this point.
That's rough.
Yeah, at this point, you know. I mean, things are going to change all the time, but right now, from what I've seen so far, they look like the bottom, at least the bottom 3 team.
Yeah, it's slow going for Blacklist. I think it's going to be disappointing for a lot of the Philippine fans, but we were having this discussion off screen as well. Like 5 Filipino players nowadays, it doesn't feel like it has the same impact as it did in like 2016. So maybe it's just a bygone era of thinking. Maybe the ideas aren't fresh. I'm sure Mike Ninja Boogie is trying in the background, but you know, that's 6 Filipinos. You know, it's not quite a change up there.
They are doubling down on that idea, but it's week 1, it's series 1. There's still plenty of time to grow, and there's still plenty of time for our winners to be able to celebrate an early victory in this league, because we've got CDR for an interview of Team SMG. CDR, congratulations on the win. How have you been spending your past few weeks? You guys played Arena Anthem, right?
Yeah, but the tournament doesn't go smooth for us.
Yeah, I was curious about that. You guys ended up forfeiting in, I guess, the bracket part. So were you guys just mainly focused on getting ready for DPC, or was other stuff going on?
Just getting ready for DPC. We treat the tournaments like a scrim, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the scrims seem to have paid off because you guys got a pretty solid 2-0 victory. How much of the Lima Major were you watching?
Of course. I think all the pro players also watch Lima Major.
Anything that catch your eye watching the Major? I mean, obviously we were hoping for more changes in the patch, but just seeing all these teams compete against each other, what was your review of watching the Major?
There's nothing much actually. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I don't know. Any heroes that caught your eyes? Any meta changes that you thought would trickle down to the DPC later on, or not much?
Actually, not much. Just an item change. Hero is like just not. They just nerf the Lina. The others is like the same. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Winter, any questions for CDR?
Is there anything that you really like or really dislike with all the changes? Is there something in particular that you feel like it's good for the game so far?
There's nothing much. Just a bit disappointed that the changes is like a small patch. It's too small. I expect like map changes and other stuff, you know, like different games maybe. Like the patch has been too long, maybe 1 year, so I don't know. Yeah.
What would you change? What would you like to change? Let's say if Iceberg decides to let you decide what to change, what would you actually want to change?
It's like maybe some new features, like the outpost or I don't know, outpost shine, all this
You want
things.
more outposts? More
It's not,
spots
not
that
more outposts. It's like the big change, like maybe new things, I would say. Yeah.
Right. I'm curious, coming into this tour here, CDR, what did you guys focus on as a team in your prep? Like, what did you guys look to improve upon from Tour 1 to bring into Tour 2?
Try to be ourselves, I guess. Because the Tour 1s, everyone's like, I would say it's uncomfort. And then the Season 2, we just try to be ourselves. That's it.
Yeah, how are things now with Poloson? You didn't play with him before, right?
I might play with him before, I forget already. But it's good. He's a good guy.
What's the
Good to,
difference?
like-
What's the difference between him and Boomy? You know, what would you say? Different shade
no,
Boomy. No, it doesn't have to be
That's
it doesn't have to be a Dota thing. You know, it can be something outside. You know, of the game.
I mean, language is part of it. Language issue, language barrier, and actually, Boomy is also a good, good person. But culture difference, maybe like we are not so close, And Poloson is Singaporean. We have share a lot of common cultures, language, and all this. That's all I can say.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I have one more question before I'm done. You guys look revitalized here for Tour 2. I'm curious, is there any one team that you'd like to play against, Chidori, in the CDPC? Anyone that you want to face off against immediately?
DPC. Anyone. I think it's Polaris. Because
Really?
we're going to play against Boomy. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Are you guys going to be boot camping for the entire tour? Because it looks like you guys are back where you were for Tour 1.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay, you say of course, because a couple of teams I've been talking to are like, oh, maybe for Tour 2, the 3-week boot camp was a bit much, but like you guys said, you're still playing and finding what makes you guys click right now, and it's good to do that together.
Yep.
Well, let's see if it'll continue to bring you success. CDR, thanks so much for taking the time to speak to us, and we'll catch you later.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Yeah, it's either that's a good answer, or I'm assuming the default answer is going to be Talon Esports. Is probably what most teams want to play. Just that was the current reigning champion. No,
The default answer is we don't care who you're
we don't
playing.
care. That's right. We're going to be first place. Everyone else is going to be second and third. Doesn't matter who the opponents are.
Yeah, but at least we were right about something, we expected SMG to, or maybe I was the only one, I don't know, expected SMG to do really well this season, based on what I saw at the tail end of last season, and they are meeting my expectations so far.
Yeah, this game number 2 specifically, I think, was very much in their style, and like you heard from, or like you had asked him, like Season 1 was them kind of finding their style. Towards the end of Season 1, they found their style, and now the idea is to continue that trend, which I don't know if other teams are going to be able to expose this style. What is the style that we're claiming? Is it greed, John? Is that what we're looking at from SMG?
It's a mix of greed and just aggression. I think SMG still play into this hyper-aggressive style when they're online, like we saw in Game 2. So it's like merging that kind of play style into this new form with the role changes they've had for a while. And honestly, peak SMG, when they were always hyper-aggressive, was always fun to watch, because it would look amazing early game, and then you never know in mid to late game.
The trolls, right?
It's like now it's more stabilized, perhaps, so, we'll see if it stays steady for SMG there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty accurate description about how the team looks like right now. They look a little less crazy in terms of how they are playing the late game, the mid to late games. They're more disciplined, and I feel like a lot of that has to be attributed to the drafts being more conventional, like stable. Back then they had so many crazy heroes, a lot of very different variety of picks. But nowadays I feel like they're sticking to like a specific amount of hero pool, and it's working for them.
Especially because not too much from the patch has changed. So if they found a good style, then they're able to carry most of that over. Like you heard from CDR, pretty much Lena's the only thing that got changed. Other than that, life's normal here. And as for our region and this SEA DPC, the next opponent that SMG will be facing will be Polaris, and that will be on Wednesday. And Blacklist have a little bit of time, as their next opponent will be Talon, and that'll be on Friday. So Blacklist have some replays to be looking over, I imagine, some things to be reevaluating. As for what you're going to be seeing on this stream, in just around 25 minutes, we're going to have Bleed Esports versus Army Geniuses, our Div 2 Promo T team, going up against a freshly iced and DJ'd roster. So stick around and we'll be back with our second series of the day in just a bit. we got beverages this time. I believe last tour, we were primarily looking at foods. Oh, this time we've got some food as well. But I saw a little bit of coffee. This looks like a dessert.
It's Halo Halo, isn't it?
Oh, this is a Halo Halo.
I think so. The jellies look familiar. I might be wrong. Could just
Sweet
be
potato.
ice kacang. I have no idea.
This is a dessert thing, though, for sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm on board with it. Welcome back, everyone, to our second series of the day, our second series here in the entire Southeast Asian DPC. It's going to be Bleed Esports versus Army Geniuses. I've got one new face to help show us around. Adam, welcome back. Thank you for not leaving us, unlike some of our other talent.
Oh man, John.
Well, no, John's
he wanted
fine.
to leave.
I know. we had to really pull some strings to make sure that you didn't leave us as well, Adam. But I'm glad that we have you for another tour.
They locked the door.
That we locked the door behind you. We're saying you're not allowed to leave, and that way you can bless us with more of your knowledge about Bleed Esports versus Army Geniuses. I was able to get some initial thoughts from Winter, but Adam, did you cover any Div 2 at the, I guess, Tour 1 Div 2?
Yeah, I covered most of Army Geniuses games.
Okay.
They were really impressive. I think they look the most solid by far in Div 2. So I'm kind of very curious to see how they look now, since there's a slight patch, I guess. But I think as a team in general, the way they like use DB and the way I think Jocam performed in most of their games really impressed me. Those two were like the most standout for me.
So I'm not just being lied to by Winter. These guys are actually legit. These guys are on the come up.
Why would I lie to you?
Because I feel like sometimes you just gravitate. You're like, oh, okay, Army Genius is good. Let's just hope that they stay good. And then they kind of did stay good all the way through Div 2. But you're telling me that there is some legitimate skill behind these players. The roster, In Your Dream, Yoe, DB, Yokum, and Variz. Is that correct? I believe.
I'm not sure.
Let's just assume that's how you pronounce it.
Variz.
Variz, this is Army Geniuses, but yes, that was our Div 2 Promo T team, and they will be going up against Bleed Esports for their inaugural series, which Bleed also had a handful of roster changes, bringing in Ice Slice and DJ. Winter, Ice Slice has been MIA, or at least he was supposed to be at TI on SMG, and then perhaps did not match some deadlines to register on time. And so instead he was doing a variety of different jobs. Did you watch on social media? He was like helping out with ticket sales or something?
He told me he was really happy spending time with his kid.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
he loves spending time with his son.
Especially after jumping so many regions, because most recently he played in North America because it was on Evil Geniuses. And then before that, he's been on Western European teams. Secret. He's been on Chinese teams way back in the day, the Vici Gaming days, the DK days. And so he's jumped around quite a few regions, but now it seems that he is quite ready to settle. And same thing with DJ. DJ is not too keen on leaving Southeast Asia, Adam. He's made it quite obvious that he is going to find success in Southeast Asia no matter what, or just not find success also.
Yeah, I mean,
those are the options.
I think Winter mentioned it earlier, like how he's comfortable here. And I know back in the day when he played with us in Fnatic, he did get a few offers. I think like OG was probably the most known one to me at that time, the 2017 OG, when they first formed. Was it Monkey Business? No, it was the Hype OG. It's like No Tail.
Oh yeah, with Miracle.
Yeah, correct,
Yeah.
correct. And I think DJ decided to stay here. And then he's been, I guess, one of the most loyal players to the org, Fnatic, obviously. And I feel like you guys mentioned that he was like a bit less hungry and stuff. But I feel like he always ends up playing so well anyway. I think like his best quality is probably how clutch he is. And I feel like a lot of games are won just because he lands this like two-man stun or he like waits for a black hole, you know? That's like DJ to me as a whole.
And how does compatibility matter? Because he'll be playing with Ice Slice, that I imagine will be the lane, which for how legendary both these players individually are, have they ever been lane partners together or even been on the same roster before?
They have. They were in Fnatic.
Oh, they were on Fnatic, that's right. Yeah.
I played against them a lot actually that year. We've always met them online for some reason. I was playing with Complexity. It was MP, Dubu, Abed, DJ Ice.
That's right. I remember the
Oh,
MP fanatic.
MP is the carry back then.
Their roster wasn't that scary though. Like the names are like super scary, you know, like Albert, Ice, DJ, one team. Sounds pretty crazy even today. But at the time, I think they had issues finding their playstyle, and I think MP wasn't the best of carries at that time. So they didn't do too well that year, I believe.
Yeah, he was still finding his place, and the carry that they'll be playing with on this Bleed roster, Jackie, mid laner will be Corden, and their 5-position Dubu. And originally Forev was the coach on this roster, but I don't believe that's the case anymore.
He's still the coach.
They
He is still
announced
the coach.
yesterday that he was the coach.
Oh, he is. Oh, yes, he is still the coach. Okay, so no changes there. So still a Korean coach, and yeah, so the former positions that they had there was originally Masteros and Play Hard,
Yeah.
which
But I feel like these are not the best solutions to the other problems that have been in the drafts. You know, I feel like sometimes their draft, like I always say that they have this draft that they always center around position 5. Like when they are picking Jakiro, the game I remember was Jakiro, and some other game I can't remember what were the other heroes. But I feel like he has a very strong idea around drafting for himself, because Dubo is drafting, right? So the pos 5, sometimes I feel like when you pick a certain hero, like a Jack hero, the whole draft needs to have certain adjustments to that, and that's my criticism towards when you are drafting for a pos 5. And I feel like you have to try to give leeway to your other cores in most cases, because they are the cores, right? They're going to do a lot more in the game, and having much more priority for the position 5 is not a very good thing for the team. And I hope to see some changes, but if it's the same, I'm not very sure if even changing, like bringing DJ and Ice is going to solve a lot of their problems that they had.
yeah, at most, like I think that if they put so much emphasis on the 4 position, because I don't think DJ was being given much leeway in the most recent Fnatic roster, which may have been part of the shortcoming of that roster, is that DJ was kind of relegated to a less important role in the draft. And so I agree with you that maybe prioritizing supports is not a good idea in these patches in general. But if there was a support to emphasize, then DJ should be one of those.
Yeah, my experience playing with DJ is I feel you don't have to prioritize him, and he's gonna find farm somewhere. I think that's like what makes him so good. I think when he played in Fnatic, KP kind of enabled him, because KP was a very heavy team player.
Yeah.
He would buy the Greaves, he would buy the auras, he'd like walk around the map for DJ to farm. I think Ice is not like that.
No.
In my head, what I think of Ice is like, he's sort of like Jabs, I guess, in a way. They have similar playstyles. He's a core, true to the coreness, you know. And I think even in those games, I think that's what DJ wants from his teammates. At least based on my experience, I feel like you don't want your teammate to give up their game for you.
Yeah.
Like you play your game and I'll find my game. You know, that's a kind of the support role. I think that's what makes this Bleed roster really scary right now to me.
Yeah, and Jackie and Corden, I think Corden rose up the ranks for me as we watched him in Div 1 last tour, because initially just a completely unknown quantity for me, but seeing him come into his own, his Pango, I think in particular, I remember impressing me quite a bit.
Hero Puddle.
That was the one shortcoming, is that he did not really have very many heroes to go and like do work on. It would be that and...
But he played 3 heroes, right? Puck, Ember,
it was the Puck and the Ember.
Angle.
Pango, yes.
Yeah, those were the 3. And so that would be the thing that I hope that Bleed have worked on over...
Yeah. In the games that they did really well, they actually just pick his hero early. 'Cause
Yeah.
If they ever leave his hero later, the enemy would just ban all the heroes, and then he would be on a subpar hero.
Yep.
And they would have a lot of problems with those games that they didn't pick his hero early.
But
So-
don't you think the roster now is similar? Like Masaros and Ice, like their playstyle, I guess, kind of similar. Even
Win
though
condition off lane.
Yeah, like the way they play. I guess Ice gives back to his team a bit more, and he plays a bit more aggressively. But I think the games we watched, at least, Masaros was super aggressive all the time too. So at what point in the draft do you change and you not pick your mid player early, you know? Because Jackie wants priority, and I do think you would want to give Ice priority as well.
Only one way to find out, and that's by actually looking at the draft. Game number 1, it's time for Army Geniuses versus Bleed Esports. Silencer, Naga Siren banned out, Broodmother, Batrider banned out, first pick Rubik, Tusk, ET Response, and a Templar Assassin to close out the first phase.
I want to talk about the ET a bit. Both DJ and Dubu have been playing this hero, so they might think it's a really strong laner right now. It did get a few buffs. I think you get more damage and armor from Spirit right now.
Yeah.
Correct.
So it's just I guess a sort of flex pick for them.
But do you think that he actually fits the position 5 more than a 4?
I think the hero is strong when you can get away with his laning phase, because mid game he offers a lot against non-mobile heroes. I think he's bad against mobile heroes like the Storms and the Embers, but it's good against these heroes like TB Dusa, for example. They're just kind of clunky in the spot.
Yeah, because I feel like you want to be in the short lane because you want to chase and right click. Like as for the laning phase, I feel like that's what you want to do. So if you're on pos 4, like you don't really get to hit the other.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Heroes
You're more of there to stack the triangle, right, if anything.
And I'm not sure if that's like the best way you can use the hero. I mean, sure, some games you might be better doing that, but overall, like I feel like when I'm playing the hero, most of the time I much rather be. I mean, I guess you can be a pos 4 on the safe lane, you know.
Yeah, pretty much.
And just take farm later. But like the other thing about Elder Titan is I feel like when you pick this hero, you want to have like other pieces on the draft that works with the aura. Like, that's what I emphasize a lot when you pick the hero. I don't like it when some teams they pick Elder Titan, but yeah, like Talon, and the whole draft is physical damage. So they're just picking the ET for the sake of maybe they like to have a plus 5 that has a stun in the lane or whatever reason that it is, and not abuse the aura.
Yeah, which we'll have to see how much the buffs matter, because the other buff was that it's a higher damage threshold before enemies wake up from the stomp. It's 250 damage. So maybe he's just like a legit good setup hero now. And yes, the aura is great, especially if you could maybe pair it with a Darkseer, but it may not be the defining factor of Elder Titan moving forward.
I guess the Darkseer is a response to the TA safe lane, like they want to force it towards the mid lane, but I feel like AG, they can just play like some Enchantress here. It's really good against the ET and the Darkseer.
Oh yeah.
Purge. You also take the wall later on, which is pretty significant value.
That's owning.
Quite a
Enchant is owning
interesting Darkseer pick to me.
A little too early, yeah?
It's just very abnormal to see like this 15 pick Darkseer, right?
Because it's blind, right? They're like picking. I feel like they feel like the TA is like safe lane for sure. Then they just pick the Darkseer without considering that the pos 5 there's still Enchantress that can counter this kind of hero.
Or maybe they're just not respecting army geniuses as a Div 2 team.
Normally in this junction, right, you want to pick something neutral. Like I would say that I would prefer to pick, like, if I don't really have other off lane or carry picks that are neutral, I'll just pick like an Ember or some neutral.
It's probably because the Tusk is the neutral, right?
The Tusk is the neutral.
Yeah, so this way they don't show whether a Tusk is mid or not.
But wouldn't you rather, because like we talk about Cordon, right? So wouldn't you just rather pick the Cordon hero anyway here instead of showing the off?
I guess so, the Ember, right? The Ember.
Yeah, just pick the Ember or whatever, the Pup or whatever. It's like some mid hero that's neutral in the game.
Well, let's see if AG call the bluff, because Enchantress does look great. Maybe you have to have an Enchantress player, though.
Varys definitely does play it, but I think it tends to favor. I mean, most of the games I watch, he's playing like some Trion or Clockwork, and in your dreams on the range carry.
What are other replacements that can counter Darkseer?
Oracle.
Oracle? Yeah.
Another hero that's decent.
Did he get a buff? Did he get a buff?
Oracle?
No. Did he get a buff?
I don't know.
Oracle?
I don't think so, right?
But I feel like FTA real big, you don't want to pick Oracle.
Yeah.
The projectile on your Q got a little bit faster.
Okay, so TA is going mid. They want Lifesteal against the Darkseer lane.
They should still pick a Purge here, because what's going to happen is Blade is going to pick Ember, and then you're going to have Ember, Darkseer, ET against TA, and it's going to be so rough. They need a way to deal with this Shao right now.
I mean, the pick sequence is very weird for both teams.
I mean, if you don't have Ench, I think you want a more active hero, something that lets you run at people, because his Lifesteal is going to be able to solo one-on-one, and they're not going to be able to kick him out. So you can play around this TA or whatever offlane they choose to pick eventually.
How about picking like a greedier pos 5?
Like what though?
Like some team fight hero, like Phoenix.
Phoenix?
Because your Lifesteal doesn't need you, right?
Yeah, but you don't have stuns, right? You just want a hero to enable a TA, I think.
Your Lifestealer won't need you even against an ET Darkseer lane?
I like Jakiro here for them, actually.
Oh, Jakiro.
Yeah, Jakiro looks really good. Gyro, alright, that's their pos 5 hero. Their pos 5 likes to play it.
Okay.
Is this hero still good as a pos 5 right now?
Was it ever good?
Okay. I mean, you get the shard and boom, you know, that's fine.
I mean, the shard is cool, don't get me wrong, but I feel like that's your only purpose. And then now a problem comes, right? Like, now you're playing against Ember, Darkseer, that was shown early, and you don't have good heroes against it.
I mean, that's why I feel like it's weird, right? That like, why are they showing the Darkseer first? Even though it worked out, it kind of worked out in the end. But yeah, these are the small little things when you're drafting against better teams.
Exactly.
You're not going to get away with this kind of things here.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, so right now, what do we have? Like AG has this, so the Gyro Lifestealer against the Tusk Darkseer lane So they obviously think that this lane is going to win the Tusk Darkseer lane.
I don't know, man. His gyro looks kind of sus to me. I would prefer a Jakiro. I could see a Jakiro doing really well.
So what does the gyro do here? What is he supposed to do in this
Just
lane?
a strong laner.
He's just going to try to kick the Tusk away with his nuke.
You just rocket barrage
Rocket
and like
barrage,
kind of run in front together.
And then force the Darkseer to 1v1 the Lifestealer, so the Lifestealer just free farms the lane. So that's the idea.
I guess so. I think the point of gyro is that you take early skirmishes in the side jungle well. That's like the point. But against this Tusk Darkseer, I'm not sure if you can actually fight it.
It will discourage wave cutting at least. I feel like if Tusk tries to steal a wave,
Oh yeah, that's a
then
good point.
the homing missile plus rocket barrage will put a stop to that.
Yeah, but if he doesn't do well in the early game, I feel like if the Tusk and Darkseer get their levels, I mean, you try and do that to them, you're just gonna die to the
ion shell is just gonna eat you alive.
Yeah, so you still have to be very careful in this thing. It's not that straightforward, I feel.
It's also some magic damage for Flame Guard clear, I guess. Rocket barrage and homing missile. A lot of damage.
So they're gonna need like an offlaner that's like some big team fight hero to round up the
Tide,
drop.
probably.
Yeah, to round up
It
that
looks
drop.
like right now.
They need a
They
front
need
line.
small spells. They have no stuns.
Yeah, but you have gyro, you're gonna live with that kind of gyro lifesteal TA, There's no offlane hero that can be a front line. There's small stuns that have team fight. Is there a hero?
Night
It's
Stalker,
Tide on the Lord, right? You buy Shard on Tide, you're a small stun. Kava.
Centaur. Oh, Centaur got banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the shard is okay,
You're
Rather-
also picking into like Jackie last pick. He has this morph against the Lifestealer if he wants it.
Yeah, I feel like that it's so hard to draft with for what they're doing here. I mean, I'm not very sure what they can pick. If they pick PB, do you still go morphing here?
I think you
You still go morphing?
Ursa morphling, I guess.
You get
Ursa
a,
gives you Roche, right? Morph gives you like... I like the Ursa a bit more. I think taking Roche away from TA makes a lot of sense.
and it goes
But
better
they
with the
do
Iron Shell.
They do like a bit of tower damage, but I think it doesn't matter. Surge Ursa, big monster, very scary.
You know what we always say? You don't need tower damage if you kill all the heroes.
Yeah, it's true.
You can kill
If
everybody.
at no point in the game that AG core matchups beat yours, like why do you care about ending the game?
Yeah, they have a lot of good options. Morphing also.
I think the Ursa lane can be hard though, because Primal Beast is ridiculous.
But don't you just farm in the lane? Think
You farm, but they can definitely go on you, right? Like you have a ET,
ET
or you have a Tusk. I guess if you have a Tusk post 5, it's not so bad. You just snowball the trample, kind of wait it out.
So would you say like if you have ET as pos 5 with morphing, the lane makes more sense for you against the primer?
Yeah, because you want them to go on the morphling, and then the ET comes in and like trades you, right? And then the morph just shifts back up. It's kind of happy. Like, you don't have self-sustain in the lane. ET wants a situation where you go on the carry and he comes in and hits you and nothing happens to him. You have no stuns.
Yeah, I feel like he works better. That's why I feel like he works better with morph. But let's see what they want.
Even morph, you can turn into the gyro or the primal beast. It looks so strong to me. Your natural Manta Skadi buyer against this TA.
Is there any other heroes apart from those two that has like
Most of the illusion carries got banned out. Otherwise, I was thinking TB or Naga, but
Yeah.
both those are gone. And then I don't really think CK is worthwhile against. I feel like in the lane, PB is just going to step all over you.
Is Bloodseeker a decent third choice?
I think it's a third choice if the R2 are banned, but if the R2 is in the pool, there's like no reason not to pick either or.
Because you want to have like ideally you want to have a hero that can abuse the aura from ET or at least use the Iron Shell.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's still Nature's Prophet.
There's Slark, I guess, but I don't think Jackie's a big Slark player.
Monkey King.
There you go. There's your third hero we were missing.
Okay.
So more
Iron
of a
Shell
Jackie hero, I guess.
Iron Shell hero. Does he win the lane against Primal?
I think you definitely can die once or twice, but eventually you start to win it. Do you?
Yeah, but the early levels I feel it's not that stable. Like the Primal and Rubik, I feel like they're not
Quite
that,
strong.
they're not that weak.
Yeah.
Not so sure about the last pick here.
I think
for
it gives
Pete.
them tower damage, right? Quote unquote, compared to like Ursa Morph. Like he buys these eggs.
And he gives them team fight with like you have some combo vacuum into the stun from the Monkey King in the arena.
Mm-hmm. So it's a plus 4 Tusk.
Pause for Tusk laning with its Dark Seer, I imagine. Can I just say, feels good to see Ice listed again. I don't think I ever tire seeing Ice in competitive Dota, but him being MIA for like nearly a year now, because I think Tour 2 of last year was when Western Europe on Secret, when he left Western Europe, and then just kind of MIA ever since.
He tried to come back.
He tried. God bless him, he tried.
Roster lock too strong.
Roster lock too strong. Deadlines too strong. So then, not factoring in team rosters, which one you like, Winter? Ignore the fact that there's a lot more star power on this team than this Div 2 Promo T team over there. Although you said you were hot on Army Geniuses anyway, so maybe you consider them the favorites just based off names also.
Not the draft.
Okay, fine.
Not the draft.
I think if the TA does a bit too well in his lane, he can snowball quite hard.
Yeah, they have to win. I feel like the draft, they have to win their lanes. Otherwise, if the lane even goes 50-50, nobody wins the lane, it's not good enough for AG. They have to come out of the lane with a
something I experienced with AG, and something I asked Claire in his interview before, was that I feel AG drafts very heavily on lanes, and they tend to get away with lanes that they have no business winning. So it's like a lot about execution. So I think hopefully AG proves us that they can do it, proves to us that they can do it in Div 1 as well.
Yeah, if they were able to get away with it in Div 2, now let's see how strong it's going to look against Div 1 opponents. It's time for game number 1. Let's send it to our casters.
That's right. We get an opportunity to be able to witness the Army Geniuses up in Division 1 again and see how they fare against the new squad of Bleed with Ice back into the mix. You agree, Avery? Hey, did you ever? I'm surely you played against Ice a couple times at least in some of these lands, right?
Did I? Yeah, definitely in some group stages. I think I actually don't know if I ever played versus him in a playoff match. I think we just dodged each other forever.
Okay.
I mean, the EG at TI6 that I coached, we played versus him when he was on eHome.
Sure.
Yeah. I remember that one. That's not a hard match to remember, though. But yeah, I definitely scrimmed versus him when he was playing on EG. He's an interesting player. He's a very chaotic player. Makes a lot of weird stuff happen. His laning is like kind of strange too, to be honest. I feel as if sometimes he just gets dumpstered in lane, sometimes he dumpsters you, but there's not a lot of in between. You know, somebody is going down, you just don't know who it is, and it kind of makes games unpredictable.
I mean, this is an old school offlaner. I think that is where the weirdness comes from, right? He was molded in the old 1 versus 3, solo offlane. So this guy's idea of laning is entirely different than all this new generation of players,
That's true. He has that old nuclear era tech.
I'll take it.
Nobody knows what it is anymore. It's an old rotary phone. These Zoomers, no idea. But sometimes the
this
rotary
new Bleed
phone
does look pretty scary, though, right? I mean,
on paper,
how do you feel about like Dubu, for example? I mean, that's a player that you definitely played a lot against.
100%. I know this guy through and through. I think the only thing I don't know about him is how strong of a shot caller he is now compared to how he used to be. But from what I've heard, people really like playing with him in terms of his captain and the in-game calls, that type of stuff. So he's adding value there, and this guy is pretty damn consistent. Like, he rarely feeds, he's rarely out of line, he's always pretty consistent on the warding. His laning's pretty solid. He played versus me a lot, so his laning's pretty good by now. And there's just not many downsides.
I mean, he learned from all your mistakes, right? He learned what not to do.
Of course.
Right.
Very humble. And so there's not many downsides to having this guy on your team, honestly. There aren't many weak points, Sometimes I think he doesn't stand out in anything crazy. Like, I don't think Dubu wins his team fights a lot of times. Crushes, sure, right? But
yeah.
As long as he's providing consistent value, you have his other playmakers, which is what I think he pairs well with DJ first. I think DJ is your playmaker, right? Dubu's going to consistently give you your carry the lane, give you the vision on the map, play a huge hero pool. It's going to make DJ's life very easy because he has one of the most consistent 5s on the scene. And that's where Dubu's value can pay off in a team environment. But that's where this Bleed roster is pretty scary on paper, because if this offlane duo gets going, you have a lot of playmaking with the consistency behind them.
And then on the other side, we got Army Geniuses who, they're maybe one of their oldest names is In Your Dream. Hold up, Jackie's going to take quite a hefty bit of damage here. Trample level 2 or level 1 is only going to be able to do so much, but they do manage to force him back and do a lot of damage to Dubu as well. This lane is kind of dangerous here. It's double melee lanes against Primal Beast, but it's also a melee lane up against a monkey. So I feel like this lane could swing very heavily one way or the other.
I do think Primal Beast gets the better of Monkey in this melee on melee matchup. There's not many melee heroes that do it. That's why I give him some benefit of the doubt here. Just the damage is usually overwhelming. You get the extra armor. Elder Titan is also really weak level 1 and 2. I have tried playing this hero. I do think he's a lot better this patch than the previous patches, for sure. I think we're going to see this hero a lot. Just because how strong Stomp is. 250 threshold damage is a lot in a fight. And his laning is not too bad. He has better matchups versus the carry pool than last patch, probably. So I expect to see this hero a lot more. But his level 1 and 2 is still pretty goddamn trash. I'm gonna keep it real. Like, this level 1 spirit is just, it's like plus 30, plus 40 damage. You go in and trade, you get Fey bolted, you're basically down a spell. It's rough. And Rubik is one of the better matchups. I loved playing ET versus Rubik. I think ET,
consider myself the best player.
If you ever see Rubik or you see Mirana, it's a free ET lane. You just dumpster those.
I like that bleed line. They just straight up take Liquid's Nisha saying, I don't consider myself the best player. And they just plug in, I do consider myself the best player.
That is Ice in a nutshell, you know?
Yeah.
He plays with the bravado. Sometimes he feeds with the bravado, but the bravado is always there. There's a lot of well plays going on, man. These guys are vibing. I respect that.
And a little bit of, okay. Unfortunately, we're going to get back into things here. But I was talking about In Your Dream. I mean, this guy was supposed to be like, this guy was held up as being the savior of Southeast Asia at one point in time. Back when he was the one to reach 9K, when that was, like a huge marker for pub players. He was, I think it was pretty early on too that he hit 9K. I would guess he was somewhere in like the top 10 of players to reach that number.
He was up there 100%.
Yeah, but then never really like had that like actual breakout performance that was promised, I guess. And I think his best performance was on that TNC Tigers lineup. That was like some weird flash in the pan that won a small Dream League event, I think.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Yeah.
Well, he just hasn't gotten the break. And I think some of that is on his individual performance, maybe not living up to the insane hype that got built around him at that time. But some of it's also, I mean, Dota's a team game. It's hard, man. It's hard to get a team that just works together. I'm not talking about you have bad players lane. It's just, you can go years and years and just not find a team you gel with. So hopefully, maybe he's found something here. They look pretty promising. Look like they have a good synergy between all the players. They play their style. They pick their heroes. That's a good start. And then you just got to have the mechanics and the strategy to compete. Which they're definitely
about draft wise? We heard the panel talk about the fact that laning has got to be pretty damn important for Army Geniuses. Do you see the same thing?
I can definitely see how they're picking for lanes, right? Like you get this early TA pick, you're trying to flex it to get something else down the road. Then you get this Lightstealer versus the Darkseer counter matchup in the Gyro with dual lane. It's a comfort pick that you're trying to use missile early. And then you pick some Primal Beast because you don't want to give up an easy blind matchup.
Oh, DJ, that is going to be feeding first blood. That is a dive way too deep and gets punished pretty nicely. Nice counter rotation by Jokum.
Off to the races here. TA's having a pretty good laning phase. That's where you want this hero to be because you're going to have the Ancient stacks. The benefit of Primal Beast being a blind pick is he can still do okay blind on his own to a decent extent, which means you can stack up this triangle really hard. But Dubu, of course, Dubu is too goddamn good, and he already knows this is happening. So get wrecked.
Dubu was always one of my favorite players to run into when it comes to pubs because I think you're spot on the money that he's never like a player that stands out in the regard like he wins you the team fight. And I think that's just because sort of like his playstyle and hero picks and stuff, he just spends so much of his time focusing on everybody else's game. He's very good at being able to make calls for the whole team.
He's a true 6 position. There's not many on the left.
That is true, actually. He really is.
Maybe this roster's too old school, man. Between Dubu and Ice.
Yeah, I mean,
TI5
Vanna was talking about, you know, like Ice and DJ and whether or not that would mesh together. In the fact that DJ is kind of a playmaking forward position, and it feels good to give him a lot of farm and control in the game, but Ice is also a pretty greedy offlaner, so.
I mean, Ice is greedy, but you can sacrifice him, you know? He can be a space maker. This guy's pretty flexible. I don't know if he excels at it as much, but he can do it. And I will say, we're talking about throwbacks. We're talking about some old school Dota. Yo, this lineup is straight out of MVP Phoenix days. Remember the caveman Dota that Dubu was on?
Yeah,
He's drafting for him. This is the 5-man melee. Whack him over the head with the club. Never look back.
A little bit Unga Bunga. Just do it.
Yeah, I expect some Unga Bunga this game for sure. Running them, get the shells going. Gold be damned, we have the levels.
Man, I would have loved to see MVP Phoenix with Monkey King in the game because, you know, I feel like that really would have fit into their playstyle super well.
I don't think we could have handled it. It would have been too much.
That's true. Ice gonna use the Surge to get away from Yoe here, and DJ will help him out by snowballing and then TPing away immediately. Ice is still gonna be in some trouble though, as this haste rune is causing him some serious issues, and Yoe will be able to get that kill underneath the tower. Nice use of the first power rune of the game.
Yeah, why pick Darkseer for Surge when you can just get your own Surge? That's better than Surge. Good attempt by DJ, but Darkseer is suffering his lane. Benefit of the Lifestealer counterpicked. Honestly, Gyro is pretty good versus Hero on the early waves. Missile's really annoying for Darkseer because you just force him to not be able to TP. He can't really Surge run. It's just an obnoxious spell. Not that good in the mid game, but Ice definitely got shut down in his lane phase. That said, DB is not doing too much better. So maybe Bleed are still happy with this as long as Monkey and Ember snowball, which I think they are. The big question is, can you get enough damage done before BKBs come out? Because Lifestealer has his own rage, and if Tia gets to BKB in this game, she's pretty invincible. I don't think anything's touching her. Until Monkey's 5-slot in her lane, like Scotty, and then you're pretty happy, but give me a decent window where Yahweh gets off to the start he's having. He is going to be really strong in these early fights. There is not a lot of armor on Bleed side. And not a lot of utility buyers outside of Darkseer, which Ice is going to agree. So you're picking up some minor armor aura, but that's pretty much it. And the stack clearing is already begun. Dubu can stop a little, but he can't stop it all.
No. This TA is going to be massive, and the Lifestealer is just totally free farming, which is expected in the matchup of Darkseer. That's why they picked it. Stomp tried to be thrown out there. Stomped by Jokum with the telekinesis, but it didn't really matter.
It's kind of I feel like it's a slow start for Bleed just because of the supports are going to be pretty gimped here.
Yeah.
Like DJ's taking top. He's taking solo XP while Ice is doing a stack just to try and get something for this Tuskar going. But Dubu is going to be level 3 for a long time here. It's 10 minutes, and he is not even close to 4. It's not really where you want to be with this hero. Because you want to get in fights and get involved. The hero's pretty bad in static map states.
Jackie, he really wants to get that 4 stack, but he won't be able to get it. Jokum with the real time to telekinesis. DJ's going to cut over with the extra ion shell to help get the kills on the other side of the map. So this is again, you're talking about old school combos. This is another one, the Tusk Darkseer, but specifically given the Darkseer ion shell and then TPing over to the other side of the map. That's a nice play that used to be all the rage at some point in time. Dubu is going to get run down by DB, so they are trading out quite a number of kills. Snowball midway through that onslaught does get off a good ultimate, deal a decent amount of damage, but ultimately DB is dead.
Somehow Jackie gets back here after being the first one to die. It cleans fate, so extra XP for the Monkey King. Pretty happy about that.
Radiant's top tower
Man,
is under attack.
this game is just taking me back some years. I'm getting some nostalgia. Shell movies, Caveman Dota, 5 Gyrocopter.
Yeah, 5 Gyrocopter.
Yeah, you're not a fan of
that one.
Chain pausing going on here. Double
what is going on?
Sorry. You misclick it a third time.
I will say, I do think that Gyrocopter, that specific aspect of support gyrocopter, his shard, that is still like a broken ability. If the rest of gyrocopter's toolkit was like any good for support, then this guy would be straight up just a broken support hero. He just has one broken ability, and the rest of him is kind of like eh.
Yeah, this hero's pretty trash outside of the shard, I'll be honest. His ult is really bad. He doesn't have a third spell. His Rocket Barrage exists to make the shard work, basically.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
It is a one hero spell. Generally, one hero spells don't do too hot. I know that's a surprise, but generally it's pretty rough. And honestly, this one spell is not even good. The one thing that saves him is his body is decent because he has super high armor. So he becomes really tanky. You can build a bunch of like fluffy hat items and force staffs and stuff, and you can just frontline and bait. And even if they kill you, well, you didn't have any good spells anyway, so who gives a shit?
Yeah.
That's how you're supposed to play this 5 gyro.
I didn't know you were such a big fan of the gyro Bob.
Radiant's
I mean, the bod's okay. It's okay. It's just because he has such high I mean, he's a carry, so he has 9 armor right now. That's a lot. Uh-oh, we have PC spiking.
Yikes.
Oh, like this. What was that voice line?
It's from the Urdu Thunders, the team that came up from Div 2 in Western Europe.
That's hype as hell.
Yeah.
All right, give me one of
Arabic
those.
rhythmic beat.
Hashtag not mad.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, In Your Dream did, I think, a great job with the entirely free lane that he had. Took the tower already. So 11 minutes in, your carry is taking the offlane tower. Didn't you say last game feels like the game's already won? Oh, that one slam isn't quite enough. DB could not quite get the kill.
I did say that, but I said it for Morphling. Morphling with a free tower is scary. Lifestealer with anything is still Lifestealer.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have my doubts. But he is having a very good game. And the upside is he's not really the true one. He has TA, which is where I think this hero shines. I think Lifestealer is best with these carry mids. It makes your lineups awkward because you have 2 cores without any disable, slow, catch, stun, initiation. I mean, the list goes on, but
that's a long list.
If your rest of your lineup can make up for it, it becomes really powerful because this infest save on the true one is really good.
Like, didn't we just get done saying that Gyrocopter is a one spell hero? So when you say if the rest of your lineup can make up for it, well, one hero is already not doing anything to make up for it.
Well, that's why when they were discussing the draft, I felt like this last pick had to do a lot. Had to give them team fighting, catch, and stun. I mean, this is a lot. You're playing with 2 carries here. But if you win lanes, winning lanes makes up for a lot of deficits because you can just buy what you need. You know, you can buy some stuff. You can buy some initiation. You can buy some team fight. You can buy it all. But you can't buy morals, Cap.
I thought you were going to say love, but
I can't. Well, you can honestly. You probably can buy love in the modern world, but you cannot buy an Aegis anymore. And DB wishes he had one because he is dead. And now you're giving them a smoke. Ice has decided to join the fights. Early mech. He has max ion shell. They have all the levels. Level 6 on both supports. Earth Splitter online. This is a pretty scary point in the game. Cannot feed the cavemen kills, Cap. The club is coming down.
But they're gonna be. Ooh, that is gonna be an okay ultimate. Hits too, but they're just dove in way too deep. And In Your Dream's kind of like untouchable right now as this Lifestealer. Doesn't necessarily do the most damage, but if you dive into his tower, he will gladly collect. And now they're diving in a bit too much the other way. Army Geniuses got to be careful here, not overextending, as they just watch Bleed do the same.
Pretty good defensive fight. That's where Gyro shines. His ult will actually hit something.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
So, the type of fight that Army Genius is won right now, and especially getting TA involved. Yeah, and Yahweh is out and ahead. He's almost doubling up ice here. That's pretty crazy. Because Darkseer is not that slow of a farm hero either.
No.
And when you commit him to a move like that with early mech, I think you wanted more out of that than you got if you're Bleed. Again, Caveman Dota and Blade Mail on Corden. Ooh, this is pretty spicy. We do not see this build a lot.
We want to talk about Caveman Dota. We've got the real Caveman here making his way through the top lane.
Here he comes.
In your dream, in your club.
Bring the club down on him. Get him. I'm really disappointed he didn't use that ability.
Yeah, I would have tried to just use it just to send a message, you know?
Yeah.
You think you're the animal in the jungle? No. It was me all along. Ooh, gyro.
Pop it away. Monkey King slips away ever so barely, but this comes at a cost. It's attempted kill on Jackie. Meanwhile, Bleed are just taking over this mid area of the map. Seems like Army Geniuses just straight up don't want to fight him right now. DJ's going to try and go. That was an attempted shard lock-in, but it didn't work.
My thought was correct. I don't know what happened there, but that is not what you want to be doing right now. Because this lifesteal's already having an amazing game, and he went fighting items. So he's happy to join the fights. You keep giving him more gold, it's going to make those fights harder. And that's your comeback mechanism right now, is the 5-on-5 with Darkseer. So you don't want to be making that harder for yourself. You have Battle Fury on Jackie, you are going to try and scale the late game. But again, I point to this Blade Mail on Ember. This is not an item we see often, and it's an item that indicates you want to start winning these skirmishes. This item does not pay off that hard in the late game. It's pretty trash in the late game. When people have BKB, it does nothing. When people have Lifesteal, it's pretty bad. Sometimes you don't even get it off at the proper time. It is good versus Gyro, though.
It is very good versus Gyro.
You can just...
And I think it's pretty decent versus, like, Primal. That's another one.
Yeah, it's a good Blade Mail. I'm not saying it's not good here. I actually kind of like it, but it does feel a bit committal. Maybe you just run away from the Shard Missile and you kill Gyro? Use the old man's rocket against him.
No, that's a plan right there. Ooh, grabs the regen rune away from him. That has gotta hurt. Corden really wanted that one.
He also has level 4 Shell. The thing you're gonna have to think about this game is Rubik is quite good for Darkseer, and he has a lineup to use it. You throw Shell or Surge on this Lifestealer, that's huge in the fight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you get a vacuum with the Primal Beast too, that's still another combo.
All right. Well, I mean, he shouldn't get all of it. You know, you gotta choose something here.
There he goes. He's gonna turn the Ion Shell right back around on Ice.
Yeah, this feels bad if you're Ice. You're getting your lane shoved into you. This tier 1 top is still so high HP. You have the whole map here if you're Army Geniuses. Nobody is even close to taking their own jungle back for Bleed. There's just so much room to operate here, and you are building a lead with it. You're building it pretty fast. And Yahweh, he went Blink Dragonlance, but if he gets a fast third item in between Deso or BKB, he's gonna shred the fights. I don't care if you have Refraction. He's just gonna smack you.
Jackie setting up the ultimate here. The Rage goes off first. Really nice reaction from In Your Dream.
Yeah, stun me in your dreams, bro.
Hey, got him.
Well, that'll learn ya.
Damn, this guy is max level Gyro. Disgusting.
Dude, he's going the Shard. Is this Shard actually? We saw a bunch of that at, where did we see this? Was it at TI? Was it at Lima? One of these lands. There was some Darkseer Shards, and I just couldn't believe it. I was like, is this actually a thing?
It is annoying when you run into it. And otherwise, it's pretty bad. But if you run into it, I did run into it once, and I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah,
for almost 2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 whole seconds. Dan, you took what, 70 damage?
Yeah, DJ. DJ is gone, and Breeze is just taking it to him. 1v2. Okay,
he's just throwing out some damage, and he's slowing him down long enough for In Your Dream to now get here with the help of Yahweh. Oh, run. It's going to run out.
He's gone. The trail. You can't rage that. Can't rage that in your dream.
Well, you can, but
not when it's on cooldown.
Not when it's on cooldown, you can't.
I mean, that's the window the trail creates. He's going to trail his way all the way back to Fountain here. I do think you got to get something going here soon if you're Bleed. I don't think you're happy with the way this game is progressing in terms of multiple carries coming online for AG here. And you are just going BKB third on Yahweh, which I like. I think this is the correct choice. I think with BKB, you are invincible in these fights. There's no way Monkey has the damage to just take it to you. So you can just man up. You can force Roshan. You can just force the engagements off a good ward and be very confident in those fights. You have the Infest to back you up on top of it too. This TA is gonna shred you. She's coming fast.
You already have this space, isn't it better? I thought it was better if you have the space to go Deso and just like speed your way to a BKB afterwards.
I think either choice is fine. I just feel like I don't know if he's gonna lack the damage too much here. I think there is an argument you could go Deso and theoretically it pays off higher, especially if you start getting charges because you win a fight. Yeah. But this is maybe the more conservative build. This is the build that says, hey, even if they dodge us, we can just force the Roche and way more confidently force that Roche. Because the Roche fight is hard if you end up in the 5-on-5 in the pit without a BQ. That's pretty scary. As Jackie is gonna regret that jump.
Yes, he is, because Army Geniuses were all set up, ready to go for it. And Jokum with the stolen, swinging through the trees, not able to catch up to Dubu, though.
You're gonna have triple spell immunity here, though, in a second. The BKB is out for Yahweh. You have BKB on DB already, who's going to ag second. He's having a pretty good game as well. And you have the Rage on Lifestealer. So triple spell immunity versus a lineup that does not boast a lot of physical here. It's pretty much Jackie smacking him with a Battle Fury and some tag team. That's it.
Stolen wall. Okay. Now the Lifestealer is coming over, so if Ice overcommits to this one, there's the Infest, the turnaround, and now Ice is dead.
That's just like it's a classic Ice play, you know? You go for something crazy, doesn't work out. Now you're really far behind. You're gonna give up your triangle, maybe Roshan here.
Is under attack.
I don't know, this is just kind of looking like Army Geniuses have gotten such a lead, and if they continue to get pickoffs like this, Corden jumps away up to the high ground and actually has to pop his BKB for Prayer of Death and may still die. The Meld Strike wasn't quite enough. Jordan's gonna go for it. What a beast.
One more.
He almost had him. The third one. No, the Ross hit. No, it's still not enough. He still had stick charges, but he slowed down. Yue is gonna be able to blink finish him off.
No.
Oh, that sent a message right there. You cannot get away. Jackie, though, may not need to get away because he's got the Wukong's man. He'll fight back. Oh, that shard kind of messes them up quite a bit. In Dream, gonna try and get away here. Actually, is able to turn around. Okay.
There's a missile switch to him.
He can't fight this anymore. Uh-oh. He's fine. He's fine. He's gonna jump so far away.
Yeah.
Got that 15 talent.
The missile does not care. Okay, it does care because he can dodge it.
That's
the one.
true.
Tree dance back into the trees.
The one again.
Man, this is a high mobility Rubik right here between the remnants and the tree dance. Good luck. That's just being able to man up with the spell immunity. It's not really the turnaround. You're getting some turnaround bottom, but again, the 5-on-5 fight has not existed for Bleed in this game. They're getting too split on the map. That's where their lineup shines. Can't get there. They're gonna feel bad. They're gonna feel bad. Their backup plan is just to farm the Monkey. But I don't think Monkey solo carries this game. It's not some Sven where you might get some Vac into Stormbolt that stuns 4 people. Alright, Blink on DJ. Your playmaking has gone up now. Gotta get some traction. Gotta get them trails. Line in them tombstones.
Oh. A quick initiation, but immediately Templar Assassin with the Refraction BKB. You're not touching that.
Yeah, who's initiating who here?
Yeah, this is Bleed in a terrible position. If he gets another bash, Ice might just die like this. Yue is going to be in some trouble there, but the Infest helps him out a little bit longer. He gets a bit more damage, and with the TA now gone, the damage is kind of out the window. In Your Dream's going to be caught inside the Wukong's command. They're going to be able to hold him in place. The Stolen Surge, he turns back around. Are you crazy? In Your Dream is going to go and fight Jackie, and he has the Primal Beast. No way. What a play.
He's not crazy.
Oh my God.
He's an absolute Giga Chad.
This man is a true genius, straight to the name.
I respect that turn. Honestly, I fucking respect that turn. Like, you're a Lifestealer. Where are you running away? He ain't gonna man fight you. There's no spells left in the tank. You're surged. I don't know what that does, but it gets you there faster. You got the Basher.
Got the surge.
And let me tell you, that Basher paid off that fight. That was a timely purchase because he destroyed Ice with it. He was bashing him in the surge. Gets the extra lockdown for this last fight to cinch the deal. Those are those earlier kills, you know, every little thing adds up in Dota. Maybe if DJ doesn't die top, maybe if that lane goes a little better, you don't have bash for this fight. Maybe In Your Dream dies there instead of the other way around. But instead, 10k advantage, proving it is indeed an advantage.
Man, what a play. Turn around, managed to give a bash. Jackie really doesn't get any hits in, and then the Primal Beast comes in to clean it up.
Yeah, of course,
Very cool.
We haven't been talking about it much, but he's still having a pretty damn good game on this Primal Beast, and he's already up to Ags now after that fight.
Oh yeah, that's where
That's a
I
lot
think
of damage.
I'm always disappointed by these Primal Beasts that do well and then just don't get the Ags. I feel like the Ags is how you keep doing well.
Yeah, I think it's one of your best scaling damage items going into these later fights. Just the amount of ticks it gets off. The extra break is nice. I mean, this isn't some crazy break game, but still, that item just always feels good. And Missile might seal
They're
Ice.
gonna try and snowball? Nope. You're trying to use Shard instead to separate the two. Doesn't work.
This game is heating up. That's just Roche, I think. Again, you cannot take the 5-on-5 without Darkseer. Even if you have him, I don't know if you're taking him at this point. Heroes are getting tanked. You have full Greaves on Yoakum here.
Man, he is big. He almost has 4-staff on top of that.
Yeah, and they have a 4-staff already on this Gyro. The Gyro is pretty farm too. Early utility on top of double carry who's about to have an Aegis on the Templar Assassin. These fights are hard. They're getting really hard. And again, we just didn't
Army
see
Geniuses
any early
look
action.
crazy good. I don't know if it's maybe just the start of the season or something, but SMG looking really good against Blacklist. Army Geniuses in this game 1 look crazy good against this new bleed stack. This is, I don't know, this could be a very competitive season.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They definitely look very cohesive and decisive. I will give them that.
Yeah.
This is a team that knows how to play with each other and what they want to do. I'm not necessarily sold on the other stuff just yet. I mean, I think calling them owning in game 1 of a new season and 26 minutes in, it's a little preemptive cap, but we all know you like to finish early and get the hell out, so.
Oh, that's going to be
go down.
an Aegis go down, but the backline decimated by DB. And now the second line, Yoe, well, they don't have the damage to finish him up in time. He gets out outside the Wukong's command just in time.
Golden Monkey, somebody's about to get lagged out of the game.
Oh, the
no
missile's
lie.
gonna chase after him. Nice use of the chains, though. Corden stops DB in his
Here comes the
tracks. Now his
FPS
ultimate
drop.
is going off the stolen Wukong's command. Run away. Run in, rather. It looks like with Ice back into play. Look at that damage, though, coming out the gyrocopter did help him out. Ice, nice stolen wall. The lays it
into the
down on his
silence.
dying breath to be able to slow down these heroes. Monkey King's trying to get into this play, but it's kind of awkward.
The missile.
Look at that surge, though. The slow. Oh, no, the missile and finished him off. Varys gets his revenge in the end.
Varus is owning, dude. I retract everything I've ever said about 5 Gyro. He destroyed this game. He is destroying this game. He has 2,000 HP for the cloak. And he's just doing insane damage. Look at the damage in this fight. He did 3,000. He did the most.
He did the most damage in the team fight.
He did 3,000 damage.
3,000 damage. Primal Beast did 2,800. Lifestealer did 3,000, but it's the 5 gyrocopter.
I want to go play this now. This looks fun as hell. Is this the 5 Gyro patch? Man knows something.
Seems like it.
I mean, it is very good versus these Darkseer lines because they have to just run into you, right? You have no choice but to just face tank, barrage, and missile, and you don't really want to kill him. Your single target burst is not that high, so it's pretty likely you get spells off. Or
You're all melee heroes. Nobody can hit the missile.
It's a rough time. I mean, look at him. He's got 25 armor. 20 armor under a tower with 2,000 HP and a glimmer now. This is where this hero shines. When he gets the items, he's super tanky. You don't want to go on him. If you don't go on him, and he gets two or three missiles off, that's enough to win you a fight. He's stealing himself double damage.
Oh, that is some damage right now. That's because he has a double damage. Yoe is going to be in some trouble here. Nice telekinesis gets him out of that sticky situation, grabbing onto the Ember Spirit and does manage to finish him off.
And now the missile's chasing. It does get beat, but
got a quick dash. Didn't want to follow it up though, and the Jackie's just gonna slip away into the trees once again as the Monkey King. But man, really, does Army Geniuses care too much? A buyback, but they're still gonna keep the momentum pushing through this mid-tier 2 tower.
They definitely don't care, especially with DD still up. Dubai wasted. Another team fight, just no traction for Bleed. You have this Ags on Jackie, but how do you use it?
Radiant's middle tower has
Oh, they're gonna try and set up. Ooh, he's lucky he did not get missile there because he is not a BKB right now. Oh, he's got it.
You got him.
I don't think they're gonna be able to follow this, but nice heads up play. Meanwhile, you can take the fight. No TP for Monkey. Ice is going to get
Free fight in the top lane. Nice dies, and in your dream, starting off godlike spree in the upper division here. Feels pretty good.
Excellent. Man, this team is looking pretty damn good. That's it. I feel Bluey have looked very underwhelming. Maybe it's the lineup not doing them any favors off the lost things, but
top tower is under attack.
we haven't really seen a cohesive move or team fight. That definitely feels bad.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like they're all just kind of playing their own game right now, trying to find farm around the map. And RB Geniuses, as you said, were making clean, concise moves, playing together and making things happen. Corden pops his BKB, Glimmer Cape. Look, he takes no damage. It just takes nothing. Corden,
I don't even think he had to
granted,
run
doesn't
there.
have any damage because he went a Blade Mail BKB.
Yeah, see, now this Blade Mail feels really bad.
Yeah.
This item is useless for spell immunity, and you're playing versus triple spell immunity. It's designed to win you those early fights. You lose those early fights. Now you're just 2,000 gold behind. Maybe you can get some armor, I guess, but that's an expensive chainmail.
Yeah, it is.
Dubu?
Dubu's dead again.
I wish you the best.
Or is he?
Best.
Oh, okay.
You did get the best. Okay. He's out.
Wow.
One lost.
I'm surprised that TA didn't want to chase after that, but I guess the tier 2 is still there. You don't know what you're pushing into. You got to be careful of Jackie getting a good Wukong's command off on you.
Yes, he can still die to the monkey. Monkey does do a lot of damage. He's level 20. He has crystals on top of that Battle Fury. If he gets to Scotty eventually, which I think should be his 5th item here, you can win the fights off this monkey with a good ult. They're stuck in it. But the problem is, are they ever going to get stuck in it, right? The amount of utility that's already out, the amount of spell immunity, it's tough. So 5-man smoke trying to catch anything here, but this is a very telegraphed move. Very telegraphed. And AG, once again, not giving you anything here. They're posted up. They know the smoke is coming, using Gyro to break it. Yoakum even has remnants out. This Rubik's hard to kill. And they're going to counter smoke. Why not? You have Nullifier on this Lifestealer too. Anybody he goes on is just dead. Darkseer be damned.
Ooh, if they see this courier, oh, they could just follow that courier straight to where Bleed is exactly. Smoke's gonna break.
It's a good angle.
Rubik is gonna help them get some vision out, throwing some remnants around. The missile's gonna chase after
Ice
Dubu.
actually turning.
Does manage to get a really good wall back combination. Gyrocopter almost instantly dies. The BKBs and the Rage going out though. Dodged a lot of the damage and gets out of the Wukong's command just fine. RB Geniuses are just too strong at this point. Even maybe caught.
He's tanked it.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that is exactly the correct term for that. They just kind of like ran through everything that Bleed threw at them.
You have big back, nice boundless. You have Wukong on top and BKB. So what? No damage. Literally invincible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe when you have that Scott.
Has been killed.
I mean, that's why I think you need Scotty, because you have to be able to keep him in this spell, and you have to be able to man up on this monkey to win the extended fight. Because
yeah,
the short term is not doing you any favors here. Too much HP to cut through. His lifesteal pick is really annoying in this game. Can't really go on him. Can't go on anybody else. Primal Beast has 3,300 HP of his own. We have this stupid Greaves aura on the Rubik, making everybody super tanky as well. And these Darkseer lineups, when they're behind, they really lack damage because your single target burst is non-existent. So you have to just plow. You just have to do it the hard way. You have to plow through the raw HP, one bootstrap at a time. Only your bootstrap is a Darkseer shard. And that bootstrap instantly snaps at the slightest weight of a team fight.
Yeah, it does seem to be the position that they're in. A phantom bootstrap.
The title of my next book. You know, that was a
Is
movie.
that a Kaya Sanj complete for DB? And even the Primal Beast is pretty scary.
He's got Blink up
Fresher
top.
next.
Yeah, he is killing you. He is no longer just a damage soak. He is a damage dealer. It's like one of those towels that absorbs all the water. And when you dry it out, you whip someone with it. It stings.
Get a welt.
That's right. And second Roshan, that's Shard. He's taking this one though, because you already have the good ones. So it's between Primal Beast and Lifestealer. You want the rock?
Well,
Oh, wait,
he already
Lifestealer
has
just
open
bought.
wounds. He already bought it. Yeah, he already bought open wounds. Yeah.
So it's Primal Beast by default. Congratulations, DB. You are the lucky recipient of a rock.
All right. They killed the giant rock man, and he just took a small piece of his body.
He just took his head, and he's gonna throw it in the
He
next
took
fight.
his head. I'm gonna chuck this at the enemy. See what they think about it.
Well, we're about to find out what DB thinks about it, and honestly, I don't think they're gonna have much to think about it because I think they're gonna die very quickly here. Early wall.
Yeah. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I mean, I
attack.
get that they just were not seeing a good initiation there, but don't you just wait out wall and then go high ground again?
You definitely can. You are
Nobody in this game has buyback.
No, that is 100% true. You're trying to buy out Ags on DJ right now. This is what they're trying to have him farm.
Dire are
Maybe they
scared.
think with Blink Ags you can kick the TA in and just take the fight with a super deep Wukong.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes some sense to me. He's pretty close. He can sell for it here. See if you will.
Oh man, he went full out Daedalus. Jackie is just pure damage.
You kind of need it. They need the damage and they need the lockdown. They need too many things right now. DJ is one creep off Ags, so he'll have it here. He has Blink Kick. Who are you gonna kick in? TA?
See what he gets.
He didn't get it.
Oh no! Oh no!
Not like
He
this.
missed. The telekinesis got him away, and he just gets snowballed into danger. Missile chasing after him. He's gonna run back into it to make sure he doesn't die. Oh! Yokum almost finished him off. Dude, Yokum's crazy.
Who's baiting who here?
A
I
little
don't
bit
know.
too crazy though. Corden, he's gonna jump after him, finish him off. Joe's back to his remnant. The missile is gonna hit him while his BKB is still active, and he managed to jump away right as DB was looking for the counter initiation. The BKB was falling, and DB was planning on just blink grabbing him right away.
I can't tell who's baiting who in these fights.
Yeah.
I'm getting baited. Ultimately, though, that's a lane, and you still have Aegis up, and you didn't get that kickback. That was your big reveal of it. Maybe you get the double TA kill there. You can start to swing some momentum. I mean, you're down 26k. You need every little bit you can get. Another kind of desperation smoking. You're just going to find the 5 gyro. That's it. He is a dieback for him, so he's out for 80.
Something to work with. I mean, with only 3 heroes up right now, they can spread around the map, get some pretty good farming time in.
Gotta keep abusing
Maybe
his
get to
kick.
that basher.
I mean, your monkey is still strong. Yeah, you're down 30k, but if you can keep chaining some hits together, you have the teamfight spells to back him up. He has to just be able to survive, though. And you still have Aegis on Yahweh here, and he wants to use it. He's just going in. No cares in the world. He says Wukong includes
Running underneath Wukong's
he did get
commands here
Wukong.
with the vacuum as well. The Templar Assassin gets demolished so quickly. He's still alive though. He managed to get off another round of refraction and blinks away. Oh no, they executed that so well, but they couldn't even kill the TA, and that was the whole trade-off. It would have been decent.
I mean, he had Aegis anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So even if it happened, it wouldn't have even accomplished much. And now Ice, you are nullified.
Oh man, they got a nullifier. Oof.
The deficit's just too big here. I mean, Yao was giving you the Wukong there. He was saying, "I dare you, sir. I dare you to damage test me." They damage tested him, but Rubik Shard in the double force. A tail as old as time.
They fell a little short.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Okay, well that's going to be 2 lanes of barracks. Fortunately, the tier 2 is still up in the bottom lane. That'll give Bleed
Radiant's top barracks
one more
has
opportunity. A little bit of farming time,
fallen. Radiant's top
maybe
barracks
another
has
item
fallen.
on a hero or two, and then they're going to be forced into one last stand.
Consider myself the best player.
Perhaps that's all they need, though. The hopium, the copium, the daily dose of
Dire are scanning.
that's where you're supposed to fill it in.
There is another word that rhymes with that.
Is there?
I believe it's the origin of copium and hopium.
Well, I'm not gonna say that. I'll shoot. I left that one for you. That's your specialty.
daily dose.
Another
Nopium.
mass smoke here. This has got to be the last smoke, right? So if this fails, you're basically calling it. Jackie didn't even get
Primal
in.
Beast is alone.
Yeah, but are you
Surge
killing this
is. They're kind of just showing where they're going if anybody looks, but get their initiation. Oh, where is the kickback?
No, we got
Where is
Hex.
the kickback. DJ,
I don't know,
what
man.
is going on?
It has just not been there. The castering is just is screwing him. Okay, bait the Wukong here. They're gonna try and bait the Wukong.
A small little copse of trees sets up an opportunity for Jackie, but no. Army geniuses are not going to stumble into that trap.
And the problem now is you gave him TA level. Well, I say gave. I mean, I don't think they really had a choice, but Yahweh's level 25 now, so he has 13 refraction instances. Even if you Wukong stun him,
Radiant's
you might not
bottom
break
tower
through it.
is under attack.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Depends
has
what other
fallen.
DOTs are in the fight, and if he blinks out of that, you're really screwed. I mean, you're probably done anyway, but this game is not getting easy. You have 25 on Primal Beast as well. Holy
Radiant's
crap,
bottom
these heroes are
tower is
super
under
high level.
attack.
Yeah, that
all
was
level
going to
25.
say that this Primal Beast hero, you've gotten over the awkward part of the game where you fall off, and now you get your 25 talent and feel like it just revitalizes the hero.
Yeah, this game is just done. You have 3 level 25 talents, and these are good ones. I don't know what you're doing versus. I wish Jackie all the best. I'm gonna send him a card, and a birthday gift. There's a kickback,
Hey, they got a kick.
and I think he's dead for it.
Yeah.
Wukong,
Uh-oh.
there's nobody in.
Oh no, DB. That was an onslaught and a half. Actually hits the 2 backline heroes, knocks the Monkey King down to the ground. That's it. Off the trees and straight into a ditch.
Yeah, he got crumpled up and thrown in that abyss, as I like to say.
Radiant's bottom
Ditch might be more appropriate though.
All right, well, DB, maybe they could still kill him.
The remnants?
He's just shipping no the infest and an instant bash lockdown on Corden. He used so many of his remnants for that. He
He
doesn't
still got
kill the
some.
gyrocopter. Another round. Yeah, the onslaught. Yo, he's gonna be able to finish him off. That's it. Oh man, that
I'll
was
give him the golf clap on that one. I'll give him the golf clap. You know, he used all his remnants. He got that gyro. He said, "Screw you! Nobody missiles me 8 times in a row." Sent the message and then just GG'd out. That's a classic mid-player maneuver right there. That's what they call the Quinn Callahan back home. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what is this? What is this constant reference? You just got him on the brain, huh, or what?
I mean, he did win the last major, so you know, it's just he's a good meme. He's a good meme to bring up. He's a good rage personality. That was a beatdown, though. That was a beatdown. I'm gonna look at endgame stats here, but there was no momentum from this offlane. This Darkseer didn't do anything. 0-11 for Ice. I don't even think they had a single team fight where the spells came together. It's a 5 melee hero lineup that you're just fighting into Lifestealer, Primal Beast, and this Gyro destroyed them in the fights because you just have to face tank it. Somebody has to face tank it. If you're not ahead to face tank it, your face just gets beaten into the ditch, like you said, and then you're going to game 2. The Caveman Dota. I think we need to put the Caveman Dota back into the prehistoric times. We need to look forward to it. That was too old school. We need to modernize. We need to bring in some technology. Hybridize this vehicle that is outdated. That's my advice.
Well, Army Geniuses certainly had all the new tech in this game because they were way far ahead of Bleed, at least for the opener of this series. We'll see whether or not they keep it that way going into game 2, and I'm sure our panel has some ideas about that.
Bronze Age Dota prevails in this game number 1 as Army Geniuses take the victory over Bleed Esports. And maybe it is with technology. 5-position gyro technology. We doubted it. We were like, give me a Jakiro. Give me a team fighter. No. Give me a homing missile that annoys the hell out of the Monkey King the entire time. Bothers this Ember Spirit. Bothers this... Oh yeah, Enchantress. That was the other one. We were saying Enchantress also. Screw all that noise. It's outdated. New tech. New stuff. Army Geniuses. They're on the ground floor. And they get the win.
I feel like they just had very overwhelming lane dominance, and then they came out and Bleed never had a way to kick any of their heroes out of the lanes. TA was free farm, Lifestealer was free farm, he was holding top lane hostage. That time support took over, Lifestealer would come and help the support kick whoever was out, and DB just chilled from his BKB, and it felt like Bleed had nothing to do on the map the whole game.
Yeah, they have to play around. I feel like the Ember has to try to make some rotations around, like with the Iron Shell. Like one thing I see some players do is that they go to the Darkseer's lane, right? They try to make a move.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. He can't get a kill or whatever reason. Then he still has the Iron Shell on him, and he TPs to another lane to, try to make something else happen on the other side of the map, But I just felt like that wasn't really happening in the game. And I see like Ice trying to solo kill a Rubik in the, I don't know, it was like 10 minutes in the game. Like he felt like he has nothing to do. He sees a Rubik standing in the lane. He tries to go for the kill, and he just fucking dies.
Yeah. I mean, Rubik did end up stealing the wall, and Lifestealer was there, but the fact that the lane went so comically poorly in the first place that the Darkseer is struggling to even attempt to solo kill a Rubik is troubling.
They both had griefs.
Yeah. What the hell is going on at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bleed at the moment, I would say they have similar issues with
Blacklist.
Blacklist with fundamental issues, but not as severe because Blacklist they were playing together for some time already. So I would expect them to be able to deal with those problems better, but
it's more excusable here.
Yeah,
it's a fresh roster.
Yeah, it's a new roster. So you should give them some time to try to deal with certain problems slowly. I feel like the laning is definitely something that they have to try to deal with first. But it's kind of not expected, right? Ice and DJ have been playing together for some time, You kind of expect them to be able to...
We're playing a Darkseer lane, you can be really skilled, but you can still lose it. It's against Lifestealer, Gyro.
But should the lane go that badly for them?
I think the Lifestealer definitely free farm and get a bit more than you, and one mistake you probably get less. I think what went wrong in this game was they needed the Ember to pop off, but Cordon's experience might have come into play. But I feel the Ember with Darkseer Shell was really strong.
Yeah.
And what happened was DJ rotated mid and he kind of fed first blood to the TA instead of vice versa happening. Because I think if Ember got the kill on TA, the game could look very different to me. This Ember with Shell running around, like, sure, he couldn't kick out Lifestealer, but he can invade the TA's jungle, he can run after the TA, like, what are they going to do? This Gyro Rubik's not going to kick you out,
I feel like if he actually does well, the game will be very, very different. His rotations are going to come much faster. Like, I feel like he might even be able to kick the Lifestealer, because like, you go up to his lane, you just you spam him. I'm sure maybe you can't kill him, but you can force him to go jungle or something, like do something on the map.
Yeah, I just felt like he was the only one that could really make plays because Jackie went for Bell Fury and he didn't have a great lane too. It's just the draft, That's how the draft should
function with Darkseer lineup. The Darkseer is not going to make rotations. He's going to play like a carry, and then you have a Battle Fury carry. So you have 2 carries in the game. So unfortunately you're the Ember, so you have to suck it up. You have to help the team. Yeah, essentially the Tusk, the Elder Titan, and the Ember, they are going to be like a 3-man gang squad.
I think even the ET, Ember, just 2 of them, they look like they can probably kill anyone on the map.
Yeah, as long as they have Iron Shell, it will be quite possible for them to kill anyone except for Lifesteal. But, it just didn't happen after the lane. I feel like the crucial time is like between 10 minutes to 20 minutes. That's where the Iron Shell Ember, maybe 10 to 15 even, you have to be able to create a lot of pressure on the map with the Iron Shell. On Ember, if you let that stage pass by without creating enough advantage, you're going to have a lot of trouble running into the Lifesteal and TA later.
Yeah, it's pre-TA BKB, right? When the shell actually threatens him.
Once the TA has BKB, then good luck,
And I guess the idea was also them picking the Monkey King last pick instead of the Morphling or something like that was another Ion Shell carrier.
I mean, that's part of a problem, but that's like not the reason why they lost the game.
Yeah.
The Monkey King could have been a better pick, sure. But then again, you have to look back at the game and try to fix the fundamental issues first. I always feel like if you look at the draft and you try to fix the draft's problem first, then you are trying to avoid the problems that the team is having, within the game.
Right.
So I always feel like I'm an advocate of fixing the issues in the game first before you try to fix the draft.
I think Cap and SVG also mentioned that they had like team fight. It was quite difficult to execute, and we never really saw them land this like vacuum stun or vacuum ET ult, which is kind of hard when you're a newer team, I think.
Yeah, the idea before Lifestealer gets Rage off, how am I going to initiate on this carry? And it was either Boundless comes from the trees, you get some kind of Vac into Stomp combo, or DJ gets super farmed, which he eventually did get the Aghanim Scepter. And maybe, I've seen many a Lifestealer struggle getting booted into the enemy side of the map and then being stuck there while they slowly try to walk back. But for a support Tusk, it's not quite as easy to make it to that point. But Army geniuses are exceeding expectations, at least for me. This is a Div 2 promo T team coming to town and making Ice and DJ and all of Bleed Esports look like fools. But it's only game number 1. Can you close out a series? Because I've known many Southeast Asian teams to win 1 game. Let's see if you can win 2. Let's see if you can win game number 2 after a break. Looks like Southeast Asia might have quite a few teams gunning for this major position. You would have thought that it would have been autopilot after tour number 1. You put Talon back into the mix. We'll see how Execration fare after losing March as their coach. Geek Slate made a dent in their group stage. And now we needed to figure out who's going to take that 3rd slot. All of a sudden, Army geniuses coming up from Div 2. And maybe Polaris also. Who knows? Anything is possible. And maybe Bleed might not be in contention because that game number 1, not the look. Not the look, Winter. Not the look. Shake that head.
A lot of work.
A lot of work.
Yeah.
You were still had a laundry list of things that you were commenting on as we were looking at the highlights, which is at least it's definable. It's not just like this nebulous stuff that are like, I don't know why Bleed suck. And it's just game one. Who knows how much they suck? They need to learn each other. It's a newish roster. Obviously, the players should know each other quite well, but putting them all together in a 5-man roster, we saw how it went with Boom and Fnatic last tour. It's not destined for success just because you get 5 amazing players. In fact, it was quite the opposite. You get 5 amazing players and then it's destined for failure, it seems.
I mean, do you feel like they should talk to each other more? Like sometimes I feel like the newer teams, they actually, sometimes you play too much and you, instead of trying to sit down and go through replays and talk about stuff, and then they just continue playing and then it doesn't help with their problems. And what do you feel like the newer team should do? You know, like should they talk
I think
about,
it depends on like your ideas of Dota. I feel like the thing about SCA is not a lot of players have like an identity or how they want to play. Like, I think AG is a good example. Like in your dream, he wants to play this more later game carries. You know, when they pick Yoe this TA, he always plays these heavy heroes that stand in the lane. The more of the lifestealers heroes that are hard to kick out. And they have like a identity of how they belong on the map and like what they do for their team, whether it's initiating or farming or just holding lanes, playing aggressively. I think that's something that you kind of have to figure out on a new team most of the time, especially when you have younger players, because I think for like maybe Ice, he's like so experienced, he can probably adapt to filling different holes in the team, but I think you cannot expect that of your newer players on the team.
Yeah,
or is it the cup theory, Winter?
The cup theory.
The cup theory.
Oh,
Ice, he's a filled cup at this point.
Yeah, but the last game I feel like going back to what Adam said about like, okay, you have this newer player, right? So you want to put the newer player on maybe a role that doesn't stress him so much. And I feel like in the first draft, with the Darkseer draft, the Ember kind of has to do a lot.
The whole game was on the back
the
of
whole game,
Ember, I think.
Yeah, the whole game
Right?
has to revolve around him.
Yeah.
And him being the most inexperienced person, so that might not be the best kind of strategy to put him on, you know?
It's also what you're experienced with. Like, there's no Darkseer in my pubs, you know? Like, you probably played as Ember, you never played with a Darkseer before. Because you're like a younger player, right? This is like some 2017, 2018 thing, this Darkseer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you never see them together, you know? The Darkseer and the Ember, they are supposed to be playing around each other, but they weren't really together much in the game.
But whenever I think of the bleed of Tour 1, it was usually, if Corden has an amazing game, then Bleed's going to have a good game. Masaros was useful as like we can gather around this kind of guy, but Corden was the game winner in most situations, which may be what they're trying to do here, where Ice is, you come to me, I'll put an ion shell on you, and then you go do work, because you're a new up-and-coming superstar. So is it in your best interest to take that power away from Corden just because he's not the most experienced and be like, no, I'm sorry, you've had your time, and now we have veterans who are going to carry the game for us? DJ
I feel like
and
this is a very specific thing,
I feel like
right?
it's what Talon went through.
Yeah, that's true,
start.
actually.
I think the problem with this game was that they picked Ice heroes early and he didn't have a matchup. I think in past Bleed, they would prioritize Masaros hero and he would enable their early game movement. Like the heroes would be able to move to him. Like in this game, this Darkseer, no matter who comes, they're not kicking out the monkey.
That's a very good point, because we were talking so much about, okay, the draft was, what was the first 2 pick? They picked Elder Titan Tusk, right? And then the next pick should be if they are going down this route, it should be the Ember, like the neutral mid.
It was, they picked the Darkseer, Army Geniuses picked
this
the
is not going to
Lifestealer
happen.
Gyro.
This is not going to happen if the Darkseer is picked later, because they're not going to pick the Lifestealer like this and counter the lane, because they don't see the lane. This is happening because of the pick sequence.
Yeah. Because I think what happened was if they picked the Ember there and they're like, oh, Tia against Ember, not so good, Tia safe lane. Then they picked the Darkseer. Then they got what they want out of it too. But in this situation, they couldn't really get that. I think also, I thought the Monkey King pick was so he could kick out the Lifestealer as well, because they didn't have a hero to do that, but we never really saw that in the game. So Ice was never really enabled in the game, and Corden could only really go to the safe lane.
Yeah,
that
but
was
he
hard
also,
as well.
but he lost his lane also.
Yeah, so
then-
it was just kind of hard from the laning phase.
All right, well, let's see if they reevaluate for game number 2, draft number 2, Army Geniuses versus... Holy, we're really into it.
Okay.
Tiny Marana banned out. Alchemist
first pick.
Alchemist first pick. Broodmother somehow does not get banned in the Crossfire, instead Silencer and Naga taken out.
What is happening?
Alchemist. Okay, what changed with Alchemist?
His stun is better.
Level
Stun
1
is
And
better.
I think the biggest change is that Radiance is cheaper.
Also
So
better.
Radiance is a pretty good item right now, and on top of that, the removal of team items. Team items are a bit worse right now.
Okay.
Did pipe get nerfed?
Not
right.
sure about
Only
Pipe,
the
but
mech aura.
Mech
The
and
Grief
Grief
aura.
Pipe did
aura.
not, yes, but
Yeah.
Greaves did, Mech did.
Yeah, I guess it's also a spider way to deal with spiders, but I will say I'm not a fan of Elk into Brute. I think the lane is actually really hard.
It's terrible. It's like
horrible
you
lane.
can't play the lane. I don't know what kind of pos 5 can allow you to play this lane. I feel like no matter what you pick, the lane's gonna be.
Yeah, but I guess the power of Elk is that if you can protect your jungle, you can kind of come back into the game.
Yeah, but Brute takes your jungle.
Yeah, that's true.
And they have this Enigma which also needs the jungle, and the change to Enigma now is like his laning is a lot harder because you cannot deny the range creep.
Yeah.
So
Any chance that Alchemist could be flexed as a support?
maybe, I mean, if you first pick a hero and he can't be flexed, then there's something wrong.
There's something wrong.
I feel like this is DJ Enigma and Ice Alchemist.
Ooh, offlane Alchemist.
Offlane
No cap.
Oh, so this is the lane, this is the off
No
lane.
cap, I think so.
Okay. Could be.
Because I think they want to prioritize Jackie still. So if Jackie just says like Elk not good here, they're like, okay, no worries.
Yeah, because it's weird, right? So they pick this out, then there's a Rubik, then they pick an Enigma, so it's probably just like, if it's a support, then they probably don't care. I don't know.
It's a first pick Elk too.
Yeah, or
Should be
maybe
a bit
and it's
flexible.
like weird, right? Like the whole draft sequence is very weird. Like, because then the 8th pick is an Enigma. Then if you're putting a support at 8th pick, a win condition pick, then it also doesn't really make a lot of sense, you know, being on the first pick.
Yeah.
So it has to be some sort of like niche strategy where they're gonna group up, like somehow
maybe you
push.
buy team items,
Yeah,
on
you
Elk,
buy-
or you buy
yeah, you-
eggs for someone. You know, we've seen that before.
Or maybe it is the lane, and it's the other positions. Maybe it's 3-position Enigma, 4-position Alchemist.
Yeah, it could be. It could
Yeah,
be.
I mean, it could be.
Because Acid with the Eidolons are pretty strong, and the
Yeah.
stun is really nice
Yeah.
as well.
And then later you buy some Solar Crest. Solar Crest got kind of
But I
buffed.
feel like
Solar
the
Crest did
only
get kind of
the only player to do these weird things on his team is probably Ice. So I'm gonna assume he's the one playing the.
Oh,
the-
that's a pretty reasonable assumption.
I don't think Jackie's gonna be like first pick out, guys. We lost first pick out. It just
Put me
doesn't
in,
sound
coach.
right to me.
Okay, so what do they need to build on with this kind of drop? They're gonna need like some pushing, like initiating mid and some other team fight.
They need a
boss
way
fight.
to hold the game for them, I think.
hold the game.
Yeah, because right now their heroes don't really contribute anything other than dropping acid.
Yeah.
So I need a way to allow Enigma to apply pressure on the lane. I think that's number one. Number two is they need a way to hold their map.
We get extra time to brainstorm because the draft is currently paused, so we're not frozen in time.
Do you guys know about like the bugs that have been happening with pauses?
No.
So apparently in officials yesterday, I think LeBron Dota tweeted this. They paused, and during the pause, the Aegis timer was running,
Okay.
and the respawn times were running.
Whoa.
So you actually pause when you're dead 50 seconds, you pause for 50 seconds, you unpause, you're actually alive. and the real time didn't move.
Interesting. I hope that has been resolved.
I hope so too.
That seems like a pretty
that-
big issue.
Should probably be fixed. That was like up.
Certain heroes should be able to do. Faceless Void should be able to
That
do
is
that.
true, especially if he's in chrono.
Yeah.
Go faster.
Exactly.
Wait, who does this benefit more? This kind of pause.
I
Benefits
feel like
the
this
team
benefits
picking now?
AG because they're like figuring out what the hell first pick
I
Alchemist
feel
is.
like in general it would benefit AG, you're right, but I think in this situation there's no figuring out what's happening.
They may overthink it.
Yeah.
If anything. They have too much time. They're like,
long.
guys, I know what they're doing.
We had an interview when AG won last season with Claire, and it was probably the best interview I've ever seen in my life.
Really? Claire is known to speak his mind.
It was, and he was like, "Oh, patch is coming, you know, no filter, tell me everything."
Lol.
Lol, and then now he opens the patch the next day, he's like, "Shit."
He's like, oh no, I
Hope no
revealed
one watched
everything.
my interview.
All of my strategies are still relevant in this new patch. What have I done? Yeah, so Solar Crest got a marginal buff. All attributes went from +5 to +6. Move speed went from 20 to 25. Literally nothing. Radiance is 350 gold cheaper. Damage bonus went down by 5. Anything else? No meteor. We still have not seen a meteor hammer today.
That's a meme.
I don't know.
My inside info has told me that it does not exist in scrims and only pubs.
Really?
So yesterday I clicked on Mikoto playing Ricky. I was like, who stole his mid? And he's playing mid Ricky with Meteor Hammer first item.
It's a Bloodstone Razor story. Very good in pubs, but not good in the team game.
Perhaps.
I think it's definitely viable on certain heroes. Like, I could see the Meteor Hammer Mars coming back or something, but I think it's not like a everything OP kind of item. Meteor Hammer Spectre, you know, wouldn't hate it.
So yeah, there was a time when that was actually a thing.
Yeah, because Blade Mail got like nerfed or something.
So the Meteor Hammer is the farming item for Spectre.
And it helps you buy ring in the lane, which is kind of nice.
I think the build out of the item is actually very good for off lane. Like you get mana regen, you get HP regen. That's why a lot of people are just buying it. What's the best hero to get Meteor Hammer on off lane now? Is it still just Mars?
Best hero? Maybe Pango.
Why Pango?
Because you roll first, and then as you're banging the wall, you drop the Meteor Hammer. Then you hit him back, and you're still channeling, and then Meteor Hammer falls.
Okay, that's actually better than your idea. That is actually better than your idea.
What was my idea?
Bench.
Yeah, I saw.
So you swap into the hammer. That's his
It
idea.
was quite cool, isn't it? I think it's cool.
It has potential, I'll have you
It's
know.
cool.
Okay, drop it back.
Sand King was another potential meteor hammer
Like a
buyer.
stun duration increase, right?
Yeah, and then you keep him in Sandstorm. Although I don't think that hero received very many buffs in general.
Would you do that with Elk? If you have
Meteor
a high,
hammer stun?
you have high
Yeah.
level stun and then you just you channel one stun to channel
Maybe
another
lost,
stun.
right? Here. Keep him in Midnight Paul.
And then Rubik will 100% steal Unstable Concoction afterwards, but at least you got the meteor hammer off.
Oh my god.
Alright, draft resumes. Crystal Maiden banned out. And now Bleed need to... I don't know. Are they interested in protecting either of these heroes?
I feel like they don't know too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Judging by the time taken
DJ's
after the pause.
DJ's like, what have you picked me into, bro? I mean, this Rubik has amazing steals already with just these first two picks.
Yeah, oh, gyro ban. I like that. I was gonna say gyro. It's actually a pretty good gyro game because you want to invade jungle, right? When you play against Enigma Elk.
So is this support gyro ban
Yeah.
or carry gyro ban?
I think it's more carry gyro.
Okay.
If you're doing Enigma core, Gyro is very good against that lane.
Yeah.
But there are heroes that are really good too, right? It's like
Monkey.
Monkey's okay.
What else?
It's okay.
What else can kill the idol?
Hoodwink.
Hoodwink.
That's not carry, but support Hoodwink can. Yeah, Blightstone with the Acorn
I
shot.
thought we were talking about carries.
Carries. I mean, if you can play carry Hoodwink.
Help, Neil.
I've seen it before.
I'm out of carries too.
Shouldn't.
Is Gyro the only hero? There was another hero. I think LGD did it twice against Tundra at the major. You guys were at the major. Come on, Winter.
Yeah, come on, Winter.
I can't remember.
Primal Beast, Bat Rider, taking out Bleed ban the Monkey King. Pudge.
Pudge.
Oh yeah, okay, Pudge.
Was it Pudge? I feel like Spectre was probably the hero.
Probably.
Yeah, Spectre got picked very little, but I always feel like the hero has a lot of potential against all the range heroes. And if you can survive the lane, especially against an Enigma lane, and you're not really worried about getting Black Hole as a Spectre.
Or it's also TA, I guess. TA is pretty decent against Enigma.
Oh yeah, yeah. Can kill the summons very easily.
Yeah, I wonder if AG will go back for it. Because I feel like the only reason they picked TA just now was because of Roche and Dire Jungle. Like just to abuse Dire.
And it might be something just for their team.
Kunkka. Alright, so it's core Enigma, right? Based on the bans.
Yeah, based on the bans.
So where's Elk go now? What's
Support.
5 Elk?
It must be a support. I feel like if they are picking it like this. But for AG, so to keep things open, ideally you want to pick like a support here, right? And like a melee support. Or some team fights.
I think Jokem's mostly the Rubik and Varys is the one who plays the melee heroes. So I think this is kind of the lane.
Varys like a Treant
Who's
Protector.
drafting for Bleed, guys? Is it Dubu?
Dubu, probably.
I would guess Dubu. Warlock.
Wait, the picks are not in order, so this is...
Picks are not in order.
Yeah, that should be the first pick, right?
Look like they random their heroes.
Dude, damn it. I mean, it should be second pick is here because they pick Warlock.
Yeah.
Damn it, Adam. So the first pick and second pick is switched.
So it was Rubik first pick, and then Alchemist Enigma response.
Yes,
Yeah,
and then Brood is the 8th pick.
I see.
And then now they're picking
They
Warlock.
left Brood on the table, and they did not take it. They have Ice on their team, and they didn't. They picked freaking Alchemist Enigma over Broodmother. If they lose this game too, they deserve to lose it. I'm
Alright,
just
what's the
calling it
next hero?
right now.
Elder Titan, Treant Protector. There you go.
Yeah, Undying.
Yeah, you want
Undying
something
Treant.
for the Enigma, I think.
I mean,
Oh.
yeah, Rubik. I mean, you
Yeah,
can't.
but 2 is better than 1.
I can't argue with that, right?
Can't argue with that.
You can.
But
you
it would
find
be
something
it
that's
would be a
worse.
bad argument.
2 Meteor
I
Hammer.
mean, Undying is just nice to have. You know, you can do Roshan. Treant Protector can't do Roshan.
I mean,
And Undying is just stronger in the early to mid game. Treant is better late game.
what about Clockwork? It was a Varize special during.
Clock was
Div 2.
nice too.
It's okay, I just feel like he doesn't. Their team already has Pango, which is kind of similar.
Oh, Clockwork's nice too. You get to bully the Warlock and if the potential support
I
Alchemist.
think
you
so.
know.
I think it's a pretty good end game. You can take over jungle, you can purge Shadow Word.
Yeah, but if Elk is a support, then you know.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, Pugna used to be like the way I think as a drafter before when I see all this Elk greedy lineup, I like to pick Pugna and DP to push the towers.
As a core, or as
There's
a
a,
support.
there's a support Pugna. I know DB plays the Pugna, but in
He's
this
gonna be
case
playing Brood.
specifically,
Oh, it's a support Pugna?
yeah. So Jokem and Varys both play it. I kind of like it against Elk because you can decryptify the stun because it's physical damage, so you actually do 0 damage.
Oh, that's true.
But apart from that, what is the other purpose of the hero in this game?
The way
what?
AG usually played is just to buff their big boy carry, which
So
is
a little bit like what Entity did.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they picked, but it was a mid
Keep your carry
Pugna.
alive.
So to buff the Lina, just
Yeah,
to stay behind
yeah.
and buff.
in the games they played, they did run it with Lina too, which by the way we have not seen. I wonder if the hero's dead, but I think the hero's fine. It's just not first pick OP. I think the hero's still pretty decent. It's kind of interesting to me that AG are not picking their carry. They're probably still trying to figure out what this Enigma is.
Yeah. They can still pick the Pudge, or if they want another traditional big boy carry or big girl carry, the Spectre is available.
Oh, I do like the Spectre.
Yeah, I like Spectre with this lineup. And
They
They
banned, out
banned Viper, so I don't
Yeah.
think the Spectre is getting through.
yeah, no. So do you think if you want Spectre here, you shouldn't ban Viper?
No, I think you should ban it later.
Yeah,
The last
ban.
the last ban. I mean, yeah, you have to ban it either way. I mean, either way, it should be a big tell if you ban
I
it.
think how it usually goes is you want to use it on the second ban. So their last ban, they have to choose between Spectre and something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point.
Because now if you
That's a good
ban
point.
Viper, you ban Spec, then your pool is smaller.
Some big brain draft ideas here.
I like it.
It's true. I make fun of it, but it's true. So if you want to pick Spectre, what else do you want then?
I feel like Bleed's gonna play Spectre. Warlock Spec with
Yeah.
their heroes. It looks pretty decent, right? I mean, I
But
don't know
but
what
they're
this
not
elk
getting,
is.
Yeah, but they're not gonna get it right.
Who knows?
AG's gonna want it.
What do they have against Brood? Are they actually gonna put this elk safe lane against the Brood? Elk Warlock. I mean, it's kind of normal, right? Elk Warlock. Warlock.
I feel like Alk is gonna get eaten
No, I
alive.
feel
Yeah, I feel the same.
I feel like Elk is a support. I don't think he's some support.
I feel like he should be support, but he's not gonna be.
Maybe we'll see.
Night Stalker banned out, and they do eliminate the Spectre, so the Viper ban gambit does not pay off. Now AG need to figure out who's gonna carry.
Pick Lina.
Luna, do you like Luna?
No, I like Lina. There's so much physical damage. You kill Eidolons too in the lane. You're so strong. Like, how do they come in your jungle and stop your farm? You have Elk Warlock, Enigma. Like, who's gonna come at you? This Ember's gonna walk in. He's like,
But what if they pick something that can out carry you? Then they don't have to go to your jungle, right?
We
They're
have
big
Brood
greedy.
Pango though. It's so much pressure on the map.
Yeah, Brood has the safe lane completely locked
I mean,
up.
there's no carry. They can play the lane already. So
Yeah.
whatever, you know. he's just
Against
taking-
Brood, I think they're Slark for Bleed.
Oh yeah, they're still stuck. Okay.
Yeah, but then Alina should be able to out carry a Slork.
Yeah, that's true.
So you
It's
need.
one of the more okay matchups, I think. There's also a nerf.
If they
Lina,
pick
right?
Lina, so you're gonna need they pick Morphing, so you need a hero that can lane against Brood and try to out carry.
A
Morph.
Morphling.
It's definitely just Slark, right? Yeah. There's literally no heroes in the pool anymore. So what's this? DJ Elk? Whoa, DJ Elk, let's go,
DJ is
baby.
playing Elk support.
Dude, he's gonna buy X for the Ember and Slark. That's pretty good. I hope he buys X for him. It does sound pretty good. Then your Slark's gonna have like some diffusal eggs at minute 13.
Dude, their draft is so greedy, but it's so greedy, though.
It's fine.
Everybody needs money.
I mean, I need money.
This is the this is the fucking same draft, around the same draft like the previous game where the Ember has to do everything, you know.
Yes, he does.
I think it's even harder to do anything.
This is
game.
harder than last game.
Oh, okay, he has to do more this game, but he should have an easier lane against a Pango. Hopefully, he has.
Yeah,
more
but it's hard to
successful
kick
time.
out the Brood and
Yeah, how is he gonna kick the Brood? Like,
That's not his problem.
that's not his. That's his problem. That's
biggest
his problem. You know.
Listen, his job is to make space for DJ to get early Aghanim Scepters for everybody.
That's true, though.
That's Ember's job. And I don't know what Enigma's job this
I wonder
game
if
is.
they'll buy Vessel on any hero, because Morph Pugna, Brood.
Yeah, against
Who's gonna buy it?
I don't know. Corden. Just a hard play.
This poor Ember Spirit has to do a million things this game.
Yeah, why are they doing this to this guy? You know, he has to do
Trial by
But
fire.
this is the way a lot of teams play though. Like even Talon, like they don't really draft around their tempo hero, but he's still able to play, you know.
But they don't have the same kind of mid laner, you know. Like one is more experienced.
Yeah, but it's the path you pave.
That's right. Dress for the job that you want, not the job that you have.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I take it that you're favoring Army Geniuses in game number 2. All right, great. Let's see what's going to be going down with our casters. It's Cap and Avery for game number 2.
A trial by fire. Well, what better hero to get through that than the Ember Spirit? Corden's going to have to be pulling some heavy, probably double duty here, it seems like, at least the way the panel's talking about it. Avery, seems like Corden's got a lot of work ahead of him to be able to get Bleed a game 2 win, which would even out the series. You think he could do it? Maybe?
I cannot hear you, guys.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. But you can hear me now.
Yeah, you were muted. It's okay, though.
Yeah.
You were going to mess it up at one point or another.
I hit a hotkey somewhere.
I'm sure you didn't say anything important regardless, so we're all...
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, what I will say...
Your draft analysis.
What I will say is this has to be the greediest draft I've ever seen in maybe 10 years of drafting professional Dota.
Wow.
Oh my god. The amount of greed in this lineup is just... I think Bleed should get run over in 20 minutes and it's 2-0 and we're calling it a day. I do not think this lineup should ever win this game. I'm just going to say it outright.
Yeah. The worst part is they're playing up against a Broodmother, who I think is one of the best heroes to run over lineups. So
I think Brood and Pango. Like Pango is so good in this game. It's ridiculous. If he gets if Yahweh gets a start like he did last game, he's gonna 1v5. If DB gets a good start in lane, kicks Slark out, they're just gonna lose their map, and they have Warlock Alchemist supports. Do I need to repeat that? They have Warlock Alchemist supports. What are you doing in this?
I was actually legitimately trying not to laugh at that.
If the lanes go bad, this game immediately ends, I think. If they manage to do well in lanes, then there's some playability through the Ember, but it's gonna be rough. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm rarely this decisive on drafts and like how the game should go, but this one is just looking brutal.
I mean, they got some interesting damage with each other, right? They've got fatal bonds with Sleight of Fist and Acid Spray, right? They're taking more physical damage than normal under the Acid Spray, and then they're fatal bonded to each other. They take a bunch.
Yeah, but the
you
problem
got Midnight Pulse percentage-based damage with fatal bonds.
I mean, all this sounds great, except Brood is going to build a Dispel or a Pipe or both. You can't bonds him. You can't bonds Pango because he has 2 spell immunity Dispels. And he just rolls on you. He doesn't care about upheaval. Pango is super good versus Warlock. He does not care about anything. Brood is pretty damn good versus Warlock. And Morph is pretty damn good because Morph is also a double Dispel buyer with the mobility spell.
Okay, but if he doesn't dispel those spells, he's just a big tanky hero that will kill everybody else on his team with fatal bonds.
So basically, if AG lose lanes and they cannot get the items, then they will lose the game.
Yeah.
Which is
just win the lanes. Easy.
Yes. So you gotta execute really well in the early game here. That's what it comes down to. But I'm worried about that because I don't know if your lanes are that strong enough to crush. I think they're good at going even. They're not that good at crushing. But the upside is Corden is owning mid. This is what has to happen, and he's making it happen. I'll give him props. He is making some magic happen. Chef Corden cooking it up.
12-4 compared to the 7-1 matchup. Yoe is not having a whole lot of fun here, it seems. And that's a level 2 flame guard that's getting the business done.
And this is, if you could pick one lane in this game to win, you're picking mid for lead right now, and you're picking this Ember to go mega ham because he is your initiation, he is your skirmish, he is your early game fighting power, he is your rune control, he is your rotator, he is your world. Bow before him.
I mean, don't put him up on a pedestal or anything, but
no pressure, but
no pressure. You just have to single-handedly win the game for Bleed.
I mean, not the whole game, just like the first 30 minutes.
Wow. That pretty much is the whole game when you're talking about them, how they should get run over immediately. Slark's doing pretty well, too. 13-1.
That is true. That is true, but no pressure. And yeah, Jack.
I think that's the other lane that you want to go well, too, right? It's less, I think, less about the Slark and more about making sure the Broodmother doesn't do well.
Yes, you don't want Brood running this lane over because you don't have the supports to deal with him. You pretty much only have the cores, and even your cores aren't that amazing. Slark is good later, but the 10 to 20 minute window for this matchup is pretty Brood favored, I think.
Yeah,
Slark is not doing anything in Brood.
This should turn into a lane that they have to abandon at some point. So gotta win it while you can.
And the problem, that's part of the problem is if you have to abandon this lane, where do you go with Warlock? Because you can't stay here. You cannot stay versus Brood with weak subs. You can't really stay versus her with any sub, but that's why I don't know where Dubu's going to go this game. Warlock is not a hero that can rotate and make plays and play through with people. He kind of has to sit here, pull, get level 6, and then hope you feed into his goal. This hero. So we'll see. I'm pessimistic, but miracles can happen. Maybe there's some secret tech if they get some Ags pools going. I mean, who knows? The world's their oyster. They have really good Ags this game.
Structures are fortified.
I mean, I'm still sticking with Southeast Asia. Game's gonna go late. You know, that's not always gonna work. You know, but I feel like that's a pretty solid. You know, if you're a gambler, I feel like that's a pretty solid gambling strategy. Maybe being demolished. He's being pushed out of lane entirely, and Bleed get the first blood. Doubters?
Okay.
Any doubters out
here? I mean, they are making this early game work. I'll give it to him. Corden is setting his team up to win this game. That they might have no business winning, but they might win it. Business be damned. Skill can override any draft. Greed is good.
All I know is that when all the talent agree together that a certain outcome should happen, it's the Giga curse. It is the ultimate.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, what is happening right now, mid, is winning Bleed the game. That's all I know. This is an absurd disparity.
Jesus, he's got 12 denies.
Yeah, he is 1,000 gold up at 5 minutes and basically a level. That is brutal. And again, Ember's their only playmaker, so you have to have a good start for Corden here. He is gonna kill him.
He's dead. Bye.
Jeez. Have mercy.
That was like very casual. How he died.
Now Dubu's here. Another casual kill in the river.
Yoakum's here. Now he's gone. He's dead.
Okay, well, this game is obviously was very Bleed favored from the get-go.
Yeah, you're North American. You understand the power of winning lanes. It's literally the top team strategy. Shopify Rebellion. That's an entire strategy. To just win lanes.
You're just gonna pigeonhole him like that, huh?
Wow. Yeah, they're gonna get a second kill.
Breeze is dead.
Pugna's fast. He's a fast little guy, and he will be able to get away.
Okay, he's not dead.
Unstable concoction. 1 second. Oh, it's not enough.
Zero damage.
Not enough. Oh, rolling around. Uh-oh. Ubu's in some trouble. He's gonna die here, but he does manage to get off the fatal bonds. Would have been nice to be able to hit the slide on the two of them. Not quite enough.
All right, so a little bit of comeback here.
Slight, very slight. Jackie in battle. One stealing life, the other stealing stats. Who's going to reign supreme? Jackie does get his level 6, and DB immediately knows, okay, that's no longer a winning fight, really. Let's just back it up.
Well, the lanes have indeed gone Bleed's way very heavily. It's only a 1k difference, but what happened mid was very good for them, which means they can go and play around December as both supports going mid for Bleed here. They really want rune control. Not the best supports at taking these river fights, but honestly, Rubik, Pugna are not amazing at it either, so you can make this play happen. Gordon's just going to push it to the limit.
Oh, that's a pretty solid fatal bonds with the stun. Yeah, that is more than enough. DJ is going to take a lot of damage here underneath the tower. See if the Pugna can finish him off with a blast. Not quite. Fari's going to die, giving a double kill over to Corden.
Damn, Corden, he's cooking. He's cooking for sure. Grease fire on Max. Yeah, you need a pause. You need a pause to ask what the hell is happening right now.
Yeah, you got to slow down that momentum, man.
The internet spiking, his blood pressure spiking.
You know, that's tactical pauses in other esports, notably like CSGO. That is like legitimately a thing. Is like, slowing down the momentum that the opposing team has built up. They're speeding through rounds. Everything's clicking for them. Put a halter on that. Maybe this isn't quite the intended pause, but hopefully for Army Genius' sake, it does have that effect because Bleed is stomping all over them.
They are indeed getting stomped. Their internet appears to also be getting stomped. Could be related. Unconfirmed. Still, you can get back in this game through the levels in the skirmishing. It's kind of what Brood and Pango are designed to do. This is a pretty big deficit early, especially versus a lineup that if you won the lanes, I think you just win the game.
I consider myself the best player.
Because now Corden can do work. As good of a Pango game as I thought it was, it's also a pretty damn good Ember game. He's only really versed the Morph and Rubik in terms of control. I guess you can get stuck on a Rolling Thunder, but he's going to have rune control here because he won the lane, so he's going to have level advantage, he's going to have HP advantage, he's going to have runes. It's going to be pretty hard to shut this Ember down.
What's the next step for Bleed? Like, they won the lanes, okay, but then how do they keep this momentum going?
Don't want to feed into the Brood. The Brood is still going to be kind of strong unless you rotate the Ember there with the early Maelstrom or something. Then maybe you might be able to kill her a bit early, but I think you want to open up this top lane through the Enigma. Kick Morph out of here, abuse Black Hole and Eidolons, bring the numbers, get this top tower, get tier 1s going so you open up jungle areas. And then Ember can abuse the space. You can use the runes, invade jungle areas, limit the farm, shut the Pango down permanently. You get levels on your supports while this is happening, and then you secure the team fight. You're in a pretty decent position,
Yeah, and that all sounds good to me. Your initial, I was thinking about the same thing. Who's going to deal with the Broodmother now that level 6? And I was like, yeah, you can put the Ember Spirit down there, but then your big playmaker that, you very astutely pointed out that it is Bleed's entire world, that they would no longer have that hero, really, and it would just be stuck in a Broodmother lane. So I like your idea of playing through the Enigma lane and just trading out towers a lot more.
It just is a more natural game flow. Because we have another 5-man disconnect. Monka, Giga. I think when you go to this Brood, if you go to the Brood, you need to be 100% sure you're getting the kill. I think it's why we saw a lot of Disruptor picked at Lima versus hero, right? Or even some old school Spearbreaker. Some hero like this that guarantees when you make this smoke, the second you see her at all, the kill is done. It's guaranteed, right? And I think Ember and Slark can kind of do that at certain points in the game, but you just have to make sure that it's there. Because if you go and you mess that up, you're giving a huge window back in the game here. And then your Ember's in a spot where he doesn't want to be there. He's going to be very sad. You can also just stack jungle here and farm this Alchemist up. You know, you won early game. You can play it a bit slow and just get Ags, pool an Ags to Ember and Slark, and then if you still have a lead, you probably can just close out the map. That is another route here if you don't want to try and push early fights and give them a way back, but that might feel a little too slow.
Well, Avery, there is a possibility here. We're going to be stuck here for a while. So I've got some questions for you.
Oh, trivia.
Okay. Well, not trivia, just opinions.
Ooh, personal questions.
Ooh. So I bet I watched a little bit of your stream. What do you make in general?
Oh, God.
Yes.
Not these kind of questions.
I was just gonna ask what you thought about the patch. Jesus.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going a very different, much darker direction. My bad. All right, let me.
Oh, wait, you've been winning all your games. What could possibly be dark about that?
Just give me a second to reorganize my brain here. I was going very different path. The patch. Yes, the patch.
Yes.
What do I think about the patch?
Patch good. Patch bad.
I don't know. Feels pretty similar. Just different heroes. People don't really know what's good yet. Screw Morita. This hero sucks. I'm tired of having it on my team.
Yeah. Especially as core. I think that hero. I mean, it's a spellcaster without a shard or an Aghanim Scepter, and I think like 50% of the heroes in Dota are like have either their shard or their Aghanim Scepter is core to their kit. So
that does not help. I agree. Yeah. Who do I think are some winners? I think Elder Titan has potentials patch more than he did last one. I think we could see some like Team Fighter 5s come back. Maybe this Wyvern makes a comeback or something. This type of hero. If some of these ranged carries go out of the meta, the fights get more clumped. Then the AoE is, the AoE is more reliable.
I consider myself the best player.
And you're not as dependent on gap closers
I
either.
myself the best player.
But these are like larger shifts we're gonna have to see over time. It's pretty hard to get a read of that initially. And I don't think any hero just became broken off any change. I don't think any hero became trash off some change. I think still some bottom feeders, you know. They're Shadow Shaman. He exists somewhere.
Feeders.
He's definitely a bottom feeder. He's a tranche crawler, as I like to call him. Shaman, Lion, Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, God, that hero really is trash.
I don't know where Chen is. I mean, Chen's probably fine, but we don't really see him. Oh, I hear an unpause.
Hey.
Okay, we're back. Good question, though, Cap. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Gordon, cooking up some more kills, it seems. Just not going to be stopped. The Sleight of Fist will finish it off. And Gordon's even just going to zone out maybe some heroes out of this tower push that's coming in. Pull the creep wave along. Hey, this guy is maximizing his pressure in the game right now. I love to see it.
That's why they call him Gordon Ramsay.
That's true.
Give us your best.
Cook.
Give us your best Gordon Ramsay impression.
I'll be honest. I'm not a fan
raw.
of cooking shows.
Well, that doesn't matter here. You're just making a fool out of yourself.
So I actually don't really know what Gordon Ramsay sounds like.
Okay, you're absolutely useless. If you were Owen right now, he would do it in a magnificent British accent.
Yeah, because he's
the crowd
British.
Would cheer. They'd be chanting #1.
Don't ask Owen to do, like a Texan accent.
I mean, I bet he would. I bet he would.
Yeah. I would love to see that actually. Yeah.
A man can dream. As I think the lead are dreaming of a game 2 victory here. Mid tower's just going down. It's gone. But you are getting the brood trade, so it's not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, but I feel like trading your mid tower for the side lane tower is not a good trade, especially since Bleed is probably just going to go up and take a top tower next.
I think this is the natural progression, yes. And this Ember is very scary now. He is going to be very powerful. He's going to have a lot of space. He's going to have vision to operate on. Just got to get to these items somehow. You've got to get to this. I guess Orb of Corrosion and the Diffusal for Pango, it's a long way away. In Your Dream is still staying up here. That's the one upside. Haven't been able to take him out. Double damage.
Double damage. Uh-oh. He's going to try and roll it up. Ooh, barely managed to get it off, and the slide will not be enough despite the double damage.
Yeah, that looked a little awkward, but...
Yeah, forcing him to use his ultimate is still good, right?
Yeah, you take that, you take that. This double damage is basically automatic full map control. Nobody's contesting this right now. Which means Ice will push in top. And there isn't much help that's going to come. He's threatening the black hole, but he'll take the tower instead, happily.
Pylons will take the last hit, so Ice is going to be pretty farmed. Look at Gordon, man. This
no cares.
Is he actually going to get him? The chains is enough. He's going to remnant over through him. Oh!
Or am I?
He swashbuckled barely out of range.
That's a golem down. Yo, this golem is ugly as hell. What the hell is this thing, man?
Oh, yeah, it's a
giant Greevel or something? What is this?
yeah, he's got the big underbite.
Boy, this man is angry. Jeez, chill. He's killing the little golems too. What
look
the
at that
hell
face.
Is this?
Let's take a nice close look at that face.
Golem side.
That is a face only a mother could love.
I don't think this guy had a mother.
That's probably true, actually. Warlock kind of birthed him, so.
Straight out of the trash.
Sound like straight out of Compton. Straight out of trash.
He's dropping his LP next month.
Look out for that Warlock mixtape he's kicking up while he's upheavaling things. Gordon's going to be able to put a stop to that roll and jumps away over to a haste rune now. Further map. I mean, this is just some classic Spirit gaming here. You win your lane so hard that you just get full rune control, and with the rune control, you get more map control, and with more map control, you get more rune control.
That's why they call it the Quinn Callahan Classic. Yeah, it's a good formula. These spirits are the best at abusing it. They're the best early rune users in the game. If they snowball the lane, they have some of the best early levels in the game. It's very natural progression, and what it means is you have unlimited space here for Bleed to play however they want, which is they're just kind of greeding it up. They have single point Greevil's Greedy Alchemist just going to work. DJ's going to have some items this game. He is going to have them. It's just a question of what does he want. You also have this early Vessel on Ice, which is pretty interesting. This item is still pretty expensive for what it does, but if you get it early and you take fights, you get the charges. It's still pretty strong. You become pretty tanky. It's good versus the Morph here. And not terrible versus the Brood and the Pugna heals, to be honest, either. It's an interesting decision. I don't know if I would have gone Vessel's game. I think just getting Mech Pipe or something, maybe more reliable, but maybe they feel like they have extra sustain between some Warlock heal, and he just wants the aggressive item because of how good the lanes went.
Okay, so what is DJ's build? We know he's going Blink Dagger, but what does he do after that? Because the panel was talking about, like, oh, he could get Aghanim Scepter for Slark. We're see our first black hole of the game put to use. Yoakum's going to fall to that. To Ice, he's probably going to die in return, thanks to the heavy rotation from AG. Army Geniuses clean that one up, and
do they though? Do they clean it up?
Away. Don't let him get away like this. Not like, no, not like this. Oh no.
They did not clean anything up except their tears. I was gonna say that was not worth it at all for Ice, but this man knows his limits better than I do.
It became very worth it, apparently.
Now, quick smoke to the triangle. You have the Vessel charges. Actually, you don't use them both. Okay. Interesting decision.
Oh dear.
Large trouble.
That Orchid's gonna last long enough. He's just dead.
That's a value ass Orchid.
Okay. Well, they don't have Black Hole. So they can't quite stop DB unless Corden catches them, and he does manage to get the slight chains, and Ice will be able to follow that up with a Malefice, and now he's definitely dead. So
Team's coming.
the Broodmother, punish him in the end. Varys and the rest of AG are here, but oh geez.
Summon's too good. The ugly ass Golem beat him to death.
The ugly ass Golem just walked up and wham, slapped Varys in the face.
Imagine dying to this thing. How embarrassing.
Yeah, well, it was either that or the Eidolons. One of them was going to get him.
So that's that Ember jump that should guarantee the Brood deaths.
He died to the Golem too. He died to the Golem as well. This Golem is a beast.
Okay.
It's an absolute monster.
I guess you don't really need playmaking if you can just slap him. Slap him with your ugliness. I like how he falls over at the end too. Just falls over backwards, sinks into the ground. He's like, I'll be back.
Precious bounty.
Oh, man. Well,
I mean, Dubu even went early Shadow Amulet, you know? He was ready to give up on this game, but they're winning it. So now he has to build real items.
It's a good joke, but what you mean is that upheaval with Shadow Amulet is really powerful, right?
It is quite good. I do like Shadow Amulet on Warlock. The problem is they nerfed it. It only lasts 15 seconds now, which I found out the hard way.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Nobody knows it. I found it out in the pub when I Shadow Amulet myself and I stood there, and then it wore off and they just killed me.
When you're griefing games again?
No, I was not griefing games. I was strategically setting up team fights from the
For over 15 seconds?
I mean, it was a tense situation, you know?
Yeah.
But yes, you cannot do it forever. So you got to keep that in mind. Still, 7k gold lead. Lead are continuing to pound it on, and DJ's going to keep powering up. He went blink here, but he can switch to the greed anytime he wants.
Yeah, we actually never finished that. Do you think that's the build? Like, do you go, when do you start building Aghanim Scepters for people? Is that the second item? Is that the fifth item? When do you do that?
I'd build one here for sure, I think. I'd build one and I would give it to, Slark, I think. And,
yeah, Slark for sure, right?
But the thing is, Jackie's building his own, so they probably just want to fight as another Black Holes and claim the life. Ice is popping off this game.
And just like last time, he's immediately met by a Pango with Rolling Thunder. But, you know, like they keep on throwing like every hero they have at him, and he still gets a 1-for-1 trade-off. Seems pretty decent to me.
Yeah, that's a worthwhile kill. You're solo killing Brood? That's insanely worth it. You're just relieving the whole map pressure here. You're going to get even more.
This support has not worked out at all.
I mean, they banned the gyro. The man had no choice.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Pugna is a poor man's gyrocopter.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you were talking about the... so we're going to watch Yokum die here. Marcy, is it a poor man's Ursa? What is it exactly? I think it is a rich man's Ursa and a poor man's Troll.
A poor man's Troll? I thought Troll was a poor man's Troll.
Well, he's the poorest man's Troll, but... Okay, there's no
poor man's Troll. That's just a garbage can.
With crash in place, doesn't do anything. The Orchid is going to be able to catch DJ. That's a nice little pick off. They got to be careful of Corden, though. All these spiders and stuff, that Maelstrom is pretty deadly.
He's got Arcane Rune, too.
Yeah, with Arcane Rune, that's even scarier. He's just sliding every 5 seconds.
Can't even Orchid him here because he went Yule's second. They're just securing him survivability here early. Yeah, there's your Orchid, but there it goes away. And now the Golem's back.
With the vessel. Thank you for the sound effects. Got him.
You like that sound effect? Yeah, that's what he looks like.
They're going to chase after the Morphling now. Back down by the upheaval. He managed to land some rounds. That was really important. Golem going to work. Go, Golem, go.
Oh my god. It just destroyed them dudes.
All right, let's not give everything to Golem. Like, Golem legitimately got last hits earlier. That was not.
Literally did nothing there, but it looked.
The Golem got disarmed by Pango.
It looked terrifying. It made terrifying sounds. Honestly, you got Ember out of that. I think you take those.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
yeah. It's a 1-for-3 trade is worth it.
I mean, you get the gold eventually. It'll time out.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, Dooku's owned this game. He's been doing some work.
Very different performance in this game too for everybody on Bleach. Most notably Corden, I would say. He has had the extreme glow up.
And he shut down Yahweh, who had the really good game in game 1, and now Jackie is just fully online, man. He's got Ags. He's got Diffusal. He is just cruising. He's got Agi stacks. They're just going to give him an Aegis and say, go win the game, son.
They're also going to get an early Aghanim Scepter, an early Aegis.
Rune of invisibility.
Yeah. I don't really know when Morphling is going to be able to help stop this.
I mean, you could steal the chains and do some work. Maybe you need a stolen black hole in this game to turn it around or something. You gotta get some good spell steals here. That's your comeback mechanism. You do have Diffusal and Pango, and you have this Blink.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You got some damage.
Gotta make it work though. How do you make it work?
The smoke needs to work. They're going to pop out. Blink Dagger, see if they can catch him. Yule's Scepter, self-Yules to be able to jump away at the Remnant. They get the Orc immediately afterwards, but they need the stuns to be able to catch up to him.
Damage.
Yahweh lands a monster hit on the two of them. He's not quite dead. Finish him off, please. Corden, no, he gets anything. Away. They can't kill him. Oh, at least In Your Dream is able to kill Ice, but now he is out of mana, so he's going to die. Jackie's just going to clean house on this fight, man. Corden set it all up for them by almost dying, but not quite. Now Jackie is just free to do whatever he wants in the team fight. Yoakum hiding away in the trees. Try to go for the no! He gets found, pounced on. That's the team wipe.
That might just be the game, to be honest. I feel like that was your one comeback fight where it looked kind of good with the getting the Ember off the bat, and Enigma just dies without getting anything off, but Bonds finishes off your Pango, and then the fight's just free for Jackie. There's no stopping this Slark on your backline.
I mean, where are the spells? I feel like they caught the Ember, but everyone was so scared.
Oh, he didn't even get Bonds. He just died to the Slayton. I don't know how Dubu got that kill. I guess he got him with Tick, but either way, you still have Aegis on Slark here. I mean, there's just way too much HP in the tank. You even have Depth Shroud too, so you can bail somebody out in these later engagements. That Orchid after the Yules, you get a Depth Shroud on that. That fight goes very different as well. Very uphill battle now. Man, by that I mean it is a brick wall.
Yeah, this is a cliff. And it's not uphill, that's just straight up a cliff face you're looking at. Oh, that's going to be an early tier 2 that falls in 23 minutes, so Outpost is available. The Radiant side secures their Roshan further and further.
Man, Chef Corden Ramsay just setting up the plates, as you said. And they're all coming to feast.
No one's getting away from this. I want to see Puddins again. Yeah, you know, do the gyrocopter again. That's fine.
I mean, you got a first phase that got banned. Was this game a draft issue, though? I don't know about that one.
Probably just lane issue.
It was it was a mid lane issue. I mean, that matchup can go bad for Pango, but I don't think it should go that bad. Here's a decent fight, though. They got both supports.
Yeah, Golem not quite going off. Oh, they had to go help bail out In Your Dream. Jackie was very rapidly burning through that mana. It's once you get the Aghanim Scepter on Slark, it is actually super hard to play Morphling at this point against Slark.
Yep, you just get too much Agi steal. The stacks start coming in too fast. You're getting mana burn on top of it. Can't really man fight him back. You don't have
Can't waveform away. Still pounces after you.
It's a tough matchup. Very tough. That said, I think almost anything in the game is pretty rough for Slark with this amount of lead. Slark ahead is one of the scariest heroes in Dota because he kills your map with the vision and then the pickoff's insane.
Dire's middle tower
Scales
is
like a
under
beast.
attack.
He probably has stacks because he's ahead in the first place. Very terrifying hero. You do have Decrep that can buy some space. Like defensive Decreps
Dire's
aren't
middle
bad
tower
this
is
game.
under attack.
You can get a Rubik Shard and 4-staff and stuff too, but the map is the problem right now. DJ is catching you. And you were gone. You were gone, my friend.
Dire's middle
You know, I
tower
wondered if he
has
was going to
fallen.
build a Solar Crest, but it's been a long time since I've seen this item.
Did get buffed.
And what got buffed about it? I don't remember.
+1 extra attribute.
Wow.
+5 move speed bonus.
Oh, okay. Now we're talking.
I mean, honestly, this item is still a little underwhelming for me, but it's really good with Slark.
It's
Slark
also
is like
very good on Alchemist, right? Minus armor on a physical damage nuke with even more minus armor.
a really good buff this game, and it's a really good offensive item. As I think we're just witnessing the closing out of this game too here.
There we go. All right. I was about to say, let's not
just call
stretch
that
this out any longer than you need to. This game is very done. You screwed up. You screwed up. You just own it. You accept it. Say, okay, we may have messed a few things up here, guys. Maybe we're gonna change the draft a little bit, but for now, let's just forget about this game too. We're not going to name any names, but people may need to brush up on their laning phase a little bit.
All name names. Yahweh got
we'll worry
taken
about
to
that
town.
later.
He got taken to town. They notified the sheriff. They put him in prison. That was a beatdown.
Well, I mean, we would take him to town. I thought, maybe we would take him out for a nice dinner.
Wine. He got wine
see
to
the
dine.
sights. Boardwalk.
That lane is Ember favored. It can go very bad, but that was absolute destruction. And the problem is they all got sucked into it mid. Like now they're fighting around this mid tier 1 dying to the rotations. The supports can go there. The side lanes aren't going well enough that they have to stay on the side lanes. Then you got a bunch of double damage runes and arcane runes. That doesn't help. Everything just got piled on. They're getting sucked into the mid vacuum that destroyed them. That lane cannot go that bad. It just can't.
All right. Well, maybe
that's my entire analysis.
You cannot have that bad of a lane.
No.
Plain and simple. It's you make it easy, Avery. Even an idiot sandwich would be able to understand that one. Maybe Tsunami's got a good Gordon Ramsay impersonation because it's time. It's their time, Avery. I'm sorry.
Okay,
panel.
That's fine.
What are you? An Ember Spirit who just got out of control in that mid game, mid lane, mid everything. Yes, that's precisely what happened in game number 2 because the Bleed turned things around after much skepticism from myself included, but also the panel regarding the first phase of the Alchemist and Enigma. Seemed like that wasn't really the big deal because we gave the trial by fire. I need this Ember Spirit to just ball out of control, and by golly, he did. With a Yule Scepter, Winter. A Yule Scepter? Why was he allowed to do such a thing and still make it look so good?
I mean, he was so rich. He could have just gotten a BKB.
But he didn't. He got the Yules. And he still balled out. Yes, you were a little bit skeptical on the itemization, but regardless, Corden did his job in this game number 2.
Yeah, he had too good of a start. I think like Avery said, like the lane just, he shouldn't get that big of a lead from the lane, But we mentioned that this draft has to work and the Ember has to do a lot. That's how the draft can work. And he did a lot after winning the lane. And the rest is just pretty straightforward for his team, when the Ember is so fat at like 10 minutes, he was like, almost 3k ahead of the Pango.
Yep, that's what it looks like here, 14 minutes in. But then I would have thought that the Broodmother would have been able to shore up the shortcomings for Army Geniuses, but looks like it took more than, because she rushed an Orchid, Adam. I thought that would have been enough to make Ember's life difficult, but I guess the two heroes just never crossed paths.
Yeah, he got a kill on the Slark, which was kind of nice. He felt he needed the Orchid. He had I don't feel like this Pugna had any impact in the game.
Yeah.
Not sure why they picked it. and they also lost all 3 lanes. So Ember put a lot of pressure on mid. The Rubik and Pugna came over to kind of watch him put pressure on mid, I would say. Didn't really do anything. They also couldn't really pressure their silence because the Brute Slug matchup is rough, and I guess they could have kind of tried to grief the Enigma. I think that was one of the plays that they could have made. But all in all, it was a pretty hard game.
Yeah, because it was only the Pango could have done that.
But this
like,
the fight. This fight's so weird. Like he
they rolled
he
in.
rolled too. Like what's the Morph doing?
He has wave here, you know.
Where's the Brute? Where's the Brute turning around to?
Yeah, everyone seems scared
Yeah.
of something, which I guess, I don't know, the Warlock Golem is what they were worried about?
Yeah, but take the kill first.
Yeah, you're right.
Worry about that later, you know. If you die, whatever, you know. You're 10k behind, you know. You have to try and,
Yeah, you have to try.
you have to try and do something there. Yeah, but I feel like the issue itself, like it's just losing the side lanes, that's number one. Then after that,
I mean, they lost every lane and had
the team
the wrong
fight.
play to recover, right?
Yeah, the team fights didn't really go well for them, so they didn't really have any other ways of coming back into the game.
There's the Yules. Look at that.
Look at that
Hater.
Yules initiation.
I think the Yules was fine because he was so farmed. Like, sure, he can die if he heals himself, but at that point, he was like kind of playing with his team.
But aren't you contradicting yourself when you say, okay, he's so farmed, but he still wanted to buy a
I mean, if you buy BKB and the Rubik lifts you and then Pango rolls you, you still die, right? Without Orchid. I think you will still die.
I appreciate production showing us Ice production media still. We wanted to confirm that Ice did do media day with Bleed Esports, but he was not our MVP for this game number 2. It was going to be Cordon. The Ember Spirit is indeed the picked hero, but yes, I guess chances are that he gets the BKB, he's able to play even more aggressively.
Yeah. I feel like what you mentioned about, like, okay, sure, if he gets caught, but he's not supposed to get caught, right? The BKB is going to allow
But
him to
Rubik's
run.
lifts like instant, right? Like you can't outskill.
Yeah, but then you're going to die as well if you have a use, you know? Then it doesn't really...
Yeah, but
I
when
mean-
you come down, you buy time, you know, you buy time.
No, but then but it's the same thing, right? You use, and then the roll will come in, like you're setting up,
Fair.
kind of setting up for a roll.
Fair.
And he was pretty fat at that point. Like he could have gotten the BKB.
It's another cancel for Rubik's Black Hole if he ever steals it.
There you go. The layers to
Take that.
this. Regardless of the itemization, they definitely pulled their idea together. And are we thinking that Alchemist is like a viable pick, or
He
did
looks
it-
strong. He looks strong. The stun is
That's
very
what I
strong.
I mean, it's a
The
strong laner as a
The lane
support.
is
Always
actually
has
so
been.
scary with the Enigma. You know, you stun somebody, and then you
Eidolon
stun with the
hit
Elk,
with
the
the
Eidolon
last
hits you, and then
armor. Yeah.
another stun, and then you just die.
Acid spray for the minus armor? It looked pretty good. It was
Strong lane.
strong lane. Encouraging stuff for game number 2. And now we get to see which of these teams are going to come out on top in the full 3-game series. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, the thrilling conclusion of Army Geniuses versus Bleed Esports. You see the steam, but if you believe our ticker, Ice 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 cooled the momentum from Army Geniuses in that game number 2. Him and Corden, though, because Corden was looking hot on that Ember Spirit. Hot, hot, hot. Ice, Ice, Ice. Welcome back, everybody, to the Spring Tour. I feel so full of life. Don't you? Full
hot
of
tour.
Oh, it's a hot tour.
It's kinda hot.
the rainy season has begun here in the KL.
Yeah, but it's raining, but it's not cold.
Could
It's not.
be the Phoenix flying behind us.
It could also be the
Every
Phoenix
10
cruising by. They're making its cycle, warming things up. Wait,
Oh, it's back.
what does it? Is it supposed to get cool with the rainy season? I thought it's always supposed to be warm with the rainy season.
No, during the end of the year when it's monsoon, when it's the actual rainy season.
Wait, this isn't the real rainy season?
No, it's a
It's
fake
not
one.
supposed to be raining.
I don't
this
know where
month.
this is coming from.
Oh, okay.
It's usually towards the end of the year. And the way it works is not like it's one heavy pour, it like rains at
Constant.
intervals.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it's not even. Wait, so is it intervals over like the course of a day?
It rains like 4
Yeah.
times a day, pretty much.
And that
Rain
makes it
stop,
so
rain
hot.
stop.
Like it rains, the heat from the gravel
Evaporation.
goes up, and then
Right.
it stops, and then you feel like, oh, please don't rain. It's worse if it rains.
Yes, I can. That part I can attest to. The humidity I'm well familiar with, as that transcends certain borders. But can these teams perform under these hot, humid expectations? Army Geniuses, Div 2 Promo T team, looking good. Primarily an Indonesian squad with one Filipino, Yoe, on the mid lane.
And
then
an American coach.
an American coach, clairvoyant.
Canadian?
No, Canadian.
Canadian,
I think,
sorry.
Claire is Canadian.
Canadian.
And they're going up against Bleed, which 2 Singaporeans. How often does that happen on a team?
Not often.
Not often. That's rare. Corden and Ice 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 bringing the Singaporean flavor to a game number 3. First pick, Tiny.
All right, it's right this time.
It's right this time. It is right this time. Rubik and Marana banned out. Enigma gets
my God.
Respect banned.
I like the band.
Gyrocopter is back.
Gyrocopter first phased along with an Earthshaker. Now Bleed need to figure out what they
Is
want to
the
close.
Gyro a potential flex pick? Carry
I think it doesn't matter that much. I feel like the core matchups are what have like impacted things so far. Because I think in the first game, Blade were a second pick, but they picked shit matchups and lost all their lanes.
But if you're not flexible with this, right, you're picking this Gyro Shaker, so you're opening with both your supports right away.
Yeah, but Blade did that too, right? First game.
Yeah, the
Second game.
Elder Titan
yeah.
pass.
It's just hard to pick a core that's not Brood, Enigma, or...
But let me ask
kind
you,
of
like
hero.
on a strategical point of view, right? Your second pick, right? Don't you feel like if you're opening 2 supports, isn't that bad for you? Like if the picks are just a support pick and not a flex pick.
I think because you're on second pick, you want to prioritize the core matchups heavily. And right now, because of the patch that kind of neutered the OP heroes, you can't really open with cores.
Really? There's nothing you can open here?
I'm not sure.
I'm not
Other
seeing
than
the
Enigma.
auto Linas, the auto Nature's Prophets. I'm not seeing them pop up
Yeah,
anymore.
what is the like a very strong offlaner now? Like apart from
Oh, you want an offlane core?
yeah,
in the
like
first phase.
if you don't have an offlane core, then you pick like something like a tiny.
Primal Beast, I guess.
Yeah, I think you can either
Probably a
open
good
with
example.
PB or you pick like a tiny +1 because tiny can be a core hero or can be a support.
But they took the tiny.
Oh yeah, okay. Then never mind. Yeah. If there's no tiny, then the other option that can do that is Tusk. So Tusk +1.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about Bleed's 8 pick now. This Warlock.
Oh my.
I hate it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
I can concur. I think I said the same thing last
Okay, not
season when
pick a core.
no, I said the same thing last season when they did like was it the Jakiro game they picked like a 8
yeah,
Jakiro?
something like that.
Oh my god.
You want a Corden hero as the 8th pick.
I feel like you want a core hero.
Oh, core hero.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what. Because
What would you pick actually at number 8?
What do I
Yeah.
pick?
After you open with time.
Death Prophet, probably.
Yeah, that's
I
nice.
think
too.
Death Prophet is probably the pick. I think it's a flex for both Corden and Ice.
Yeah.
True.
Like we always
Also
talk
good
about
against
this.
their hero.
We always talk about this when your first pick, right? The 8th pick is a very, very crucial junction in
Because
the
you
draft.
ban for your heroes, right? Now you're banning for Warlock.
And if you're not first picking like an OP hero, like a Nature's, so in the previous patch, it's like all this first pick Nature's Prophet,
Yeah.
Brood,
Lina.
So then your 8th pick can be like a support hero to facilitate the first pick, which is already a win condition. So you will see like an Undying 8th pick or a Treant Protector 8th pick.
To enable the first pick.
Yeah.
But Tiny ain't that first
Yeah,
pick.
Tiny is
and
like
Warlock ain't that 8th pick.
a Tiny is an ambiguous first pick. Okay, you open with a Tiny, it's a flex pick, it can be a support, it can be a core, whatever. You know. Then your 8th pick has to be a at least a hero that can be a win condition or at least a core hero.
Yeah, I think it's also important because you create a problem in the draft. Like now,
Wait, they are picking Spectre now, so they're gonna run into like some Viper.
Viper got
Viper's
banned.
banned.
So what's available? Like
I mean, you can pick like Underlord or Tidehunter here.
is Necrophos like a good hero now?
No.
That-
I think it's an okay hero because
They used
Radiant's
to-
got buff.
That used to be a counter to
Yeah, so it's
to Spectre.
Yeah, Necro's only buff is that at max death pulse.
But it's a pretty big buff, you know, for the lane. For the lane, it's a very big buff, the 30 mana.
I mean, it's a decent pick. I think it's okay.
Yeah,
It's not great.
It's
against
at
Warlock,
max.
yeah.
It's went from 190 to 160 at maxed. Level 1, it's still 100.
Oh, it's the level 4 one that got buff.
Level 4 got buffed. So,
So
it
level
went
one's
from
the same?
100, 130, 160, 190 to 100, 120, 140, 160. So 30 mana scaling got buffed to 20 mana scaling
Okay.
on Necrophos Death Pulse.
Okay, so can I just pick
You're
a
just gonna
lane?
pick Lifestealer or
Oh,
Tide.
pick Tide.
Tide TA gives you everything. I mean,
Yeah, I've seen a few true side videos that have told me about that.
Tide's good against Spectre because you can never kick him out of lane. You also dispel Warlock naturally. So you
Yeah.
actually don't care. You buy regen in the lane and you can live on the map forever, which
Yeah.
is what AG favors heavily. Heroes
it-
that can live on the map.
Against Spectre, you generally want a hero that can carry Mag Pipe naturally. So you group up and yeah.
I like their draft right now.
The Spectre just doesn't kill anybody when he's trying to horn in. And
Yeah.
then
He'll also be like super high level because the Shaker's gonna block the creeps for him and then stack Ancients.
Oh,
With TA Tide.
This feels like a Luna draft, you know. I like Tide Luna against Spectre.
No one plays Luna Winter.
Ain't nobody
Have you watched the major? Nobody plays
That's
Luna.
all.
Yeah,
patch.
Arteezy plays Luna,
Oh my god.
and that's it. And Nisha did for one game, or Mickey did for one.
Mickey.
Okay, that was the Mimi game.
That was the meme game.
Yeah, okay, fine.
You just call it Mimi.
It was meme.
Uncultured.
Last phase, bans. Terrorblade gets taken out for bleed. Army Geniuses looking to ban out offlaners. They ban out the Doom.
This Ice Snapfire.
Yeah, possibly. I think the Snap Tiny is the lane. They've been picking in a way where they always pick the side lanes first. And
So what do you pick Corden here? Ember's gone.
I mean, he plays what?
Pango.
Pango,
Pango.
Puck.
Yeah, Puck seems okay. But
And
if
they
they,
have Puck Snap Corden.
but if they want to pick a hero that's good against the T, I think you pick Dragon Knight. But you don't know your matchup.
Bro, I don't want Corden playing Dragon Knight.
Game.
It's not a playmaker.
Yeah, then suggest a hero. Suggest a hero. Deal.
Well, he played Tiny and they last pick Ice Hero. That's a
Oh,
possibility.
so he,
too.
okay, he played Tiny, then you last pick a possible.
I don't know if this is a good Tiny game though. It looks kind of to me. I'd rather give DJ Tiny.
I like Tiny core against TA though. Armor. It's like why I suggested the Dragon Knight.
But they have Gush.
Minus what, 6?
With Mel, it's like 11, right?
That's why DK.
No DK.
DK is 12 plus 12.
Don't pick DK.
Slark TB ban. What does that say? Beastmaster? Beast Warlock, old school combo. Yeah, Beast is pretty good with their heroes.
Do you go the drums build?
Nope. Nope. Helmis too.
Or do you go,
Drums of
do you go Meteor
The
Hammer?
thing is, Lifestealer is still in the pool. And Bleed doesn't have last pick. If they pick Beast here and AG just Lifestealer, I feel like they're very happy with their draft.
True.
How about Brewmaster?
I think our hero's trash.
The buff is pretty big though.
But I feel like against Tide TA, like Anchor Smash stops your damage. You gush the Wind Panda, one Mel Strike, kinda can't really do much.
But they need like a neutral hero, right? Because
Yeah.
you don't know your lane.
But it's such a long cooldown, right? Warlock, Spectre, Brewmaster.
So you want like a short cooldown hero like Beastmaster.
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw? I think it's hard without last pick though. That's really my issue here. Because they banned Slark TB. I feel like they want a hero to open the map for their team to play. Like they don't have any ways to open buildings
Centaur?
right now. I feel like Ice would play Beast over Centaur. But yeah, I think Centaur's okay too. It's not great. He has a perma stampede with Hitcher right now.
I theorized it. You could
How about Mars then?
It's just not a nice hero.
But that's what the draft need, right? You look at their heroes.
The
they have,
draft
like,
needs a nice hero.
they need damn it. They need like a team fighting.
Darkseer.
team fighting offlaner that can frontline.
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw can kind of
mean,
see it. I feel if they Timber and IG picks like a Monkey King, it's really rough. They can't really kick him out.
Yeah, that's true.
There's Ursa too. Just snap off lane, I think.
Yeah, I think you just
Pick
do
a
snap
mid.
off lane. You do snap with Tiny and then you pick a mid hero. That was the other one.
Death Prophet's ban, Viper Ember's ban, Huskar time.
Still has the spirits of the
How about
women.
Kanka? Is it too hard to pick it blind? Or?
I don't know how I feel about that hero. It's very weird. Sniper. There's the mid
Sniper?
hero. Sniper Spectre, let's go!
Sniper and Spectre on the same team?
Yeah, why not? Shrapnel, defend tower.
And Spectre, okay. So Shrapnel, defend tower, and
I do hear that Shrapnel Max is the thing these days.
Yeah. I think it was always the thing. I feel like the stats build was kind of meme because you want to farm unless you're rushing Maelstrom.
Yeah, but I thought the issue was that you couldn't mana sustain constantly
Yeah.
spamming Shrapnel.
It's also a long.
don't you just pick
cooldown.
Storm here and win the game?
I think you don't win the game if you pick Storm, but pretty nice.
Dude, look at their heroes, how they're gonna kill Storm. Storm is pretty good against Sniper, it's pretty good against Spectre, it's pretty good against Warlock and
There's a,
the old granny.
they're gonna pick Lifestealer.
It's banned.
It is banned. You're right. Counter.
Kotal.
Why Kotal?
I mean, it's just super fast paced, right? Coddle heal with tied team
I
items.
guess so, yeah.
Coddle eggs.
So they have a very specific timing
It's
they're
a shit
trying.
eggs game.
I mean, they have a very specific timing they're trying to hit
Yeah.
with the Kotal. Like they're trying to group up with the Tide.
TA.
Tide's gonna buy the mech. Kotal's gonna go for. I guess he's gonna go for his own items.
I think usually he buys eggs from what I've seen from Yoe, but I think it's a rough game to buy eggs. Just sniper and
he needs to
fire,
buy
right?
4 stuff. I think.
Yeah.
He needs to run away.
Vessel plus one item.
Yeah,
plus
item that can allow him to run away from the Tiny and the Spectre. He needs to stay alive in the team fights. I mean, I get the idea. They have this.
And Chakra, his gyro plus 5. Don't forget.
Unlimited rockets.
Man, you guys are really smoking
The
some.
dark technology.
And how about the sniper? Is he feeling safe? So have to worry about
I think he looked
Earthshaker.
pretty okay.
Yeah, that's the one thing that has me skeptical about the Coddle is that I feel you saw a sniper, you could have exploited it a little bit harder.
Yeah, I agree. But I feel like Bleed have no way of taking objectives on the map.
I mean, it's all
Like they're
all
very about protecting
delaying,
our area. right?
delaying and defending.
Yeah,
until
but if
the
you're
Spectre
delaying and you
can-
only have 30% of the map, you still kind of... You need a place to delay at, you know?
Yeah, that's gonna be the Tiny and the Snap. They're gonna have to try to use their bodies to maybe make some space. Like you push out a lane, maybe if you die, whatever, you don't care, and then the Spectre farms the other side of the map. I mean, I feel like that's the best way they can play
Yeah,
with
I
this
kind of
lineup.
get it. But I guess it all comes down to lanes once again.
Once
I will
again.
favor AG though.
Army Geniuses is going to take this game and take their first win in the DPC Tour 3, Tour 2.
Tour 2. They got their Tour 1 wins, that's why they're promoted. On the bright side though, Corden finally does not have to lift the weight of the entire world on his shoulders, because that has been the case for Game 1 and Game 2. This one I feel like there's a little bit more wiggle room. But it's all about the lanes, as per usual. So we'll send it over to lane experts, casters extraordinaire. It's time for Cap and SVG.
Yes, thank you, Tsunami. We're here, very excited for this Game 3 of Army Geniuses versus Bleed, as we are going into another match where it looks like Bleed is going to be a little bit greedy, Avery. And on the other side, Army Geniuses, well, let's hopefully they got their laning shit together, because they got their crap kicked out of them in Game 2. So hopefully they figured that out going into Game 3, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one can hope.
I saw some comments and I was looking a little sleepy, so I wanted to make sure people understood I was wide awake.
Well, you said better late game is winning. And I'm down to just go with that, you know?
I'm telling you, that is a
this
formula in which Southeast Asia wins are made.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, dude. But this is like, surely
Too much-
Sniper
too much greed?
Spectre. is where the we draw the line.
Why do they have 2
Warlock.
I
carries?
consider myself the best player.
I don't know. I don't know why they wanted like sniper in this game so bad. Unless it's just purely they wanted a hero that they can anchor defensive tier 1 fights around for this Warlock, which kind of makes sense. But sniper, it's just greed, man. It's just greed. I don't see another explanation really. It's not some crazy synergy. It's not something they were lacking. They didn't need some crazy long-range right-click carry, right? It's just greed. They just felt confident with the sniper. They feel like it's going to put TA in an awkward position, going to kick her out of the lane. Then you force another mid pick out of AG here. There's not a lot left in the pool. I think Coddle's pretty interesting here in terms of if you get this like push balls strat going between the Tide TA doing early Roshan with Coddle providing the sustain and heal. That sounds pretty good to me. That part of the synergy I like.
Yeah, they might just run out of damage, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, where's the damage in this bleed line if they fall behind? Could be something similar to last game where it's just not a huge comeback mechanism unless Ice goes off, which he had a way better game 2 than game 1. So maybe he's feeling himself. Maybe he's about to just pop the hell off with the Snapfire. We saw some crazy Snapfires in Arena. And this hero got nerfed a bit on the Shard, but he still does Snapfire things. And it's the Gyro 5 counter. You can just little shredder the missile.
That's true. I mean, in game 1, they had 5 melee heroes. Nobody could click the missile when it was running at them. Now they've got a clear counter to it.
No, I know I'm kind of joking, but it is actually really good. You insta-kill the missile all the fight. This Gyro is a 1-spell hero, and you've countered his 1 spell. So checkmate, lad. See you next round when you got 2 spells.
Oh, nice Fisher. That was kind of sick. That's going to be a lot of damage on Jackie. He's going to have to use a dagger to get over that Fisher.
I feel like this is also a pretty damn good Tide on our game. You're pretty nice for Spectre for a lot of the game. You build the auras, you get pretty tanky. You're really good versus Warlock because, again, you dispel the bonds. The Sniper pick is maybe annoying. If you get to, like, Silver Edge Sniper, then I see the Sniper pick being pretty obnoxious in the fights because there isn't any gap close here for AG. That's the downside of their lineup.
Yeah, you combine it with a Warlock, and the little gap close that you have is made so much worse.
Yes. So that aspect, I can see why the Sniper could be really annoying for AG here going into the mid game. On top of, he's probably going to do okay on lane because, I mean, he is versus a Coddle here. They didn't see that, but they probably felt it. They felt the old man's presence.
Avalanche is going to be used just to stop the pull, but it actually didn't stop the pull because the ranged one got a hit out. So that's going to be half a pull. That's unfortunate.
Still, Ice is having a pretty good time down here.
I consider myself.
As we have another pause, I get to think about this. Is he having a good time? Yes, he is indeed. Okay, I thought about it. He's top of the net worth, chilling. Still got decent regen, pulling up the stick charges too. Pretty happy in this lane. I could see in your dream dying between the 3 and the 5 period. TA is susceptible down here.
Yeah, I mean, Avalanche burning through the refraction, chain stuns. Should be pretty good.
It is a lot to burn through, but if you get tossed into the tower, you're dead for sure. We'll see. I would also expect some stacking potential for this Tide Hunter, because I don't think Shaker is going to get too much done up here. So maybe you just greed it up here if you're AG. Greed it up in the early game, set your ball up to hit their stride in like the 15-minute mark, and then just go ham. But right now, it's all about accumulation.
I like that because I really don't think that you can pressure them too much when it comes to like this laning phase and like even some of the early game. Like, as you said, they just don't have the gap close. And I think the Spectre is probably just going to be free farming for, you know, a decent amount. But like, hey, you can also free farm and you can hit a 20-minute marker like you're saying where you're just untouchable.
Yes, that's what the name of the game is here because you don't have the playmaking options. You have Shaker, Gyro. You're not going to be able to gank Sniper here. And you have a Coddle mid anyway, so what are you doing, right? But you have a lot of stack clears. Tide, TA, and Coddle are 3 heroes that all clear stacks incredibly efficiently. I would just mass stack it up. The problem is Shaker and Gyro are kind of bad at stacking. They're 2 of the supports who can't actually even double stack that well. They have no spells to, poison camps or this type of shenanigans. That part feels kind of bad. That's why a lot of times when we had these like huge ancient farming lineups, we saw Shadow Demon come out or support.
Oh, this is an interesting battle. Gyrocopter, maybe giving away the first blood. The Fairy Fire, oh, it's not enough. DJ gets the first blood, and that is not what you want to see. I think dying as Gyro is fine, but first blood going over to this lane, which could pressure the TA quite heavily, is going to be scary.
That was super scary. You have early Bracer on Isis as well with full wand. He hasn't even popped it yet. It's that level 3 on the kill lane. It's just super deadly. And Gyro, he's not fighting you back, especially down the levels. This hero does not function well on the lane when he's down levels. So, safe lane going rough for AG. Tidehunter is still doing good and you're getting some stacks up. But of course, Dubu, he read him like a book last game and now he's reading the sequel, part 2, Dubu Electric Boogaloo blocking your camps.
Oh, this is part 3. This is a trilogy reminder.
I don't think game 1 existed for him.
I mean, well, game 1, he did read that the stacks were going on, and he tried to stop them. That was like the, in the hero's journey, that was like the first downfall. Like, he saw what was going on, but he couldn't stop it. It's kind of a tragedy in that regard. But now he knows how to stop it.
He's ascended. He's evolved.
Are they going to get the toss back? Oh, he's going to get the toss back. Straight up into the shrapnel. Yahweh, let's see if he can live through it. Second round of shrapnel, and then nicely plays Fisher. If anything, DJ.
But Dude was behind. Dude was behind.
DJ.
The assassinate.
The assassination finishes him off.
What's happening?
That was a nice 2-man roll. Oh, he tossed him over to Yoakum, too.
This is like the weirdest tri-lane mid. It's just a roaming warlock.
A roaming warlock. You gotta watch out for him, man.
The
rotating warlocks are scary.
Honestly, I feel like this hero sucks at roaming, but kind of making some stuff happen. So kudos to him. He's also blocking up the stacks, which we knew was a big deal for this triple ancient farming lineup. It's really important you get the early blocks out. Early D wards, vision control, jungle control. It matters a lot.
Shit, that just kind of hit me what you were saying. Yes, they do have 3 different heroes that all farm ancients.
This is literally what I've been talking about the whole game, Cap. Where the hell have you been?
I mean, it's really striking me just how crazy that is.
I mean, they have Tide TA. It gives you everything.
Yeah,
but it also gives
you
a lot of the same thing for both. So you have to choose who's getting it. You only have 1 ancient camp. This isn't 2-3 patches ago where you have 2.
Yo, okay, that is that meme. What is that from? TI9? That's the TI9 meme, right? Liquid TA gives you everything with Kuro, Weehaw.
Yeah.
Okay. you want to explain like what does Tide TA give you everything?
Is this a legit question or is this a meme question?
Yeah. No, it's however you want to answer it. Oh, they're gonna get another toss back. Barres this time. Oh, toss back even farther thanks to that pushback from Yahweh. That may be unintended consequences, but he's still fine.
Oh, he's coming in heavy with this sniper, but I don't think.
Yeah, that is missed shrapnel charges there.
And there's a lot of old men in this game. A lot of white beards. You got the Dwarven sniper, white beard, Gyro with his white beard, the Coddle with his white. It's all the white bearded men in one game. Tiny has a moss beard. Respect. So, what? I just respect the good facial hair when I see it. You know what I'm saying? I had to work with your stash at Lima. This is kind of sus, so I'm just branching out.
Okay, I've never seen somebody so obsessed with old men before, Avery.
I mean, old men are an underrated fantasy staple. That's all I'm saying. As in fantasy genre.
Yeah, sure. That's definitely what you meant, yeah. Oh, what a TA trap. In your dream, just drop the 3-man gank, slowed him down to a crawl.
The old men. You're a little too old.
A little too wise in the beard for that one.
Okay, Yahweh's getting some big camp stack going. He's got a triple here. You need more of this, though. He had a rough laning phase. Fell a little bit behind. It's not ideally where he went the mid call to be, but he did go bots first, so in theory he can catch up here. And early action top, Ravage is up.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go for it.
This
They're
is
gonna
a
get a one
chainmail
blast off.
Spectre.
It misses.
Yeah, I don't think this is a play. He's just getting healed with the tower armor, or he has 17 armor already. Now Haunt.
Oh, they actually used the Haunt to try and go for the TA kill, and they get him. This is put to use in your dream. Stuck around in this lane, maybe because, well, he didn't necessarily have a whole lot of other places to go, but
you gave him the overconfidence with that 3-man trap.
I guess so.
And Ice just kisses him into the ground. I think this team looks a lot different when Ice is vibing, if you know what I'm saying.
Dire's top tower
Which is probably
is
true
under
for every
attack.
Ice
Explain.
team. Okay, well, I think when Ice, as a player, is feeling himself, he looks comfortable and he's flowing around the map and he's making stuff happen, that's him at his peak
Radiant's
performance
bottom
and his
tower
peak
is
value to
under
a team.
attack.
When his game gets slowed down super early, like his lane goes terribly, he doesn't have those options and it looks a lot worse and his Dudu gets evaporated up here.
TB said, I'm done with this bullshit. Stop trying to juke me around in the trees. Just drop the Ravage on the Warlock, a solo Warlock.
Who else is he going to use it on?
Dire's
mean, I
top
guess.
tower
Meanwhile,
is under
Ice is
attack.
stealing their
Are
stacks.
scanning.
They're not happy about this one. So anyway, back to TA tie gives you everything.
Okay.
It just means they felt like it checked a lot of the boxes of what they want in an early draft combination to be able to outskill their opponents, right? If you think you're the better team, you can outskill somebody, then you just create a well-rounded draft that gives you all of the play options you would need in a game, and then you can just outskill people because you don't lack anything, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So tie TA,
That sounds like a robust lineup to me.
I'm not going to say that word anymore, but yes. It is very
No, it's
robust.
not. It's a great term.
I mean, it gives you Aura Buyer, it gives you Frontline, it gives you Vision, it gives you Single Target Physical Burst, it gives you Roshan, it gives you Ancient Farmers, it gives you Lane Shove, gives you a Catch, gives you a Team Fight, gives you a Stun, gives
11
you a
minutes
Silence.
in, 1 to 3 here. Bleed very, very slightly up. And it looks like we're going to have a trade off of towers as AG are going to go for the top tier 1 tower here.
It gives you Jump,
And
it gives you
Bleed's already
Initiation.
set up on the other side with their Spectre farming up mid.
Gives
And
you
Ice
Scale,
might just be in the
gives you
position
Break.
that Avery was talking about there. Just, vibing.
But you know what it doesn't give you?
Kind of
It
has the
doesn't-
freedom to go wherever he wants. They are going to be pretty reliant on him
It
to be
doesn't-
making moves.
Give you
Because after all, they have 2 carries that want to farm up. So,
Are you still listening?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Does that explain your question, Cap? I hope that explains. It gives you everything. I could have kept going for another 30 here.
Avery,
Yes?
be back here.
Hello?
Hello.
Wait, was I not here?
No, I don't. I think you dropped off for a second there.
I thought you were trolling me with a bit.
No,
you didn't-
No, you
didn't
just cut out on Discord.
You didn't hear me list the 30 things that Tai TA gives you.
I figured you were listing them.
Oh my god,
But
I'm not listing them.
I only heard one of them.
I'm not
I
listing them.
literally only heard one of them.
I listed literally every. Do I have to go through this again?
No, you don't.
I think I do. Because I think we need to understand what Tai TA gives you.
Dubu does manage to get out. They still have Kisses and Golem. I'm surprised Bleed isn't trying to get some sort of kills off of this. But then again, I guess if they get some kills off it puts it on cooldown, and then Army Geniuses might just run them over.
Just opens it up. I mean, again, their lineup is based around the fight is coming to them. They don't have to make the action happen. They're just waiting for you to run into Sniper, and then the Golem is going to be there. Its ugly face will show, and that'll be the last thing you see before you question your life's decisions. So, quick smoke here. This Coddle is not offering much. He's basically bots in an empty urn.
Dire are scanning.
So it's all on this Tide Hunter to make play action on the map. Honestly, I don't even know what this gank is aimed to do.
Yeah, ganking a tier 2 area this early is pretty bold, I would
This
say.
is just not where you... I don't even know why Bleed is TPing here. Even if you kill Tiny, who gives a crap? You killed
You're farming on your
4
Sniper
Tiny.
Inspector.
Yeah. This smoke did not make any sense to me. I disapprove of it. But...
I disapprove.
I mean, because the thing is, you don't want to waste too much time in this game with this type of lineup. when you're building auras on their offlaner and you want to get some early Roshan going, this game flow matters a lot for you. It matters more for you than Bleed, who are kind of just sitting here waiting for you to come into them. They are slowly.
Yeah, like why are you ganking up to that top part of the map when the mid tier 1 tower is still open?
Yes.
Right? Like, isn't that usually the rotation? You smoke into that mid area to try and get a pick and then take the tower?
Yes, or you're smoking because you have a super good read of a big core kill somewhere. Like maybe you smoke triangle and get deep vision, or you smoke wrap around the tier 1 mid because you want the fight, even if maybe you can't convert on the tower. Something like this. Smoking tier 2 top here does not progress the game at all. There's no game progression. It's also a very long route. You waste a lot of time. You're not farming ancients. You're not killing Roshan. Kind of just a negative GPM move. So you lose a little bit there. Yahweh is very sad in this game, honestly. He's a bot's vessel, 0 charges, coddle. At least he didn't go Meteor Hammer. He's got that going for him.
Yeah, that's something.
I mean, you laugh at that, but I've had a lot of coddles buying Meteor Hammer.
Oh God, that sounds terrible.
It was terrible. Thank you.
All right, we're at round 2 of ganking up with this Tiny, but this time he's got Corn behind him, so DJ actually wants to get aggressive. Quickly deal with the missile. There goes the 1 spell hero.
Again, though, where's the momentum being built? I'm not feeling it.
No.
And you have double carry farming for Bleed with a Warlock Snap behind him. You guys are going to scale. You're going to scale pretty damn hard. The quacks are coming.
Get your quackers out. Well, they got a Death So TA, so at least like they are going to have one singular hero that is going to be very, very strong. They are going to use some sort of like key point. So
early Roche on the menu.
Yeah, I mean they have double minus armor. That's pretty sick. Combined with the team fight of Ravage and Coddle Blast, I'm not sure if we would feel very comfortable fighting that.
I mean, I think they're okay fighting it if you commit into the pit, though. That's kind of the weird part, because they have Kisses, Bonds, Golem, Haunt. It's a lot. This type of aggressive move, they have Blink on Tiny, so that's why they're trying to make something happen here. They have all their ults up. Honestly, though, I don't even know if this type of move is necessary. It's cool if you hit the TA, but otherwise, again, I think you're pretty happy if just letting the fight come to you in this game and keeping your ults off cooldown. It's an important aspect of the game, right? Let's say you take a fight here, even if you win the fight, you use all your ults. Maybe then AG just walk in the Roche pit and abuse the fact that you used all your cooldowns. Whereas if these cooldowns are up, it's pretty hard for AG to make a move. They just feel like they can't take the 5-on-5. There's no clear gank option. The game is stalling out, but you're stalling it out with 2 carries in a row. You should be happy. You also have the displacement hero in Tiny, and DJ is looking for the displacement. This is pretty deep.
Okay, this is maybe a bit of an overextension as DJ's immediately going to die. They try and give him a cookie. He does manage to get the toss over, but that's maybe not what he wants because now Ice is surrounded by heroes. Oh dear, he's going to be stunned up immediately by the Enchant Totem. And Bleed, you were saying you can play it chill, you can play it calm, you can just let the fights run into you, but Bleed get overly aggressive, try and force a fight, and now they've just opened up Roshan to Army Geniuses.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario. This is why I just don't think these aggressive moves are that favorable for you. Even if you trade even there, this Roche play is going to happen as a consequence. And now you're just feeding them 3 kills and setting it on top of the plate. Dessert included. That's rough. You're giving a lot of momentum to a lineup that was not finding it in any other way in this game. Gonna try and find the gyro, you will get him. So a consolation prize here is Varese will bite the dust. But you do have a window now if you're AG. This window is maybe not as good as the position you want it to be in, but you have it, right? You have this Aegis, Blink, Deso TA who can take over the map with traps. You can ball up with the Coddle and the Tide Hunter sustain here. But it's a question of you got to keep making stuff happen. You got to get this tier 1 mid. You got to open up the triangle. You got to start punishing the double carry. Because once Spectre Axe comes out, this game changes a lot. Suddenly the play action is there for Bleed.
They have Blink Ravage plus Aegis. I feel like you just force this mid tower down, you know? Any kind of small smoke rotation, anything that gets the Earthshaker in TA coming in through the side or something like that. I want to see that tower fall, you know? because it protects the sniper's farm so much, right?
Yes, you have to open up the farm.
Oh, nice catch. Bleed. A big pickoff. They can get it. Yahweh. Oh, he's going to try and juke these bloods. Oh, Jackie actually used the haunt to try and finish him up, and he does manage to work. The Ravage just comes too late. They are going to show up with In Your Dream, and it looks like they'll be able to at least kill the Snapfire, but Spectre has already jumped back up to the top lane, so they got that kill on the Coddle. The core Coddle creates a little bit of space for Jackie to work with as well. Not too bad. And he's got a Zaghadim Scepter.
Yeah, Ags off that is huge, because now you can set up anything with Tiny or Snap, and then the Spectre comes in, gives you the extra damage, because Sniper is not joining anything. Sniper is very clunky this game. He's just farming to the late. You do create a window where Haunt's on cooldown, Kisses are on cooldown. Maybe you just force tier 1 mid. But In Your Dream doesn't really seem bent on forcing the issue.
Oh, that was so close. He gets that avalanche underneath Upheaval, and then Corden comes over. That
would be like damage.
He's straight up. DB is still almost dead. Wow.
He's getting chunked. And now In Your Dream is getting active. But did he bite off the
back? They have the golem as well.
That's a sick fissure.
Once again, the toss back is good. In Your Dream is right on top of Corden, and Corden's just dead as a result. Oh no. Yokum goes up big time now. Tossed up straight in the air, but it doesn't matter. The avalanche would stop the Tiny from falling. And now In Your Dream, they are cooking things up. They are running with some momentum over Bleed.
What a team. I was about to say, you need to get this TA involved in this game. That is one way to get involved. I mean, Tiny Airlines delivering you right to your target there. I don't know if that was what you wanted to have happen in that fight, but honestly, that fissure was absolutely nasty. He blinked and hit all three of them with it and chained the totem on all three. Just brutal. What a team fight by Yokum. And now he has a blink on top of this because Philly has been running the whole time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now your triangle is getting taken away. This is the nightmare scenario, right? You've got two carries and you don't have a triangle to work with. The Templar Assassin is actively tanking away your ancient creeps. Jay's other kill. Jackie's able to join on this one. Thanks to that Aghanim Scepter. They're going to slow him down, see if Jackie can finish it, and it is. Good enough to get the kill, and this is something that AG is going to have to be very careful with. They cannot afford to be bleeding out kills to the Spectre.
You're starting to build a lead. You're starting to gain map control and momentum. Do not want to give it back. The big cooldowns are bleed right now, so they don't have any options outside of DJ finds the openings. That's all you have to do right now if you're AG. Track the Tiny and continuing to progress the game. They're on your top tank. Yokum is continuing to stack this triangle, so they're trying to keep the economics up as well. I do kind of like that. At the same time, I do want to see them continuing to fight around the TA here. Yeah, just blink on this map, force them off the map. This kind of progression is good. You're probably going to get another tier 1 out of this bottom if you want it. And you can invade triangle again. So you're regaining something here. You're working towards your TA BQB. However, Jackie is still having a pretty good game. 2-0-1, hasn't really died. He's finding the pickoffs, building into Manta, into Radiance. Pretty interesting build. Kind of some old school coming back. 4-man smoke.
See what they can find here.
Yokum can destroy these fights right now. He's really strong.
Oh, that was a nice avalanche. A 2-man introduction. The kisses go in, but the Force Staff does manage to get the Coddle back. He TP's away to be successful. He barely makes it out, just ahead of the Spectre. Final hit that was going to come in at the BKB. In your dream used up against Corden, who has to go for a teleport out. Will be able to make it. The Fisher won't be able to stop him. Nice 2-man hit. Yokum continuing to just chain stun up 2 heroes. Ice falls. In Your Dream's going to clean up on DJ. So just heroes falling apart. It's the strong cores are able to run down the supports, and both sides end up losing heroes.
Honestly, that Ravage wasn't even that good. It was kind of an awkward Ravage, and they still won that fight. Just the power of In Your Dream running on the backline forces Corden to base. If Sniper can't stand there, you lose a lot of damage in the sustained arena. And remember, this Tide has mech pipe. You have a Greaves on the Snapfire, but that's pretty much it. This pipe is doing a lot of work in these engagements right now.
Watch that fight again as you see the Ravage going off in the last second here. In part, I think, to try and save Yahweh, which I'm not sure if it was actually needed.
Yeah, it didn't really connect, but in your dream with BKB, he's just going to force Sniper to base, and that's pretty much the fight here.
And
Yoakum
Yoakum is
still having
just...
decent impact. Yeah, he's on this game.
Yeah. Helps that he's able to just pick and choose his targets.
Yeah, he has
with the Tide Under, going in and causing so much chaos.
I mean, this is still a Spectre game, so he can get haunted on, but that's where, like, the pipe and mech want these tanky offliners respected. They protect your supports.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
So
attack.
he is having a good game. Now you're pushing tier 2 top. So it'll give you outpost control. Continue to progress the map here. This is what you want to see with this TA BKB timing. You also have a lot of Deso charges up already, 16. Not too shabby.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, this is... Hey, I noticed no Crystallis. Remember the Crystallis TAs that we kept on seeing last season?
That's true. What happened to that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Up on it.
DJ,
he's gone.
Trying to cut some deep waves and get some farm away from AG, but gets caught in the process. The full 5 stack up here. It does leave the Spectre open on the other side of the map, but they are building a pretty decent net worth lead at this point.
He was trying to kill Yahweh with the mini haunt.
Oh, really?
But they were not close.
No.
If this Coddle has full HP, I don't think you're bursting him. Even has another shawl on top, so he has some extra resist here. Not too shabby.
This kind of comes down to what we were talking about, right? Is like you get this ball up where Bleed just run out of damage.
Right now, the ball is online, and the ball is really strong. Eventually, it won't be as strong because, auras don't scale as well as damage in a lot of cases, but
Dire are scanning.
it's going to be pretty strong for the next 10 minutes here at least, and that's going to be enough to get you another Roshan and maybe force high ground.
Bottom tower
So
is
if you're
under
Bleed,
attack.
you have to gear up for that fight. You have to gear up as well as you can. Which means as much farm on Sniper as you can to hold the high ground. Try and find pickoffs with Jackie, combining on your Tiny if you can.
No, Mortimer.
Ice is probably relegated to more of a farm the map, cut waves type deal,
are
but
scanning.
hey, if he can find anything, power to him as well. He even went Medallion. Pretty
Dire's
interesting.
middle tower is under attack.
More medallions, man.
I still don't feel like Medallion is that great, but
It's that 1 stat and 5 movement speed, man.
I guess so.
All the difference in the world.
Well, he went back for the Crystallis on Templar Assassin, so evidence he is indeed listening to you. Which was a fatal mistake. We'll see if it costs him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's going to go Hurricane Pike, and he's also thinking about a full-out Silver Edge, which is a nice choice against Spectre. Good break option.
Silver Edge is good for both teams here if they can get to him, but he will probably get there first. Gordon just running in. They found the Shaker.
Okay, kill the
He's just
Shaker
gone.
first is magnificent for Bleed. Don't think they're going to be able to get much more out of this. Oh, wait, maybe Varys? Yeah, they'll get him too. So that is very nice. Full support's down, and Roshan is up. Now that presents something interesting. Coordinate
Ravage on the sniper.
Ravage, and he's dead. And look at the side blades. It was hitting Dubu too, so Dubu gets demolished. Now Ice is almost dead. There was an opportunity there, I think, where Bleed could have maybe set up and thought about doing Roshan themselves, but they just fed it away.
I mean, DB does not care about your opportunity. He does not care. He says, mine is better. He seizes it. Maybe a little overextension there on the river by Corden, right? He's just tanking in front first out of everybody. You set up a good Roche fight there. I don't know if you get bursted like that, but now you're giving the opening the other way around. And the DJ's going to die on the same spot that Yoakum just died on.
No, this spot is just, I mean, he gets off a really good avalanche. They have the toss over.
Yeah, but there's no damage.
But Spectre has to get out of here. They just do not have the damage to cut through these heroes. Dubu. Oh no, Dubu. Dubu. Dubu, no.
That's a dieback.
That is a dieback with his golem dying with him too. A free Roshan for AG. This is something that you and I have talked about quite a bit here. These, you talked a lot to me about this concept. These Roshans, number 2, number 3, are so much more important than the first Roshan, right?
I mean, first Roshan's useless. First Roshan is just the ticket to the second one.
Ooh.
The second one is when the main show starts, and the third one is when you bring down the curtain. So yeah, this is a game ender Roshan if they play it well. They have all the auras, they can go high ground, TA can siege it, she even has Enchanted Quiver, extra burst is there, Shard on top of it now. Silence is gonna help the fight. This is a scary high ground push if you're bleed right now. Sure, you have sniper and you have a toss back, but they can take the fight in your base. It's not impossible here with the auras the Tidehunter is providing. Full pipe and Greaves up on top of this Blink Dagger. He is strong, man.
Do you agree with this BKB choice for the sniper? I feel like they needed damage. I think the BKB, like, yeah, they have some blink stuns and stuff, but you have to combat that with positioning. I think I don't think you can go and itemize against it.
It's tough. I kind of agree. BKB does not seem great here. Almost, if you want something tanky, I almost would have preferred some Scotty build or something, but obviously that's a lot more expensive. It stops him getting Fissure Chain in the Ravage or something. But it does feel like you need a Silver Edge at some point, maybe. You need Daedalus or Mjolnir or Scotty. You need a lot at this point. But I agree, this sniper build in this game just doesn't... It's not doing it for me. He's sitting at 129 damage a hit. That's it. I agree. I don't think it's enough.
Smoke up. Bleed do have the two supports acting as bodyguards and scouts for their carry. So this smoke is going to break on them most likely first and give the Spectre an opportunity to get away. In fact, maybe everybody can get away. The smoke breaks with them in the trees. They're going to TP out. Tiny is out. Jackie is actually running back into it, but they don't have the stun.
We sentry'd for him.
Oh, man. He almost saw him, too, with that sentry. That was pretty well placed.
I mean, he should have gyro ulted. Because the spell
is
true. Trash anyway. But
yeah, what else are you going to use it for?
Still, you're clearing him out of the map to some degree. You have a 17K gold lead right now. Pretty happy with this map state. You can get the fight, but we are dodging the fight, doing a decent job of it. They are up the Basher on Jackie, level 20. He's going to go on this Tide.
Oh, they're going to fight back into this Tide, but that is a dangerous move. All of AG is now here. Ice maybe burning out here. Jackie's playing around. They do manage to finish him off. Nice blast from Yahweh, and now Jackie is in some trouble. He tosses him back over into the Spectre. Ravage goes down. Yahweh still falls at the same time, but the Spectre gets demolished as In Your Dream is here with all the damage they could possibly ask for.
Tendrils of the Deep, too. You got a couple of them in there. Didn't really see where the shard got picked up, but...
Well, that was from the Roshan, because I think that TA already bought his shard, so they gave it over to the Tidehunter.
Tendrils of the Deep. What a spell. What a name. DJ. In a prison of his own making.
Here goes the golem.
Yeah, but this golem is not nearly as terrifying as the last one.
No. Kind of pathetic, actually.
This golem is weak. Needs to go to the gym.
Pumps mine. Going Scythe next item for DB, so he's...
I like that.
Really thinking about that late game progression, I guess.
I think you could make an argument for Ags or Refresher here, but I think Refresher, he doesn't have the mana. More. Ags does seem pretty solid. This is a pretty decent Ags game. You have TA to play off with the minus armor. You can play off like this poke with the Fissure into the Ags, into the Coddle Blast. You don't even have to commit. It's really obnoxious. You also get some extra value where you'll hit the Golem on top of other people. But Hex is pretty nice for jumping the Sniper and just taking the fight like that. You jump Sniper, you Ravage or Hex him. I think the fight's just done, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Jackie can clear through all of this on his own. He needs the Dwarven Sniper to be alive. He needs Corden to be able to deal the damage. He's slowly getting to the Silver Edge, which is really big, because then you can break this Tide and jump with the Spectre, and the Chain Stun's there. And then you have a clear way to take the fight, removing the auras. But
nice lane ward. They cut off Ice just as he was about to go down and push that bottom lane in. So good catch here, as long as they finish him off, and they do.
can't run
Dire's middle
from
tower
heaven.
is under attack.
No, that's Zeus. That's another old man with a beard.
There's so many old men with white beards. I got confused. As I'm an old man with a white beard myself.
you really should start dyeing that beard a little bit.
Maybe I do dye it. Maybe it is white. Never thought about that, did you? The ultimate reveal.
Somehow it wouldn't surprise me too much.
Dota years, they age you, man. They're dog years. Reverse dog years.
It's like, maybe that comparison's a little bit too much.
No,
there's certain events in life. No, there's certain events in life that it can physically age a person, and Dota's one of them, apparently, huh?
I definitely think so. I mean, at least somewhere with like past the 5,000th pub mark. I think the second you play the 5,000th pub, you lose like 3 years off your life.
Yeah, just in an instant.
Yeah, it's like basically you just smoked 600 packs of cigarettes. Like, done. But until then, you're chilling,
We're in another game that seems, this is very, very reminiscent of Game 1 at this point, where there are very, very few ways for Bleed to play the video game. And AG just pretty much gets to do whatever they want. And Bleed's just kind of hoping that Army Geniuses throw when they go high ground. That's kind of the play.
So are you saying that Bleed is slowly bleeding out here?
I was not going to say that, no. It could definitely have been used in a much more clever way.
Okay, but it's still true.
Yeah, it is true. Yes.
I mean, you can definitely throw high ground in this game. Sniper Tiny with a Warlock Golem.
Toss back into Upheaval is really rough.
Yes, so I understand not going high ground. DD for In Your Dream, though, but he's getting smoked on.
He is going to be smoked on. He's immediately going to be avalanched. They couldn't get the toss up. No way. Got off the BKB.
And he just slays
the toss, and he managed to kill the Tiny on his way out. They keep him back with the kisses, but now Bleed, they've blown so much for this. It's full retreat out for them. See who TP's out. Dubu tries to go for it, but caught by the dust of DB, and that'll be the two supports down. An opportunity now to go high ground for Army Geniuses.
One does not simply smoke on In Your Dream, for he smokes on you and turns it into a nightmare. Honestly, though, even if they get that toss, I don't know if he's just dying out right there.
No, I don't think so. They don't have the chain stun for it, really.
Yeah, you need ice there with the play, right?
Yeah.
There's a cookie in the haunt. They're going to try and poke him out.
Jackie's
just
actually doing
up.
some pretty decent damage, but the sniper's dead in the back line. He had to use the BKB to TP out, so DB just immediately jumped on him. He's like, I know you don't have BKB, and apparently he doesn't have buyback either.
Yeah, Silver Edge Sniper didn't get to Silver Edge anything. I don't think he broke anybody once. That might just be the game here. Hex is going to seal everybody's fate.
Yeah, there's no tier 2s up either, so they can just keep going. They've got 45 seconds to take as many buildings as they want.
Just too greedy. Eventually, the greed betrays you, for you delved too far and too deep. Bringing out all
too much greed, and you will bleed, right, Avery?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think my Dwarven Moria analogy was more apt, but especially considering they have the Dwarven Sniper in the game. There were multiple layers to that you did not appreciate, but that's okay. As we're going to get Megas here. One last toss back for the boys. There it is.
Gonna have to go for it.
It's all over. It's not like this.
It's all ogre, boys. Nice two-man Fisher. Yokum immediately jumping on the sniper again. He gets off his BKB. He silver edges. He finally breaks the Templar Assassin. He puts it to work, Avery. And that's it. he did about 200 damage, and he's still going to get mega.
Yeah,
the sniper Fishers, man. What are these? Yokum is just demolishing Bleed.
That's why they first phase these supports. They're comfortable with them. They know how to play them, and they're going to win Game 3 and win this series off of them as Corden.
I mean, there's no hype to Jackie jumping in right now because he just doesn't do any damage.
There's too many
He's
auras.
like hitting heroes, and it's tickling him.
Brutal. That's a brutal Game 3, man. They just got out-strategized, I think. I just didn't see the... Like, what is the overall focus between this Spectre Sniper, right? Are you playing a Spectre lineup where you want to pick people off on the map? Are you playing a Sniper lineup where you're trying to take defensive tower fights with the Golem and you're just holding off for a better late game? Do you even have better late game? Can you even get there? You can't really aggressively make moves and you can't do Roshan, right? It felt like you're just waiting to see what fate becomes to you. I don't really like being in those situations because I think basically the enemy has the option to just outpace you, outskill you, outrun you down with early Roshans. And again, I don't think you can outscale Roshans. I don't think it ever works out in the current meta. They're too powerful. Like the second, third Aegis with Shard plus an Ags, or how are you're just gonna sit and turtle? You can't turtle anymore. So,
and that was just the second Roshan. We didn't even get to see the third Roshan, which you said was the curtain call.
I mean, it's because if they get Ags, they have a very good Ags lineup. They can give it to TA and close out the map. They can give it to Tide. It's more team fight. If they get Refresher Shard, you get double Ravage. I don't think you're fighting double Ravage in this game, right? It's just probably not happening. So that's where even if you're keeping net worths fairly even in a game like that, I think Roche closes it out regardless. And I don't think you're contesting Roche unless you are building some momentum and map control in that game. Sniper was not doing it for me. I don't think he served a purpose here. I don't think he found a purpose. They definitely delved too deep, too greedily, and they awokened a Balrog that was the Golem, but the Balrog was a fake Balrog and it betrayed them. That's my analogy for this game. Back to you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful Lord of the Rings analogy. As we're going to head back to the panel, maybe they could follow that up with a little bit more.
Yeah, the Fellowship of Army Geniuses ends up prevailing in this series as they are able to take down Bleed Esports in a 2-1. And it's because Tide TA, it gives you everything, Adam. What more could you possibly need?
You take Tide.
You take Tide.
You take TA.
You take TA.
And you get everything.
Then you get everything. What are these everythings?
Dried mangoes.
Dried mangoes. Dried mangoes give you everything. It's nutrients. It's regen. It's regen.
Mana.
It's total fat, 0 grams. It's cholesterol, 0 milligrams. A lot of sodium, though, but that's
You're
okay.
missing the most important part, sugar.
The sugar. But the salt was definitely on display in this game number 3 because I feel like Sniper was wondering what the hell his purpose was in this game. I was last picked a Sniper, and my job is to what? Make time for my Spectre? Then what do? I feed. Because I'm a Sniper with BKB Pike Mask of Madness.
No damage.
No damage.
I feel like he itemized strongly. I think if you go Mask, you want to go Maelstrom into BKB. Because your second item needs to be damaged because your third item is going to be BKB. So either go Maelstrom or Chrysalis into BKB, I think.
I feel like he doesn't understand that he has to... He's not just a tower defender, he actually needs to do some damage in the team fights and in the game. He has to try to scale. I feel like he's not really trying to scale. He feels like he's just playing for the Spectre, and he's not playing for himself.
Or I thought you were being critical previously, saying, oh, all these players are playing for themselves. Sometimes they need to sacrifice some parts of their game.
That was a different team. That was a different team. And a different game, a different draft,
Oh, I'm sorry. So in this context, he was supposed to be a little bit more selfish.
Yes.
I think also AG did a really good job of dodging. We saw like some smokes towards mid. I think DJ had to like dive really deep to even try to find anything. AG was just always well positioned on the map.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's why you don't want to have like a too greedy of a lineup. The grid you have to draw a line somewhere,
Yes, but in this situation, you wanted the Sniper to be a little bit more greedy, which I do consider Spectre to be not as greedy as she used to be. This whole Blade Mail and Aghanim Scepter build, she's quite early combat, at least if there's a support that you can feed on.
Yeah, but if you have, say, okay, you want a tower defender, right? Say you draft like an Underlord, or something, they can fight.
Well,
then you can horn and get some kills. If you're a sniper, if the enemy is not pushing, then what? everybody's like farming the small map that you have.
They
So-
try to smoke, right?
Yeah, nobody's like actively like making like Adam mentioned during the draft. They need like somebody to make space on the map to create openings. But the only thing they could do is like try to block the smokes or try to suicide push out. You saw the Snapfire, like he's pushing the lane and dying because that's the only thing they can do. I mean, it's tough, Like I feel like if you are just picking the sniper to defend the towers but not trying to scale, then
There was probably a better hero.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And then if they were trying to stall things out in team fights, Warlock is a little too cooldown dependent. Haunt is pretty high cooldown. Snapfire kisses, even though this was a core
There's nothing
I
Snapfire.
feel like this was his gameplay every team fight. And
BKB
I'm not really like trying to flame him, but like it felt like it got to a point where he couldn't do anything.
I mean, if you think about it, right? If they were actually able to fight, because the Spectre had a pretty decent start. I feel like if the other four, because when you have Spectre on your team, you want the other 4 players to be able to fight together, so you can actually come to the fights and be useful, compared to the other carry. But because then you have a sniper, and the rest of the heroes, the Warlock, the Snapfire, the Tiny, they don't really find much like purpose in the game. They don't know what they can be doing, so they are just breaking smoke and shoving out the wave. They're not actively trying to fight.
I mean, they tried, but they like really forced it too hard, right? Like DJ, we saw him
it was too hard. Like it wasn't natural. Like say
Yeah.
if say they have like a
It's like we have
like-
spells, let's go. Then
like they have like
go
some
too much.
normal hero, like some Kanka, whatever, like this hero they can fight. Okay, they go together, they group up.
More natural setup.
They just smoke or somebody can initiate.
They had no initiate. It
Yeah,
was basically
because they have a
Spectre
fucking
Haunt.
sniper. Yeah, they have a fucking sniper.
Well, it could have come from the offlaner, but Snapfire is not an initiator.
Yeah, but they already drafted. I'm talking about it during like with the
You already see for-
with the pick sequence they have. They already open with a Snapfire Tiny. So with given that information, so what is your next best course of action?
There was none, it seemed. Which is why our MVP, it goes to DB on the Tidehunter, because even if they did find an opening, that Tidehunter was just posted up there.
He's been playing so well for his team. He used to be the carry player for AG.
Oh, yeah.
And then they swapped roles because they got In Your Dream in, and then he had to move to off lane. And a lot of these carry players, when they change to off lane, they actually become a very, very good off
For the
laner.
first 6 months, yeah.
That's
It's
true.
usually how it goes. And then you
So
just,
it's like a trajectory. and
Okay,
then
I
after that-
want to go back to farming.
Yeah, exactly. I like hearing the gold sound.
yeah, I agree. I think he did really well. He had good itemization too. I think he piled onto the fact that Corrin didn't have damage with
Yeah.
the Greaves pipe. Like, it was very reliant on shrapnel and headshot, and the pipe came in like very handy there. I think Jokam also, he had a lot of clutch fissures to stop the Snapfire out in a lot of fights, and it just felt like they had no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, and Yoe healing people up on the Coddle. We saw the Coddle last pick. We justified it by saying that, well, if you're going to do a Spectre Sniper, then it seems like you're going to be very greedy. So let's just go ahead and bring up the speed instead. So a lot of praise for the core players, but we actually get to speak to one of these support players because we've got Jokam on the line from Army Geniuses. Jokam, congratulations on your very first Division 1 victory with this team.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't get a chance to see too much of your Div 2 journey. I know these two guys did, but for me, as a newcomer, tell me a little bit about Army Geniuses and how this roster came to be.
I don't know, I just join and play.
Okay, you come in and play. How about the other 4 people around you? How'd they come in?
I don't think too much about stuff. So let the CV and the guy handle
All right.
all this.
It's straightforward enough.
You
The
look
man
very-
just plays
He just
Dota.
wants to play
I'm very
Dota.
tired.
He just
He
wants
was
to
very
play.
tired.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to Div 1. You guys have been playing like, I mean, I guess you get to scrim Div 1 teams now. There's obviously a problem before. How are like the games for you all?
To be honest, after before we playing the div on the div 2, we always fighting div 1 team. So there is not much different for us.
All right. So we enter.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you don't like to care about other stuff, right? So you're just focused on playing, and CV handles everything else for the team. And how are you feeling about stuff in the team right now? Like, how are things going on?
We are doing good about the draft, about how we want to play. For me in this team, I just trying to fix our laning. Cause DB only playing offlane is about 3 months, I think. So I need to tell him more and teach him how to play the lanes. That's all my job in this team.
He's been doing really well recently.
Yeah, that's because Jokem's
he's doing
teaching him. I want to ask about the patch. Obviously we had some small changes. No more first pick Lina. Do you think that the game is any different now?
To be honest, yeah, because of the Radiance and Lina out of meta, they changed a lot, and also they're trying to nerf the brute, right?
Yeah, but it still
changed
feels
draft and
kinda
how we
same,
play
right?
the map.
Okay.
What are your predictions for this tour then? Give me your top 3, the ones that are making it to the Berlin Major.
Tell us the 2 other teams that are not in.
Yeah, Army Genius is number 1. Obviously, Army Genius is.
Okay.
And then second, third, who do you got?
Second, maybe Talon's still good.
Okay.
The third one, I like SMG.
Okay. It's a
way he
good top
played
3. Army
way he played.
Geniuses, Talon, and SMG.
Yeah, same with my prediction. I said the same 3 teams just now when you asked me.
So you got expectations to live up to, your own, and also these guys have been rooting for you since Div 2. And so far, you're doing a great job, Jokem, and keep on training
Thank
DB
you.
to make him a top-tier offlaner.
I will.
Thanks so much, Jokem. We'll speak to you later. Yeah, however good you see DB doing, it's all Jokem's work.
I agree. Jokem's a beast.
All these carry players thinking they can come into the off lane, but it's really the 4 positions who are doing all the heavy lifting around here.
Yeah.
He takes a lot of long naps during boot camps.
Well, you got to recharge.
Tiring teaching your off lane how to
Yeah,
play.
exactly.
Aren't you tired with
Fine, maybe he's tired.
Maybe he's
But
tired.
he's always the guy who sleeps the most,
Yeah, well,
So it's time for him to do the work now.
That's true.
Teach the offlaner, get him to be a world-class offlaner.
and now is the time to do it, because if he's able to qualify for the Berlin Major, that would be another success story, because Div 1, or Tour 1, we had Execration, who were technically Div 2 promotees, and made their way all the way up to the Lima Major. And if we can keep that cycle rotating, Army Geniuses might be next on the list. But so far, it's just one series out of the way, but it is a very, very important series as they are able to dethrone Bleed. And everyone's out here hashtag free DJing. But at what point has DJ been freed? At what point is he in a prison of his own mind? Who knows? Because there is a whole entire tour before we need to start drawing conclusions like that. For right now, I need to get a full Pinoy showdown going, because we got Execration versus Polaris Esports as our third series of the day. So stick around, and Sophie will guide you through that in the next 5 minutes.
everyone, and welcome back to the DPC 2023 C Spring Tour Division 1. I'm so excited to be back here. My name is Sophie, and I will be hosting the most exciting, the most hype, and the best region of Dota. And to help me host today, I've got two wonderful panelists right beside me, Winter and Adam. How are you guys doing today?
Why are you still here?
Winter's had a long day, yeah.
Damn it.
Are you okay?
Get out.
You okay?
20% battery.
20% battery?
Yeah.
Yeah? It's okay. Well, we got an exciting game coming up next. It's the Showdown of the Philippines.
Let's
Get it
go.
started,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Woo.
Let's go, Pare.
We're
Let's
on the
go.
night shift. Yeah, Pare, let's go. So did you know, here's a little fun fact. Did you know that 53% of Division 1 players are from the Philippines? Yeah.
How many
Huge
percent
thing.
were at the major?
How many percent were at the major? Oh, quite a lot.
Just kidding.
I mean, okay, I can't do the math, but yeah. But anyways, we got an exciting game. We did, in fact, have Execration, who are playing this next game, the full 5-stack Pinoy team, go to the major, although they didn't end up doing very well, per se. But, you know, it's still showing. So that's exciting. What do you guys think of their performance?
I mean,
Kind of
I think they-
expected, right?
Yeah,
Like
everybody
we-
expected them to
yeah.
be there, like at the bottom three. But I feel like overall, I mean, they did okay. I think overall, like given the experience of the team, you know, they would have loved to do at least one step further. But losing March is a big deal.
Right.
That's something we haven't really talked about. They obviously have a new coach, Abing, I think, coming in. March has departed from Execration. So we'll see how much that actually affects them this season. They might have learned a lot at the major. So coming in, I do expect still great things from them. Still a competitive team. They are still the same roster. So
Well, we also have Polaris Esports, who just came up from Division 2. And they landed in second place in Division 2 to then now be in Division 1. That's quite exciting for them, too.
yeah, they also have Boomy coming back, replacing Jing, I think.
That's right.
Taking back the post 4 role. I don't really have high expectations of Polaris. I think their players have been around quite a while. They weren't as impressive to me as AG were, but I will say they do have momentum. Obviously, coming from Div 2, you played a bit more games recently. And well, Boomy coming back, maybe it's a big boost for them, you know, having a captain personality again.
SMG like to kick their fives.
Nothing new.
Nothing new. Well, this is Execration. We got Shanks, Tino, Bob, Carlo, and Palos. They did exceptionally well last season, placing first in Division 1 Tour 1. And, I mean, playing against Polaris, who knows? I think, personally, I think Execration are looking pretty good to win this one.
Yeah, I don't think Polaris is like the worst team, but I would say probably 2-1 Execration if I had to make predictions, but Polaris definitely can take the series.
What do you think, Winter?
If they stay in Div 1 still after this tour, I think that itself would be a pretty big accomplishment for them. Like I'm with Adam. I don't really expect much from Polaris. I mean, they did okay the last season, but I feel like they have a lot of issues as a team that needs to get sorted out, and it's not something that you can deal with in a short period of time. I feel like having a roster change here, a lot may say it might be an upgrade, like having Boomy over Jing, but it does set your team back some time, you know, because you have a roster swap and everybody needs to be it needs to take some time to get used to each other again. And you're going to Div 1, you have to work on a lot of other stuff as well, so it's going to take a lot of time for the team.
Right, well, let's see what heroes we get picked in this Pinoy Showdown. Our draft is ready. Thank you, Techies, for serving it up.
Oh, we're back. Visage Marcy. Seen this before. Nothing new from Execration. First to Beastmaster, though. You're a fan. We haven't seen this hero today, have we?
Nope, but the hero seems like it's doing well in pubs, right? The win percentage.
I mean, it's just a strong pub hero, right? Like you win your lane, you push waves, you take map by yourself.
So
Vision.
are we gonna see the hammer build?
The hammer?
Yeah.
Maybe.
On this hero.
Maybe if there's not enough stunts. One thing I really dislike about Polaris is I feel their drafts are too... What's another word for Chinchai? Too all over the place. Like they're very happy about what they pick, you know. It's
Like messy.
It's like, yeah, messy. Like we can pick something cool this game, we're gonna do it.
Rojak draft. Have you had Rojak here?
Rojak?
Yeah,
Basically very
Oh, the
mixed.
food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it means everything all over the place.
I see.
Yeah, that's how
Hello,
their
hello.
drafts feel. They don't have a system or formula that they kind of play around. they always have these like surprise picks or like suddenly Max playing Nature's Prophet mid going away from Spirits, you know. They like to do this kind of
It's based on
randomness,
feeling.
I
When you
think.
say it's based on feeling, they look at the draft and or maybe a different day, some player says that, oh, I feel like doing this today, and then they're just gonna follow that.
Maybe. I mean, they just pick what they think is good for the game, but it just makes your team a bit more inconsistent, I think, at times.
Yeah, the laning phase is gonna be like something that I feel like they have to try to pay attention. I feel like when you're like, if you know you're like the underdog team, at least you have to try to make a draft simple. So the best way to keep things simple is to have very good lanes, and you try to garner a small advantage out of the laning phase and try to play the game from there. You know, because if you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
Puck Ember Bad Rider bans. What's our Bob hero? I feel like that's all he's been playing recently.
Bob, what else does Bob play?
They obviously want to like enabler kind of hero. I mean, I will say Execration has definitely played Palos on like the Marcy, so they can definitely still change things around if they want to. Play the carry mids with Palos playing some Ember, some Marcy. Does fit their style. Tino, obviously the aura buyer, dedicated aura buyer, I'll say.
Maybe some PB.
Some PB, yeah, maybe.
Could be some PB.
Maybe. It's good against the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
It's a hero that even though you see him, he kind of still reaches you.
Whenever I think of Execration, I always think of Lena Marcy. 'Cause they really abused that last season.
Yeah, they did.
But
I think March was like kind of his staple as a coach and as a drafter. He always found like broken things to implement in the draft.
Yeah.
Monkey King's probably a support.
Isn't
It's
it
hard
just
to
a
say.
call for the Visage lane? Like
It could be.
Like, because Monkey is very good against the Visage in the lane. It's pretty decent at killing off the birds as well.
Yeah, Wukong, just drop it.
And because you know that they're not going to change
The Visage, right?
the lane, you know. So, I mean, it's okay to pick the call here right away.
A lot of Monkey Kings today, I feel. But I feel like they didn't really change Monkey besides the Primal Spring channel time reduction.
Yeah, but in this
just
game,
lane, right?
yeah, in this game it's just for the lane. You know, he has a different purpose. I think in some of the games in the previous series, they were picking it more for. I think the draft needed some team fight. Then they just want to pick a core that has a team fight and has a stun.
It's also because they have Beast, right? So Beast as a hero doesn't really want to rotate, so it helps if you have rotation power towards him. And Monkey King's one of those heroes that definitely can fulfill the role.
You can help your team a lot as Monkey King in the early game before you get a lot of items. Even if you're building into a battlefield, you can still contribute a lot in the early game with a stun and your Primal Spring. And wow, Storm Spirit right away here. They're not worried about running into any lane counters.
I think they're just trying to stick to their formula, right? They have a Visage already, you need an enabler from your mid lane. Some Mirana pairing and Storm is
Yeah, but let me ask you, right? You are looking at the enemy's draft with Rubik and Beastmaster. Wouldn't you feel like it's more ideal to actually pick your safe laner here since you already see the lane?
I think they want to keep the Marcy open. That's probably the only reason.
Oh, yeah.
Because Palos does play the Marcy,
Okay,
right?
that makes a lot of sense. So the Marcy is kind of like a support / carry.
Yeah, I feel it's a big bait though. I feel like you're going to pick carry anyway. There's no way you last pick your support, right?
And Polaris goes for the Lich. Lich is very, very good against the carry Marcy.
It's good against Visage as well. It stops a lot of the damage from the birds. It's kind of nice here. It's also a strong lane with the Monkey King. You have double slow, helps Monkey stick onto you. Liking the draft so far.
Good lanes, you know. That's a very nice way of...
They also have double instant stun, right? Sinister Gaze and Lift against the Storm. And Marcy. Can't really like rebound out of it, you know, get pulled halfway. It's kind of annoying.
Maybe that's what they want you to think. They won't pick the hard support last. It's a mind trick, but maybe they will.
I mean, I think it's hard to core the Marcy just because the Lich exists. They don't really have a Lich killer now. The Marcy and Visage both kind of
do you feel like Marcy as a support is like pretty bad in general?
I think it's only okay because of Visage.
Only just for that lane?
Because you enable him throughout the game, right? The sidekick on the bird, so it's kind of okay. And if you have a strong carry that you sidekick towards later on, even some draw or something here. It's just a free satanic pretty much. I don't think it's the best hero, but it's something they like a lot.
Marcy got no changes though.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it was a bad hero before this, so having no changes is still a bad hero.
So, what do you guys think the last picks could be?
No, just some draw.
I like Luna more.
Like what?
Luna more.
You've been on this Luna train the whole day.
I mean, the Luna makes the Visage stronger because of the aura.
It's also blue. Yeah, I guess with Visage I can see it. I can see it. Fine. I can see the Luna.
I got sold by the RTZ train, the Luna. I was shitting on
You
that
just
hero.
pick a hero that does well against the Beast lane. So I think there's no like decent post 4 here unless they go for like some Shadow Demon. But then your lane's Shadow Demon Visage feels kind of... You can always do SD5, Mirana 4 with the Visage. You can kind of see that. Because Purge helps a lot against this Leash Armor and Jingu right now.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. It works with the lineup. You can set up for the Mirana arrow, and I'm on board with that.
On board.
Shadow Demon.
What will we see?
I'm just happy not seeing Nature's Prophet and Lina now.
It's banned.
I know.
They actually still respect the hero. I feel like Lina is still very playable. I don't think the hero is like nerfed to the ground.
But you have to play her like a hybrid, right? You need to use your magic. Like you go mid and then you start by maxing Dragon Slate.
I think you can still play the same. It's just that your timing's a bit slower because you can't outscale everything in the game.
Do you change your item build?
Oh, I don't think so.
Ench.
Okay, so that's another Purge. It's different concept. I do think this is a pos 4 Ench to lane with the Visage against the Monkey Lich, which is still kind of strong.
So it is a 1 Marcy.
Yeah.
Yes.
The mind games.
Yes.
I was telling you.
So for Polaris, they are gonna need like a...
They need an edge killer. They have big edge
They need
problems
damage.
right now.
They need a mid hero that does
The
damage.
Slash, right? Lash not banned. Lash.
Yeah?
But Lash is nerfed, so what's the new Lash?
Is DP,
Anti-mage.
is DP still a Lash?
DP's banned.
Oh yeah, DP is banned.
Kunkka's banned. Void Spirit. Kind of a big mech hero, I think, Void Spirit. They need something that kills this Ench, because this Ench is gonna go in their jungle and
Mid
gonna have
Lina!
big creeps.
I'm telling you, mid Lina.
I can kind of see the Lina too. Yeah, I can see it. It's good against the Storm as well.
Yeah, you win the lane and then you're the damage for your team. Do you actually just build like a...
Shadow
let's say you're
Blade.
trying
BKB Shadow
to...
Blade.
You're trying to be a
I mean, I feel you don't
hybrid,
need
right? You go
Maelstrom.
magic first.
Yeah.
So if you play the Lina mid now, you go more magic build, and then somewhere in between you transition.
I mean, I think you play like how you played mid Lina last time. You go BKB, Travels, Shadow Blade, and you still scale. Like, you don't need Maelstrom. You go like Shadow Blade, BKB, Satanic Daedalus, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the Maelstrom's build still works, but definitely not on mid. Probably is the carry.
Max on Lesh.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
The Max a pretty damn good Lash player, I will say that. I like Polaris's draft. I think the Ench cannot always purge Jingu or Frost Armor, but I think in fights that he does get it off, it's going to be strong. But yeah, I like Polaris's draft a lot.
It's a disco pony.
I second that. Polaris.
You're just agreeing with me the whole day today.
Wow.
What day is
not.
it?
Because you were complaining about me like fighting you all the time. So today I'm like, okay,
Nice
battery
guy.
low. All right, just go with Adam.
Aw, battery low, Winter. It's okay. I'm sure this brawl will give you a good game to get your battery back up.
I'll charge you after during our break.
Yeah, you gotta give Winter's massage.
I need my caffeine.
Yeah, your caffeine. Your copy from the copy TM. Exactly.
Where's my order, waiter? Here you go.
So what do you guys think about the pause one Mars? You guys were saying it's a trash hero.
I think the Frost Armor is a bit difficult to play against as well as the Roar, but he definitely can be enabled to his team, right? His team's not AFK. They have this Visage, big aura, they have lifesteal, they have a lot of sustain and shield as well. Mirana and Visage both team item buyers, so definitely a way to play the game. But I think if Lash does well in lane, this Beast and Lash are going to take over really quick.
Yeah, the main takeaway for me is like the lanes. I feel like the Visage is going to have a hard lane. Same as the mid, the Storm against Lash. Lash is going to be... he's going to have a very good time in that lane, and same goes for the safe lane. I feel like Beastmaster is also going to win that lane.
Well, we have a very familiar face in a very familiar position this game. We've got John Xfire back casting for this series, and we also have Richie there with him, so take it away, boys.
I heard the panel didn't like you, John.
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm also here with Jonathan. Hello. Hello. Hold on. Hello. Hi, Jonathan.
God, you really nailed it when saying hi.
It does feel like Mike's here. You know, we're gone. We're in separate continents, but I'm back in C.
Back in
and that's
C?
all that matters. I'm willing to leave Mike for C.
What's it like being back here, casting some of some DPC here in the region
It's
again?
outstanding, you know, like all the people here. It's so fun to be with everyone. It's a lot warmer, so it's a lot friendlier as well. The people are a lot warmer because of that heat. And we've got great games. You know, we've had good 2 series already. This is a classic one, as you would call it, this rambulan between 2 Filipino teams. So a head-to-head. And it's an interesting one to see because Boomy's back in Polaris. They kicked Jing after a great performance in Div 2, which is unfortunate. And Execration lose March, and they've got Abing as coach. Let me just check through the alt chat. They always say stuff.
That's what I'm checking. Execration and Atlantis, 2 of the 4 mostly Filipino teams that we have actually. I just took a look before we got started, and it's 53% of the players right now in the Southeast Asian DPC Div 1 Tour are from the Philippines. So they are straight up carrying the region right now, John.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's still really popular in C. I think the one issue with like the Philippine scene, it's not trending younger. It should be, well, with COVID kind of going past on, with, you know, restrictions easing, we should have more people back in the net cafes. So
that's great.
Hopefully more pros down the line, but for now, these sort of seasoned veterans are carrying the flag, carrying the flames. And of course, with these two, it's an interesting clash of regions as well. Execration's like from the north in Luzon, right? Like they're the Tagalogs, and Polaris are known to be from Cebu, and Akashi's from Mindanao as well. So it's like a mix. It's the what we like to call the Tagalogs versus the Bisayawas. That's exactly this fight.
Okay.
I say fight, but they're all friends.
And which one is like your who would you be rooting for?
I'm part of the Bisayawa gang.
Okay.
You know, I'm from Davao. That's what we speak down there. A very weird, eclectic mix of Tagalog and Bisaya. It's a weird one, actually. It's not quite either straight up.
Interesting. Is there like a battle cry? Well, we are here paused for a little bit of Kale, lag ka. So I was just spent a month in Peru, right? Over there, it's obviously all ga. Is there like a certain battle cry that you might hear to try and support your teams?
I don't think we have any positive battle cries. All we have are curse words. So if you're having a good time, you just tend to curse.
You know, let the tongue loose, and
exactly.
A couple of vulgarities here. You got to put a couple tanks and malls.
It's just like the net cafe. You know, if you're winning, you just trash talk. That's it. So you just yell. And that's the way we roll in the Philippines. I don't know. It's just how we do it.
I think lots of other regions as well probably can relate to that. But it is fun here. One of the 3 eventual matches that we're going to get that are mostly the Philippine battles. Heading into this one, it is going to be the top seed finisher from last tour, Execration taking on what is the 8th seed, Atlantis, as they come in through, sorry, that Polaris, pardon me, as they come through from the bottom, or the 2nd place. Naturally, though, I think a lot of people were having this kind of thought that Execration kind of overperformed in the league. As Shanks may drop here for first blood, and he'll be okay. Or will he? Actually, a couple more auto attacks. Akashi might have a butt. First blood first. Tino actually is going to get that bounty bonus off that soul assumption. Nice turn.
That's pretty big for Tino. Just having that nice little injection of gold onto the Visage, rushing your initial Basilius, getting a few of your items up. You don't get the solo EXP, and you do still find a kill elsewhere here for Polaris. They do manage to take out Carlo, Boomy being back in the team as well. I mean, that's the one thing with Polaris' change. They take back Boomy. They've already played a season with Akashi. Like this roster is very well rounded. It's almost your old Polaris roster minus Natsumi. So I think that adjustment is easier for Polaris. And in comparison to Execration, where you said they overperformed, like they had March to really boost them up. They underperform in the major,
right?
And now they've got Abing sitting in as coach.
Yeah,
you know?
So talk to me a little bit about Abing, right? Because I feel like that's not a name that might be super familiar with everyone that's watching. I think he actually had played last time, at least not according to his Wikipedia, last played for Execration, but back in 2022, a couple months ago, basically, in the APAC League qualifiers.
Yeah, he's been impactful. He's been in the region. They find more down bot. They're really punishing Carlo.
It's a big death.
Just running around.
Yeah, it's a big death as well, because now he's going to have to run back to lane. You know, Marcy tends to be more of a lane dominator here. I feel like now, not having your support, it's going to really unleash Boomy and give lots of free farm here to Bach.
Yeah, they're punishing well. Like, with the level 1 Storm Carlo has, he's just trying to secure creeps. And he's not really able to do so. Boomy just puts his body forward. You don't have a clear solution for Bach as well, because he does go for the Axis build early on. So you have this strong laning start for Polaris. Like the top lane for Akashi's going smoothly, the mid lane that we haven't really peeked at yet, Mac versus Bob. This is something we've seen, I think, Mac lane against Bob pretty well, although Bob's holding his own quite nicely. The matchup for the Leshrac and the Storm tends to go back and forth. It does feel like either one can outplay here, depending on how well you land your stunts, especially on Mac. Rune control is going to be the key part of that mid. Whether or not you've got the supports to come out is another question. Oh my god.
Another kill back down bottom. This is starting to really hemorrhage. 3 kills here for Polaris in this bottom lane. This time onto the carry, but they're going to be starting to really hemorrhage on levels, experience, items, and of course against the Beastmaster. John, I'm a bit scared. This tower is probably, you know, its days are numbered.
It's not going to last long. You have so much push. Finally have the value point for the Hawk to come out as well. And this is just a really rough lane for Carlo to, you know, feel comfy. Up top, they are getting aggressive again on Shanks.
I mean, strong lanes for sure from Polaris when you just look at them on face value, but didn't really expect, especially with these kinds of heroes, you know, Palos and Carlo down bottom, both with their own escapes, really taking quite a few deaths. Top lane, you know, the ENG dying, space creation maybe is what you can call that. Tino still farming fairly nicely, but some concerns here that this could be a fast one at the rate this one's going.
I mean, you still have some key timings for Execration to meet. Level 6 is the big one, especially in your Visage. You can start to run around, maybe even have Palos hang in because you've got the Marcy Visage combination. Granted, it's on 2 cores, but sidekick on, say, a familiar for an easy push is still pretty damn big to take these objectives down. So you kind of want to just ride out this laning phase.
That's a good point.
The one thing Execration has that is going well is Bob's lane. Like his matchup's going well. No one's coming in to rotate to get some early ganks on Mac. At the same time, Bob's not under any pressure. So you are allowing the Storm to ride into that level 6 mark where you don't really have the most stable control for a Storm. When he does get the jump in, Bob's going to be able to dance around these team fights and set up for his team if he decides to get active early.
That's right. I like how you bring that up, actually, because I think you take a look at what Execration have, and especially early on, they've got a lot of vision, a lot of ways to scout ahead. You know, the ENG eventually a bit more tanky. She's actually going for this enchant build, which did get a bit rescaled here. It's better at the later levels, so that'll help the push, but it also just gives you more creeps to throw forward to give vision for Bob to make those kinds of jumps. Because you're right, the catch isn't amazing, but if they can connect one of their 2 instant stuns being telekinesis, which Bob might find now, Boomy from the trees, no, is not going to go in too aggressively here. Or that Sinister Gaze, which we don't have that point in yet from CML, but also both instant cast as long as you're facing your target. Both could be problematic, but I don't suspect it'll be that big a deal, as you're saying, because you've got really great vision and a lot of initiation to back them up. Tino top lane though, 2 stacks there. Akashi looking for the 4th and final, and does not quite get it. And CML, is going to be able to get that return kill at the very least. That Hellbear Smasher doing work and picking up the 2nd kill now as Shanks will be the lone survivor in this top lane.
That's a really deep dive in for that kill. He doesn't manage to land that the tree dance, so you miss out on a lot of damage onto the Visage. The value point in Gravekeeper's Club up against this lineup, it stays up a little longer. It's not like the Monkey King can just gun you down, especially from that range, that spacing Tino had. So they're finding some ways of punishing. You know, slowing down Akashi is pretty damn big. He hasn't queued up what he wants next. There is a possibility we will see that Badly Fury build up for Akashi, but I wouldn't mind a faster build as well. It's just every monkey tends to go fast. Although here comes Bob.
Yeah, speaking of fast, Akashi does get into the trees. Quick little stun. Another tree dance away. And not enough mana here on this hasted Storm Spirit for them to continue chasing. No, still level 60 there for Tino, so he can't get vision with those familiars. Another point I was going to bring up, that when you started mentioning that this Visage is having a pretty strong lane, getting those familiars online, you know, in some kind of lanes, Akashi can, and Monkey Kings in general, could just sit perched up in the trees, kind of soaking experience and, you know, going back on you. But not against this Visage kind of a lane. They're just going to have way too much vision, and they even have, not the Harpy Scout, but the Stormcrafter right now for even more damage. So they're really looking to give this Monkey King the boot.
Yeah, and just shove him out as soon as possible. Make the game uncomfy for Akashi. He is going for the Battle Fury in the end. So gonna be, you know, going for that farming game. You have to expect that weight to be carried here from Polaris early on by Mac and by Bach, which they can do. Like the connections from Polaris and that downtime for the Monkey, there's a lot of pushing that you can get done with these 2 heroes. There's a lot of team fights you could take, especially once you hit, say, level 6 on your Lich. Like your team fight just skyrockets at that point in a big clump up from Execration. But you also still have to respect Exa. Like, yes, you've managed to shut down Palos to an extent. You know, he's not having the smoothest time farming. He has equalized, though, in comparison to Akashi. Despite that slower lane, he does match in CS at the very least. And his Battle Fury timing should be fairly similar to the Monkey King, not too far off. And again, you have this added value with Marcy where even without Battle Fury, you can still join in these fights. There are some good squishy heroes to pin down, especially if you're not targeted first with a burst. Like this Marcy, we've seen it. We've just seen it today up against a Terrorblade with like 40 armor. It still melts. And, you know, we're not at that point yet, but just that 1 point in Unleash, it allows you to rip through pretty much all these heroes. Frost armor will slow you for a bit, but, you know, it only stalls for that much. You still have the follow through from everyone else. You've got the sidekick combination with a Vicious Familiar, so that can also work out. So there's a lot that can happen.
Yeah, I'm also just taking a look at Execration and what their moves are that they have to make as far as like when team fights do break out. Because is there any good banter you can catch us up on here?
Boomy's just saying, hey, it's no problem, Kuya Carla, older brother Carla. Our pastime is yours now. And Palace is like, oh, it's so kind. Carla's like, oh, Carla's now offering. Okay, I'm gonna treat you to some food.
Okay.
And Bob just comes out of nowhere and says, you deserve a slap.
Wow. Wow.
And Carla's saying, point where? Point where?
This is him coming in saying you deserve a slap is like a little like a novella, isn't it? A little bit.
Boomy's saying, don't spend on me. You already spent it in Peru. Tino told him. These guys, they just talk too much.
It's good banter. It's good banter. It's like when the Peruvian teams were playing main stage. You know, they also had a little bit of whoever loses has to buy the whiskey. You know, kind of. It's always good stuff, right? What was I going on about? Just that Execration. You know, once Polaris do set up their team fight, if there are 4 staffs or other repositioning items online for Execration, I think that could be slightly troublesome here for Polaris. So I'd be curious, you know, especially because everyone kind of does have a little bit of their own mobility. There's the leaps being forced out there by Carlo to make sure that he actually doesn't go down. Bach is about to hit level 6, has gone mostly into these Wild Axes builds. But of course, still going back now for that Helm of the Dumb and more points into the Boars. So is there much that Carlo can do here with this arrow and just try and delay this tower from going down? Or is this already kind of a foregone conclusion?
I mean, you can stall as long as you want, but I think for Execration, it's just hooking up to Tino at this point. Once he hits his own 6, you can just trade towers. Your Marcy can maybe start to get a little bit active. They are getting active on mid.
Yeah, Shanks is going mid. This will secure the second power rune here. DD now into the bottle of Bob, who secured the first. And actually with both runes here, John, he's going, thought about going top. He went top with the first haste rune, which was what I was about to say, but he'll let this one percolate for a bit longer in the bottle.
Yeah, just take control mid, kind of watch where he needs to go.
Got him. Bach, yep, hit level 6. They're going to go immediately on to Palos now. They have the kill very easily there. No rotations in response. Instead, mid lane, Bob will go mid. CML, though, did give himself that Frost Shield level 1, buying a bit of extra time, but that DD rune, it's just a matter of seconds before Bob has a second kill, maybe a third here. Mac, the stun is avoided, and 2 there for Bob. They will once again lose Carlo down bottom, so Polaris not without their own kills, but lose heavily in the mid lane.
That's still pretty damn big for Execration. Yes, you're stalling out this Marcy timing quite a fair bit with all that pressure down bot, but Bob is the real momentum carrier for the team come early mid-game to the mid-game.
Bob, just getting away. Telekinesis, 5 seconds left on that cooldown. Bob out of mana, running for his life. Akashi, though, is going to be assisted there by CML Sinister Gaze, and Carlo too late on the TP. So at least Akashi is going to be able to avenge his dead teammates here.
It's pretty heavy commitment coming out from Polaris, but I like that read. They understand that they've got to stop that storm, get some good punishment in, prevent that snowball coming out from Bob. He is still #1 in net worth, so it's a big kill.
Agreed. And I think it's this kind of thing you're talking about where Tino's hit level 6, now level 7. I don't think Monkey King has any business up in this top lane. So where else is Monkey King to go? Farm the jungle, get a kill onto the mid laner. I like the move.
Yeah, it's a good transition out, and this is the timing now for Execration where they can play a little bit more. They're not necessarily dragging Palas up to play with that sidekick and the familiars. You do still want that progression onto the Battle Fury here. And despite those stats, again, he's not too far behind in comparison to Akashi.
Okay, heavy commitment there, but Bob is going to zip across the entire Wukong's command. It enables him to get the kill. No, Akashi couldn't leap out of the trees in time. Now there's a Centaur Conqueror making his way over here. With the Vortex, they have enough control, and even through the Frost Shield to kill.
Yeah, it's just such a strong show up from Bob. Like, the moment he leaves that mid, he's just got so much impact. He knows he's got a lot of leeway here. He knows that when the roar is down or when Bach's not around to threaten with a roar, he's got free reign and just jumping in and out. And they just tie into that so well. Like the Visage is ready to do damage. You're trying here.
But have they overcommitted now? They're looking for this kill onto Tino. Lots of magic damage here. Only a matter of seconds. Down he goes. Centaur Conqueror as well. Stomping, but not finding anything as Bob is going to be able to find some safety underneath his tier 1 tower. Good rotation back through from Polaris. They at least prevent the tier 1 from going down, which is a pretty good move. But they didn't catch either of the familiars.
Yeah, it's a pretty good dodge out by Tino to at least save those familiars. Can stall out in that mid push as well. He's just stunning up the creeps. They can't fully commit on Polaris' end, which is a little bit surprising. Like, you still have Bach just working the bot lane instead. He's not going to be stopped by Karla, I believe, so you will get decent progression for that tier 1 tower trade. But you're not really looking to push too hard. Again, this is still a decent space coming out for Palos. Like, he is still able to work his own jungle. He's not putting himself in the front line in comparison to Polaris, where they've got Akashi just jumping around, giving more info in these fights because they don't have the Hawks on that side of the map. So your Monkey King is sitting, it's not soaking up as much farm as you'd want it to. And that's really the one thing that could get worrisome, that you are still within a stone's throw with Palos here.
Yeah, they're going to go bottom. Good mana here for Bob to secure. There's no arrow for a couple more seconds, so they just have to do it the old-fashioned way with damage. Bob needing to find this kill, got pushed back by the roar, and Bach's not going to be able to pick up the kill there. Tower, though, still very low. That wagon's getting off a couple more shots, but top lane, there's more action now with CML. Staying alive for now, as Tino is going to be the target. Mac hitting him with plenty of damage now. Nice stun, but shouldn't save the life of Tino. And he's not going to be able to do much else through those infused raindrop charges either. Oh no, one familiar down as well. So decent stuff out from Polaris. Somehow the bottom tower does not go down, and that was going to be my biggest surprise, is between the Max Edict Lesh and the Beastmaster, who got a kill and a couple assists in the laning stage, this tower still being alive is very shocking for me.
And they've left Bach to work on that tower by himself, but no backup. Like, they haven't really connected this Leshrac and Beastmaster push together just yet. So the progression's a little bit slower. It'll still eventually fall, but they're going to have to commit once more, and they're dragging more heroes down to help Bach this time around.
Yeah.
So not going to be as unsafe, but they're rotating in.
Execration R, they're underneath a Hawk, but under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, they still might be able to get a good jump here. Bach is the target initially into the arrow level 1. That's a max Starstorm, lots of damage. They have the kill. Oh no, they threw the Chain Frost. Not a single bounce there. Bob gets the zip out in time. Needs to sip on the bottle though, and now with the Urn Charges has more than enough HP to make it to safety. Oh, Polaris, they relied on the vision of that Hawk and it backfired on them.
Yeah, they didn't expect that Moonlight to come in. Maybe feeling like, you know, Carlo just wouldn't go for that sort of rotation. They get punished pretty well. And Tower does still eventually fall, but they lose their mid.
Yeah.
Off of Shanks just pushing with that Summoner creep. I mean, it's massive. You've got all the towers you'd want to take now on Execration's end. You clear up space to rotate onto that top jungle. You can start to pressure Akashi from his farm and just widen that gap now.
Definitely, especially because Tino is pretty big. He's gone for this Wraith Pact first item. Tell me about this choice. I thought the Vlad's first item, pretty normal for the Visages these days, but Wraith Pact, is it back?
I think in certain matchups it still is. This is something Tino still loves to build on the Visage. You still get a lot of value from the physical reduction, especially up against something like the Monkey King. You've got the Beastmaster and the creeps as well. You don't really have a ranged hero that will want to focus in on the Wraith Pact that attacks fast. So you get a lot of value in the middle of these fights. And Visage just tends to enjoy, you know, getting as durable as possible to stack up off of soul assumptions in the middle of these engagements.
Bob, speaking of engagements, going right in for Bach. Easy kill onto him. No chance for the Roar, which means Mac and Boomy cannot connect and get a return kill. Man, this is the Bob show for now, isn't it? 5-1 and 2.
Yeah, we've got Bob the Wrecker online today. He's feeling it. He's been so active. He's just enabled his team. Like, the laning phase didn't look amazing for Execration there. And it did feel like Polaris was getting a little bit more, but Bob's lane was the one that held its own against Mac on his specialty Lesh, which he does absolutely love.
Absolutely.
And he's just been running around since then. You are still at a very close game, though. Like, it's less than 1K lead for Execration. The network graph is pretty damn even, so you're not too far behind. The outlier is Bach.
Yeah.
Like, Bach has fallen a little bit behind, and at some point you do want to see this Beastmaster connect with his team. Like, we've seen Roars come out, we've seen some Roars with your supports around, but not any of those big connections yet, whereas Execration are clumped up as 4 in these engagements. They're much more tied in as a team right now.
Battle Fury timing is slightly faster for Palos. Not pretty much negligible as Akashi's about to get his online, but it was about a full minute of Battle Fury and farming in favor of Palos, so I'd be remiss if I didn't bring that up. But generally, I do agree with you. It just doesn't really feel like this Max Edict build. I've not felt it too much when it comes to structure damage. Here's maybe where it changes, though. A smoke play from Polaris. What's the objective here? Kill the Storm?
Probably just look for any kill transition to the mid push.
Okay.
Like that's what you really need to take out now to take over that bot jungle.
Well, Hawk's going scouting here. It is nighttime, and there's a Moonlight Shadow available. John, trivia time. Do Hawks see well at night? Because so far, no.
No. I mean, they're day hunters, right?
That's true.
Are they? I mean, some of them hunt at night, but those are more like owls.
It's true. Oh, that's a good catch, though. They're throwing everything they can at Paulus, and the Chain Frost is going to be able to pick up the kill. Execration, under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow now, maybe looking to counter-initiate, but there's a Sentry this time here from Polaris as they start to siege at this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they're set up for it. This time they connect Bach along. So you've got a lot of damage onto that objective. It's going to be pretty hard to shove them away from this one on the side of Polaris. And Bob is kind of set. He has a DD if he finds an angle here.
Tino's TPing in. Arrow's going to sail through, misses everyone. Mac with a full Bloodstone here, nerfed, but still doing some good work now as Mac's in deep. Stunned once, stunned twice, but still full HP. The roars onto Bob, who still zips away. A second zip sees him to safety. Tier 1 tower, of course, has no mobility, so that will eventually fall. Polaris now on their way out. Will they get caught by anything here? Tino has now the stone form on the familiars, but not enough move speed to find anyone, so it's going to be a kill onto the Ench and the Tier 1 tower after the smoke gank onto the Marcy. Pretty good moves out from Polaris, I'd say.
Yeah, very surgical coming in there, finding that big kill on Palos, going for the mid, and then not pushing too hard when they see the storm. Like, Bob slips away with a sliver of HP, but they don't overextend in trying to catch him out. And that's what you want to see from Polaris, just connecting with your Beastmaster and Leshrac, taking these objectives, taking these team fights, and cleaning up from there. For Execration, it's all about hit and run.
Right.
That's where all their success has been coming from. When Bob manages to zip in, and he can still control these lanes, you know, he's got pretty good wave clear to deal with a split push coming in from Bach. And eventually he's going to be a little bit harder to pin down with Akai's Sanj coming through. But until that point, until you get something like the pipe on Tino, you just don't feel safe here.
Deleted Shanks, who is, by the way, I think going for the that Dragon Lance, but now that it doesn't have an Ogre Staff in it anymore, it doesn't really give you too much survivability, that item. So this hero still dies very easily, as we're seeing. I was going to say, something that you like to see as well if you're a Polaris fan, which is funny enough, is you don't see Akashi, and that's because he's busy farming up a Storm right now on this Battle Fury, right? They did manage to find Palos and pick him off, and all of a sudden, in that minute or two, Akashi has managed to just slightly overtake here the Marcy in this race for the BKB. Now, that being said, John, I still feel like this Marcy BKB is the next big go time for Execration.
It is. You can definitely play off the back of that. I think the big thing is your core-to-core matchup, it's a little bit awkward against Monkey King. It does feel like his bonus armor is actually pretty damn big, and all the damage his statues can do in the arena and the Wukong's command can be harder to manage. Like,
that's right.
It's weird to say because Terrorblade had higher armor, but it does feel like the Monkey King can match up against Marcy just a touch better in certain circumstances. So
right.
There's a weird condition there. It does feel like Palos might have to be an item ahead to really make that matchup work.
I agree. And I think that item is probably the Basher, right? Because until then, if you can prevent those 4 stacks of the Jingu from coming out, I mean, just look at this Tier 2 tower fall, by the way. Deleted. There it goes. And this is the push. Maybe this is really the time in here. This 19 to 23 minute odd time in here for Polaris, looking really unstoppable. Execration, though, are smoking up. They're going to make a play. Roar onto Tino, but they are finding the stone forms now onto Bach. Full vessel and a big ol' zip from Bob. That's a kill and a dominating streak now for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Bob just cleans up.
Oh no, the dinosaur as well.
Yeah, they find the big creeps. A pretty good take, but you already lost the objective. I don't think Polaris minds. Like, you've done your job in that lane. You're on the retreat already. You only lose 1 hero. You're still getting a lot of space out for Akashi.
Yeah,
so you're working the map in your favor in a massive way. And for Execration, we need to see some pressure onto that Monkey King. Right? Like, Bob is pretty much at least set to go with Akaya, so he does do more output. I think your one issue in the Storm trying to zip for the Monkey in this case is you don't really have a battery.
That's right.
You are limited in your range and your follow-up and trying to gun down that slippery Monkey when you don't have the scouting here.
And now I'd say you're even more limited because this BKB is being fetched now to Akashi. What's your damage now for this Monkey? I don't believe Marcy's yet ready. Even with her own BKB, I don't believe she's ready.
Nah, you need a little bit more output. Maybe when you have your Chrysalis up, you feel a lot better, or that Basher, as you mentioned, just to get the control off and have the follow-through from everyone else. That's when it can really start to shine. There's one thing I wanted to mention. We talked about Shanks a little bit. We talked about Abeng being their coach. Abing did really enjoy Dragonlance on Enchantress as well. Like he tended to go like a pseudo carry, sort of in the same spirit that Q would sometimes do on Talon in the last tour cycle. So I think Shanks does this as well, but Abing really does it every time. So maybe some of that coaching is slipping through here. And that is one point for Execration to scale off of as well. Like if your early game goes a bit rough, your Ench will always have output.
Sneaky move as they go onto Palos. Now Mac joining from the side, but he's actually caught now by the smoke gank of Execration. Arrow coming down on him. They might actually have this kill on a Mac. Big zip in from Bob, and the Bloodstone heals not enough. Tino is falling rather quickly though, and they're actually onto Akashi. Did he get off the BKB, John? Has Jingu Mastery, gets the BKB off, cannot jump away. Bob with the physical damage has 2 kills as the team fight falls apart for Polaris. They tried to set up there onto Palos and instead got just stopped. They got T-boned there.
They were split up really badly. They needed to follow true damage to take care of Palos, but they were just in the wrong spot at the wrong time. And even with that BKB use, that's the first BKB use for Akashi. He didn't have his Boundless off cooldown. He was trying to focus on the Marcy, couldn't heal up, and it falls apart. Like Execration getting a good read there, straight into the Roche, absolutely melts with a Visage Familiars and the Marcy on hand. Now you have that full BKB for Palos. Now you feel secure. I love that Palos is also going for the Lincoln Sphere here. Just have that protection from the Roar. And it just makes it so much harder to pin down this Marcy. And again, the core-to-core matchup is a bit of a strange one, where it can work a little bit better than the last few Marcy matchups we saw today. At the same time, it's still a Marcy. Once it has enough farm, it will overwhelm almost every core.
And that fight's scary now because all of a sudden she's going to, once again, just leapfrog back over Akashi in terms of farm. Now they've got a Storm Spirit Aegis, right? And you talked about how the Storm didn't have a battery. Well, in my opinion, Storm, one of the better Aegis carriers in the game because it does give them that battery, right? It gives them that second life where you can jump in very deep. Kaya and Sanj, as well as this Vambrace, he's a rather tanky lad here. Bonus armor on this Witchblade. Even with the control they have, it might be difficult to nuke him on the second life, assuming that he has teammates around him to support him.
Yeah, they've got to connect well on Polaris. Like, we just haven't seen it line up outside of a couple of times. It has lined up for the push, but for these fights, fallen a bit flat. Akashi's not safe here.
Oh, he isn't, especially with some amount of Execration heroes in his mix. Now, Akashi, there is support coming. Boomy actually stole Ball Lightning, and unfortunately, still has enough mana and enough reach. They did actually give him, though, that chain, the Frost armor. Good Chain Frost bouncing around, but it's just being tanked now by that Pipe of Insight aura. Palos finds his man, just needs to see him. Glimmer Cape wearing up. CML running. Arrow chasing after him is gonna miss. CML is dead still all the same. Frost Shield or not, and that's 2 dead. Of course, that core Monkey King being the biggest one to die there. Second time they've actually cut down his tree this game.
Yeah, they've been on point. Like, Bob just knows the direction, he sees the leap, he knows he can chase, and the follow Crusader. Like, Execration, their movement as 5, it feels a lot stronger than Polaris right now. Like, they're able to take these angles, and sure, they're still only forcing out pickoffs, but whenever Polaris collapse onto Execration, it's always like the rest of the team's behind. Outside of 1 or 2 kills so far, the response from Execration has been strong to make these fights not a clear win. Players are going in for the TP
This
here.
is dangerous. There's a TP. Execration see, I think they signed 3, now 4 of those TPs, so they know exactly what to expect. They're operating here with phenomenal information.
Mac?
No enchant here to dispel anything, but the jump in from Palos here. Remember, he doesn't have the Aegis, the Roar, everything thrown onto him. Still fighting to do, still has BKB, now gets it off, has the Haste Rune, is going to just be able to run outside of the Wukong's command. Tino, in his stone form, thanks to the recently purchased Ag Shard, is also going to stay alive as Bob jumps on in. Remember, he still has his Aegis for 2 minutes, but that's already 2 dead on the side of Polaris. Execration, that ward, man, won him that fight.
Yeah, he just had so much. When we were talking about Polaris having all this from their end, with a Hawk Vision out, it doesn't feel like it.
Not at all.
Execration are able to dance around it, even bait a little bit with a Hawk Vision, with the Moonlight Shadow, and just take these fights. Polaris, 5K behind now. You aren't too far behind on Akashi at the very least.
Right.
but it does feel like you need more to come in here.
Well, let's focus on Akashi, right? Because he's still keeping up in farm. Or maybe the better question is, John, is there someone else, Jonathan, sorry, I'll call you by your full name, Jonathan.
Yes.
There it is. Is there a better hero to focus on? Maybe it's not Akashi's time to carry the game quite. He's only got BKB, Battle Fury. Should this be perhaps, as they cut down his tree, just to drive point the home, should it instead be Mac, for example, who has this blood stone, pardon me, Blink Dagger, and nearly a BKB? Is this the next thing that gets Polaris through this stage of the game?
It should be. At the same time, the timing's already there for Execration to handle it. Like the pipes up, you're extra durable with Tino kind of copping through. It's hard to lock in. Bobbin was chain stumming him.
All right, I mean, remember, there's an Aegis, and the arrow caught Bach. He had his bodyguards around him, but didn't micro them in time, and the rest of Execration coming through in spades. There's no chance for Polaris to save their lad. Bob on a monster kill streak now. He's about to be godlike on this.
It's 10-1. Like, he's just had an amazing time. And that's the Aurora expending again from Beastmaster. There's just no one there to collapse with you. Like, the control's there in Execration, the confidence to play together is there. They're shutting down the map. You're still giving space out for Akashi. He's still working his way onto the Yags, but you're going to lose a lot of objectives while that's still happening.
Right.
And Palos is ready to go. Even without that full Lincolns, he's got the stats to back it up. This Marcy's really hard to fight into.
She is.
Even in the Wukong, like we see, it's just not enough.
And not even just the Marcy. I mean, just look at the buffs that she also gives. That sidekick onto the familiar, forcing out the Fade Bolt and the Telekinesis just to make sure that they don't actually take the tower here. I mean, it's serious, the impact that she's having, like you're saying. I wanted to focus back on something else that is really allowing Execration to continue bud their net worth lead as that Aegis expires. And that's that both supports here that they have, this Ench and this Mirana. They both have pretty good farming mechanisms, and they're getting farmed. You were talking about how Abeng always likes to go for the Dragon Lance. How about a full Hurricane Pike?
Yeah, a Hurricane Pike into the Yags. Yeah. The Sporink's gonna be up, which it feels like a meme, but honestly, that 4-second cooldown with you jumping out is pretty damn annoying. Makes it even harder to find these pickoffs.
Polaris looking for a fight here, but good sentry coverage here as well from Execration, as they're going to leave the Enchantress and Tino, two very durable heroes now, to be acting as smoke breakers. As the ward placed down, they get vision onto one at the very least. Tino leaving the doe for dead. Now they can buy back and go to this outpost. It is under the control of Execration, but without an Aegis, they seem a little bit haphazard here. Oh, just kidding. In they go. There's the buyback. Like we were talking about, Mac has no BKB quite yet, but has plenty of teammates to back him up. As in goes Palos, immediately roared after the BKB is active. Akashi as well, showing up to fight. As in goes Bob now, trying to burst through the supports. Does find one. That's his godlike streak. But most importantly, Execration have managed to just get outside of the Wukong's command. No Wukongs, no BKB. In goes Palos, trying to nuke through Bob. They get the telekinesis onto the Storm Spirit, but it doesn't change a darn thing. 3 heroes dead. They bought back here as well for CML, but the fights just look so impossible for them.
It's just really, really awkward to take these fights. Like, the Lincoln's protection on Palos bought them a little time on Execration to kind of regroup and rethink that fight. We see the Wukongs come out, but there's nothing to hold them in as a group. You've got individual stuns coming through from Polaris, but nothing to really keep them in place. Maybe, it sounds so weird, but it feels like one of those games where Ags on Lich probably isn't a bad idea if you could farm it, if you could even dream about it.
That's right.
Right? Like, you just keep them in the Wukongs, try to get the damage out, but the output coming from Akashi, it's just not enough.
No, it's not.
I mean, he doesn't have the Ags, but even with the Ags, compared to what our Marcy does, like, she just pops her ult, pops the sidekick, she's full HP in the middle of a fight, melting any hero. It's just not fair.
Yeah, it feels oppressive, doesn't it? I was thinking this is a phenomenal game if Mac did manage to get up that split Earth shard, you know, just to continue locking down these heroes, because you're right, it just feels like they're missing that extra +1. A Gleipnir builder even would have, an Underlord, right? Some little AoE control, but like I was talking about earlier, Execration, it feels like they have these ways, and we've seen it in this last fight, where they can just get outside of the Wukongs. And then what does Akashi have left? Nothing.
Yeah, and even the itemization, like, I make fun of Shanks, or I make fun of Abeng for going for this sort of pseudo-core, but his damage with the impetus is huge, especially in working the Monkey King as well.
Whoa, big jump. They're actually trying to kill both supports at the same time. Arrow's going to split the gap. Boom is still dead. Bob's 12th kill this game. Yeah, I mean, just outside of, I mean, you can still cast this Hurricane Pike like it's a Force Staff, right? Save one of your allies. You're fairly durable yourself, as Shanks showed us, buying back in that fight. Good call by Execration in general. I do want to commend. I didn't think they would actually take that fight there. I thought it was slightly haphazard, maybe mismeasured, but they just knew that they had, you know, or I guess really Polaris had a lack of control, basically, in that fight.
They basically had to throw everything onto Palos, which left Bob free to just dance around.
Exactly.
And so you're back to that issue with the Storm, just getting all the free control out, all the free damage, and the zips across, and focus on that backline. And you just don't have any counterplay. Like this Visage plus Marcy can be really ridiculous. You don't even have sidekick on any of these, but if you did, I mean, this would melt even faster.
Yeah, and they'll at least get a little bit of extra bonus gold there. The gold went to CML, which is maybe not what you were hoping for when your Monkey King is, of course, needing to get online, but it happens. Supports need gold too. In any case, that's an Ag Scepter now finished for the Monkey King. Didn't have it in the last fight. Has it now, as Polaris will smoke out. Of course, we are in this Roche window. It's a bit of a long one, 2.5 minutes, but both teams know it could respawn any second and are jostling over control. They know there's a, I think they see the effects. I'm not sure, can you see?
I think they sense the damage on the North at the least.
They're using the Force to sense the damage.
Absolutely. Yes. Would be even funnier if Force was still on Polaris. Fortunately, he's not.
That it would. Although it wouldn't be funny for our ears because he would just continuously spam the voice lines.
He never stops.
No,
like that guy.
He doesn't.
He's a bit of a... He's an interesting guy. You know, every time Force was on for play, they missed.
This could be nice if they can kill Tino, but actually the Bongo Boots get him out in time. And now Bob's going back in, forcing a couple of BKBs. He's still fighting. Feared, roared, everything. They need a save from, but there's just no damage, and he's down to the low ground. Akashi dying through the BKB, turns into a tree before he's killed off, and Polaris have been routed. Back into the fountain they go. If Bob catches a whiff, he's going diving here again, I'm sure.
I mean, that was just sick. The follow-through from Execration again. They see Bob go in, Paulus is ready to follow up, he gets that rebound stun, and they just clean up. Like, you got the roar off of Bob, sure, but your output is just not bursty enough, and the follow-through was there from Execration. Paulus again. And his decision-making in these fights is huge. They can. You don't have a buyback on...
It might be over, Jonathan.
They don't have buybacks, and they just don't have a presence here.
Oh, the arrow's at least going to be avoided, but Bach falling. That might be the last nail in the coffin here. No buyback on him either. Tier 4 is crumbling as the voice lines, they're all coming out.
Yeah, it's coming out. And Polaris, they had a pretty decent early game, right? Only the mid lane where Bob did manage to eke a lead over Mac.
Bob, just another casual juke there. Doesn't care about your BKB.
Absolutely no cares. Doesn't care for not having mana either.
Nope, doesn't need mana. GG will be forced out. Execration, they're proving it wasn't a fluke that they finished on top last season. They are going to take game number 1.
I am actually pleasantly surprised. I think losing March felt like probably one of the bigger losses any team has taken here in the DPC for C.
Especially after their performance at the major.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't make it to the to the playoffs, but they got a lot of draws, which for me was already a big win for a team like Execration. Like, who would have expected Execration to draw that much, right? Like, they did perform quite well, although as the top seed, maybe not as well as you'd want, but they did go pretty far for a team that's always been a little bit up and down. And even with March gone, like, it looks like they've taken those learnings March had and integrated them really well into their playstyle. Like, Abing's still going to be there giving them advice and helping them through, but the foundations were laid. And this team still has a lot of room to improve, but it can go on an upward trajectory.
Right. Now that the foundations were laid by March, Abeng's coming in and says, it's like, what is it called? It's the Home Wreckers, right? Where he's coming in and he's tearing down the walls and he's saying, you need to put a Dragon Lance there on those supports. And it looked really good, didn't it? I was really impressed by the itemization, the execution by Execration. A little bit of wordplay as we'll throw it back on over to the panel who are going to break down this game number 1 just a little bit more for you.
Was the Bob show. He was zip-zapping everywhere. He was just showing them who is boss. He did such a great job. Break it down. Break the game down for us.
I feel like Polaris was in a very strong position, but they itemized very weirdly. I feel like Mac, he saw this earn on the Mirana, and he chose to go for a blink, but they had no issues with catch. They had the Rubik lift into the Lash stun. They didn't need catch. They needed to secure their lead, buy items to continue to be strong. We saw in the top fight, I think Mackie got stunned and Vessel, and he just died. And I think that's when they got 4-man wiped and things just kind of went very downhill real quick.
Totally agree,
Bok.
Winter.
Bok.
Bok. You were
Yeah.
confusing me a while ago. You're saying Bob. then
Bocarino,
Bok.
should I use Bocarino?
Yes,
Yes.
that would be very helpful, yeah.
Yeah, I felt like he had such a good start, you know. He was like top net worth after the laning phase, but then he like fed 3 times. Like the first time he died because he was trying to get the tower, he was like committing his hero to hit the tower, which I feel like it's a pretty big mistake as Beastmaster. You should always use your boss and you just hide your hero and just wait, you know, because you don't see enough heroes on the map. I don't feel like you should be, even though the towers are really low, you shouldn't really hit the tower with your hero. And then he died that one time, and then after he died, he respawned. He came back down to the lane and he got ganked again. And then he died another time after he died the second time. He came down again and he died the same way. Like those 3 deaths in a row alone, it's so bad for the game, you know, because they are playing this kind of like really snowbally lineup. Lash, Beastmaster. You have to be able to convert your early game advantage into something substantial. And you take the map and you pressure, and then you play around the raw, the vision, and with the Lash Bloodstone. You know, you're supposed to take the whole map with that timing.
That last highlight was really insane, though. That 1v1 mid with the Lesh and Storm.
I mean, I think that was a Kappa play by Mac. Storm had Sticker and 2 mangoes. Like, he definitely had time to check, right? So I think that was a feed more than anything. But credits to Bob, definitely an outplay on his end. I felt like this Lash was a beast and purchased Blink Dagger and then was not a beast anymore. And Execration, they punished super hard. They had this timing with the Vessel. They got Roche of it, and they had Aegis timing, and the game just snowballed super off control for them.
Yeah, there's not much you can talk about, you know, when they have this kind of draft. You make 1 or 2 mistakes like this in this kind of lineup, you just get ran over, you know, by the Storm. And Storm had a really, really good game. Like, he did so much work for his team in the early game.
This fight was so weird for me. He rolled the BKB Marcy, and then they kind of dropped everything, but I don't know, they just never were really fight ready, you know, item-wise or position-wise.
I feel like he has to let the monkey go in, like try
Drop
to
Wukong.
drop Wukong or do something first. He pop BKB, go in, scout some heroes out, try to force some spells out, and then choose the target. I feel like you need to go in with the Lash. You raw somebody, you have to follow up with the Lash stun, and you have to immediately kill the hero. Ideally, it should be either the Marcy or the Storm. I think the rest of the heroes you should try to ignore.
Yeah, I mean, the fights looked really awkward at some point, and Akashi never got to this point on the Monkey King where he was doing actual damage. He had Belfury, BKB, eggs, which is kind of not really Daedalus level damage yet, you know. He needed 1 or 2 more items.
What do you guys think Polaris are going to have to do to take next game? Because this looked kind of one-sided after the laning phase.
Yeah, they did really well in the laning phase, but after the laning phase, unfortunately, they didn't really know what they should be doing. I think that part of the reason why Bok is dying on the Beastmaster is because the supports are kind of also slow towards rotating to his lane, or it could be the Lash that has to do it as well. They have to play more towards the Beastmaster, the off lane. If you have this kind of draft, you cannot just let the off laner die like this. So I think that's something that they should be trying to focus on doing in the game. And if you can do well in the lane and then you can get the first couple of moves done well in the game, you'll be good to go.
I feel like Execration in general, the way they play is they rely a lot on their mid player. Their side lanes don't really move too much, just kind of refill the bottle, maybe play Bob later on. And I think that's a big punishment point they should focus on. You want to play a bit faster and not let Bob have the game that he just had.
So do you feel like the supports kind of have to choke Bob out, make a lot of rotations, and shut him down as much as they can?
I think he has to be a priority in the early game. You need to at least be able to take runes away from him. I feel like he did way too much this game.
Yeah, but that can only happen if you
Do well in side lanes.
Yeah,
but I
your
think
side lanes are
Execration didn't draft like super strong side lanes.
Yeah,
They're like,
I mean-
okay.
Yeah, I mean, last game it really did feel like, like what you said, Bob was the only one that really had to play. I mean, he was
he's
doing
the only
so
one
much work.
moving on the map,
Yeah, he
right?
was just everywhere. And like, all Palace had to do is get his BKB and like,
Bob is doing everything and Bok is feeding away everything.
yeah, see, that's where you got me all confused a while ago. You got the BOs, the 2 BOs. So,
Sorry.
yeah, we'll find out who has the better BO team right after this break. And Game 2 is going to come up next. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Game 2 of the Execration Polaris series. We've got the Pinoy Brawl. They're gonna fight it out right here, right now. We got Winter. You feeling good? You're on not 20% anymore, right?
25.
25. That's good. We can work with that. Can you give me a good old lakad matatag?
No, I'm sorry.
Come on!
I can show you the Macho Man pose.
Okay. Oh my God, I saw that recently, by the way. Yeah.
No.
Can you give us a good old macho man, Mr. Poggy?
No.
Come on, Winter.
No more.
You said you just said you could.
I did I did this, but
Okay,
yeah.
I'll get more out of you into this season, but we got a very interesting Game 2 coming up next. Will Polaris possibly take it to Game 3? They're going to need to win 2 games in a row, but what do you guys think they're going to have to do this game to kind of show them who's boss, show execration? They got to execrate execration.
Execute execration.
Yeah.
I feel like they were doing really well up to the point where they took a fight without Lesh BKB. I really think that was it. They shouldn't overthink the game. The game was going all right. Sure, a few deaths here and there, but it's kind of whatever. What happened that changed the game was a 4-man team fight. They took a team fight before Lesh had BKB and they lost Roche, and the game just snowballed. That was really the only turning point in the game. They should be really happy with what they got, considering how the game was going, I think.
yeah, they should try to just focus on the next game. Don't think too much about the first game. I feel like the issues that we brought up, you can't really fix those stuff like just after one game. The best thing you can do is just clean the slate and just focus on the next game.
Do you guys feel like it may have been a draft issue or it's more just a play style thing?
Oh, I think it was just the BKB. Like literally
just the one
BKB.
one
yeah.
BKB.
They already had so much map. The next objective is Roche, and they didn't itemize for it. He itemized for catch in Blood Blink, which they didn't need. They didn't need this catch or like anything. Just needed the BKB.
Right, well, we do got a draft ready. Let's see what heroes we got.
Wow,
Beast again.
Silencer. Beastmaster Silencer. So I guess this is this an appropriate response to the Marcy? Like Beast Silencer?
No,
And why are they doing it?
I don't know. It's I roar, I press global, you can't save from roar. Simple Dota 2. Which I can kind of get. It's also maybe they think it's a strong laner, pick their post 5 early, decent lane.
Yeah, and Execration just going back to the same thing. You couldn't deal with it the last game, so we're gonna do the exact same build, same draft.
If it ain't broke, why fix it?
I mean, I think Execration is one of the only teams who have like an identity of what they want their offlane to be. We see a lot of teams, they try to hold back off their offlane pick to pick later, and they pick the mid early, but I think Execration is different. They pick Shanks and Tino pretty early. Sometimes there's a flex, sure, but Tino knows his role. They know how to get away with it, and they give Bob priority on the later pick, and I think it's something really good.
It's also because you don't have a good replacement for this hero. Like if you don't get it in the first phase,
It's like Enigma or Visage, right? Like,
yeah, you're not gonna get this hero on Shanks. Sorry, Tino. Yeah, you're not gonna get this hero on Tino. So yeah.
that could have been why they picked the Silencer, actually. It's sort of a block pick against the Enigma as well.
Do you think the Beastmaster was doing decent work last game?
And he did well. Like I said, he did really well in the early stages. He played the lane well. He played until minute 10. When he was trying to kill the tower, and yeah, sure. I mean, you can put some responsibilities on the other players not going to his lane to secure the tower, especially the supports and the Lash as well. But at the end of the day, you have to be responsible for your own deaths. You have to play much better. You can't just go hit the tower when your teammates like, oh wait, they're not coming. You just ignore what they're doing and just do what you want to do. You have to play around your team.
It's also because of how farmed he was, right? So it's kind of bad to give up that kind of net worth. Also, beasts like these heroes that apply a lot of tower pressure, map pressure, dying, you kind of lose more than you gain a lot of the time.
That's actually a pretty good point. A lot of the players, right, that I know of, when they're playing in a game and you feel like you're very strong because you're very, very fat in the game, then they tend to be more aggressive, and sometimes they kind of disregard what their team is doing because they just feel like they're so strong, so like whatever, I can do this alone. And then they die, they feed a lot of gold to the enemy team, and that's how the game become really bad for your team, So you have to be really disciplined about stuff like this. A lot of this bad habit comes from playing a lot of pubs, because this is what you do in a pub.
Yeah.
You feel strong, and then you want to do a lot more for your team, But in a pro game or in a competitive game, team environment, the whole game is not the same,
Yeah.
You cannot do the same thing.
Like you have to have a heavy understanding of the status of your teammates.
Yeah, it's a chain reaction, right? Like the first move you want to make is related to this Beastmaster having the wave pushed out, or maybe the tower taken, or eating their jungle, and you can't do it because he's dead. So you have to wait, and then it backtracks even more because you have to help the Beastmaster get back the area he was in before, which is lost. So it's like another step to the game, and I guess that kind of slows down the pace. Ember Mirana.
That's savage.
I like it. It's just same thing, right?
Great class.
Ember obviously a bit easier to pick early. Didn't want to storm against the Silencer. I think that's really fair. Ooh, new hero.
This pudgy boy.
Oh, it's really good against Visage. I don't know how it is against Visage Marcy, just because, well, Marcy can kind of kill you. They also have no BKB Dismember cancel right now, which is kind of nice. Probably see a Lotus come out on the Mirana or something later on, but until then, he's looks like a pretty good Pudge game to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very nice Pudge game. Laning phase should be easy. Mid game as well. I feel like before the Marcy reaches critical mass, you know, I feel Pudge always has an upper hand in the early to like maybe around. I would say.
I mean, you have Roar and Dismember as well,
Yeah.
right? So it's not that easy for Marcy to click you.
Like Marcy's only really strong against Pudge later, very late, you know. But the early to mid game, Pudge is gonna always have the upper hand.
I wonder if they'll just Marcy support here, because I don't think there's a support that you really want to pick that changes the matchup here very much.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea here. You just pick another carry that can, like some
big physical damage. Morphling maybe? I kind of like Morphling. Paul's a
How
big
about
Morphling player.
Bloodseeker? I like Bloodseeker against
I
Pudge.
think the shard's okay, but playing against two double BKB Pierce can be kind of annoying.
Because I feel like they just need like a carry that can fight early. So you try to play around the Visage.
Sven, Chaos Knight kind of hero. They have
Yeah.
Mirana, right? They want to
I'm
start.
not sure about Sven, but I'm on board with Chaos Knight.
Monkey King.
Monkey King is fine too.
They want to stun, right, for his Mirana lane. Some big physical damage heroes. Morph MK.
Do you think Wraith King is like too bad of a hero nowadays?
I think it's okay, but I don't like it against Pudge. I think with the Radiance buff, like Rift King is pretty nice right now.
Yep, so they banned the Ursa, the Monkey King.
It's also nice with Visage, right? More auras.
Ursa,
More map pressure.
Ursa and Monkey King, very good call-to-call matchup against the Pudge.
Ursa's banned.
Yep, so they're both banned. And right now, Execration, wow, they go for the Spectre. Spectre against Pudge.
I think Spectre's different. Spectre's like, I'm gonna kill your team and Pudge later.
It's good against the other heroes. The
Yeah, you want to
Silencer,
kill the Rubik
The
Silencer.
Rubik, pretty decent against Beastmaster in the lane as well. So the game plan is totally different. They're trying to...
Yes, Viper.
I mean, I'm sure they can.
It's great, right? It's
And then you
good
have...
against Ember in lane. It's good against Spec and Visage in the game.
So you lane the Viper mid first.
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
So you have Beast Aura, right? You can just ball with the
Yeah,
Viper.
it's rather strange that they didn't actually ban the Viper here. Maybe they feel like they're not going to pick it. It doesn't fit their lineup.
I mean,
'Cause-
TASF gives you Rosh and like a lot of physical damage with the Beast Aura. More
Yeah.
Mac heroes
It,
too.
it,
like,
it looks more fitting
makes
with...
more sense,
Their
right?
draft makes more sense with TA and Shadowfin.
What else is there? Necroforce maybe. Good against Ember and Spectre. DK even. I don't mind.
Yeah,
DK.
Dragon Knight's nice because they need
But they do lack a bit of
They need a-
damage, I think.
But they need a hero that can kill buildings. Like DK is definitely nice.
But they have no damage though. Like they're stunned into like the fight's gonna be weird. They can't like get their spells off.
No nukes.
Yeah.
Lash for them.
I think Lash is like so-so because Spectre's a very natural blade mail buyer TB. So what? Pudge mid, Beast mid,
Pudge off lane.
Pudge mid. Yeah, Pudge mid.
Pudge mid against Ember.
I feel like this was very unnecessary.
Is there even like a really good lane for him?
I don't know.
I don't think
seen
so,
Pudge
right?
Mid, but I think Pudge Mid does kind of accelerate the gameplay of Pudge, but at the same time, he's not this hero that's going to sit in the Visage lane anymore.
Yeah, then the
I think
Visage
this
is gonna have
TB
a
lane is going to be hard.
the Visage is gonna have a good game right now because he's laning against a Terrorblade.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Not a huge fan of this switcheroo, but I will say I haven't seen many Pudge Mids, so I don't know how this is going to go.
I mean the lineup, I feel like it's not that bad. It's a pretty decent lineup, but switching this means that I feel like the laning phase is gonna favor a lot for Execration, especially the off lane. And mid lane, I'm not even entirely sure if the Pudge can actually dominate the Ember. I feel like Ember.
I think you might. I'm actually not sure too.
Yeah, because that's the only reason why I feel like
You would
why
change it,
they
right?
would change the lane, right? Because they feel like they
so
can
too.
dominate that lane. But apart from that,
I guess it's also a hero that doesn't really die to his chain arrow combo early on. Not
yeah,
to worry
sure.
about rotation.
But at what expense, I feel like they're gonna lose both the side lanes by doing this,
Yeah, I kind of get you. 50-50.
50-50?
Pudge is a question mark to me. I think if Pudge owns, he's gonna own the game.
Is there any draft that you guys like more in particular?
I think Execration just has a much easier draft to execute, But Polaris can definitely still win with their lineup, but they have to play a very perfect game,
Well, I've got two casters who are very enthused, very ready to cast this game, so I'm going to send you over to them right now.
Thank you, Sophie. Yes, extremely excited for a mid-lane Pudge, as always, especially after how consequential that laning stage ended up being. I mean, it tends to be, right? But when we were watching back those highlights, the ones where Bob just zips and zaps away from that split earth, kind of felt like it epitomized the entire game.
Yeah, Bob was given way too much leeway. He's back on his Ember now. It's one of those heroes that he loves. He loves his Spirit Brothers. He loves his Bat Rider mid. So him getting onto this comfort is pretty damn big. Mac on the Pudge, I'm trying to recall if I've seen that on his mid. I can't remember from anything I've casted myself. So I'm keen to see what he can do. I mean, there's some cheeky plays you can take against that Ember, right? And again, your timing for Ags is pretty damn big. You're going to have a lot of impact in the middle. You've got a lot of nuke you can farm pretty damn fast. But my concern for Polaris is their team fight. When it comes into that 5v5, you have Global Silence. And we've seen, when you have the Silencer support, it can end up being like a standoff where you're holding back on the silence. Once the BKBs are up, you're trying to wait for the BKBs to come on first. They hold their BKBs until they see the global silence. So sometimes you don't even get to use it before dying. It leaves you in a bit of an awkward circumstance. And for Execration anyway, I mean, we've seen Tino, he can just build pipe to kind of take care of some of that initial damage that this Pudge will want to do with a Rot. He's built the, as you were surprised by, the Wraith Pack, which is still really damn good against something like the Terribly. Like, he doesn't want to target switch in the middle of these fights.
It's really true.
So you do have the sustain that can come through here for Exa, and
we are paused here currently at the start of the game, which is why we're going to speak a little bit more. Look at that. Right on cue, you can see our lovely little fountain cam. I was also concerned, we're speaking a little bit more about team fight against a Dispel buyer like the Spectre, who may or may not go into that Manta style, right, to ignore these silences and still be able to haunt, or if it's an Astral Step kind of a game, into these kind of fights. That's still a little bit scary for me as well. It's not a carry Marcy anymore, so we're not super concerned with like a Marcy jumping in and still tearing you apart, silenced or not, because she has basically the one barrage of spells that she casts. We'll see though. I always like to look, whenever you have these mid lane matchups that tend to determine so much, we were talking about this a bit before, what the position 4 is, right? And how that can actually impact, because that can really destabilize a laning stage as we'll now jump into game. You're looking at an Ember Spirit who's probably going to take a point in the Searing Chains, and well, it's a great setup for a Sacred Arrow, isn't it, from the side?
It makes a really easy rotation, and you add that with Shanks potentially showing up if you want to jump in, you've got a lot of reach to just punish that Pudge in the laning phase. I don't know, one thing as well, running this support on Marcy does mean that you can connect with the Visage earlier for that push. Like the sidekick combination can come in, and it just leads to easier tower push, easier objective taking, shutting down both the Terrorblade and the Pudge trying to build up. Like, this is fairly greedy from Polaris if Mac doesn't outright win his lane and get his timings here.
Good high ground positioning here. A couple pings back and forth though. Polaris maybe with an inkling that there may be some enemies on the high ground. At the horn, though. A hook already leveled, by the way, for the mid lane Pudge. So there to secure some CS and maybe even hook a bounty rune over in favor, as Execration will rotate back around the side. Carlo has not skilled anything quite yet, as they are going to connect the Spectral Dagger onto Boomy, but it is Execration who will secure the top 2 bounty runes, and Polaris settling for the bottom.
Not too much excitement there. They both don't overcommit. Just break back to your lanes. And taking a look at that mid for Bob up against Mac. And Bob had a really damn good game on his Storm. And Mac was on his signature Lash. He's breaking things out. He's going for that Pudge. And the lane matchup, I mean, it can work if you land your hooks and if the Ember is not... Yeah, he manages to land it. So it's a good amount of damage. And Bob's going to have to try to dodge around. There is a good timing here for the Ember, though. Like, Orb Corrosion can feel pretty atrocious for the Pudge. They're going to be relying on your Flesh Heap to kind of sustain. you've got a lot of room to just be aggressive there on the Ember. You have a lot of dodge as well if you hit your 6 faster, so it's all down to lane control. If Mac doesn't win out, then it just feels really awkward in that lane.
Boomy and Carlo fighting to the death. Support fight at level 1 with Bach now rotating over, threatening with the axes. Eventually going to break it up. Stop fighting, you two kids. It's like the teacher breaking up a school ground scuffle, you know?
Pretty much. Like, they're fighting the playground. Carlos still wants to fight, though. Like, he knows he can kind of win that trade. No stick on Boomy. A little bit more for Carlos to burst back with the magic stick on his end. They can apply pressure. And with a Rubik gone, like, Palas is easily just able to sit in that lane and farm. It's not the freest farm in the world. At the same time, he's not being pressured away from lane. So you're getting, you know, a solid start for your spec, not being completely shut out. Same thing happening for Akashi down bot here. Still able to farm up, but you do have to watch it once the levels rack up, although.
Yeah, that might just be a kill, and looks like it will be. As level 2, they are going to take that point of the Metamorphosis with the slow, extremely easy first blood there for Akashi.
And that's
top lane. Palos may be in a bit of trouble here. Bach, yeah, he's got a lot of regen here to throw a couple more axes, but it's still axes level 1, so. Will they go with this point of telekinesis? I don't think it's viable.
No, it's just a little bit too durable. Maybe if you stacked up 2 more axes and you jumped in, you might have been able to look for that kill onto Palas, but you are making this lane really awkward. And he's still farming. It's not the safest feeling, especially in comparison to Akashi, who knows he can just stand up, get some hits in. Like, Tino will do a lot of damage to the Terrorblade with that solo function up, but it's going to be some time until he gets that happen. You know, the consistent damage output to kind of get that done. You have to watch your Metamorphosis usage as well. And Silencer's a pretty good counter to something like the Visage. You just make it so hard to spam out your spells with the Arcane Curse. It can feel pretty oppressive in that lane.
And now that they do manage to get first blood there in favor of Polaris, this Orb of Venom that Shanks has purchased, although it can be like this lane-breaking item really for a CML, he still manages to get the pull off and be a little bit more annoying. That's a really high-definition reflect there. Did you see that? Marcy beating herself up on the reflect? They're usually not that high def. That was really fascinating. Anyway, I've been distracted. Boomy's died in this top lane. Bach is... Oh, Palos is just here to kill the board. Never mind. I thought he was here to help.
No,
he's here to farm.
You know, he's a carry player. Yeah. He knows what he has to do. CML.
Okay, and well, there's that Orb of Venom put to use. Between that level 2 Grave Chill and the gap close they have now on Rebound and Dispose, there's a bit of a tricky lane here regarding positioning for the Silencer.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And again, you act as a foil for the Visage at the same time. Once the Marcy's on top, you don't really have anything to stop here. All Akashi can really do is toss out Reflection and maybe hope for the best, but it's a lot tougher to kind of make that work in your favor. You are still farming fairly well on Akashi. He's only like 3 CS behind. Has a lot of denies to play with, and Metamorphosis isn't too far off, so they can look to punish at that point. But Tino should be able to gap space, increase that spacing for himself as well. Like, as long as your Visage isn't dying too much down bot and still able to suppress that Terrorblade, you're still kind of hitting your beats. The one thing that is going well for Polaris now is definitely mid. Mac is having a much stronger time, and he gets the hooks off, and you know, he's not finding kills on the Ember, but he's not shut down.
No, definitely not.
He's getting that build-up. And we talked about rotations. None of that is coming out yet.
Not yet. Maybe around the 6-minute rune we'll see some of those, as that Arcane Curse slow at level 2 is enough to condemn Tino alongside the bonus damage of the Metamorphosis. Not to mention they're also buffing, that this is Boomy for Polaris, that is, who is continuing to look to buff up and increase the rate that they probably get this Pudge Axe on time, because he's actually rotated it over. He's denied a rune there, so Bob does not have a bottle refill right now until the power rune, and he's also stacked inside the Radiant Triangle in the same stroke. So really, really efficient rotations without putting Bach in any risk as well. Maybe even another kill back down bottom here, by the way. Metamorphosis is still active, and the kill will go to CML, but a kill all the same. Polaris are not going to complain about that. However, there's another kill. Bob survives on a sliver of HP, nearly dying to the creeps, but Jonathan, is this going to be a repeat of game 1?
It's a little bit scary when your Pudge is falling that in a solo matchup. You know, we haven't seen those rotations come up. You really need a Sag's timing to line up, and Bob's output, and he's got the full Orb of Corrosion. You don't have that much armor in Pudge. You're depending so much on the Flesh Heap. Once that's gone, you basically just melt with how little armor you have.
That's a good point.
Your EHP just doesn't feel great. And he gets the hook, but it does feel like you're going to need that That little channel here.
Boomy and Carlo finally, they get to go around. And it'll be Boomy getting the kill there. Bob, though, is going to beat him to level 6, so he's got these remnants, which means he has the free refill. 6-minute rune is incoming. Let's see if we, even without the Mirana, will they be able to secure the runes? Yes, indeed. A haste rune into the bottle of Bob. Oh, there is a point to now dismember, though. Boomy has telekinesis, but I think with the Flame Guard active, yeah, Bob looking to get a bit aggressive. Haste rune, though, is going to obviously allow him to ignore the slow from Arcane Curse. 3 heroes in the mid lane. Oh, okay, free courier for Bob, not bad. Is he really going in here?
Jeez.
Hook,
Oh,
nicely
boy.
predicted, but he's got the Remnant away. 2 tower shots chasing him, not nearly enough to kill him.
Yeah, he's being cheeky. He's forcing the supports to stay, freeing up the side lanes quite nicely here for Execration. So you're not getting pressured on your Spectre. You're not getting pressured too much on Tino now either, although the Terrorblade is managing to handle that lane solo quite nicely. You've got a pretty big level deficit for Tino to play up against.
Bit surprising as well, given that, again, like we've been mentioning, this Visage is usually a pretty good solution to the TB in the lane, especially for that soul assumption. It's not something that we've seen really play out, nor has Shank spent a lot of time threatening the mid lane or stacking in the triangle. So, and in fact, maybe they look again. Nice rebound, move speed bonus. I thought Shanks was going to even turn for more, but has no opportunity here. This is a pretty serious siege as well from Polaris here.
Yeah, and with Metamorphosis up and running, you can still melt these objectives fast. You've got the siege creep up. You can't really do much to stop this right now with Tino being so low in HP. They need some relief, and this time around, Bob's actually not leaving that mid lane. He's not helping out the side lanes. So you're getting a lot more value for Polaris, and I'm sure Bob is kind of keeping Boomy mid, preventing Mac from rotating, but it does feel like Exa needs that movement out from their Ember more than Polaris needs movement out from their Pudge.
I'd agree. Or just rotate to the Ember Spirit here, maybe, could also be a solution. Doesn't feel viable because of the amount of pressure they're applying bottom. That tier 1 tower alive thanks to the Fortify. Surprised maybe they haven't made a play in this top lane, but Carlo and Paulos seemingly content to continue farming as Bob is going to secure the second rune that spawned. It is going to be the Arcane, and well, he immediately activates that. Get ready for some Imba Sleight of Fist. Although, actually now with the, whoa, where is our Spectre? She gone bottom. She has gone bottom, or mid lane. There's 2 fights going on. In they go mid, onto Mac now as Paulos is being dismembered. Nice silence here, prevents any more damage coming out from Bob, but Paulos a bit too tanky. He will live, even if just barely. They also get the kill, a second that is into this mid lane onto the Rubik, but they're looking now to secure this kill onto Paulos, and they will have it easily. Boomy secures it with the Fade Bolt. However, Bob continuing to fight. A little bit of mana remaining. Sleight of Fist. He's got the kill. 2 for him in this duration of the Arcane. Not bad for his trouble at all.
That's pretty ridiculous how much he did with that rune pickup. You know, he's just been all over. The Haunt was really good as well to clean up Boomy earlier on, so he really got 3 kills. But Paulo's kind of picking up 1 for himself.
Even confused me. I thought he was bottom. I thought he was top.
He just sees that opportunity. They get the roar up top, though.
But where's the follow-up?
What?
Oh, no. Parallax, sir. It's okay. Mac, he's going to walk in for the dismember anyway. See, it didn't matter.
Oh, no.
There he is. The dismember interrupted, but is Paulo still going to die? Perhaps, and indeed he will fall. Carlo now ought to be next, but there are rotations, especially from Bob here in the mid lane. It's a nice rebound stun only onto 1, as well as actually that dispose. Oh, sets up Bob beautifully for the Sleight of Fist kill. Mac, though, is still going to rot down a second. However, the Remnant's giving chase. Bob is going to actually continue here this Arcane Curse as he looks for this follow-up kill onto Mac. Shanks with the rebound, with the dispose in 2 seconds. Doesn't need it. Bob with another kill on the Sleight of Fist. They're diving for more. There's the rebound. Another Arcane Curse.
No way.
I know Bob. That's not stopping him. And
no way.
Ultra kill for Bob.
Wait, they're
Shanks
keeping it?
nearly dies to the tower. Boomy once again secures the kill with the Fade Bolt. Has the telekinesis. That's a TP coming in now, courtesy of Bach. But he doesn't really have anything to reach to the Ember Spirit. And now Execration are respawning. There's the refill for the bottle of Bob. He's not done. He's gonna.
Oh my God! No.
More. Oh, and into the aerial. There's the setup we were looking for. Is this going to be the rampage at 10 minutes? No, because Carlos said absolutely not. We can't have that happen. It's only 10 minutes in.
Jesus, Bob. He's just on a roll these 2 games. It was a slower start, sure. You know, you were getting some good wins from Mac in terms of farming that lane well, but you see the issues of Pudge into Ember. Like the moment this Ember has space to just keep spamming Sleight of Fist, you just have 0 armor. Your agi gain is not that good on the Pudge. Your base armor isn't amazing.
Oh, no.
You're relying on the Flesh even. It's just not enough to sustain through here.
Bob getting some more kills here. No, he's actually going to go on and get on back after that last ward procs. Good move there, but yeah, he just feels absolutely unleashed as Mac. He gets a hook dodge as well in the in the middle lane, and Palace immediately spams the voice line. It's the best kind of banter, man. That's why I love these Dota Plus voice lines. They just make for some real, pro players letting you know how they feel, right?
Of course, it's always nice to know how they really feel, and we'll hear. Get some. They might be able to get
Bob, look at that. The Hurricane into the damage. There they go. A nice kill onto the Bob. That should transition perfectly well into the tower, especially as Akashi has made the rotation on over. That's Boomy, by the way, with those Sleight of Fist. Careful. That's some serious damage there.
Can pump out. It's pretty hilarious. We were just talking about how well Bob was playing, and he just gets caught by a random roar and a pullback. There's room here for Execration to trade down bot. We are seeing the sidekick on the Familiar. Look at that. The drums up.
And the drums.
This is just really 2 heroes, technically 1 pushing and 1 buffing, and that's it. That's all you need.
I mean, that's only sidekick level 1, which is still significant, we should add, right, with given the attack speed of these Familiars, but still, it'll get better if you're an Execration fan, or worse if you're a Polaris fan.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit back and forth. Polaris does have a good foundation to play now. They're getting that build-up they want on Akashi. He's going for the Yasha. And you have the Meteor Hammer.
There it is. That's what I heard.
There we go.
I heard that.
We've been looking for this all day.
For
someone to go into the Meteor Hammer.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect it to be the first.
I thought it'd be Primal Beast.
Yeah.
I'm not Beastmaster.
Beastmaster. We were theory crafting the drums as well. They did get about 15 more damage, Jonathan.
Yeah. And instead, it's our Spectre with Meteor Hammer. All right. I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
It's got to be for partly because of the stats, right? I mean,
the stats
that regeneration's real nice. I remember that there was a week where Naga Sirens were building Meteor Hammer as well. Do you remember that?
I remember seeing it in pro games. You'd net and just hammer.
So silly.
I do remember a time where Spectre did build this.
Really?
For stats.
Okay.
At least 1 week where Spectre did build this for stats. I don't know when, I don't know how, and I probably erased it off my mind, but I do remember.
Oh, there's the initiation. They want to prevent the global from coming through, but they won't be able to do so, and that allows the Marcy to be deleted. The hook, that time it doesn't miss. Goodbye to Carlo. 2 kills for Akashi. He wants the tower next. Can they actually get Bob? There's a haunt. Oh, and the reality's onto the back lines, actually. Now Paulo's back onto the Hellbear Smashers. He's being beaten back, but Mac, without a hook for 3 more seconds, can't quite follow up to secure the kill. Bob from the side, a little bit low on mana, has 1 remnant. There's 2 in a row. Only forces out the remnant. But Polaris secure the tower. Nice job there. Execration unable to nuke down the silencer. I don't know how big of a difference that ended up making, but a good fight there from Polaris. Well measured.
Yeah, very well measured. They managed to take a lot. They take the objective. They rotate in with Akashi when he's ready to go with a Metamorphosis. They've got the Yasha up along with the Dragonlance. So working into the Manta next, that's when you start to feel more stable on that Terrorblade. He's still playing tag.
They, okay, the DD on it. There's a full Bongo Boots finish already. 2-man rebound, a thing of beauty here through the Flesh Heap. Mac is falling quickly, gets off the wand, turning back now for a little bit more rot damage. Bob a little bit lower on the mana, but not on confidence. He goes in, finds the 2-man Searing Chains, and for the 2nd time this game, a double kill with the Sleight of Fist. He is balling.
Yeah, Bob's just wrecking. He's just feeling himself. He's finding these angles, it's making it work. Shank's just copying off that damage on the jump in as well. Like, he knows his job here. And going back to your point here, Tino rushing the Boots of Bearing. It's an interesting change-up because you're sinking 1.5k into the recipe and you're not getting too much in terms of like stats.
Right, compared to like a Vlad's, right? Which could pick up, which by the way, Bach did just, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, like we talked about stuff like, say, the Wraith Pact as well, and just ways to mitigate and help. He's putting more importance in buffing up his team, right? Buffing up the Familiars with that sidekick, which is where this really comes into value. Like, say you see a moment where you're getting jumped top, you've got this room now to just go down bot, get a solo push, even without a Marcy, you can threaten those tier 2s, and you still play the map control game. Well, you still try to punish Polaris.
You know what's funny, John? Jonathan, sorry, is that I feel like we have a very, like, I'm getting remnants of game 1 in this, right? I see a strategy that Polaris have, which we've seen executed once, get the global off, let Mac hit a couple of hooks, let him rot all over the place with that move speed slow. All of a sudden, these Bongo Boots, you know, global silence. I don't care. I'll use my items. Get the team out of dodge, out of harm's way. Is that tornado a little bit fast? Oh, but the blink dagger reveal from Mac on point. Too many creeps and now no chance to interrupt. But can they actually get through Palos in time? There's still a Mac. The Mac heal not gonna be good enough though. Mac now, can he get out? Another two-man rebound into the arrow. They've deleted one. Oh no, CML, he's turned himself into a pig, but he's only gonna see Boomy fall. As now with Maelstrom online, Bob chases for a third. He'll have it. And well, Polaris, they get something off the blink reveal, but the cost is a very favorable exchange right there for Execration.
Yeah, sure, you're losing your Spectre.
Oh, and another rune. Sorry, another rune for Bob.
He's just blessed. You know, he's getting everything he wants. And sure, you're losing your Spectre, buying so much space for Akashi to get big. I think the Ember is still in a pretty good spot to counteract those item spikes you might be expecting from the TB. And you've got the full Maelstrom up. You're going for the BKB.
And let's talk about that, right? Because this is still very similar to Game 1, where Akashi is still the richest hero in the game. It does feel like, especially given the TB Spectre, he is going to come online a bit sooner. Is that going to be... is the rest of his team... Oh, well, hold on. We'll see if they're ready now. Yes. They go top lane. Another Blink Dismember onto Palace, but he simply just haunts away. See you later, Bob. He's going in. 1 versus 3. He doesn't care as the haunt is actually onto the mid lane. They're going to delete CML. That ought to allow then Execration to take the tower off the back foot of this, but... well, I mean, maybe that answers my question. Actually, Akashi, he TP's mid, John. I think they want to fight some more.
Yeah, they're ready for it.
Okay.
And Morphs is still up for half duration.
Seems like Akashi may have jumped the gun there a little bit. Bob didn't have Roar for 10 seconds anyway. Excuse me, the rest of Polaris rotating from the mid lane. Oh, Mac, he's immediately in onto 2, but of course his stun interrupted. The hook as well, swinging wide. The stack not even interrupted here. That's how cool Execration are as they look to turn. They've got a ward on this cliff, especially with the Metamorphosis ending. Akashi, he's out of here. The rest of Polaris will follow suit as they try top for the kill. They try mid for the kill. They at least defend the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, but are going to be left still empty-handed here.
And they're dragging Execration all across the map. That is one thing. You're kind of cutting off the Spectre from just free farming. Your Terrorblade maintains its solid network lead.
That's a good point.
So you're still in good strides. You don't have that big power spike from Mac yet, the Axe pickup. So you're not quite just melting these heroes as you come in. At the same time, I mean, look at Shanks. He's rushing BKB on to support Marcy. Like, he's just wanting to stand in the middle here, get his spells off, get some damage off. Doesn't need too much more.
It's no Abek Dragonlance, but it is still, you know, a core rush, right?
It is something that I would say Aubing would do. You know, it's like he just plays a little bit greedier, and sometimes it can look griefy, but if you can get away with it, it's just so impactful.
I remember seeing this in Riyadh from TSM first. But would you like to have seen the upgraded boots first, like phase boots, and then go for the Ag Scepter, or do you think brown boots with just Orb of Venom is good enough?
I think it's acceptable. Okay. On a hero like Marcy, it's pretty acceptable. You just have a ridiculous output with Sidekick and Unleash anyway. You don't really mind.
It's a good point. Yeah, as long as you're getting EXP, and now there's Max Sidekick for your points, right? And we can see now Tino farming very effectively with that. I believe that's going to be another Wraith Pact, by the way, that he's got queued up with the full Vlads and the recipe already being flown to him. So he just needs another 600 gold, and I'll have that item completed. Another very, very annoying item for Akashi here. It feels like this is the kind of the hero, the kind of game where Visage goes, you can silence me if you can, I'm still going to be a pain in the butt no matter what.
Yeah, he's just going to be keeping his team alive. And again, when you look at the draft of Polaris, it does feel like you don't really want to take these extended fights.
Right.
You're up against a Spectre who enjoys that. You're probably just going to be whittling down his own HP whenever Flesh Heap is down with a rot. So he's just going to be a little bit squishier as these fights drag on if you're not finding these kills. And locking in the Ember just gets harder.
So Polaris going for a smoke play now. I do want to get back to this Pudge build here in just a second. But Execration, I'm not sure if they're aware of it. They are now, as Arrow will go through the pits. They're going to smoke up and look for battle here. Akashi already has committed the Metamorphosis. Tino's going to get the Familiars inside the pit. This will be scouted now, but this is going to be a bit tense, especially with Marcy ready to make the jump on in. Another arrow. Oh, doesn't find Palos snatches the Aegis. Silenced up. He doesn't care a bit as Mac and the rest of Polaris just chilling in the middle of the river. Palos falling low, but the mech heal's good enough. He will fall on his first life, but after the stolen Aegis, he'll be back to fight a second round. Oh, but they've caught Bob with the roar. He's gone in a bit too deep ahead of the team, and he will die. That'll send the rest of Execration scattering as the hook. Whoa! A little bit of fancy footwork there from Mac, but he'll be rewarded with another kill. Another Flesh Heap has stacked his 6 with a kill onto the Marcy. So Polaris, they will be able to punish the thieves there of the Aegis.
They punish well. I think if you're Execration, you're still pretty happy. It costs Polaris a lot. And sure, you did immediately feed out the Aegis, so you lost that streak on Bob. It's a big amount of network to bleed back. But on the respawn, you don't have to worry about Global Silence. No, Metamorphosis is gone. You can take this follow-up.
And no Aegis, if I...
No Aegis as well.
Yeah.
Even though you lost the Aegis, but it doesn't matter when you're not going to die in the next fight.
That's true. That's the easy part, John, about casting 2 Filipino teams. No matter what, you always have the hopium, the copium, right? You just cheer for the one that's winning.
Yeah, it's always happy when you're cheering 2 Filipino teams.
Absolutely. There's a not happy to be CML, especially against the Shadow Step. A little bit of gap creation there, courtesy from Boomy's telekinesis, but no chance to save his comrade here, who will fall very quickly to Palos.
Nice little tasty pickup coming out there for Palos. I mean, he's still severely behind in comparison to Akashi.
Yeah.
But we have seen, like, the Terrorblade's not willing to stand up and fight as much.
Well, speaking of behind and a little bit falling behind their opponents, I wanted to come back to this Pudge build, right? He decided to go for Blink Dagger first, a 2,000 gold investment, and he's still actually, well, at this point, only 1K away from his Scepter. Unfortunately for Polaris, right, those Blink Dagger kills didn't end up really coming through, right? He did fail on both of those occasions. But was this a move that you think was justified or maybe even necessary, this deviation from the Axe Rush? Are you a fan of it?
I don't think it was completely necessary this game. If you really wanted to look for pickoffs, you play with Bach. Like, you've got the Roar.
It's
you
true.
could have had him build a Blink instead.
That's true.
You get a lot of value from the Helm of the Overlord, though, so I can see why you'd still want to prioritize that. But stalling out that timing for the Ags just means that you're likely going to face that Ags on Pudge into BKBs.
Yeah.
You can still get the Dismember, but your damage isn't going to be there. That's where it gets a bit shaky.
Not to mention that, you know, Ags is also a farming item, isn't it? And Blink Dagger really isn't, not nearly to the same degree in any case. But back to the point you made about playing around Bach, who was on the same hero, by the way, as last game, right? It does feel like common notes, right, for games 1 and game 2. It doesn't really feel like they're reading from the same book here. They're not really on the same page in terms of playing together and connecting to each other's lanes. And maybe that's why he's gone for the Blink, but maybe that's why he's felt like it's been necessary. I'm not sure, but it is curious that you point that out, because I think we could have said very similar things about game 1.
Yeah, there's just different priorities coming out. I mean, he's going to have the Axe now at least, but there's that BKB we talked about. Bob's not going to melt to that.
No,
you're going to need Akashi to be up front if you're going to Dismember and Roar this guy. And they can start to reveal that now with the smoke.
Get ready here, as it's going to be a big one. Oh, they also have vision immediately onto Bach, and they are going to absolutely delete him. Palos as well. That was the Shadow Step in from his Ag Scepter, so still has the regular Haunt to fight with. But Polaris, they're going to use the Metamorphosis. They're going to go back in off the Global Silence Mac as well with the Dismember. They found Tino. That's a lot of the durability gone. He has no buyback. Bob trying to keep them at bay. Searing Chain stolen from the Rubik. If he can only close the gap. Shanks trying to prevent that, though, with the nice rebound for additional move speed. Bob thinking about turning already. There goes Palos now being dragged back in. Rooted once, but now the Haunts. He's onto the back lines, but all the auto attacks chasing him down as Bob goes in as well. Palos being focused, fired, and with the hook, they have him. The Ayascati still a little bit too much. Bob pops the wand back to his remnant underneath the tier 2 tower, but Polaris, the victors in this fight, who are looking now for their dessert. Shanks, saved here by the arrow, has the rebound, thinking about maybe going back in here as Boomy has stolen fire remnants. We'll jump in on that last one already, using all 3. Notification forced out from Execration, who are still looking and feeling a bit skirmishy, it would seem.
They've got the confidence up.
Yes, they do.
They've got a lot of output. Bob,
maybe
he didn't have to use his BKB.
I think they're just going to kill Bach instead, actually. Arrow. Almost caught him there, actually.
Yeah, looking for some angles. And your big issue right now for X is that Palos is just not durable.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the EHP. The Scotty's just melting him when the heals come out. He needs a lot more EHP to play with. The Manta comes up. It feels a little bit better. You're going to need way more than that, it does feel like.
Yeah.
And the output from Bob isn't enough to handle the Terrorblader at this point. You aren't melting through this guy. When Akashi has Metamorphosis up, he is pretty much unstoppable in the middle of these fights.
All right, Jonathan, let me ask you this, right? Over under that Akashi in this game gets hit by a Meteor Hammer. What are you giving us? Is that happening? Is that in the cards?
20% chance of it
20%.
Yeah, 80% not. I don't know. Palos is just farming with it.
No, I mean, I agree. I'm just looking at his items and saying, where's the Meteor Hammer? 2-second channel time now, by the way, John. I mean, does that change your math at all, now that we remember that it's been significantly buffed?
it changes your math a bit. It does make it a little bit easier for like certain other heroes to get that stun follow through.
Right.
So that's mainly
But
why
still not feeling the Meteor Hammer onto Akashi this game.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think you can take that for Pop.
I'd love to see it.
I mean, it would be funny if you could change haunts while going for the Meteor Hammer kill if they find one.
Now that would be cool.
I mean, if you could do that without interrupting the channel, then sure.
That's a pretty good idea.
Shadow
actually.
step in channel and go back to base.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Imagine that. I mean, you've heard of, for the fans, from the makers of Phoenix Drive-By Meteor Hammer comes Spectre Haunt Meteor Hammer. How about that?
That would be actually pretty atrocious. As a support, once you have a Diffusal Blade on spec and you can slow into Meteor Hammer, you probably don't want to.
Support Spectre incoming. As there's a hook onto Akashi. Careful here. They have follow-up. Only the Global Silence is going to prevent the immediate stone forms here. It's also Dismember, but Mac already dead. And there's going to be the self-stone form now from the Visage. Akashi being chased down.
Oh, the Meteor Hammer!
Thunder. Oh, the Meteor Hammer!
No way!
Jonathan!
No way!
20%!
What?
Look at
Immediately! Immediately he does it! No way! Oh, he actually did it! The madman!
A thing of beauty!
What? It actually worked! He actually did it! I can't process it, but it works!
That's the 2-second channel time there, Jonathan.
God.
What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted it. This is now the build, this is now the play for our Spectre. She is the follow-up global stun. You stun one target, you haunt or shadow step in, you get another stun. That's it.
I can't believe what I've seen, honestly. Look, I brought that up just for the memes and the fact that it's happened. Oh, goodness.
God help us.
What else should I hope for this game, John? What else could we get going?
Maybe an Ags for Bach to really tie it in.
I'd love to see that.
Drums of Slom coming out. Boom, 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 boom. Would be really fun. I mean, really, he's going to need the Drums of Slom and an actual Boots of Bearing, I think, on old Boccarino here to really get into it. Pop the drums, blink, roar, then pop your Ags drums. And then now you're thinking with portals, you know?
There it is. Now you're thinking with portal. That's how I feel about that. When life gives you lemons, you say, "Who do you know who I am?
Oh.
I'm Palos, and I'm being dismembered." But there's the arrow. I thought it was going to miss, but it didn't. There's going to be the Primal Roar. They need some sort of savior. Telekinesis, the Chain Stun, and the mech simply not enough from the high ground. Execration. All they can do is watch their Spectre die. But will it result in a Roche? Gaben is giving them a little bit of a mixed sign right here, John. 20 seconds till it's back up.
It's a big opportunity for Polaris if they do find it. And without that haunt in, Execration taking these fights aggressively, it's going to be a little bit harder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's put some more respect on that haunt Meteor Hammer in.
Yeah, you could haunt in and Meteor Hammer, sure. Yeah, let's make it work.
Not canceled by Global.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That is something that you can't do, unfortunately. Although, in all seriousness, it does feel like Paulus does need at least one defensive item here. If not, the BKB is not amazing, but you know what? A Lincoln's. Just block off either the Dismember or the Roar. Either or, and you're kind of safe here. You have much more leeway to work these fights. You can probably survive and take the engagements. They are starting to Roche now. Metamorphosis is down. Yeah. They'll have the Spectre back up with Haunt here.
We'll see if they want to go for it. Everyone else a bit too far away. I fear Execration are simply going to be mispositioned for this as Roche will fall. Mac, it's Boomy. Okay, Boomy's going to pick up the Ag Shard. And of course, Akashi with the Aegis of the Immortal. No, okay, they've given the Shard actually to Bach. Final answer here from Polaris. So now he has these Dive Bomb Hawks. Pretty good.
Yeah, more stun, more control.
Roots, actually, now.
Yeah, more roots to actually...
and the reason that's important is that it's not going to interrupt channeling of Meteor Hammer.
Oh, that's true. And that I don't know if that will be impactful in that way, Richie. But,
no, you're right.
You know, if it was, I'll tip my hat to you. It does happen.
Okay.
Where they dive bomb Palos and somehow he's channeling Meteor Hammer and that changes.
And then all of a sudden the Sunder can't come through. Who knows? Because this TB, he's pretty big. He's pretty scary. He's got this Silver Edge, right? That all-important break to have against the Spectre. Not so much for that initiation, more so for the kill enabling. Also phenomenal to use against a Visage, isn't it?
Yeah, and it just melts the Visage down. It's just not going to feel as durable in the middle of these fights. They stay disciplined on Polaris, though. They back off. They take the tier 3.
How important is it to get a really strong foothold in this game off this Aegis for Polaris. Generally, second Aegis is a go time, but of course, in the meta that we've just had, it's felt like going high ground has been, for many teams, the kiss of death.
Yeah.
How important is it, do you believe, early on in this E patch, that Polaris needs to make something happen here? Can this be a farming one?
It can be. You can scale against the Spectre. You've got some solutions already from Terrorblade. But you kind of don't want to push it to the point where Shanks becomes a core. Because he's actually itemizing like a core.
No,
with
you're
that
right,
Phase
yeah.
boots, basher up.
Oh, BKB activated here as they've already deleted the tower. They need to get some chain stones. There's the global silence coming through as well. Akashi freed from the fight as well, looking for the break onto Palos, but he's only finding dead teammates around him. Mac and CML have both fallen as Bob jumps into the backlines, has no BKB. He's found himself forward. Oh, here it comes, Jonathan! Oh, the second time! They've actually
No!
I can't believe it! And the arrow's perfectly timed! Oh,
What?
no!
What is this?
Akashi! He's gone down now for the second time here as a result of the Meteor Hammer.
My God.
Execration. It's not the kiss of death, it's the hammer of death as they try to go up to the high ground.
They make it work. You think they just farm with this thing. They use it really well in these damn fights.
Oh.
The haunt was perfect as well. Like Palos just in the back line cleaning up, gets a dispel off with Manta, and they isolate. They just pull everyone away from Akashi. He's just trying to run while they're getting torn apart. And when he turns in, look what happens. A Meteor Hammer channel.
I just can't believe it.
What? Oh. Good God. I can't.
And the perfect follow-up as well to boot. Execration, I mean, they make it look easy, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
It is, I mean, folks, let me tell you, do not start doing this in your pubs. I mean, this is some serious, you know, even if you have that flawless 10K behavior score, you start doing this, that thing will plummet. That thing will plummet faster than that 2-second channel time on a Meteor Hammer, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, if it works, it works, though. You know, the stats were good, and we didn't see impact until, like, the past 5 minutes in terms of these team fights. But, hey, it worked. You know what's silly? You know what's really crazy? A full Abyssal Blade into...
Yeah, that, you know, I was actually just thinking the same. I mean, hey, in for a penny, in for a pound.
You know what we should do? What we need next is Meteor Hammer to be upgradable. Make it purchasable for the Fallen Sky.
Okay, in we go again. They're going to immediately make the jump onto Mac. Arrow gets caught by CML. Oh, the global does come through eventually. And now the roar onto Shanks to keep CML alive. They've killed at least the Marcy. The fight for Polaris, though, now it's starting to break down. Mac, without any support, is beaten down here by Palos. And now Bob is unleashed into the fight. Polaris, with what tools do they have left to fight? A Silver Edge for Akashi, but that's only to run. CML can't get much further here as Bach being stunned. Oh, a beautiful stun by 2 onto the stone form. And all Akashi can do is simply run away. They've only gotten the Marcy, but the rest of Polaris fall silent as they are murdered one by one in the retreat. Oh, it's starting to look really bad here.
It's tough. It's a tough one for Polaris. Again, your win condition in Terrorblade is huge, but your follow-through from everywhere else, it's not there. Like, Global Silence comes out, and that is it for your big team fight control. Now, you have Dismember, you have Roar, you have maybe some spells to steal from Boomy, but there's nothing to enable the Terrorblade to just stand and fight.
As stupid as it sounds, it feels like Polaris need a Meteor Hammer buyer. They need more control in these fights.
To be fair, yeah.
Because it's working really well for Spectre.
Yeah,
I mean,
just find someone to hit and run, right? Like, you get Roar plus Meteor Hammer, that's the basic combo. You might have enough, you know, you space out, you save the Dismember for a different fight, different gank.
I really think there's a world where Boomy does not maybe go for a full Lotus, instead goes Meteor Hammer, and with his Arcane Supremacy, is actually causing some damage. I mean, it's great follow-up to a Dismember. You can channel it pretty freely during a global silence.
Right. Telekinesis into Meteor Hammer.
Telekinesis into Meteor.
I can't.
I mean, Jonathan, the numbers, they don't lie.
I cannot espouse that build, but you know what?
What a word.
If I see someone do Meteor Hammer Rubik in
current year,
then hat off to you. You're an enigmatic tinker. You know, you're a guy who thinks outside the box. You're a guy who sees, this thing's been buffed. Let's give it a shot.
I mean, I think really that's what Execration have done here, especially here for 2-2. Tino going for these Boots of Bearing. Really like that in game number 1. I don't blame him at all. It's looking phenomenal in game 2. Now has gone for Heaven's Halberd, right? To talk about some items that are just a Meteor Hammer. How much does this BKB, though, help for Akashi? Is this a game changer, do you think?
It's big. It's really big. it could be the game changer. It could enable more. I think the one thing is that timing isn't the Abyssal Blade. So you still have a solution for that Terrorblade anyway.
That's a good point. As they are onto Mac, that was just a Shadow Step used. Telekinesis out from Boomy to get him to a bit of a safer spot. That's a full haunt in, which will end kind respond with the Global Silence. Palos finds CML. I mean, you can take them. We've already used his Global Silence as Polaris, hoping to escape the fight unscathed, but Mac is going to be located in the arrow. Caught Bob. Oh, Bob immediately onto Bach. The one-letter difference. Not going to be sparing Bach there from another bloody death. A second telekinesis at least allows Mac to avoid the rebound. Hook is not going to find anyone. Boomy underneath his tier 4 towers is not also going to find any safety there. As Bob pops the BKB, Dismember is going to come out through, but the tier 4 towers not doing nearly enough here. Glyph of Fortification used, but Execration just going where they please. Akashi from behind. Hello, what are you doing here? Disarm, but the BKB. Oh no, for the first 5 seconds, he's not doing anything, John. Tino is falling a bit low, has the self-grave creeps cloak, but doesn't get the chance to use it. So at least they will be able to send Execration packing here, but it's cost them quite a bit.
Yeah, they send him packing. Did cause a buyback. They lose a tier 3. But you're holding on. You know, you weren't ready to come in there on Palos. He did have the Shadow Step, didn't really opt to join in. So you were down a man on Execration's end. I think forcing out the buybacks more than enough. You know, you've pressured the tier 3. And this is the point where you're scaling into, you know, like the late game timing. I worry about dealing with Shanks, because like, Palos is one thing. BKB phase boots up on Marcy into Basher. I don't know about the Shard, honestly. I still don't completely understand what the Shard really gives you. These engagements, because I rarely see it.
Yeah, I've seen it be fairly useful against a Pudge, to be honest, and I think any amount of gap, gap increase that you can make against a TV, especially in the late game, I think is pretty impactful. But in general, I do see where you're coming on that. I would say mostly it's got a lot to do still with Shanks in general, but also big item just finally picked up here by Palos. Meteor Hammer too. No, just kidding. It's Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? The defensive item to allow the Spectre to sustain itself up front. Roche is being taken once more by Polaris. No haunt. Shadow Step is ready. They've been more than willing to give this out, but they will smoke around it. Let's see if a steal happens again.
That'd be a sick. Can we see it twice in a game? Most importantly, the Meteor Hammer follow-up. Tino once again getting the familiars around the side. They have pretty good information now into the pit. Oh, Akashi this time secures the Aegis. Execration as well. Now caught by the Global Silence. Not too willing to fight into this. There's going to be now the Haunt on in. Arrow somehow missing everyone there. They're completely alone. But look, Execration in with Fury and with the damage to follow up as well. Down goes Boomy. Bach will fall, and in their wake, Mac as well is decimated. The rest of Polaris retreat to the high ground with at least Aegis and this Axe Blessing in tow, but it's cost them heavily.
That's a huge amount of viewers to give out. You still get a huge power spike from that, though. 2 lives up on Akashi. His second life should still be useful with a Terror Wave up and running. So you have a lot of impact in this Terror Blade if you are allowed to just keep your distance, get the hits off. But with 2 heroes with no buyback, it doesn't feel like the situation you want to find yourself in. Your racks are exposed, it's still melting.
Shadow Step onto the illusions of TB. Never seen that one before, but these barracks are crumbling at a very fast pace. This is something we brought up a lot early and then got distracted by Meteor Hammer, but my God, does this team push, Jonathan?
Oh yeah, I mean, they've got Meteor Hammer.
I mean, we can't. It always comes back.
It's all coming together.
It's full circle. Yeah, it's like the Meteor Hammer on the ground.
Yeah, it's a full circle right there.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, it's sidekick plus familiars. It's all this physical output you have. It's the Meteor Hammer. Polaris, they're 2 racks down off the back of a Roshan take that they took.
Yeah.
It's not a great feeling right now. And it just boils down to you're going all in on a hyper carry that you don't really naturally back up outside of controlling 1 hero.
Oh, that might be a good jump, though. Oh, no. I think he got off the stone form. Can't stop that one through the roar as well, and now they're looking to turn. Global Silence has ended, and now the fight begins for Execration as they take down one. They're trying to focus now onto Akashi.
Oh, no.
Oh, and that was his first life with the meta active. He's got Terror Wave at BKB when he respawns. Does get that one off at the very least. Catches everyone with it, but now he needs to run here, John. 3 dead on his team. They've got buyback here on Mac as they continue to give chase. Bob from behind as well, and he will go down. No Meteor Hammer to secure his fate. but it's
Oh my
still
God,
just
Bob.
a pounding that they're
Bob.
taking as Bob outside of the Ancient, or outside the Fountain rather, will go diving. Akashi on the buyback now. Doesn't really have anything left other than the buyback to scare him off though. And Execration, blood in the water, sensing they can go for the 2-0 now, immediately hit tier 4s. There's Meteor Hammer as well. Pudge is gonna buy back. This has to be it now from Polaris. Mac blinks into the fray. There's gonna be now the Haunt on it. They're immediately in onto Bonk, bashing him up here by the Spectre. Down he goes, someone's refreshed. Mac as well has no way out. He shall fall. As the Ancient exposed, Rubik doing what he can now in the fray as Shank's still alive, finished off at last by Boomy, who can get himself into the Fountain, but thrown half HP here and falling fast. They're continuing to stun up Akashi, who can do nothing. No, the Meteor Hammer!
Oh my God,
no!
not again!
3 times!
No!
That made me 1 time too many as Akashi's gonna go down. Bob is godlike, Palos is godlike, Meteor Hammer is broken, and Execration take the 2-0.
Look at how can Paulus look so calm? How can he look so calm after doing? How does Bob look so calm?
There's the
Tino's
energy.
pumped up. Of all people, Tino, who's usually withdrawn, is just completely losing it. And the 2 guys who played insane in Bob and Paulus are just cool and calm, just fine. You know, it's fine. We just can't, you know, we channeled some meteor combinations. Perfectly cool and fine on the Spectre. Something you see every day in your pubs now. Nothing new. And this is such a good sign for Execration, right? We questioned them coming in here. They've lost March. They didn't do the best, but not too bad.
Right.
All things considered in the major, but you know, they didn't make
Look,
the playoffs.
I'll be the hater here. A fluke first place.
Right?
They bomb out at the major.
Exactly.
All of a
Talon
sudden,
third place goes all the way. So, but now they're showing us that even with losing March, this team is still good. It's not quite a fluke. Maybe the region's not as strong as we think, perhaps, but they're holding their own here up against Polaris, which has been together in this form in some way for a long time.
Well, right before we go to the panel, some words for Polaris though in this victory. I mean, we've hyped up Execration about how well they've played here. What are the bright spots for Polaris here that you've seen, John?
They've got their comfort, right? And their teamwork, maybe it's a little bit off because they used to play with Bok, they used to play with Boomy, and they did just shift before the tour. Like they found their success with Jing, with this new roster with CML as captain. So maybe they have to work out communication because CML was acting as captain in that iteration of Polaris. So switching back to Boomy as captain, it takes time to adjust, it takes time to work back to your old playstyle. And I think it's just gonna take a little bit more, maybe a week in. You know, something like Talon going off to a slow start, like these new teams which reform to a different iteration, adjustments can be made. It just, you need to be patient.
Okay. Well, we'll see if patience prevails here for Polaris as they will lose 0-2 against Execration. That's going to wrap up our first day here of the DPC C Tour. However, don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to have a winner's interview and, of course, our lovely panel who's going to be able to break down this entire series for you. Over to them.
Congratulations to Execration for winning their first series of Tour 2. But man, Polaris, they had it. Their Terrorblade was super farmed, but it was just that one high ground push that it all came crumbling down. How do you feel?
I think the Push didn't buy BKB, so he deserved to lose.
Straight to the point. What are your sentiments, Winter?
I felt like it should have been like the Terrorblades game, you know, when they got to a point where I felt like the Terrorblade should have been able to like carry the game on its own, you know, even though the Pudge was kind of like I feel like he kind of made several like major fuck-ups in the game, but the Terrorblade could have still won the game on its own, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think like Execration should have let the game like lasted that long.
That's true. But I think this game, like Execration, they played really well in the early mid game because it was just like Bob and the 2 supports running around, like doing what they needed to do. They were definitely making space for Spectre.
I feel like Bob once again was the one-man army until like 15 minutes. You know, we saw this cute top play, had the triple kill into the bottle refill into another kill. I feel like Polaris, they had a good lineup this time, you know. They had a let's bling in global silence, but I think itemization from the Pudge a bit questionable. I think some moves like this, for example, is very questionable. Like, do you really need to kill this guy in front of his tier 2 tower and die? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just a bit of, I would say, very forced errors, I think.
Right.
Should be pretty happy to farm, you know, at TV's top net worth. You can farm to your Pudge, you're scaling. Your Beast, you're scaling, you know. It's not really a necessity to overcommit, I would say.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you guys a question. So what about the Meteor Hammer Spectre? What do you guys think? Why is a new thing coming up?
I feel like Blade Mail, there was a patch where both Blade Mail and Meteor Hammer were kind of hot, and he chose Meteor Hammer in this game, just ring for the lane.
I feel it's going to be a new norm. I mean,
The Meteor Hammer Spectre?
the Meteor Hammer, I think.
I mean, in some games you want Blade Mail, though. This is a bad Blade Mail game.
Yeah, but if you think about like the way you can farm, I think it's just much better like compared to Blade Mail. I mean, Blade Mail is only good, I think, if you see like you said before, like you see Lash, you see all these like spells that get thrown in the air and they can't control damage, and Blade Mail would be good in that scenario. But right now, because Meteor just kind of replaces Blade Mail as the Falcon Blade for Spectre, you know.
Yeah, I kind of get it. It's nice. You get ring early, you have regen, you get crown, because Wraith Bands, Bracers, Nulls, they're all kind of shit right now. You don't want to buy Falcon Blade if you're going Hammer, so you rush it, you have a crown in there. It's kind of nice. But what else will we see it on? Spectre's like the only
it also
block
helps
carry you can
Spectre
buy.
hit the towers, because you can't really kill the tower early. Like let's say you
You
get
clear waves, you have mana.
yeah,
you always
you haunt to a gang, right? Your team sets
Apparently you can dagger into Meteor Hammer, which is like 2 or 3 times.
your teammate sets up a gang for you. You kill a hero that you haunt over, and then you have Meteor Hammer to actually hit the
some
tower.
connection, you know, to the spells.
It's just nice now, but I'm not sure like how good is the item on other heroes, because there's been definitely a pretty big hype on how the item is actually.
I think it's kind of overhyped, but it's not a bad item.
Specific, only good on specific heroes, I think.
Yeah. Well, we talked a lot about like Execration losing March, but I feel like they're not. It's not like they got worse or anything, you know. And I feel like they've been to the major. They probably learned some stuff there too, bringing that back. So I think they look pretty clean so far. Maybe the early game's not the best, but they did pick a Spectre, you know. So it is what it is.
This game, I feel like, turned around really hard during that uphill push. Do you guys think that like there's a possibility that Polaris could have slowed the game down? Because it really feels like Execration just steamrolled after that. Like they went 5-man all the time, like just killing everyone. Would it be possible to Polaris have come back for that?
I think he just needed to use his finger to press bite and not hook, and they would have won.
Oh man.
Yeah, they were really strong.
I don't mean to be like rude, but that was a big mistake coming out from Mac, you know. Like I don't want to hate, but that was a troll.
Yeah.
True and true. That was TB Aegis with first Silver Edge, like biggest spike in the game.
No way
game
you
was
farm.
over.
No way you go and farm at that point. You are ready to push already. And I think it was the right call for them to push. They just
messed it up.
Messed it up.
Well, we have Bob here as our MVP again. Absolutely stunning gameplay these past 2 games. This whole series just played fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like he's doing really well. His rotations are really bountiful. Sorry, I couldn't think of a word. But yeah, fruitful. Sure. He's just coming in, you know, he gets kills all the time. Like he's not farming a lot, he gets kills and he enables his team. I think that's like the most important thing.
Yeah, he's been a very standout player so far in this series, you know. I feel like he's also improved a lot. If you compare him to the first season, so far he's definitely grown a lot as a player. And I feel like not having much is, you know, sucks, you know, like him leaving the team. But at the end of the day, the team has to find a way to continue improving and continue to learn, you know. That's what's gonna matter for them in the long run.
So let's give some love to some of the other Execration players too. How did you guys think Palos played? That Aegis steal was really cool. It's very flashy.
It was kind of random.
Yeah, it was
like there
super
wasn't
random.
vision or anything, just haunted it. Like, oh, yoink.
He just got lucky.
Yeah, he just got lucky, I guess. But I mean, I think Execration generally they play their mid-late game very well. I just feel their early game's kind of Bob dependent, but he popped off these 2 games, you know, really high impact, so it's working for him so far. I feel like both games we watched, like no one's really doing anything other than Bob. But it's the way they play, right? Like Tino's the map holder, Palos is well farming as the carry.
Just off this game alone, like based off this game, do you guys think that Execration are looking like the first place of Tour 1? You know, they're looking in the same condition, they're looking strong. Do you think they can get first place this season again?
At least maybe top 3. Maybe.
Top 3, top 4. I think it's very possible. They don't look bad. They look pretty good. More decent than half the teams we've seen, I'd say, today.
It's more so like everyone else is just not as good as...
yeah, but whether they're top 3 or not, I'm not sure. Top 4, top 5, sure. I'll give it to them for sure. Top 3, I'm not too sure. Because I think, like you said, they look as good as they were before. But there are teams that look better right now.
So we do have an interview with Execration ready right now. And it's with
Everyone.
Juan Carlo Manalo and everyone. Execration interviews are always with everyone. That's why I love you guys. But congratulations on winning your first series of Tour 2. How do you guys feel?
Look at that 2-0. I love it.
Feeling good because we won our first series. Yeah.
Feeling good? That's basically it?
Yes.
So I want to ask you guys, how did the result of the major affect you guys, and how did you prepare for Tour 2?
Thinking our games in the major, it was kind of like we're happy that we're able to. I mean, even though we lost in the majors, it's really a good learning experience for the team. It's really big for us.
You guys got questions?
Hello, sir.
Hi, hi, Winter.
So what you mentioned that you learned a lot during the major. Could you maybe explain to us and the viewers about certain things that you learned that helped the team improve the most during the major?
I would say like from the little mistakes, because we feel like during the major we could have won some games and maybe enter the playoffs, but yeah, like we had a meeting and talks like what should we do and what should we not be doing. So the games in the major really help us think more think about the bigger picture, especially what we're doing right now.
I have a question about your new coach. How's the team operate now with Abeng coming in compared to how it operated before in March? Is Abeng taking charge, drafting?
Yeah, we got Abeng to draft for us, but we're helping him as well, everybody, because Abeng is kind of new in drafting. So yeah, it's like we're chipping in our ideas, and yeah.
Do you guys feel like this new patch that came in was it a big change to things, or do you feel Dora's kind of the same still?
I would say the patch is kind of small, so what we're doing, or maybe it's kind of similar from the previous patch. So we're just sticking to what we did before, and maybe add some new things. Like especially when Abeng came here, he has some ideas on how he wants us to play the game.
Winter, you got one question? If not,
Hope to see you guys again soon in the next major. But before that, I wish you guys all the best. And yeah, I mean, that's it for me.
that's it for you. I have one more question. Do you guys have any pre-game rituals? Because you guys seem like you're really close together and you're like a family. And because I always see you guys like fist bumping each other before the game starts. It's really cute.
Yeah, we usually before the match starts, I ask them to huddle and talk about how our mindset, and yeah, then we're gonna do a chant, a little chant.
What's the chant?
That's how. Can we see it?
Yeah, can you share the chant with us?
It's like like 1, 2, 3 X, something like that. Yeah.
Oh,
That's kind of
So
cool.
at least
Alright.
to boost the confidence and to have the energy.
Aww.
That's nice. Sorry, I have one last question. Who's the hardest opponents you've played again in Scrim so far?
We
I always need to dig for that
That's
insider
deep
info.
info.
Don't answer him if you don't want to.
I don't want to answer
if you
that.
don't want to. Alright, that's fair.
All right, well, that's all from me. Do you guys have any more final questions?
Nope.
Nope.
For me.
Not for you guys? All right, well, thank you so much, and congratulations again for your series win. You guys played absolutely fantastic. Bye! I love them so much. Yeah, the 2 O's, it's so cute. And I just remembered, now that it's a new season, we won't hear the extra shot Paris anymore. Do you know what their new voice lines are?
Nope.
No? I don't know if we
all I
have.
heard was
They
like
should-
on the alarm.
They should do the chant, whatever chant that they
Oh,
say
yeah, that's
before the game
true.
starts. They should do that as a voice
He
line.
said 1, 2, 3, exit.
Yeah.
Should also hire Winter as their marketing manager.
Oh yeah, true. Winter, it's your new job. Get out of here.
Not tried it.
Bye-bye.
But Shanks was just spamming the Slacks voice line the whole game.
Oh, at the
The siren, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we had a full day of Dota, 3 series today. Quite an exciting day indeed. But let's take a look at today's results. Who is on top? What are the scores? We have SMG winning against Blacklist 2-0. Bleed getting 1 point against Army Geniuses, who had 2. So they won that series, Army Geniuses. And lastly, Execration versus Polaris, where Execration won a clean 2-0 to end our day. So it is looking like a very interesting first day. Any game that was your favorites?
I think the AG game.
The AG game?
Yeah, the AG game. The last game.
What about you, Adam?
I enjoyed the SMG series. I felt like it was nice to see some good Dota. I guess Bleed AG was a bit more competitive, but it felt like both games were one-sided. Like first game was one-sided for AG, second game was one-sided for Bleed, and game 3 was just kind of...
Everyone was very safe, right?
Yeah.
Last game.
Yeah,
Kinda slow.
Yeah. My favorite, I'll say, was the last series of the day. The
that's
good
fair.
old 2-0 Execration.
It's fair.
Yeah.
Polaris had a chance to win both games for sure. They were
Yeah.
in a good spot in both games, but
I mean,
kind of didn't finish.
The second game, man, was very winnable by
Yeah,
Polaris.
they should have definitely won the second.
Yeah.
I think that game was very hard to lose.
Yeah, 100%. It came crumbling down so fast. But we got up next is our division standing. So this is who's in first and this is who's in last. We got Army Geniuses, followed by SMG, Execration, Geek Slate. They are our first pagers. And on the second page, we got Talon, Blacklist, Polaris, and Bleed. So half of these teams haven't even played yet. So these standings don't exactly mean much right now. But yeah, that's basically what it's looking like. And what we're gonna look at now is our schedule. So this is what we got for Wednesday. Wednesday, we have the first series. Again, it's Army Geniuses versus Talon Esports. The second series is Execration versus Bleed. And the third series is SMG versus Polaris.
Hype.
Hype,
Oh, so we
indeed.
still won't see Geek Slate.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. I feel like these are all the teams that played today except Talon.
Oh, yeah, that is true. That's kind of weird.
It is kind of weird.
But then everyone else is going to play on
So
Friday.
they have a few extra days, like what, 4 more days, 4 more days to prepare. Because I guess on Friday
Yeah, they get to
prepare.
see their opponents play, right? Which is kind of nice for
It's a
them.
pretty nice advantage to have,
That's
like
true.
to see, especially on a new patch, you get to see how other people play first, and then you figure out what you should be doing. And on top of things, because they only arrive back on Wednesday, so having
Oh, that
the-
might be a reason too. But Execration played today.
Yeah, I mean, everybody that went there, I guess, arrived around Wednesday. Because I was on the same flight with them, so it's nice to have a couple more extra days to rest, and let the jet lag just wash away.
That is true. But like you were saying, it's kind of an advantage because a lot of the teams can see how people are playing in the new patch. But this new patch isn't really that much different. I mean, it's kind of a Band-Aid patch, right?
It's small, but at the same time, I feel like certain things are definitely going to start shifting. And it might take some time before teams realize what are the heroes that are actually stronger. So I feel like maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, we're going to see a lot of more different strategies and hopefully interesting heroes,
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, meta usually will shape up because I think what happens is the first pick heroes get nerfed, right? So you can't pick your cores early. So it kind of changes the whole draft and what gets good because some heroes you want to pick later in the draft.
And then there'll be new OP heroes.
Yeah.
Because the old OP heroes get removed, certain thing will suddenly be better, and it's going to take some time before everybody realizes what it is.
But no Lina today, right?
We'll see it eventually, I think.
But
I think we'll see it eventually.
we're thinking about the now, Adam.
Still wants to see Lina.
Yeah, still a Lina enjoyer, but I will take that as a huge win today. 0 Linas. It's a good day for me. Yeah, but also, it was fun watching Meteor Hammer Spectre. That was quite enjoyable.
I feel like he landed a lot of two-man meteor. It's like it's not a Spectre thing.
But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what this new patch can bring us. Interesting heroes, maybe some interesting gameplay. I don't know. So let's go check out some highlights of our rest of the day. Just kidding. I guess we'll be closing our day. No more highlights for us. Oh, but we are going to wrap up now. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching the DPC Tour 2 Southeast Asia. I'm all jumbled up now.
This is on you right now.
This is on me. But yes, thank you guys so much for watching, and we will be back on Wednesday. So we'll see you guys again very, very soon.